Volume 14, Chapter 428, Hoping, Arthur Leywin. Aldir looked uncertainly at the iridescent stone in my palm while Mordain sucked in a shocked breath. Avier shuffled across the top of the portal frame and leaned down to peer curiously. Regis's attention honed in on the others, sensing that there was some understanding about the egg that we lacked. Behind the others, Renkine whispered something under his breath. He had lounged back in his floating rock throne, absently making several stone spheres orbiting above his curled hand. "This is old magic," Mordain said, unable to take his eyes off the stone. "Do you have any idea what it is that you carry? I know Sylvie is inside the stone, and I've been slowly bypassing a series of locks, I suppose. My hope is that when I've finished, she'll come back to me." Mordain reached gingerly toward Sylvie's egg. When my fingers instinctively curled around it, he blinked as if waking from a dream and let his hand fall. "There is a legend, a myth really told as a bedtime story to our children that described a phenomenon like this. True self-sacrifice being rewarded to the brave and genuine. That though the body may perish, our mind and soul will mold themselves into a physical form and be reborn." Renkine scoffed as he floated closer on his moving throne to better see the egg. "How is it that beings with world-altering abilities still manage to fall victim to fables of impossible magic? It's mind-boggling that you would think it's appropriate to bring up a bedtime story in this situation. He's asking for help not to be tucked to sleep. Bedtime story or not, Sylvie is inside," I stated, looking between the two ancient Usura. "Regis can inhabit the egg and I can feel that it's her, and it just appeared after she—" I trailed off, not wanting to relive the moment of her sacrifice. Somehow I was transported from Dicathen into the relictums, and that egg came with me. The stone spheres Ren had been controlling fell still as the Asuran artificer's face wrinkled in thought. Mordain took a shaky breath. "Some members of the Phoenix race have learned to control their own rebirth, guiding the soul into a new form, but these old tales describe this as something else. A recreation of body, mind, and spirit just as it was before." Mordain's gaze traced from the egg in my palm up my arm to my torso. "The draconic aspects of your body. She destroyed herself giving them to you, didn't she?" I could only nod, unable to speak past a sudden lump in my throat. "And does Lord Indrath know of this?" Mordain asked innocently enough, but there was an intensity in his burning eyes that suggested some deeper context to his question. "He does," I admitted, "but he wouldn't give me any further details. I was hesitant to give away my own ignorance by asking too many questions." Mordain gave me a wry smile. "Kezes was likely doing the same. Still, if he knows his granddaughter will be reborn." He trailed off with a shake of his head. "I will have to think on this, but do not let the musings of an old man hold you back from your purpose. You want Aldir's help with something." "What exactly?" Instead of answering immediately, I stepped up beside him and activated Aroa's Requiem. Bright motes of ether danced down my arm before jumping eagerly to the portal frame, causing Avier to leap off and fly to Mordain's shoulder. Mordain took a step back, watching with wary interest as the motes flowed into all the cracks and crevices. The portal frame rapidly began to repair, as if time was being turned back before our eyes. In moments, the last cracks had sealed and the final loose pieces of stone were drawn into place. A dim, purple portal hummed to life within the frame. Aldir's single amethyst eye lingered on the egg as if he could burrow down into its core and see the Asuran spirit resting there. "I will do what is needed." As concisely as I was able, I explained the portal and the relictum's relationship to the ether realm in which it existed. Sparing them the details of our fight, I told them how I'd drawn tasks I threw into that place, accidentally discovering it. I was careful not to give them the impression they could use this technique to breach the relictums itself, however, whether it could be done or not. The Jinn had chosen to keep even their Phoenix allies out of the relictums for a reason. I wouldn't be the one to kick the door in for them. "Sounds utterly stupid and dangerous to me," Renkine said, catching me off guard. "You did what you had to last time, but it sounds like you nearly couldn't escape." "That was because I was fighting an Usura hellbent on keeping me from escaping," I shot back. Even still, his baggy-eyed gaze turned to Mordain. "In all the years you sheltered Jinn, no one ever told you about this." Mordain stepped up to the portal and reached out to it. It responded by projecting a repulsive force, like a magnet pushing back against another of the same polarity. "No, the phenomena Arthur has described was never explained, or to my knowledge, used by the Jinn who came to live in the hearth." Avier hopped up onto the top of the portal arch. "Perhaps they didn't tell anyone because it could be dangerous. For the travelers, the relictums, even this world. Ta HELATS Cyrillic letter 455 TINDM Cyrillic letter 455 T RORULRNOVL Cyrillic letter 455 at TL Cyrillic letter 456 GHT NOVL WRLDSOM. Thank you." "Finally, someone speaking sense," Ren said with a scoff. "It sounds like breaking something, and while I may not be a mighty dragon or member of the Indrath clan, I can tell you that, when it comes to either mana or ether, breaking things is generally pretty bad." It is equally as likely that they knew it was too important to keep this knowledge from Lord Indrath to trust even us with it, Mordain countered thoughtfully. Asuran lives are very long, and the last surviving Jinn had every reason to expect the worst of the future. You're all assuming they even knew about the realm, Regis said from where he was lying in the moss. No matter how smart these guys were, the Jinn were idealists to the point of silliness. They definitely didn't understand everything that they created. We've seen that with our own eyes. I recalled what the last Jinn remnant had said. They were fracturing at the end too, I think. The Relictums is a dark place. Out of character with the way the Jinn attempted to live and the way they chose to die. I think they definitely had a pretty grim outlook on the future of our world based on what I've seen. Enough to poison their trust even in their only allies. Perhaps it is for the best that we'll never see their creation, Mordain said, stepping away from the portal. His face fell for a moment but quickly brightened again. I know you are eager to proceed, so I won't press you any further, except to ask how long we should expect you and Aldir to be gone. Regis joined me in front of the portal before stepping into me and sheltering near my core. We hadn't discussed if he should come or not, but it felt right having him with me. Aldir immediately followed, standing just beside me. He was expressionless, neither tense nor placid. Despite my earlier anger with him, I couldn't help but appreciate his fearlessness in this situation. Honestly, I don't know, I answered. With an understanding nod, Mordain rested a hand on Aldir's shoulder. They exchanged no words and yet still communicated something very clearly between them, even if it was unreadable to the rest of us. When this moment passed, Mordain moved around us to the exit of the small cave, and Avier again flew to his shoulder. Together, they watched in silence. Renkind suddenly drifted forward. Listen, there is no reason to rush this without a better understanding. That stone or embryo you're carrying isn't going to expire. Lady Sylvie isn't going anywhere. You're being stupid. My brows rose, but Aldir clapped Renkind on the arm. Urgency is a matter of perspective, isn't it? Why forgo doing now what we may lack time for in the future? Renkind shrank further into his floating throne. Well, if you rip a hole in the fabric of the universe and wipe out this continent, I guess that's on you too, he focused on Aldir. Whatever, just get this done and get back here, all right. If Indrath is sending dragons to Dicathen, we need to prepare. You know I didn't bring you here to fight a war, old friend. Renkind blinked and a somber smirk tugged at the edge of his lips. Yeah, but I was kind of hoping you had. Aldir returned the sober smile, then turned to face me. Each gripping the other's forearm, we stepped closer to the portal and immediately felt the repulsive pressure meant to prevent an Usura from crossing through the portal's boundary. Aldir's vice-like grip clenched down hard enough to hurt, and we both leaned into the portal. It wavered, bending away from us. We leaned farther, then took another shuffling half-step. The stone of the arch shook, and the purple energy of the portal's surface flexed farther, trembling. As before, I could feel the opposing forces within the portal attempting to draw me in while rejecting Aldir, but I kept his arm clamped in mine as we took another small step. My stomach lurched as I sensed the portal reaching its breaking point, like I had stepped on a rotting board in a bridge. The portal imploded. A raging etheric wind dragged the two of us inward, and the world dissolved into fractals of interdimensional connective tissue. For just the barest instant, I recognized the network of etheric pathways that I saw when activating God's step. Then everything went dark. I was anticipating the mental backlash this time, and managed to retain my senses and intention as the etheric void coalesced around us. Purple-tinged space stretched away in every direction, broken only by the last of the portal energy that was being absorbed into the etheric soup, and an unknown relictum's zone floating off-kilter below us. Whoa, Regis thought, a mental shiver running through his incorporeal form. He flitted out of me but didn't take the form of a wolf. Little eddies of etheric current swirled around the dark wisp as he began to absorb the boundless ether. We've come a long way since the days of sucking up millipede poop crystals, haven't we? THEL Cyrillic 455 TINDM on Cyrillic 455T RORULRNOVL Cyrillic 455 at TL Cyrillic 456 GHT NOVL LWRLDSOM. He was right. But my mind stayed on the task at hand. Regardless of what the etheric void could do for me, I needed it for something much more important first. Drawing out the stone, I clenched it in my fist. Sensing my thoughts, Regis broke off of his gorging and merged into it. Nothing has changed in here, his thoughts came floating back to me a moment later. Her mind is here, still sleeping. I want you to stay in there and monitor everything that happens, I thought, starting to grow nervous without knowing why. An upside-down Aldir drifted in slow circles nearby, his amethyst eye wide and staring. I opened my mouth to interrupt his reverie, but reminded myself how I had felt the first time I'd been drawn into this place with Tassai. The urgency to get here and to begin imbuing the egg cooled. Suddenly I was afraid. I saw something in a Jinn memory, I said softly. In it, Kezes claimed that Ephiatus was built somewhere like this. A different dimension, Aldir hummed in thought. According to Assyrian legend, some of our earliest ancestors removed and expanded a piece of your world, creating Ephiodus within it. Some believe that the Asuras only discovered the path between these two dimensions. But yes, Ephiodus is shielded within its own realm, connected to but not a part of your world. We floated in silence for several seconds as Aldir gazed into the distance, obviously deep in thought. Then his visage sobered, and his attention went to the stone in my hand. "Do not hesitate on my account," he said, drawing his legs up toward his body so it looked like he was sitting cross-legged in the air. "Please do what you set out to do." Taking a deep breath, I cupped the iridescent stone between both hands. Simultaneously pushing and pulling, I began imbuing ether into the stone while drawing it from the rich atmosphere. Ether rotation, based on mana rotation, the very art taught to me by Sylvia, now the lesson I'll use to save her daughter. This and many other thoughts flitted through my mind, but I kept my focus on the flow of ether now filling in the complex geometric designs inherent to the stone's inner structure. Several minutes passed as I balanced on the precipice of this exchange, absorbing and imbuing. It became clear that, despite the depths of my etheric reservoir, I wouldn't have been able to complete the layer outside of this realm with its endless supply of ether. My mind wandered, trying to piece together the wider puzzle that the egg presented. If Sylvie's egg was a naturally manifested phenomena, how could it have such a complex structure? The comparison to the Godrunes I received was immediately obvious and just as equally a mystery. Sophisticated magical constructs didn't appear by coincidence, an accident of a universe always in motion. Unless I consider the ether itself, particles of magical force capable of divining intent and responding accordingly. The dragons believed that ether had its own designs and purpose, and even the jinn's teachings suggested it was conscious. Was it somehow the source of both the egg and the Godrunes? With no answers, only questions, I forced my mind quiet and let myself be absorbed into the rhythm of the process. "Something's happening," Regis said after several more minutes. I focused on the stone. It was nearly full and starting to throb in my hands. The pulses came faster and faster, like a quickening heartbeat, and then something cracked. Outwardly there was no change, but I had been expecting this and immediately pushed more ether into the structure. "It didn't take it, Regis, what can you sense?" Her mind stirred when that layer broke, but now, "I'm not sure, I think there's another layer, but I can't feel it the same way." Neither can I felt sick. I was missing something, clearly had missed something, but what? If only Kezes or Mordain had no more, maybe. L Cyrillic letter 456 GHT NOVL WRLDSOMFORTH Cyrillic B Cyrillic letter 455 T NOVL RYAD Cyrillic letter 456 and GYR Cyrillic letter 456 Yanesya, a pair of strong hands wrapped around my own. Aldir was floating right in front of me, all his eyes open, giving me an understanding smile. "Ether isn't enough," he said simply, and then I understood. Unfolding my hands, I let Aldir press his own on top of the egg. Instinctively, I activated Realm Heart to watch the process. Aldir's mana, bright, strong, and pure, was flowing rapidly into the stone. A minute passed, then 2, then 5. Nerves began to eat at me. I knew the Pantheon General was powerful, but here, in this place with no mana, would he be able to sate the starved egg? The aura around Aldir began to dim as more and more of his total mana reserve was given over to the egg. After 10 minutes, I was about to demand he stop when the internal structure of the stone suddenly shifted again with an inaudible crack. Sweating and sagging under the weight of his own body, Aldir pulled back. For the first time since I had known him, the third eye gleaming in his forehead was closed. It worked, another layer opened up, I can't be sure, but I think this may be the final lock. I firmly resisted the impulse to look into the egg, focusing instead on Aldir. The act of giving up his mana had left him diminished. "This isn't why I asked you to come here. But it is why I came," he said weakly, forcing his two normal eyes open and regarding me with weary sincerity. "I knew before we entered the portal that I would not be returning." "What do you mean?" "As punishment for my act of war against Dicathen and my treason against Lord Indrath, you will imprison me in this place," he said, his voice unwavering. "It is a fitting punishment and will be a victory you can take to both your people and to Kezes." A silver rapier shimmered into existence in his hand. He held it out to me. My sword, Silverlight. Proof of my death. I stared at the blade but did not take it. My jaw worked as I gritted my teeth, considering my response carefully, then finally saying, "Keep it. Use it to fight beside me against Agrona and Kezes both." Aldir smiled sadly and gave a small shake of his head. "I believe that my days of fighting are done. I won't kill more of my own kind even to get to Kezes. Both your world and mine deserve more than endless war. I hope you find a way to end the threat posed by the Indrath and Vritra clans without mass casualties." "Quitting is a luxury people like us don't have," I pushed back. "We don't always get to live life as we'd choose, Aldir, especially when it is over. We both have a responsibility to that world." I took in his expression, the way he held his body, like an old man struggling to stay upright, and the flagging focus of his mana, and my words died on my lips. I could only stare at him, my churning thoughts suddenly still. His mind was made up, and any argument I could make seemed futile. Unable to meet his eyes, my gaze slid away from him, settling on the distant relictum zone without truly seeing it. "Don't look like that on my account," Aldir said, straightening to his full height. "I have lived a very long, very violent life, and for the first time I am truly tired, Arthur. This place, it offers me a quiet, peaceful end. Perhaps more than I deserve." Carefully, slowly, I took the sword. "So be it then." Aldir's third eye slowly opened. He gave me a respectful nod, then turned and began to drift away. I could only watch as he grew smaller and smaller against the endless purple sky. Eventually I blinked, and when I opened my eyes again I couldn't find him at all. Between Regis and me there was only silence. We shared the same sense of loss for words, not yet able to comprehend the repercussions of this decision. I took a deep breath and looked sadly down at the stone in one hand and the sword in the other. "Silverlight," I whispered into the void, gripping its hilt in a white-knuckled fist. It vanished into the dimension rune, and all that remained was Sylvie's egg. Ether rushed down my arm, and I resumed the act of simultaneously imbuing and absorbing. This layer appeared as a series of complex runes, like spell forms or god runes. I couldn't read them, but their meaning was plain. They described the shape of a person, of Sylvie. Unlike the last layer, which had taken ages and unquantifiable amounts of ether, this layer filled up rapidly. I was finished almost before I realized it. I held my breath and felt as if my heart would stop. The color drained from the stone as it began to glow with pristine golden light. Then, little by little, particles broke away from the stone, condensing and taking shape in front of me. L Cyrillic letter 456GHT, N OVLWRLDS OMFORT Cyrillic B, yes Cyrillic letter 455T, N OVLR D Cyrillic letter 456, and G area R Cyrillic letter 456, Yan S Yan that timeless. Motionless place, it seemed as if all the universe had come to a stop, except for the unraveling embryo. Chapter 429, A Dream Yet to Happen, SYLVIEINDRATH. "Arthur, you're not going to make it." My voice sounded distant to my own ears as I reached into Arthur's thoughts. He tried to push me out, tried to keep me from the worst of it, but he was too weak. I didn't shy away from the desperation and despair I found there. I wanted to, but I couldn't because he couldn't. He thought he knew how this had to end, believed with his entire silly, brave heart there was only one way forward. "The portal it isn't going to stay stable for much longer, Sylv. Please, I can't have you die too." Instead of continuing to shield his feelings, Arthur suddenly reversed course, flooding me with his desperation, sadness, and despair, and hope. So much like my bond, to give me hope, even when he held none for himself. The pocket dimension Arthur had conjured shivered and twisted, but I held back, not allowing myself to be moved through it as Arthur tried to force me into the same portal Tesha and the others had gone through. "Don't worry, Papa, I'll always take care of you." Reaching for my true draconic form, I embraced it, simultaneously unleashing and containing myself. My thin human frame radiated violet light as I expanded outward, fair skin becoming dark scales until I was towering over my bond. "Sylv, what are you? Try to keep yourself alive while I'm gone, okay?" I said, giving him a wide grin to try and ease his hurt. Why did I phrase it like that? I wondered, distant and disconnected in the back of my mind. There was no coming back from this. Still, though, it felt, right, better than goodbye. Suddenly I felt stronger, more decisive. "No, this isn't goodbye, just see you later, I hope." "Sylv, no. Don't do this." Arthur reached out, pressed his hands into me, shoving, but the process had already begun. His hands passed straight through me. This wasn't magic I'd been taught. As if anyone in Ephiodus would care enough about a lesser to do what I was about to. No, this was something inherent in our bond. It unlocked within me the moment I understood that Arthur was about to die, like that knowledge had been the turning of a key. Everything that made me was intrinsically, inseparably linked to him. We were one and the same, my body, my magic, my vivum arts. They could save him, but only if I gave it up for myself. I didn't receive this insight in a flash, like thunder from the mountaintops or the quaking foundations of my beliefs. No, it was just there as if it always had been. He was my bond, and I could always help him, even now, even now. My physical body had become ethereal as I gave up my dominion over it. Gold and lavender motes of pure life force floated away from me to stick to Arthur, until his whole being was glowing inside and out. I could still sense his pain. His body had been shattered by overuse of my mother's will, and now it was being reforged, and every mote of me felt like hot coals and hammer blows to him. "I'm sorry, Arthur. If I could take away the pain too, I would." As he sagged, I scooped him up and pushed him toward the portal he'd created. "Until we meet again," I said, my voice distorted and somehow incorporeal, and I could only hope he heard me. The portal drew him in, then began to collapse, taking the pocket dimension with it. I knew that when it was gone, I would be too, and the last of my essence would be picked up by the warm wind blowing through the ruined city to be carried off and spread throughout Dicathen. Knowing I would be in the grass, trees, leaves, and water of Arthur's home made me feel at peace, and I let go of the last vestige of resistance that was keeping me together. Only, I was caught. The collapsing portal was pulling itself apart, and my claw, which I'd used to push Arthur through the portal, was being reeled in. I lacked the strength to resist or the awareness to understand what might happen next. I could only give in. Irresistible force pulled at my essence, dragging me in two different directions. Everything became stardust and the ever-expanding universe. Suns caught fire, stuttered, then blazed. Constellations formed, faltered, and then fell from the sky. Everywhere I looked, people flickered in and out too fast for me to see. And all the while I was being drawn through it, plunging like a shooting star in the night sky, insensate with wonder, too awestruck and alienated from my own perspective to even be confused. The expanding universe became nothing but a tunnel of light. Every color of it felt so bright it burned my spirit. I felt myself simultaneously racing, pulled inexorably towards some distant source of gravity, while also going quiet and calm like I was sleeping. The light faded. I was in a small, sterile white room. There were people there. A woman in a white uniform with a white mask over her face was standing over the room's single bed, staring at a clipboard. A pale woman with mousy brown hair was lying in the bed, breathing heavily as she stared up at the woman in white. Tears were streaming down her face. An overweight man with sad, tired eyes sat on a stool on the opposite side of the bed. The door behind me opened, and a masked man in a light blue paper gown strode in. I stepped back to avoid him, but he was moving too quickly and he bumped into me. Or rather, he passed right through me as he marched to the bedside. He said something, then began checking strange artifacts, but I was staring down at my own hands. They were small and pale, like I remembered them. I ran them over my face, hair, and horns, but nothing seemed different, except, reaching out, I touched a tray that was sitting on a small, rolling table. My hands passed through it. What am I? Suddenly, the woman burst out with a piteous, raw growl, and the man, a doctor I realized, hurried to the foot of the bed. I only then became aware of a soft gold and lavender light radiating from the woman's belly, which was swollen. The doctor started giving orders. The overweight man clumsily reached for the woman's hand. The nurse seemed to be doing 5 things at once, but it was all so confusing. And then, almost before I fully comprehended what I was witnessing, it was over. The nurse held out the baby boy, swaddled and cleaned and crying, to the woman, who took him carefully and nestled him into her arm. He was glowing, radiating that same gold and lavender light. I stepped closer, leaned down to him, and took his tiny little hand in my incorporeal fingers, shaking even as I smiled. The woman stared at him for a long time, as did I then, like tearing her gaze away from him was also ripping something inside her soul. She looked at the man. Are you sure? We could, he shook his head, and she made a sound like a knife had just been shoved between her ribs. He looked down and away, clearly unable to bear it, and a single tear flowed down the crease between his nose and cheek. You know, I wish we could, but we're already struggling as it is. Without a parental grant, what kind of life could we give a child? He'll be cared for, trained even to fight for our country, and then maybe, he swallowed hard. Maybe in a few years we can try again. I saw the light leave the woman's eyes as something broke inside of her, and knew beyond all shadow of a doubt that they wouldn't, but they didn't hold my interest. They weren't my reason for being here, he was. My gaze drifted down to his round, red face, and I didn't take it away again. Not as the baby was taken from the parents he would never know, or as he slept and was fed in a bright room with a dozen others, and certainly not when he dragged himself along the hospital floor for the first time, though no one else was watching except for the other infants, or when he took his first shambling steps. I followed him when he was relocated from the hospital to a small orphanage, watched him watch the world as he grew and learned. Years passed and I watched him. Incorporeal, sleepless, empty of all desire except to keep my vigil, I experienced the young boy's life with him step by step. I was by his side as he made and lost his friends, as he trained and was guided toward becoming king, as he was manipulated into striking down his best friend, as he waged war for the de facto mother figure he lost. I did not look away. Even as he diminished, losing the spark that had driven him to become king, floundering in a world that was ill-suited to him and didn't deserve who he would become, I knew it was a necessary travail. Without these experiences, both success and failures, this sad king would never become my bond. The detachment and weakening link to humanity he felt now would define his worldview in the next life as he set himself in opposition to it. But he didn't have to suffer long because, even from the moment of his birth, the long arm of fate had been extending toward him. And I was there for that too, the end of his journey as King Grey. I stood beside him, my incorporeal fingers feathered through his hair, not yet the auburn he would inherit from Alice Leywin as I sensed doom approaching. The rapid passage of time, meaningless to one who does not sleep, eat, dream, or even live, came to a sudden and thundering halt, and I felt the presence as my own pulse in my throat. Like the black claw of death itself, my father's magic manifested, clutching at the sleeping king. I found myself helpless. I was present in awareness only, lacking both substance and power, and could do nothing more than clutch at the spirit being drawn from his body by the looming, dark claw of forced reincarnation. But I knew, even if I'd been given the ability to do so, I wouldn't have stopped what was happening. Because this moment was bringing Arthur a step closer to me, even as I was already walking beside him. Agrona's methods were cruel and awful, and yet he brought me Arthur. Or was bringing me Arthur. After so long on Earth, drifting along in Gray's wake like a haunting ghost, it was sometimes difficult to keep sense of time. My life felt like a dream yet to happen, my death like the beginning after the end. Clinging to the sundered spirit, I was dragged upward, away from the body left behind. The palace it rested at the heart of, the country of which it had been king, and the world that had forged the spirit I wouldn't let go. Time and space opened before us, a reversal of the force that drew me to my bond's first birth. The universe itself seemed to unfold, like curtains of stars being pulled to the side, revealing the stage behind. Our world simple and sleepy and quiet after the noise of Gray's Earth. Still firmly in the claw's grasp, we were pulled toward that world, toward the skull-shaped continent of Alacria, and a waiting infant, naked and crying on a rune-carved dragon's skull. But that was wrong. Arthur couldn't be born in Alacria. Panic slashed through my incorporeal essence. I pulled at the spirit, trying to hold it back from its course as my weakened mind struggled to understand. But the force of Agrona's dark claw was inexorable. I might as well have tried to stop the sun from setting, but I would. For him, I will stop the world from spinning if I have to. Wrapping myself around the spirit, I focused away from the dark aspect of Alacria toward distant Dicathen. Whatever strength my current form maintained, I exhausted it all. Suddenly, I was no longer the ghost of the small, horned girl. Wide, transparent wings spread and caught the cosmic wind. Powerful talons closed around the spirit. My long tail whipped the air in time to the beat of my wings. "You'll never have him," I said, voiceless and eternal. "His fate is outside of your dominion." Our course shifted an inch. My spectral wings beat, miles slipped away beneath us. My long neck strained, Dicathen came closer still. The black claw trembled. The shape of Agrona's spell hadn't accounted for resistance. It struggled to retain course, but the farther away I dragged it, the more its strength flagged. Dicathen clarified beneath us. Sapin flew past. Ashper rushed toward us. A woman came into view, auburn-haired and pale, young, strong, and swelling with the silver light of an emitter's magic. That felt right. I wasn't sure why, but it felt right. And beside her, a wide grin plastered across his handsome, square-jawed face, was the man whose pride would build up my bond's life, and whose death would very nearly tear it back down again. But that hadn't happened yet, wouldn't happen for a long time, except it already happened, didn't it? It was growing more and more difficult to focus. There was a song like a sweet scent in the air calling to me. In my moment of distraction and weakness, suddenly I was slipping backwards, being pulled away from the family that my Arthur had to have. Waiting within that auburn-haired woman's belly was Arthur's vessel. No other would do. My wings beat again, and I matched my diminishing strength against the will of my father. My father, I thought bitterly. But not my papa. Pulling so hard I worried my incorporeal essence would come apart, I dragged the black claw back toward the house and the baby. A silent roar tore out of me and rippled through the fabric of reality. Space again unfolded between me and my destination, the baby being born beneath me. The doctor had already gone to work, giving quiet, firm instructions. The spirit in my talons touched the nimbus of white light infusing the baby. Agrona's dark claw melted away, the black mist of his lingering magic dispersed by the wind of my beating wings. With mingled glee and sadness, I watched as Gray's strong, mature spirit took over and absorbed the infant spirit within the unborn child. "I'm sorry," I said, my own soul suddenly heavy with the weight of what I'd had to do. This was the only way. I wanted to stay, to watch as Arthur grew and learned, to witness him form his core, to experience this part of his life that I had missed, but the sweet siren's song was calling to me, and I found that I couldn't ignore it. Uncertain when it had happened, I had eschewed both my draconic aspect and the girlish form I had lingered in so long on Earth, existing now only as my essence. It was with a deep ache that I was pulled away from that baby, that family, that home. My spirit drifted eastward toward the mountains. As I crossed them, though, I was halted by the strangest of sights. A caravan of familiar faces making their way up the mountain paths. Alice Reynolds, the twin horns, young Arthur. But how, I wondered, it had only been moments and yet years had passed. I could only watch helplessly as they were attacked. I knew what happened next, but to see it unfold in front of me was different. Darker, so much worse. If my heart had been beating, it would have come to a stop as Arthur, only 4 years old, plummeted off the cliff's edge to save his mother. Plunging after him, my shapeless spirit dragged at his as I'd done before, trying to hold him up to arrest his fall. But my power was spent. A feeble scream shivered through space and time as I fell with him, infusing him with what little of me there was left so that at least he was not alone. And then I felt her, so clearly here, so strangely the opposite of my father in every conceivable way. My mother. Her power wrapped around Arthur's small body, cushioning him, bringing him slowly to the ground, and I suddenly remembered him recounting to me that was what had happened. For an instant I had forgotten, lost myself in the desperation and fear. There was so little of my essence left. I wanted to stay with Arthur, be with him when he woke, but the song's source was so close now and too strong. It filled all my senses, emptied me of all other thoughts as it subsumed them so that only the song remained. And so I followed, unable to do anything else. Its indefinable notes were issuing from a cave hidden on the border of the Elshire forest in the Beast Glades. I knew that place, and when I saw it, I understood the source of the siren's song. The trail of summoning notes led me down into the cave. Mother, despite seeing her, being aware of her presence, it was difficult to focus on my mother. Her gigantic demonic form radiated a strong Vritra aura, but that wasn't what forced my attention away. No, it was the song still, for resting in her huge hand was an egg, my egg. Even in the dim light, it gleamed with a rainbow-infused hue. The song was coming from the egg, drawing my spirit into it, correcting the paradox of my multiple existences, I thought sleepily. The next moment, I could not recall having the thought at all, or any other desire beyond wanted to be inside that egg, all curled up safe, waiting for my bond to bring me back into the world. And so flowed into it. There I rested until I woke suddenly, confused by my surroundings, uncertain what had been real and what had only been a dream. The shell of the egg holding me transmitted sensation like a second skin, and I was aware of it cracking and opening up. Light spilled into the tranquil darkness of the egg's interior. I blinked rapidly as a blurry face appeared above me as more of the shell broke away. Slowly, the face came into focus. A young boy with auburn hair and wide, hopeful azure eyes was staring down at me. Arthur, my Arthur, except, I blinked again, I'd been wrong. Arthur was older, not the boy who first hatched me, but the general and lance who rode on my back into war, strong and severe, but also kind and protective. His face was still fuzzy though, and I blinked. Arthur was still there, but his face was even older, sharper, leaner. His azure eyes had turned to liquid gold, and his hair, it was the same color as mine. Kai. A wry, trembling smile curved one corner of his lips. Welcome back, Sylve. Chapter 430, Opposition, SERISVRITRA. It happened slowly at first. Wide, bloodshot eyes turning toward me, probing the gloom for the source of the aura they felt, dulling their senses and seizing their hearts. As they saw me, their stunned gazes, one by one, were inevitably drawn downward to the gory artifact clutched in my right hand. Mouths opened in horror, but whatever words they might have said lodged in constricted throats. Tools slipped from limp fingers to clatter on the ground, forgotten, and a tremor ran through the collective consciousness of a people unequipped to understand what they were seeing. At the eye of this storm of attention, I moved with unrushed purpose, the rough path crunching beneath my feet, my flowing white robes glowing like a beacon in the industrial gloom. Every miner, laborer, and Wogart farmer I passed froze before quickly parting before me. Those closest stepped back, instinctively putting distance between themselves and the palpable force emanating from me, while others were drawn to it like moths to flame, forgetting their mundane tasks as curiosity and awe overwhelmed their sense of self-preservation. A heavy-set woman with thin hair and gray dust dirtying her face let out a ragged cheer. When my eyes settled on her, those closest hurried to step back. I didn't smile but allowed a second of eye contact, gazing deep into her, assuring her that she'd been seen. Others couldn't keep the hostility from their faces, those who were loyal to Agrona or who believed the ill-conceived propaganda that was broadcast about me. But none of them had the courage to give voice to their feelings or impede my progress. A few, the smartest of them, ran. By the time I reached the portals to the second level, they were already in chaos. Guards were scrambling to find their battle groups and maintain anything resembling a formation. They were shouting at each other, no one apparently willing to accept the responsibility of command. Relictum's officials, the clerks and attendants who were in charge of monitoring the portals, were standing off to the side, wringing their hands and looking on nervously. As my intent washed over them, they all slowed to a standstill. Someone uttered a prayer to the Vritra. Wanting them to hear and understand me, I reined in my aura and stepped up to within easy hearing distance. The thing in my hand twisted slightly as I came to a stop, leering at the soldiers and guards. Half of them stared at me, their weapons held nervously before them, but half couldn't wrench their eyes away from the artifact. One of the attendants, an older man with a bald head and long gray mustache and wearing the official robes of a Relictum's clerk, found his courage. He took a few shaking steps toward me and raised his chin, his eyes carefully avoiding my hand. Scythe Saris Vritra, he paused, swallowing heavily. You are under arrest for crimes against Alacria by order of the High Sovereign, he finished stronger, building confidence as he spoke. When I smiled at him, that confidence shattered like teeth beneath a maul. He stepped back, trying to lose himself in the other officials, but they stepped back as well, sacrificing him to the pyre of my attention. But I wasn't there to bully or murder lowborn mages, even those too blind to see that I was on their side. I have not come here for bloodshed. None of you will die here unless you insist on it. Leave. Flee the relictums and return home to your blood. Still, I couldn't feel righteous about the choice I was giving them. I'd been a scythe too long not to see the trap in it. Really, it was a choice in how to die. Either they stay and fight me in a hopelessly one-sided contest, or they flee and wait to be hunted down and executed by loyalist forces. The non-combatants all broke and ran, scurrying away like insects suddenly and unexpectedly exposed to the light. The guards exchanged grim-faced looks, but they stayed. They understood the choice. A tall man shouted and the soldiers reformed into their battle groups. Shields, both magical and mundane, were raised against me. I held my position. Another shout and spells began to fly, lighting up the dim zone with bright blues, yellows, and reds. Bolts of fire and blades of wind impacted the barrier of mana cladding my skin and robes, deflecting harmlessly. My mana rippled with a dusky shadow, turning the outline of my body gray. The spell fear slowed, then stopped. I let a heartbeat pass, then thrust my free hand forward. A black cloud poured from my palms, spilling over my attackers in an instant. It surged into and through them, my void magic burning away the mana inside them. To a man, they collapsed, the backlash of suddenly expelling all their mana knocking most of them unconscious. A few stared up at me from the ground, whimpering or choking, expecting to die. I marched past them, leaving them where they lay, giving them a choice only in how to die felt wrong. It was how Agrona operated. They had chosen to stand their ground. Perhaps they were blindly loyal to Agrona, but maybe they were just hopelessly trapped in a system that they had been born into and had lived every second of their lives inside of. Did they even know there was a world outside of the too close walls pressing in on them? It occurred to me that they likely couldn't see it, but I could see, and I could choose too. Casting a quick look back at the field of fallen mages, fallen but alive, I activated one of the portals to the second level and stepped through. And I found the second level to be exactly as I expected it. The courtyard containing the Ascension and Descension portals, which capped the end of the long boulevard that ran through the heart of the zone, was a rush of organized activity. 100 mages, perhaps more, encircled the courtyard, weapons drawn and spells active, cordoning off the portals. Another 20 were hurrying to set up a series of devices in an arc in front of the portals. Small pockets of people lingered around the edges of the courtyard, outside of the cordon, and in the shadows of the nearest buildings. The devices were constructed of dull, blue-tinged metal housings containing large mana crystals that had been carefully carved into concave bowls. Heavy wiring ran from one to the next, chaining them all together, and finally to a glass tank full of bubbling blue liquid. Several of the mages jumped at my appearance, turning weapons on me. Scythe Saris Vritra, a mage with black hair and a well-trimmed beard, barked, snapping a salute. The rest snapped to attention and followed suit. I waved the formality away. Sulla, things have gone to plan. The high Hage of the Carjadan Ascender's Hall nodded vigorously. Yes, Scythe Saris, resistance was limited. He nodded to a few bodies laid out nearby. Fighting has been worse elsewhere, I know, but our efforts to set up your, whatever this is, have been unimpeded and it's almost complete. Another man who wore no armor or battle robes and went bare-chested, proudly displaying his bronze skin and chiseled form, jogged up and bowed quickly. Perfect timing, as expected, Jimin of named Blood Gweed, High Mage in Itri, said with his customary sharpness. All Tempest Warp platforms in the city have been destroyed, as you ordered, except for one currently being defended by Highblood Rinhorn. The fighting is fierce there, but they can't hold out. 10 more minutes and their soldiers' bodies will litter the relictum's floor while my casters see to the platform. With the receiving platforms destroyed, that will be our only way in and out, Sulla added, gesturing to the array of permanent portals that allowed transit between the first and second level. I could tell he was seeking assurance that the plan wouldn't result in us being trapped or overrun. Not the only way, I said instead of attempting to placate the man. My gaze followed the line of the central boulevard to where I could see the distant glow of the primary Ascension portal even from here. The sound of approaching armored footsteps brought my head around, mostly due to the slight hitch in every other step. Silrit bowed slightly and the two ascenders took a step back, giving us space, their eyes on the ground. My retainer had blood spattered over his face and armor. Would you like me to take that, Scythe Saris? He asked, his tone even. I was certain only I would notice the pinched stiffness in both his voice and posture. I held out the item I'd carried through the first level of the relictums. A severed head, jaw frozen open by rigor mortis, tongue black and shriveled as a salted slug. Silrit showed no squeamishness as he accepted the proffered appendage. He lifted it up to look into the dead, staring eyes, then made his way to the mana battery that would power the artifacts I had designed. The rest of the mages moved back, their work done. Everything was ready. Silrit lowered the head into the liquid, which immediately began to glow, then quickly removed himself from the array. The carved crystals of each device began to emit a resonant hum, then to glow a matching hue to the blue liquid, and finally to project visible waves of mana through the air, bombarding the portals with raw energy. The effect was immediate. The shimmering portals jumped and jerked, their subtly shifting surfaces suddenly alive with shockwaves and multicolored striations. Ripples and waves rolled away from the portal frame, collided, and rebounded in every direction at once across all of the portals. "And you're sure that?" Jimin cut himself off mid-question. I knew we wouldn't have to wait long to see proof that the artifacts were working. The encircling ascenders turned their gazes inward, watching. I was joined by a few other high-ranking individuals. Anvald of named Blood Torpor, Harlow of Highblood Edivane, who were both high mages of their respective Ascenders Association factions in Edigard and Nirmala, as well as High Lord Frost and his granddaughter Enola. But they stayed silent, simply watching, waiting. Within a few minutes, one of the portals changed. It stretched, smoothing momentarily, the ripples melting away, and a figure appeared within it. Dragoth, his broad form filling the entire portal, glowered, his face strained, out from the bombardment of mana, but he was gone again almost as soon as he had appeared. A minute passed, and he appeared again, flickering into and out of another portal so fast that to blink would have meant missing it. He repeated his futile attempts with each portal in turn, but the portals were destabilized by the bombardment of mana and were not maintaining a strong enough connection to complete the transition. As soon as he arrived on the second level, he was already being drawn back to the first. There was no way through the portals as long as my artifacts remained in place, empowered by Orleith's remaining mana. Others began to appear as well, several at a time in every portal frame. After only a minute, a rippling running across the surface of one of the portals crossed over a man just as he appeared, flaying the skin from the right side of his face. He was gone again in an instant, and the attempts to breach the portals ceased abruptly. A cheer went up, led by Enola of Highblood Frost. I stayed by the portals for some time after, congratulating all who came to report in and giving orders where necessary. A slow procession of High Lords from my Highblood allies arrived when they were certain the fighting was done, and the portals were deactivated, seeking to express their gratitude with the same handful of platitudes while wheedling for assurances that I did in fact know what I was doing. Eventually, news came that the last of the receiving platforms had been destroyed, which made it impossible for anyone to use a Tempest Warp or dedicated portal to reach us. My plan had been a success. I turned my face to the sunless sky, enjoying the warmth it projected onto my skin. So much of these last months had been spent underground in laboratories or bunkers, it felt good to stand beneath open sky, even if it was a construct of magic. A handful of imbuers remained with the equipment, as well as 10 battle groups to ensure no one attempted any manner of sabotage. Eventually, it was only these guards, myself, and a patient Silrit left in the courtyard, the Ascenders and Highbloods having gone about other duties or retired to their estates and inns to celebrate and rest. Silrit shuffled on his aching leg, clearly uncomfortable. I waited for him to break the silence between us. "Are you certain about this?" he finally asked, his voice low. I began walking and motioned for him to follow. We moved down the wide central avenue that continued uninterrupted all the way to the primary ascension portal into the rest of the relictums. People watched us go by from shop windows and in balconies, unsure what was happening. We hadn't been able to ensure that only my supporters were within the zone, of course. My people had done the best they could, with the Ascenders Association purposefully slowing the flow of traffic, while the Highblood spread rumors encouraging those not affiliated with us to leave, even if temporarily. But many of the people who lived within the zone, those who served in the economy that had grown up around the Ascents, were neutral to or even ignorant of our efforts against Agrona. Some would eventually prove outright hostile to us, I knew. "There is too much here outside of our control," Silrit continued, his attention constantly shifting as he, out of habit, watched for any potential threats. "Ways this can go wrong that we haven't even considered yet." "I know," I answered. If this argument came from anyone else, I would have assured them that every variable had been accounted for, every layer of the plan designed to be infallible, but Silrit understood what we were facing just as well as I. Perhaps with 10 more years to plan we could have perfected this gambit, but this is war, Silrit, and when you're fighting gods, time is not on your side. It all comes down to that, doesn't it? Time. Silrit paused and I stopped to look at him. How long can we power the disruption artifact? When will Kara return with Arthur? Can we hold out longer than it will take Agrona to figure out a way in? I didn't remind him of what we'd already accomplished. taken over half of Saesklar, evading Agrona's armies, embarrassed his pet legacy, slain one of his Vritra clan sovereigns, and now blocked him from the relictums itself, and instead let him vent his fears. We've taken many risks these past decades, Saris, but it feels too much like we've backed ourselves into a corner with no way out. Silrit took a deep breath, then added, "My apologies. I do not doubt you." I raised my hand and he went silent. "Remember, we're not trying to win this war, only to stand in opposition to a tyrant, but I don't think this will be our last stand." "Have faith in Arthur?" he asked, his brows wrinkling in the rare show of genuine frustration. "In humanity, in fate, in me, take your pick." I smiled and teasingly brushed at his face as if I could wipe away his frown. "Everyone needs faith. These gods, the Usura, rely on it to maintain their control over those they call lesser. And the people need it too. They need to believe in something. If we truly want to break Agrona's hold over them, we need to give them somewhere else to put their faith, even if only for a short time, just to transition them into the new world we're trying to build." "And if we die trying?" Silrit asked, the emotion draining out of him. "Then we die well." "Cecile, where am I?" I wondered, pulling back from something moving beneath me. A bed of entangled vines and roots was writhing across a blank stone floor, jostling me and making my stomach lurch. My eyes grew wide as I traced the path of the vines. They grew over the floor, walls, and ceiling with no beginning or end, completely encircling me. And as they squirmed, they constricted around me. Only the way forward was open, although the way was diminishing moment by moment. I began to scramble over top the vines, but my hands and feet were constantly pulled into the living floor, and each time the vines would grasp at me, threatening to grab hold of me and not let go. I lost all context of time as I first hurried on hands and feet, then on my knees, and finally crawling forward on my belly like a worm. The vines and roots were crushing me, suffocating me, and my heart battered against my chest as my lungs struggled to draw in breath, and suddenly I felt certain I was going to die there, throttled by the vines. An emerald green beacon shone from somewhere ahead. Desperately, I pulled myself toward it, now pressed flat by a giant green fist. Every inch forward took so much effort and energy that I was sure I wouldn't make it. And I didn't, not far. A vine wrapped around my ankle, another my right arm, and then a black vine covered in thorns reached for my throat. A hand extended out from the light. Its delicate strength seemed familiar, felt like looking in a mirror, and I grasped it with frantic strength. In contrast, the hand had the kind of calm, inexorable force I associated with Agrona. That pure, unwavering surety of confidence. It should have crushed my own hand, but instead I was pulled through the vines until I slithered out onto a patch of sun-warmed grass. The hand pulled me to my feet. Slowly, for some reason afraid to look, my gaze followed the slender arm up to the graceful arch of a shoulder and smooth, unmarked skin of a neck, half hidden beneath silver-gray hair. Finally, I met the turquoise eyes. "Tesha Iralith." "My vessel, what is happening?" I asked, frustrated by the weakness of my own voice. I felt like a whimpering child standing before her, but the elven woman was completely at ease in this clearing at the heart of a storm of strangling vines and roots. "Where are we?" "In your mind," she answered simply. "You are dreaming, and your subconscious is trying to convey what is happening inside of us." A dark green snake-like coil bumped against me, and I took a nervous step toward the center of the clearing, having to stand less than an arm's length away from Tesha to keep from touching the moving walls. I brushed a lock of dusty brown hair out of my face, unsure what to say. "It's the Elderwood Guardian," she continued, casting a thoughtful, sad sort of look around. "Our body absorbed its mana core, integration." "I never knew," she shook her head in wonder. "When the core dissolved, the Elderwood Guardian's beast will was released, as I suppose was I." She shrugged, as if this second point didn't mean very much to her. "The unconstrained will is feeding off the mana now integrated within our body. It is tearing us apart." "My body," I ground out, the word "our" stabbing like a dagger into my mind each time she said it. A humorless smile played at the edges of her lips, but I couldn't read the intent behind her expression. Even as we were talking, the clearing in which we stood was shrinking. A pulse like a slow heartbeat ran through them every few seconds, and with each beat they grew. I tried to close my eyes, wanting to focus, but I couldn't. A dream, I remembered. "How do I stop it?" There was cold fire in the elf's eyes as she answered. "You control it, only." She paused, watching a tendril of leafy vine uncurl beside my face. "You can't. The Elderwood Guardian's beast will isn't just mana for you to dominate. It takes time, focus, and a little bit of luck. We don't have time. This body will be dead within the hour." I gnashed my teeth and stepped toward her threateningly. When she looked at me with pitying amusement, I suddenly felt like a child balling my fist at an adult, and I hated it. "You'll die too then," I ground out, struggling to maintain my senses and not give way to despair. "I don't think you," the words caught in my throat as I remembered her wrestling for control of my body when Gray had attacked me at the Victoriad. "I don't want to die," she admitted. As the vines pulsed and grew, she sank down to her knees and eased back, sitting comfortably among the writhing plants. Instead of looking down on her, I found that I too was sitting, even though I hadn't made the conscious effort to do so. But I am willing to. We are enemy combatants, Cecilia. If we met on opposite sides of the battlefield, I would be ready to lay down my life to defeat you. Here, if I could trade my life for yours, wouldn't it be worth it? That's not. I started, then stopped again, chewing my lip as I struggled for words. Strategically, she was correct. She was no one, just the vessel for my reincarnation, whereas I was the legacy. If she sacrificed herself here to destroy me, please, I begged in a raspy whisper, reaching for her hands. My life was stolen from me, all because of an accident of my birth, something I couldn't control. I never asked for any of this, I just want my life back. You can understand that, can't you? I caught on an idea and began speaking faster. Eventually, Agrona will send me back to my own world, me and Nico, you. You can have this body back when I'm gone, I promise it. I'll make Agrona. Tesha let out a little musical laugh, then covered her mouth and looked at me with a sickening fusion of mirth and pity. Stars above, you don't even see the irony, do you? I sat up straight and glared at the elf. You don't understand anything, you have no idea what I've been through. Her brows crept up as the amusement in her smile bled away, leaving only sadness. Nothing you've ever done, no thought you've ever had is a secret from me. I swallowed heavily, unable to explain the sudden cold, hopeless dread that clutched at my chest. So much about Arthur makes sense now knowing. Everything, a vine as thick as my arm wrapped around Tesha's waist like an embrace, and she plucked a golden flower from it, twirling it in her fingers as she spoke. His maturity, his confidence, even as a child. And I thought you'd be the same, having lived 2 lives, but she met my eyes and held them. You're a child, stunted. I started to snap a retort, but she kept talking. You haven't had 2 lives, not even one. Which is why you can't see what's being done to you. You know, of course, but you don't see. I reached for my mana, wanting nothing more than to burn the elf's soul from my mind, but my magic was gone. I was defenseless, empty. It was my worst nightmare come true. In my despair, I failed to notice the vine wrapping itself around my right arm. When I finally realized what was happening, I flinched away from it, but it held me fast. Then they were all over me, these bright green tendrils blooming with crimson flowers, pinning my arms and legs, wrapping around my throat. And Tesha just watched with that distant sadness. I wanted to curse her, beg her, but I couldn't do anything. I was paralyzed. The Elderwood Guardian was choking the life from me, both in the dream and out of it. I was dying, I couldn't believe it. It felt so purposeless, so empty of meaning. At least my death on Earth had been my choice, the only way I could seize control. But this was, I woke up. The room was dim, and in the gently wavering light of a burning torch, the shadows looked like vines crawling up the walls. I shrank from them and my body burned. I gasped from the pain, and a marble-skinned hand stroked my hair as a face loomed over me. There was a frightening intensity in the way Agrona was inspecting me, but I couldn't comprehend the emotion behind the look. What? I tried to ask, but my throat was dry, the muscles of my neck still sore from where the vines had strangled me. Except that had been a dream, only a dream. Hush, Cecil dear. Your body struggled to handle both the integration and the release of the beast will, but you are through the worst of it. Agrona petted my head, speaking in a low, soothing tone while prodding me with invisible fingers of mana, massaging my mind to help calm me down. Do not doubt yourself, you've done wonderfully. I leaned into the mental probing of his power like a feline begging to be pet. Recognizing this fact made me ill, but I was too weak and tired to resist. Instead, my gaze drifted through the room, and I realized that we were not alone. Several other mages were standing around the table or lingering in the shadows. We were in a laboratory or imbuer's workshop of some kind, but I didn't recognize it. Who's where? Again, my thoughts and voice gave out before I could create a complete thought. Agrona waved his hand and the other mages quickly began filing out of the single door. We were working to hold your body together while you fought for control of the mana inside you. I frowned, trying to remember the dream, the feel of my body being pulled apart by the Elderwood Guardian's will, what Tesha had said, but it was all starting to blur together now. Still, I couldn't shake the sensation that something was wrong. You're not telling me something, I said, watching the last of the mages vanish like the tattered edges of my dream. Agrona's expression softened, and he looked down on me like I thought a father was supposed to look at his daughter. You're confused, Cecil, and no wonder. You need time to rest and recuperate. I couldn't argue with him, not now, not about that. Something stirred inside of me. I felt her consciousness present just beneath the surface, watching, waiting, simultaneously curious and guarded. There was the Elderwood Guardian, too, now docile. Tesha's mind pressed against mine like a building migraine, but the beast will sat heavy in my stomach and made me want to vomit. Why did you stop it from killing me? I asked, unsure if Tesha's disembodied spirit would even be able to respond. There was a long pause, and I thought perhaps she couldn't or wouldn't answer me. Then her voice sounded in my head, clear and bright as a silver bell. I have a promise to keep. I swallowed hard but couldn't leave it at that alone. When you struggled for control before you were trying to get us killed, where was this promise then? She didn't answer. Come now, let's get you to your room, Agrona said, making me flinch. I had nearly forgotten he was there. What you've accomplished is incredible, a feat no other lesser has managed in a long, long time. And soon you will be given the opportunity to test just how powerful you've become. Head aching and stomach roiling, I let myself be helped up from the table, which I only then realized was covered in indecipherable runes. I blinked several times and tried to read them again, but they were like nothing I'd ever seen before. My skin crawled to look at them. Something is wrong, I thought again. Agrona's tone, the runes, the dreams. Subtly, I drew away some of the mana lingering in the rune-etched table, charging it with holding the memory of those runes and their purpose. I had no core to channel the mana, but I didn't seem to need one. The mana flowed through me as effortlessly as the blood in my veins. Instinctively, it infused my muscles, offering my trembling body strength. I was aware of it in a way I never had been before, like my senses extended directly into the atmosphere, encompassing the air, walls, floor, even the table I'd woken up atop. I felt it all as if it were a part of me. Agrona stretched out his arms, smiling warmly. I stepped past him, avoiding his hand as I wrapped my mind and thoughts firmly in mana. Just like my benefactor, the undeciphered runes weighed heavily on my mind, their true intention also hidden beneath a facade. Chapter 431, Time, Sylvieindrath. Caillou. A wry, trembling smile curved one corner of Arthur's lips. Welcome back, Sylv. I blinked again, and Arthur was an old man with streaks of gray in his wheat-blonde hair and deep furrows wrinkling his skin. Without meaning to, I withdrew, pressing my fingers against my lips. This too-old image of my bond hesitated, his hand, which had been reaching out toward me, pulling back slightly just an inch, his brows creasing into a frown. I blinked and the vision faded. Arthur, the real Arthur, was standing, floating in front of me, his liquid gold gaze like the hot summer sun on my skin. His hesitation abated and he leaned forward, wrapping strong arms around me and pulling me to him. I closed my eyes and let out a shaking breath. Arthur's relief washed over me, pure and warm and hard one. So many moments where my return was within arm's reach and then snatched away by circumstance, so much time and energy focused on the stone containing my essence. Beneath the relief, there was a hint of regret, slight but bitter, that it had taken so long or been necessary at all. And the anxiety, the fear, the weight of it, enough to crush anyone weaker, enough to choke the life from anyone else. My mind was still knitting itself back together, and as we held each other, I lost track of where my bond began and where I ended. Papa, it's really you. I was afraid you were a dream. The concept of time was all but shattered. Floating in that strange, ethereal place, just the two of us, our embrace may have been only the briefest contact or lasted yet another lifetime. I held desperately onto that connection, needing Arthur's presence to anchor me into that moment in time and space. So, hey there, a voice not Arthur's said from the void. My eyes snapped open and I stared incredulously at a strange being floating next to Arthur. He was shaped like a wolf, except his fur seemed to be grown out of purest shadow and a burning ring of etheric flame wreathed his neck. He was considering me with bright eyes which glowed in the gloom beneath a pair of straight onyx horns. I reached up and brushed the horns sticking out from my own head, feeling inexplicably nervous. But no, that wasn't quite right. I wasn't nervous, I was confused. The creature was nervous, but his emotions were bleeding into me like Arthur's. I prodded, but there was a wall between our minds. Sylvie, hi, actually, I'm not quite sure what to call you. Like, are we siblings, step-siblings? Are you my mom, my aunt? Aunt Sylvie has kind of a… Hello, Regis, I said with a growing smile, his name appearing to me from Arthur's mind. Suddenly, flashing memories and disjointed thoughts were jumping like electrical sparks behind my eyes. It was too much, and each flash was accompanied with a dull needle jab of pain. Closing my eyes, I pressed my fingers into my temples. Arthur, your thoughts, I can't. An undercurrent of alarm ran beneath all my other conflicting emotions, then the deluge ceased. I drew a steadying breath, relief washing away the lingering pain. Sylvie, I'm sorry, I should have realized, Arthur said, and I felt him drifting back slightly. I shook my head. Not your fault. Slowly, my eyes opened again. They met Regis's, who appeared stricken as if he himself had done something to harm me. My mind is full of a raging storm right now. My own thoughts are disparate and disjointed, and it's a lot. But it's a pleasure to meet you, Regis. The wolf bent his front legs and dipped his head in a sort of awkward, floating lupin bow. I couldn't help but giggle at the sight, which made Regis chuckle too. You look different, Arthur said into the silence that followed. The words made me uncomfortable, but it took me a moment to realize why. We'd been apart for such a long time, but for me, the battle against Nico and Cadel in Dicathen was both moments and a lifetime ago, and I was unaccustomed to Arthur shrouding his thoughts and feelings so completely from me. Closing my eyes, I reached for his mind. I felt the barrier, then a question. I nudged into it and it gave way, molding itself around me, not breaking completely but making room for me. I saw myself through Arthur's eyes. My blonde hair spilled down over my shoulders. Black horns protruded from the hair, stabbing downward and out. My eyes were bright yellow, gem-like, set in a face that had grown slightly sharper, slightly older. I wore a black dress of fine, glossy scales that caught the purple light of this realm and reflected it back, making it look like my body blurred away into the void. I look older, I said, opening my eyes, just like you. But then I've waited a lifetime to return. What do you mean? Arthur asked. The worry in his face was also mingling into my own emotions, though distantly. Sylvie, what did you do back then? Where have you been? Time, I said, then shook my head, uncertain how much of what I remembered was reality. There will be time to tell you everything I know. I looked around again, growing more curious as the haze of my return faded. Where are we? If it has a name, I don't know it, Arthur said seriously. I've been thinking of it as the Ether Realm. The Jinn built their relictums within it. Knowledge of what those terms meant manifested from Arthur's thoughts as he spoke, but that only served to confuse me further. You have a lot to tell me too, it seems, I said with a shake of my head. As I spoke, I became aware of a discomfort in my lungs, like I was breathing under a heavy blanket. Sylve, there is no mana here, I realized with a sort of detached curiosity. I experienced this lack of mana as a burning that was slowly growing outward from my chest. It was not dangerous, not yet, but it was uncomfortable and further disoriented me. We should go, Arthur said, his worry growing sharper. This place isn't safe for Usuras. We can catch up in— No, I'm okay, I assured him, honing in on something that had jumped across the partially shielded connection between our minds. There is something else you want here, isn't there? Arthur rubbed the back of his neck, the sight of which conjured a warm glow in my chest. No, really, I don't want to keep you here any longer than necessary. I couldn't help but smile at his feeble attempt to lie. Your mental barrier has grown, crass Arthur. Blame him, he said, chagrined, gesturing to Regis. Whoa, hey, I'm just floating here, what I do? Reaching out, I touched the tips of my fingers to Arthur's chest. Your core, I said, piecing together tendrils of half-formed thought that drifted along our mental connection. You really have changed, haven't you? Little by little, Arthur opened his thoughts to me, showing me the truth of what had happened to him. The connection didn't overwhelm me like before since Arthur was still keeping a barrier between us, but it was enough that I could make sense of the memories that drifted through. His core broken, rebuilding it with ether. The trap pushing energy into him until his core cracked. Sylvie, I'm just glad to finally have you back. Nothing else matters. I don't even know if I can form another layer around my core, but that's a problem for another day. Right now, Arthur, everything is important when you balance the weight of worlds on your shoulders. I pushed down the ache in my chest, steeling myself to do whatever was necessary. You've worked so hard to bring me back, but now I am, and I'm not going anywhere. If staying in this place just a bit longer will help you stand up against my father and grandfather, then you have to do it. When Arthur's discomfort wasn't immediately soothed, I added, please, it will help me understand. A lot of what you've shown me feels so unreal. Whoa, that's a lot of conflicting emotions from both sides, Regis said, shaking like a wet dog. This is going to take some getting used to. Arthur regarded Regis for a moment, then closed his eyes and settled his mind. You were my priority in coming here, Sylve, but if I can take this opportunity to increase my power as well. No need to explain, I said mentally. He gave me an abashed smile and pulled me in for another quick hug. Thank you, Sylve. Sorry I haven't already said it, but I'm glad you're back. I shudder to think what you've been up to without me, I teased, reinforcing my own mental barrier so my thoughts didn't leak into Arthur's. I needed to be strong for him like I always had. I was his protector. Despite what this place made me feel, like I was warm water in a leaking bath, slowly cooling and draining away, this next step for Arthur felt essential. I had waited for him for a lifetime, I could wait a short while longer. Arthur closed his eyes and the ether began moving. I drifted back several feet, giving him space to focus. Regis left his side, swimming through the void until he was next to me. I could tell he was eager to say something, but he seemed to be building his courage. The shadow wolf both looked and felt unlike any creature I had ever seen, simultaneously alien and familiar, comfortable and antagonistic. As I looked at him, I noticed something else for the first time. Far below us, something like a dungeon was floating freely in the void. Thick, semi-transparent walls of earth and stone encased it, but I could see dark hallways inside. The relictums, Regis said, glancing downward. Sort of like home, I guess you could say I was born there, not there in particular, just you know. He was quiet for a moment, almost sheepish then. Hey, I just wanted to say no hard feelings, right? Like I'm not the Sylvie replacement or anything like that. He didn't, you know. Fill the void I left in his life by bonding with another talking, shape-shifting, ether-wielding being. Exactly, Regis answered uncertainly. I was born from the achlorite in his hand right after you disintegrated and stuff. No hard feelings, I answered with a small smile. I'm glad he had you, he can be. Well, it's hard to say what would have happened if he'd been alone, but it probably wouldn't have been good. I can hear you, you know, Arthur said, opening one eye to peek at us. Sorry to interrupt, but I need Regis. There is boundless ether here, but harnessing enough of it without the Jinn's artifact forcing it into me is going to be difficult. Regis rolled his eyes at me. Master calls. I giggled behind my hand as the shadow wolf form vanished, momentarily becoming a small horned wisp of energy before plunging into Arthur's chest. Arthur gave me a tired, yet gentle, smile before closing his eye again. I watched closely, trying to follow what was happening with limited success. The ether core itself was impossible not to be aware of, burning like a star beneath Arthur's sternum, but my senses weren't fully aligned yet. The strange void, the absence of mana within it, the overwhelming presence of the ether, all served to confuse sight, hearing, touch, and the finer senses of my mana core. It would require patience, I knew. My body and mind were still regenerating. Even in the brief glimpse of memory I'd received from Arthur, there was so much to come to terms with. Just as I had given of myself to save Arthur, he had turned around and poured himself into me to bring me back. It had been his care, protection, and love that had helped me hatch the first time as well, but even before that I had guided his spirit. I winced and rubbed my temples again. It was painful to think too hard about the paradox of his reincarnation and my own return to my egg. My spirit divided and scattered through time like fall leaves that in turn shelter and fertilize the new growth beneath them. A moan escaped me, and I had to bite my lip to keep from shouting in agony. Arthur, his eyes closed and his mind deep within his meditation, was oblivious, but his mere presence continued to be the mooring with which I tethered myself to reality. The dissonance between my soul and my body was growing, and without him I worried I would dissolve back into nothing. I squeezed my own eyes shut tight, so tight that strange colors and shapes bloomed behind my eyelids. My knees curled up into my chest and I wrapped my arms around them, contorting myself into a ball as I hoped for the pain to pass. Even time bends before fate, a voice like my own said in my head. You'll find that out soon enough. Sucking in a rattling breath, I felt consciousness receding from me, but what if one or both of us drifted apart, or some hidden threat sensed our weakness and attacked? I had to remain conscious. Growling, I clawed my way back to wakefulness, refusing to succumb. I couldn't not hear with Arthur so deeply within himself that he was nearly insensate, not now after just returning. I tried to calm my mind, but the storm raging inside my skull was only growing in strength, and it seemed to heighten the intensity of the pain spreading from my core. Images flashed before my eyes faster than I could comprehend, my whole life playing out in rapid succession, but the timeline was jumbled, the images being plucked from all over. I was training with my grandfather, Kezes Indrath, in Ephiatis. I was hunting in the beast glades while Arthur delved into dungeons as the masked adventurer note. I was losing the battle to the retainer Udo, a dozen of his black spikes already piercing my scales. Disembodied, I was watching Grey train to be king. Arthur and I were flying high, so high it was as if I could flick my tail and touch the stars, the world below us hidden by the clouds. We were both grinning, happy. I was pitting my dragonfire against Cadel's sulfur as my mother's will devoured Arthur from the inside out. I looked on, helpless, as Arthur mourned his father. The rawness of that memory shunted me back into the present. I was breathing heavily, but the pain in my skull was receding, and I began to uncurl, stiff and aching. The burning in my core had expanded through most of my body, like I was starving for oxygen, except it was mana that I needed. My eyes flickered open, blurry and unfocused, revealing Arthur's face only inches from my own. His hands were on my arms, gently trying to shake me into wakefulness. He was pale with fear. Zai. Sylvie, fine, I said, my voice a barely audible croak. I cleared it before continuing. I'm fine, Arthur, your core are you? Arthur's golden eyes searched mine. My core has cracked. I'm still attempting to contain it in a third layer with the ether Regis and I have gathered. It was a lot harder this time, I'm sorry, I didn't realize how long it had been. I shook my head and pulled away from him, trying and failing to maintain a stoic expression. I was shivering and fine bumps had appeared all over my exposed skin. I'm not sure how long it's been either, a few days maybe. He grimaced, but I felt a jolt of shared realization and he gave me a reassuring smile. Time moves faster here. Even if it's been a few days, it'll only have been a day or so in the real world. I'm sorry though, we shouldn't have stayed. I didn't think it would take so long. I'm almost finished. I was glad his eyes closed a second later because the shaking became more violent. I hugged my arms around myself, but it was no help. Instead, I tried to follow the final process of Arthur's creation of this third layer around his ether core, feeling the ether move within him, hardening as he shaped it. I was disoriented, my senses dull, but at some point the barrier between my mind and Arthur's had fallen, and I was able to trail along in the wake of his thoughts. The process had been taxing for him. It involved drawing in incredible amounts of ether, far more than his core could handle, and incrementally overfilling the organ until it began to rupture. Then, in a rush, the collected ether was used to seal and hold the core together, forming a hardened layer around it. This new layer could only be made by sealing it into the cracks created by the fracturing process, otherwise the ether would simply dissipate. I saw in Arthur's mind the moment the process was complete. We both opened our eyes at the same time. He immediately flew to me and took me by the hand. "Come on, let's get you out of here." We rapidly descended through the void until we reached the floating dungeon, Regis trailing along behind us. From the outside, I could partially see through the rock and earth as if it were incorporeal or translucent. But when Arthur released a condensed blast of ether, it proved very real. Stone shattered, flying in every direction as Arthur ripped a hole into the outer wall, opening the way into the dungeon. We flew into the gap against a rush of air, mana, and ether. My starving body instinctively reacted, absorbing whatever mana it could, but there wasn't enough to sustain me. Within the dungeon, we landed on a platform that occupied one end of a cavernous room. A single arched tunnel opened into it from the other side, across a pit at least 100 feet wide. Something massive and squirming moved within the pit. I could feel it reaching for us. But Arthur paid the dungeon, the pit, and the monster no mind. He was facing the portal and a metallic sphere had appeared in his hand. It came apart at a touch. "Hang in there, Sylv. We'll be out of here in just a minute." He used the device to change where the portal would take us. "It occurs to me that we're going to have quite a bit of explaining to do when we get back to Mordain," Regis said, his voice strange in my thoughts. "Minus an Aldir but plus a Sylvie. Hopefully the phoenixes don't start to molt at the sight of a dragon." "Mordain, the lost prince?" I asked, confused. "I learned a little about him in Ephiodus." "He's alive? Well, he was when we left him," Regis answered with a shrug before melting back into Arthur's body. "Been caged up in the beast glades, hiding from Grandpa Kezes for who knows how long, apparently." The portal shifted, showing the ghostly image of an overgrown cave on the other side. A large man occupied the room. He appeared to be going through the motions of some training form, but I saw him for only a moment before Arthur took my hand and pulled me through the portal with him. I gasped. My body reacted viscerally to the sudden presence of so much mana, and I instinctively began gorging on it, my core hungrily demanding it faster than my veins could even draw it in. A booming voice let out an ear-splitting "ha," and I struggled to look more closely at the man. No, not a man in Usura, or at least part Usura. He had a powerful frame with broad shoulders and a deep chest. Like his body, his face was broad, but there was a hint of youthful softness to it as well. His hair marked him as a phoenix, but I'd never seen a being with stranger eyes, one the orange of hot iron, the other a cool sky blue. "I knew you'd return," he said, his voice still far too loud. He slapped Arthur on the shoulder, and somehow my bond wasn't sent careening into the wall. "Despite your fragile appearance and frigid demeanor, there is an inferno in your heart that burns hot as any phoenix fire, and I knew you would not turn away from the battle ahead." "It took longer than expected," Arthur admitted. He was uncharacteristically uncomfortable. "And Aldir will not be returning." The half-phoenix Chull I heard in Arthur's thoughts looked somber. "Ah, so you engaged him in glorious combat for what he did to your elven lands. It must have been quite the battle to have lasted 2 months." Arthur froze. "What do you mean 2 months?" Chull gestured to the wall, where dozens of marks had been scored into the stone. "I have trained here every day since you left, awaiting your return so that we can take the fight to Agrona, 1 slash for each day." He beamed proudly at Arthur. "I'm ready to journey with you, Arthur Leywin," but Arthur wasn't listening. The color had drained from his face, and his thoughts were racing faster than I could keep up as he considered his family, Dicathen, the army of disarmed Alacrians in the Beast Glades, the war. Regis congealed into being, rising up from Arthur's shadow. His brows rose as the flames of his mane dimmed. "Well, that's a little longer than we expected." Chapter 432 Overdue, Arthur Leywin. "That's not possible." I stared at the marks on the wall. Chull was wrong, he had to be. I couldn't accept that I'd been gone for so long, it felt like mere hours. Chull shrugged nonchalantly, then lifted one muscular arm over his head to stretch. "Must be because it has been. But what's happening with the war?" I demanded, getting in the half-Asuran warrior's face. "Has Agrona," Chull grunted and turned away. "You better talk to Mordain, come now." "I'll show you." Grinding my teeth, I followed. Sylvie and Regis fell into step behind me, each transmitting a different intensity of confusion and discomfort. "Too soon to start trying to guess what in the abyss happened?" Regis asked in my mind. "Yes," I shot back irritably. I felt the passage of time only as a growing ache in my blood and bones as my mana was exhausted, Sylvie thought. "I want to say it couldn't have been months. I should have withered away from dehydration in a much shorter time than that, but—" "You were pretty out of it when we checked on you," Regis answered her. "Is it possible you were like in stasis or something?" "My mind was—" Sylvie paused, struggling for the words. "I believe that I was still regenerating from the use of the egg-stone thing." My flesh and blood brain struggled to meld with the paradoxical memories of what I experienced between my death and return. It is possible that the mana and ether infused within the egg to resurrect me might have also sustained me in that place, but really I have no idea. Cool, 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 Regis thought. Is it just me or is Chull poorly trying to hide something? Enough, I snapped, the flow of mental chatter threatening to unravel my last frayed nerve. Please just, enough. A hint of the sting they both felt at my reproach leaked through our mental connection, and I quickly put up my mental barrier to block them out. My own thoughts were a low, meaningless buzz of noise. I simply stared at Chull's back and followed him through the dungeon-turned sanctuary of the rebel Usura's home. You are different, Chull said, seemingly out of the blue. Your energy, you seem stronger than you were. Your presence is like a forearm against my throat. I frowned at his back, in no mood to make small talk. In the rush to get Sylvie out of the void only to discover our long absence, I hadn't had even an instant to turn my focus inward toward my core, yet again empowered by the formation of a third layer of ether around the remains of my original mana core. Chull seemed to take the hint from my silence. He asked no more questions, and the hearth passed by unnoticed until the rich smell of the alien plants made me aware of my senses once again. A dozen or so Usura were inside the grove, milling about beneath the reaching limbs of the charwood trees. Our arrival caused a stir. From the expressions of shock, dismay, and even outrage that were directed towards Sylvie, it was clear that these refugee Usuras of the Phoenix race didn't appreciate having a dragon in their midst. Called it, Regis thought, apparently unable to help himself. It seemed strange to me that their reaction was so strong. They'd been living in the hearth for hundreds of years, safe from Kezess's machinations. Sylvie was no threat to them. But I only had a few seconds to consider it, because my attention caught immediately on Mordain. The tall phoenix was pacing slowly between the trunks of two charwood trees, his hands behind his back, his golden robes just brushing the grass. I maneuvered around Chull, quickening my pace. Some of the other phoenixes started to leave. The ones who stayed were tense and watchful. I had no doubt that if I were hostile with Mordain in any way they would leap to his defense unquestioningly. Sensing my approach, Mordain turned, his brows knitting together, his lips pressed flat. Arthur Leywin, you have returned to us at last. I need to know what's going on out there, I said, not caring if I was being rude. Chull says it's been 2 months. If that's true, is Dicathen safe? Has Agrona attacked again? Mordain held up his hand in a sign of peace, then gestured to a nearby bench. There is much to tell you. Perhaps if we know, I cut in, my sharp voice ringing uncomfortably in the quiet grove. Just tell me. Mordain regarded me with unaffected, almost casual grace. Then with a small smile, he nodded again to the bench and made his way in that direction. Arthur, perhaps it would be faster to stop arguing than to keep making demands, Sylvie suggested. I closed my eyes and forced in a deep breath, letting the air fill me. When I let the breath go, I pictured it taking some of my panicked anger with it. When that didn't help, I marched to the bench and sat down stiffly next to Mordain. Agrona has not attacked Dicathen again, Mordain said immediately. He crossed his legs and shifted into a more comfortable position on the bench before continuing. In part because he is still occupied managing the affairs of Alacria. Also, though, because of the dragons. My entire body tensed. What do you mean? Mordain's fingers drummed on the back of the bench. It was only once, then the noise and motion stopped, but it was enough to give away his agitation. Less than a week after you and Aldir went through the portal, a rift opened in the sky above the Beast Glades. Not far from here, in fact. Dragons began pouring out. I jumped to my feet. Kezess, the dragons, are they? They spread across the continent rapidly. Your people, it seems, have welcomed them with open arms. Dragons patrol the coastlines and sky, but also have installed themselves in your largest cities. Advisors and protectors, or so they are claiming. The painful hammering of my heart began to ease somewhat. They haven't attacked anyone, Mordain shook his head, then waved for me to be seated again. It seems Kezess has followed through with his promise to help you safeguard your continent. Although, he trailed off, not finishing his thought, but his blazing eyes stayed on mine. I eased myself back down. Dragons in every major city. You think they are as much a threat as protection? The devious ingenuity of Kezess's ploy came clear as I considered it. The threat of direct violence never needed to be more than implied as a possibility, but this occupation also allowed him to weaponize the safety of Dicathen indirectly by threatening to remove his forces. What leader, king, counselor, or lance could convince the people that they would be safer without the dragons present? Do even I have that kind of political capital? I wondered. Mordain's countenance had turned grim. Kezess is ancient, and he has played this game many times before in Ephiatis, with much greater stakes than now, or at least that is the case so far as he is concerned. I scanned the grove. Regis and Sylvie were standing nearby, watching the conversation play out. Sylvie wore a thoughtful frown, and I could tell she was thinking about her time training in Ephiatis. Regis, on the other hand, was unconcerned with the appearance of the dragons. When he felt me probe his mind, he cocked his head slightly and met my eye. The whole point of siding with the almighty psychopath was to buy time, right? Deal with our laundry list of daitific assholes one at a time. This lets us do that. The dragons in Dicathen aren't going to move against us or the people while your agreement with Kezes stands. Do you have any news of my family? I asked, unable to hide the guilt I felt at having left them for months without a word. Mordain gave me a sad smile and shook his head slightly. While the dragons may be your allies, they are very firmly still my enemies, at least for so long as Kezes rules them. It has been difficult to learn even the little I have of what is happening outside the hearth. Biting back a sigh, I stood again. I'm afraid I need to leave immediately then. I've been away for far too long already. Mordain stayed where he was, looking up at me from the bench. Perhaps the urgency is not as great as you believe. If you'll take my counsel, I would suggest preparing yourself more fully before you rush into the dragon's mouth, so to speak. Listen, it's not like little Ellie is likely to be hanging by her toes over the caldera of an active volcano, and rushing back to Vildoriel right now will be the only thing to save her, right? Regis asked with all of his usual charm and tact. We should probably, figure out what the hell is happening first. While I don't necessarily agree with the delivery, Sylvie added, shooting Regis an exasperated look. Regis is right. If the dragons are in control of Dicathen, that makes it very dangerous for all of us. I didn't find their arguments convincing, but I knew there was another way to ensure that my family was safe. Returning to my seat, I withdrew the seeing artifact. Excuse me one moment, Mordain, I want to hear you out, but I need to be sure. Gripping the milky white crystal, I imbued it with ether. My vision shifted, focusing on the crystal's surface as tendrils of ether met my own. As I'd done many times before, I thought of Ellie, and my senses were drawn through the artifact and across the miles separating us. When the rush of movement stopped, I was looking down on her from above. She was lounging in a wooden chair, her leg kicked up over the arm, and she wore a look of intense boredom. I recognized Gideon's lab around her, and when I thought of the old inventor, the perspective shifted slightly, revealing both Gideon and Emily. They were talking, asking Ellie questions. They didn't appear to be in any danger. I watched for another minute, but nothing changed. Emily or Gideon would say something I couldn't hear, then Ellie would offer a mute response. With enough effort, I could have read their lips, but it was enough just to know that Ellie was safe. Seeing her so relaxed, bored, even made me confident that my mother would be fine as well. Withdrawing from the artifact, I returned it to my dimension rune. Thank you for your patience, I told Mordain, who had let his gaze wander while I'd focused on the distant vision offered by the artifact. Where's Aldir? I looked up to realize that Renkine had appeared while I was focused on the crystal. I paused, my gaze sweeping over all the Usras listening in. Aldir had been right. His death was capital. I could spend both with the people of Dicathen and Kezes. Now, with the dragons present in Dicathen, I needed every advantage I could get. From my dimension rune, I withdrew the silver rapier Aldir had called Silverlight, regarding Ren firmly but solemnly. His crimes against Dicathen couldn't go unpunished. Both Mordain and Ren stared at the blade, momentarily frozen. You ignorant lesser, the Titan spat, throwing his arms up and glaring at me. Aldir wasn't your enemy. You have no idea what he gave up to leave Ephiodus. If you think Kezes will reward you for doing his dirty work, you're a bigger fool than I ever realized. Had I known that training you would lead us to this, I'd have let you twiddle your damned thumbs on that crater. More than anything else, Ren said, this last part stung. Silverlight vanished again, and I straightened to my full height. Millions of elven voices will never ring through the forests of their forefathers again, because Aldir destroyed both the voices and the forests. If you think that Aldir died simply so I can get a pat on the back from Kezes, then you Usuras are even more ignorant than us so-called lessers. Ren's glare could have shattered granite. So you can forgive the tyrant who ordered such an atrocity, but not the soldier forced to carry it out. You truly were once a king, weren't you? Don't mistake necessity for forgiveness, I answered, the words as hard and cold as a knife's edge. Ren let out a derisive snort, but if he had anything else to say, he kept it to himself. Mordain cleared his throat. It isn't my place to pass judgment on what has been done. Ephiodus will mourn the passing of a great warrior, but it may also be that your people will celebrate his death as justice. What's done is done. His gaze shifted to Sylvie. It seems that you were successful in your purpose. Thanks to Aldir, I thought, acknowledging his sacrifice quietly even if I could not voice it aloud. Sylvie took a step forward and bobbed her head in a shallow bow. Lord Mordain of the Asclepius clan, thank you for assisting my bond. Mordain's brows inched up, his expression as he regarded her difficult to parse. Lady Sylvie of Clan Indrath, your heritage is known to me. Half-dragon, half-basilisk, raised by a human, an alchemy of contradictions. Where I wonder does your loyalty lie? Sylvie raised her chin and I felt the inner fire of her resolve swell. With Arthur as it always has. Dicathen is my home, its people my people. Its enemies, she held the ancient phoenix's eye, every syllable honed to a fine point, my enemies. Mordain hummed thoughtfully. And yet you'll always be pulled in not two but three different directions. Both factions of Usura will attempt to use and manipulate you for their own gain. Arthur already walks along danger's edge in his dealings with your grandfather. Your return will complicate that further. I moved to stand beside my bond, resting a hand on her shoulder. Regis stalked forward, standing on my other side. Your words of caution are beginning to sound more like threats. I would not dream of it. You do not seem like a man who would be easily ensnared, but against such a force as Agrona, no one is immune to temptation, Mordain said. His gaze seemed to pierce my mind and conjure up the memory of how I had begged Agrona to accept his deal. My family's safety in exchange for my own agreement to stop fighting in the war. My demeanor grew frigid as I stared back. I've gone through failures and I've grown, but unlike those who would instead choose to keep their heads buried in the ground, I continue to fight. Mordain waved a hand, dismissing our argument with a sagely chuckle. I won't presume to tell you all what to do. The fate of this world lies in your hands, not mine. But I know Lord Indrath well and Agrona too, and both will see Lady Sivli's return as an opportunity to hurt the other, whether they use her as a weapon or a shield. You mustn't let them do either. We won't, I said, squeezing Sylvie's shoulder before letting my hand drop. Good, Chull's voice boomed like a cannon, making several nearby phoenixes flinch. Time to go then, facing the Half-Usura, I gave him an apologetic smile. I'm afraid the presence of the dragons makes it dangerous for you to accompany us. I already thought of that, didn't we? Ren said, his words barbed. I developed an artifact that will hide Chull's unique mana signature so that he presents as just another dim-witted human. So quickly? I asked. Renkind snorted, quickly. It's been 2 months, boy. Chull puffed out his chest and held up a nondescript metal bracer forged of dull metal. While I strive to be the spear that drives into our foes, I will don the mask of obscurity for now. Activating Realmheart, I examined him more closely. His mana signature was powerful but did not stand out as being inhuman. You couldn't have fixed his eyes, too. Chull crossed his arms and glared at everyone and everything. My eyes are not broken, it'll have to be enough then. I held out a hand to Mordain. He stood and took it, shaking it firmly. You won't make it far without drawing the attention of Dicathen's new guardians. There is a secondary exit that will take you quite a distance from the hearth before going above ground. I will show you the way. As we walk, I can tell you what little I know about the dragon presence on your continent. Farewell then, I told Ren, offering him my hand as well. I understand your feelings and won't hold your anger against you, but I'd prefer to part on good terms. Part? He asked, looking at me incredulously. I'm coming with you. I didn't tag along with Aldir just to hide. His gaze jumped to Mordain. No offense, Mordain gave him a soft smile. Come this way, it is a couple hours walk through rarely used tunnels. As we approached the end of the long, roughly dug tunnel, thick tree roots began overtaking the ceiling and walls. A sort of den had been carved out of the roots, with many other tunnels converging into it. Where the tree should have been above us, instead only a hollowed-out stump remained. The rock and remaining wood had been scored black. A phoenix worm used to nest here, but it disappeared several years ago, Mordain commented, standing beneath the opening. I can sense dragons even from here. You could attempt to hide your mana signatures, but I doubt you could sneak all the way from here to Darv. Sneaking is for weaklings and for those who have things to hide, Chull said, his voice so deep it shook dust loose from between the roots spreading out above us. You're what we need to hide, smart one, Regis said with a snort. Ren rolled his eyes and Chull scratched the back of his head with an embarrassed frown. These are Kezess's soldiers, supposedly they are my allies, I said. Trying to hide from them could generate even more suspicion than my sudden reappearance after 2 months is already going to. How you proceed is up to you, of course, Mordain acknowledged, nodding. He took Chull's hand in his own fist and held it against his heart. Do not let your passions fly away with you. If you truly wish to find justice for your mother, it will take time and patience. Let your new companions guide you in this. Let them protect me from my own worst impulses, you mean, Chull said seriously. I understand. Farewell then, it is my hope that you'll return to us when all this is over. To me, he added, I'm trusting you to watch over one of my own, Arthur Leywin. It is not a duty or trust that I place on you lightly. Goodbye, Mordain, I said, then leapt through the burned-out stump to land on the forest floor above. The others flew out behind me. Suppress your mana signatures, I said, then began marching away through the thick underbrush. We were surrounded by huge, leafy trees like guard towers that blotted out the mid-morning sky. I kept Realmheart active, sensing for the mana signatures of the dangerous mana beasts that inhabited the deepest parts of the beast glades. There was no mana beast on either continent that would pose a threat to this group, but I didn't want the delay or distraction of having to dispatch the kinds of mana beasts we were likely to encounter. At this rate, the war will be over before we get anywhere, Chull grumbled after 20 minutes or so. Are you going to walk the whole way? No, I answered quietly. This should be far enough. Like the others, I had been holding back the etheric aura that always radiated out from me, effectively masking myself from the ether-sensing dragons. I unclenched like a fist releasing and my ether signature radiated outward like a beacon. I actively pushed, wanting to make sure it was sensed. Ren and Chul couldn't sense ether, but they could feel the pressure. What are you up to? Ren asked, eyeing me uncertainly. A roar rent the air like a thunderclap. Tree limbs snapped and heavy clawed feet crushed and scraped at the forest floor. The ground shook with each footfall. Chul grinned and stepped confidently out in front of the others. A colossal weapon appeared in his fist, little more than a roughly shaped iron sphere at the end of a long haft. Cracks in the sphere let out orange light as if the core was molten. The head itself was as wide as my shoulders. It must have weighed a ton, but he held it effortlessly. A towering bipedal horror barreled into sight, its massive, elongated jaws wide, three beady eyes on each side of its flat skull dilated with the thrill of the hunt. It reminded me of an earth alligator standing on its back legs, except its arms were thick with corded muscle and ended in razor-sharp claws, and it stood over 20 feet tall. With a gleeful battle cry, Chul launched himself at it, bringing the weapon down on its head. The S-class beast's natural protective mana barrier shattered beneath the force of the blow, and bright orange flames sputtered out from the cracks in the weapon's head as it crushed the thick, leathery hide, rock-hard bone, and meaty flesh to pulp. Chul landed with surprising grace for one so large. The mana beast's corpse struck the ground much more forcefully, sending a shockwave through the forest. A handful of similarly powerful mana signatures that had been converging on our position halted, then slowly dispersed. Ah, to feel the blistering heat of battle flowing like honey wine in my veins, Chul said, drawing in a deep breath. Too bad this Venator was so young. Had it been fully mature, our battle might have been one worth recounting. They're coming, Sylvie said, her eyes on the single patch of bare sky we could see through the dense tree limbs and foliage. Let's meet them on more even ground, Ren said, combing dirt-smudged fingers through his tangled mass of hair. With a wave of his hand, Earth attribute mana began to coalesce, drawn up from the ground to harden into solid stone. Within seconds, a ship molded to look like a sailing vessel hovered between the boughs of the huge trees. It was conjured out of stone, but the textures were so finely manifested that it was almost indistinguishable from wood and cloth. Sylvie slipped her arm around me and floated up over the ship's railing, setting us down on the deck. The others followed, and the ship began rising up through the branches. Regis took a deep breath and let it out happily. This is great. I've always wanted to be a pirate. An eye patch would really enhance my general roguish aesthetic, don't you think? What is a pirate? Chul asked, his blunt features pinched in confusion. Resting my hands on the railing, I looked west toward the distant Grand Mountains. The vast desert of Darv lay on the other side, and hidden beneath it was my family and all those who were relying on me. Already, though, I could feel the distant but oppressive waves of the king's force radiating from multiple dragons. Get the ship moving, but slowly like we're searching for something, I told Ren. The ship began to drift over the tops of the trees, moving generally westward. We should have some kind of signal if you wish us to attack, Chul said seriously, staring in the direction of the closest mana signature. Perhaps if you shout attack. Noted, I said, my focus on the distant dragons. Sylvie stepped up beside me. There was a rigidity to her posture I wasn't accustomed to. You okay? I asked in her mind. Just thinking about what Mordain said. These dragons will know what I am by sight, even if they don't know who I am. I can't even begin to foresee all the... Sylvie winced, her eyes clenching shut. She turned her face away, and the mental connection between us cut off as she shielded herself. Sylv, what's... She shook her head, and her eyes fluttered back open. Nothing. Just some kind of aftershock from the resurrection. She stared straight ahead in the direction where two of the mana signatures were emanating from. Uncertain how to comfort her, I kept my own gaze straight ahead as well. One signature, coming from the north, became a tiny dot on the horizon. The second was slightly farther, flying from the mountains to the northwest. The third approached from the coast to the southwest. The first to arrive was a large emerald-scaled dragon, half the size of our ship. When he was 100 feet away, he turned so he was flying alongside us, his bright yellow eyes scanning the deck. They stopped on Sylvie, first squinting as if unsure he could trust his own eyes, then going wide. The second, slightly larger than the first, with pearlescent white scales that glinted in the sunlight, circled around to fly above and behind us, her huge bulk eclipsing the sun and plunging the deck into shadow. The third was a lithe creature with dark crimson scales that seemed to drink the sunlight, not gleaming or shining even as his wings beat. His face, with jaws large enough to swallow even Chul whole, was covered in battle scars, and there was a tattered rip in the edge of his right wing. He banked sharply along our port side so that the dragons had us flanked. The green dragon spoke, mana radiating through the words to carry them easily across the noise and distance. Arthur Leywin. We have not met, but I recognize you by description. Lord Indrath will be pleased to know you are alive. There has been concern at your long absence. Where have you been? The red dragon growled, tipping his wings to drift closer to the ship, his large ochre eyes probing each of us in turn, ending with Sylvie. What are a dragon, a titan, and a couple of humans doing this deep in the beast glades? This is hardly the reception I think my grandfather would have expected for me upon my return. Sylvie tilted her head, managing to look both irritated and apathetic at the same time as she looked down her nose at the red dragon. In contrast to her outward poise, I felt a squirming discomfort bleed through our connection as she invoked Kezes in our defense. You should be careful who you mark with that malevolent gaze. The red's eyes widened and he pulled back. Lady Sylvie and Drath, the three dragons exchanged disbelieving looks. It was the white who spoke, her voice tight with emotion. Lady, you must come with me immediately. I will lead you to the rift connecting this world with Ephiatus. Lord Indrath, stop, Sylvie said, her voice ringing with command. My duties lie here in Dicathen for the moment. If you wish to inform Lord Indrath, feel free, but I will not be accompanying you. The dragon winced at her words, wounded and fearful. Lady, Lord Indrath would wish. Sylvie released a tangible wave of mana to project her displeasure, cutting the white dragon's words short once more. Neria of Clan Mayasthal will obey, the dragon uttered quickly before turning to the other two. Escort Lady Sylvie to her destination. Wheeling away, the white dragon flew at speed to the east, deeper into the beast glades. Only then did I sense the subtle movement of mana from that direction, like a light breeze was blowing it westward over the beast glades. What is that? I asked Ren, who had so far looked on in silence and not addressed the dragons directly. Lord Indrath has opened the way between the words, he said softly. Ephiatus lies bare to the wider universe. You two give us some space, Sylvie ordered the green and red dragon. You are not escorting prisoners. The green nodded respectfully before banking away, flying a few hundred feet to our starboard. The red hesitated, inspecting her closely, then his gaze went to me and his face hardened. Much more slowly than his counterpart, he drifted away. Our ship picked up speed and corrected course, so we were flying straight toward the Grand Mountains. In the distance, more dragons became obvious, flying over the mountains and the border between the Beast Glades and the Elenwar Wastes. A shield of wings, fire, and claws. A shield, or a prison, Regis sent back with a smirk. Let's see which it is. Chapter 433, Respect and Regards. The droning of the mana-powered skyship shooting through the air provided a calming ambient static as I sat down at the foot of the ship cabin's bed where Sylvie was lying down. Outside, the pressure emanating from the two remaining dragons was a constant reminder of their presence. The third had left after a brief conversation with the others, and I could only assume she was reporting either to Winsome or directly to Kezes himself. You don't need to worry about me, Sylvie said, shifting as she tried and failed to get comfortable on the stone bed. I just need more time to recover from being brought back. These waves of fatigue and discomfort, I'm sure they'll pass. My body and mind need to recover and process, that's all. Sylvie, I started then trailed off, not sure how to ask what I needed to. I keep seeing things, flashes of memory from our linked minds of my life, Gray's life. But what I see doesn't make sense because they're not my memories, even though they're things that happened to me. How? I thought I'd come to terms with the whole reincarnation thing years ago. But every time I learned some new piece of information about how I came to this world, it further complicated my understanding. I don't think I can explain with words, Sylvie said, propping herself up on her elbows. But I can let you in. I'm already struggling to hold on to those memories. Only a part of me was there, pulled through time and space by the collapsing portal you'd ripped in our universe, while the rest of me followed you to the relictums and became that. Stone Egg, I didn't want to cause her unnecessary strain, but the desire to understand what was happening overpowered my fear and even my empathy. If you think you're strong enough. My bond smiled, closed her eyes, and laid back. Open your mind to me fully. I did as she requested. I was reliving those last moments all over again, watching as she sacrificed herself for me through her own eyes, and then the diffused energy of her being was pulled apart. The memories were cloudy and distorted, but I recognized my own previous life playing out in front of me, seeing it from Sylvie's perspective, who stayed by my side through it all right up until. It was difficult to understand. Nico thought the spell went wrong, that Agrona had miscalculated, bringing me to the wrong place at the wrong time, but it was you interrupted his spell, you made me a Leywin. I stood, rubbing my hands over my face as I struggled to make sense of what I'd seen. But of the dozens of questions I had, one in particular thrust itself forward, and I asked it almost without intending to. The infant, did I kill him when I took the body, Alice's? Son, Sylvie's arms were wrapped around her torso and she was shivering slightly. The mental link between us closed off and she curled in on herself, wrapping her arms around her knees. No, Arthur, there was no other soul there, the body. I think you were fated to have it. I moved to sit next to her and rubbed her arm to warm her. From the memory, it hadn't been clear, and I wasn't sure if Sylvie could really know that, but I didn't press her further. Thank you for showing me the memories. She nodded, her thin frame trembling even harder. Withdrawing a blanket from the gear stashed in my dimension rune, I laid it over her, and she was asleep in moments. Uncertain what else to do, I returned to the foot of the bed. That's a whole lot to process, Regis sent from the deck of the ship, where he was keeping an eye on our dragon escorts with Chul. My mother had once, not so long ago, struggled with the question of whether or not I was truly her son. It had never been a question to me before, but now, knowing that it had been Sylvie who placed me inside that particular baby, I couldn't help but wonder what it meant for my relationship with my family. The question I had asked Sylvie was only one of many stuck in my brain like a pebble lodged in a horseshoe. More answers seemed necessary to understand why my life had become what it was. How could Sylvie have known what baby to bring my soul to? Knowing that no amount of self-reflection would bring answers to the questions I had, I did my best not to think about them. Instead, I withdrew the keystone I'd received from the last ruin. So much had happened in such a short amount of time, discounting the fact that nearly 2 months had passed in the blink of an eye, of course, that I hadn't been able to give the keystone more than a passing thought since returning from the relictums with it. Sitting with my legs crossed, I rested the small cube in my lap, considering its dark, matte surface. Both the previous keystones, which had helped me gain insight into Aroa's Requiem and Realmheart respectively, had provided difficult, prolonged puzzles for me to solve. Although my mind was unsettled, I felt a thrill as I prepared to imbue the cubied relic with ether. My excitement soured only moments later as I mentally withdrew from the keystone. I stared down at it stricken, then attempted to imbue it with ether a second time. My consciousness was pulled into it the same as the other keystones, then, nothing. I simply came back to myself. I couldn't reach the keystone's inner realm at all. Activating Realmheart, I stared at the stone cube. Both mana and ether clung to it, but that fact alone didn't reveal anything about the keystone's inner workings or suggest what I needed to do to operate it. Not willing to give up immediately, but incredibly frustrated that I'd met with failure so quickly, I continued attempting to interact with the keystone, pushing more and then less ether into it, shaping the ether in specific ways and using ether to manipulate the mana as well, but nothing I tried allowed me to progress into the inner realm where I would hopefully gain insight into a new god rune. Feeling defeated, I finally put the relic away when Regis informed me that we'd crossed the mountains and were now flying over the desert. Joining the others on the deck, I watched the sand dunes and rocky crags speed by below us. Chul had his weapon out and was slowly moving through a series of choreographed combat techniques. His eyes were closed, but he must have felt me watching him because he said, "I would have preferred to spar with you, but Ren rightly worried that the force of our clash might shatter his conjured construct." "There will be real enemies to fight soon enough," I said absently. Chul guffawed, "I do not plan to fight Agrona's forces, my brother, in vengeance. I will break them." I shook my head, a tentative smile creeping across my face. Some of my tension eased, and I fell into idle conversation with Regis and Chul. All too soon, though, our destination approached, and what waited for us clawed its way back into my thoughts. I pointed out a crack in the ground to Ren, one of the many surface entrances to the dwarven tunnels surrounding Vildoriel, and we began descending toward the sand. Sylvie was already up when I went to retrieve her, and within a couple minutes we were standing on the baking stone at the edge of the small ravine. Both dragons landed as well, transforming into their humanoid forms. The green dragon became a tall, blonde man in dark armor that shimmered emerald when the light caught it at a certain angle. The red's humanoid form was shorter and more wiry. His jet-black hair and robes contrasted sharply against his pale skin, but his ochre eyes and scowl were the same. "Come, Guardian Vajrecker will be waiting for you," the blonde Usura said stiffly. He took the lead down into the ravine while his counterpart moved to the rear of our group. Renkind dismissed the ship, allowing it to dissolve and flow as sand, then followed close on the first dragon's heels. "Ah, if only we could stand beneath the sun's warming gaze for a while longer before delving back under the ground," Chul said, his eyes closed and face turned to the sun. He was smiling broadly. I said nothing, too tense to make conversation. Inside the tunnel entrance, which was hidden within the shadows of the ravine, we were greeted by a cadre of guards. The dwarves bowed to the dragons, hardly even taking stock of who accompanied them, and let us through without issue. We passed through several more barricades on the route to Vildoriel. After the third such obstruction, where the dragon offered a quick call in response to the guards before they allowed us through, I brought it up to our guide. "The Guardian has done much to increase the security of this city," he explained as we continued to march quickly. Several of the old tunnels were collapsed and many additional guard posts erected, along with a password system to ensure Alalcrian sympathizers and spies aren't able to move freely within Darv. I didn't miss the tone of accusation, as if the fact that these things hadn't been done before explained why the dragons were needed so badly. The final gate into Vildoriel was already open when we arrived, and a small crowd was waiting for us on the other side. I saw Ellie and Mom before anyone else. Rushing past the troop of soldiers, counselors, and lords, I let my mother pull me into a tender hug. "I'm sorry," I said quietly, I'll explain everything, but I didn't intend to be gone so long and without sending a message. For me, it's only been a few days. My mother gave me a smile that I thought was somewhat stiff. It's okay, Arthur, you don't have to, jerk, Ellie snapped, punching me hard in the arm. I can't believe you, Sylvie. Ellie's anger melted away as she made the realization. She slipped around me and jumped on my bond, wrapping her arms around Sylvie and squeezing fiercely, tears already spilling down her cheeks. You're alive, she squealed, her throat constricted by the sobs racking her. Sylvie patted Ellie's back. I am, though perhaps not for long if you continue to crush the breath from my body. Sylvie beamed at me over Ellie's shoulder, leaning her head against my sister's. A strong sensation of being home washed over me, doubled in potency as I experienced my own emotions and Sylvie's simultaneously. The moment was then immediately interrupted when Daglan Silvershale, the lord of one of the most powerful dwarven clans, interposed himself between me and my family. Excuse me, General Arthur, but I, along with these other fine lords, have been sent to greet you on behalf of Guardian Vadracker. Somewhat belatedly, he bowed to the two dragons escorting us, looking nervous, then continued. He awaits you in. I missed whatever else Daglan was saying as my attention settled on Vere, who had also been waiting with the group of dwarves and my family. It had been a while since I'd seen the other human lance, who'd spent time helping to clear the cities of Sapin of several Alacrian holdouts. Although her white hair was now short, she hardly seemed to have changed at all since I first met her at Xyrus Academy years ago. She was watching me intently, her gaze an icy ray that conjured goosebumps on my arms. What's wrong? I asked, stepping around the still-speaking Daglan, who sputtered with indignation. Vere gave me a shallow nod of greeting. Welcome back. It was an unfortunate time for you to disappear. There was a note of reproach in her voice, but it was shrouded beneath the frost of her icy stoicism. Tell me about it. I glanced meaningfully back at the dwarven lords, all of whom were giving me disapproving glares. I noticed that Carnelian Earthborn, Micah's father, wasn't among them. There is a situation I thought you would want to be apprised of immediately, she continued. Daglan cleared his throat. Perhaps we should allow Guardian Vadger, Lord Silvershale, Vere cut in. Neither the dragons nor your Council of Lords have the authority to command the lances. Daglan's fists clenched and face flushed. He turned his back on us and began an urgently whispered conversation with the other dwarven lords present. The dark-haired Usra stepped forward, giving Vere a withering glare. Arthur Leywin is being escorted directly to Vadracker. You have no business interrupting us, Lance. He grabbed me by the upper arm and attempted to drag me along after him. I planted my feet, causing the dragon to be pulled back mid-step. He tugged once more, but I stood unmoving, ether and anger simmering under my skin, controlled but ever-present. My head turned as I regarded the dragon with a gaze that made him freeze. Did we not make it clear earlier? The dark-haired Usra's eyes narrowed. We are not escorting prisoners, the blonde Usra interjected, prying his comrade's hand off of my shoulder. But it is important that it appears that there are more pressing issues that require my attention, I said formally, giving them a cold, courtly smile. Inform him of my arrival if you wish. The two dragons exchanged an uncertain look, then Ren stepped in. I'll accompany you in Arthur's stead. Out of the side of his mouth, he added, and try to keep this all from blowing up in our faces. After a moment's hesitation, the blonde Usra turned and began to march quickly away. His dark-haired companion lingered a moment, his suspicious gaze shifting between Ren and me, then spun and followed. Ren let out a deep sigh and trailed behind them. Vere's dark brown eyes lingered on the Usras before returning to me. Before you left, an Alacrian woman arrived in the city via some kind of teleportation artifact. She claimed to know you. I'm told that teleportation artifact. The memory of my rushed departure from Vildoriel crashed into me like a thunderbolt. Daglan had said something about the Alacrian, and I had assumed he was talking about Lyra Drade. This Alacrian, what color is her hair? Brows rising ever so slightly, Vere answered, blue. I bit back a curse. Take me to her. Daglan, having watched this exchange from the side, looked stricken. But Generals Arthur, Vere, you really must. Feel free to return to the palace, Lord Silvershale. Your job here is complete, Vere said frigidly. The dwarves responded with a collective harumph before marching away, allowing me to finally turn my attention back to my family. Ellie was standing at Sylvie's side, both arms around her waist and head on her shoulder. So we're all going to rescue Kara? Awesome, let's go. She started to pull away from Sylvie. Confusion at how Ellie knew who Kara was quickly turned to worry at the thought of my family present if there was a confrontation with an irritated dragon. My mouth opened to hurriedly form an excuse when my bond cut in. Eleanor, it sounds like things might get busy. I'd like to spend some time with you and Alice before we have to rush off again. Can you show me where you live? Ellie glanced between Sylvie and the upper levels of the city, looking torn. I've no interest in helping you serve Alacrians, only to face them in combat. Chull glared at me as if I'd offended him simply by knowing an Alacrian. I will explore this dwarven city for a time. No, you need to stay with, and he's gone, Regis said, watching Chul march quickly away, heading down toward the lower levels and drawing stares from everyone he passed. I'm sure he'll be fine, Sylvie said, unable to keep her voice from rising into a question at the end of her statement. Careless as always, Regis immediately forgot about Chul as he nudged my mom. So I just spent 2 months floating in empty nothing space and I'm famished. Would you be so kind as to fix me a home-cooked meal, Mama Leywin? Mom scratched Regis's head. I guess. Do you even need to eat, though? Regis bent low to scoop my mom onto his back. She squealed in surprise and struggled for a place to hold on, not trusting to plunge her hands into his fiery mane. There aren't many things I need, but there are a whole lot that I want. Regis trotted down the curved highway, taking my mother with him. At least if I have your bond, I know you can't vanish again, Ellie said with a hint of a pout, letting Sylvie lead her away. Do not lose sight of why the dragons are in Dicathen in the first place, Sylvie reminded me as she descended along the highway. This Vajraker will test you. It is our way, apparently. But he won't go outside of whatever orders my grandfather has given him. I'll mind my manners, I thought back, turning to Vere, who had looked on with her customary lack of outward emotion throughout this exchange. Now perhaps you can take me to her. We did not go to the prison but continued on directly to the dwarves' royal palace, Lodenhold Hall, a huge fortress carved into the walls at the highest level of the cavern. We were nearly to the palace before Vere spoke. The Alacrian woman was treated well on Lance Micah's order, though she was kept imprisoned for the sake of security. The other one, Lyra, was able to confirm the prisoner's identity but had no knowledge of your relationship. Things changed when the dragons arrived, I'm afraid. What do you mean? I asked, heat rising to my face. When Vajraker discovered her presence in the prisons, he had her transferred to a holding cell in the palace. He thought to extract information from her on Agrona's plans. Micah, Baron, and I attempted to dissuade him, encouraging him to wait until you return to verify her identity, but… Obstinate fool, I sighed. She's an ally, of yours perhaps, but not the dragons. Vere stopped before leading us into Lodenhold. You should know, Arthur, the dragons seem to be working to undermine you. Your presence may not be well received. The only dragon I need to worry about is Kezes Indrath, I assured her. He'll keep the rest of his soldiers on a leash as long as our deal stands. For now, if the dragon's presence keeps Agrona from attacking again, let them drag me through the mud. Vere regarded me intently for a second, then nodded and continued on. We moved quickly once inside the palace grounds. I could feel the burdensome aura of Vajraker's mana signature, which made the air inside the fortress heavy. Unlike my many previous visits to Lodenhold, the entrance hall was empty. Those who had previously been given shelter within its carved walls likely relocated when it was taken over by the dragons. Vere led me through several tunnels, each one narrower, shorter, and dimmer than the last, until we reached a heavy iron door blocking the way. Vere knocked, a plate slid to the side at the eye level of a dwarf which was somewhere around Vere's sternum. General Vere, we weren't expecting anyone to and General Arthur returned from the dead yet again, I see. Does the, guardian know you're here? Open the door, Torvier, Vere commanded. The dwarf's eyes, previously squinted in suspicion, now went wide. The window slid closed with a rasping clank. A murmured exchange between the guards was muffled by the thick door. After several frustrating seconds, I heard a heavy bar drawn aside, and then another, and finally the clatter of a chain, and the door swung inward. Torvier stood in the open door. He was stocky even for a dwarf, and his weathered skin bore the scars of many battles. His bright red hair had faded to an ashen red-gray with age, but his eyes were still sharp as flint, though the corners were creased with obvious discomfort. General, as you well know, we have strict orders to General. I moved around the guard, knowing full well he wasn't about to try and stop me. The second dwarf took a step back, looking increasingly nervous. The chamber was no more than 8 by 10 feet, barren except for a small table and 2 chairs. 2 more heavy iron doors were set in the wall opposite the room's entrance. Both the doors and the walls around them were rune-etched to prevent them from being assaulted with magic. General, I must insist, Torvier said half-heartedly. Ignoring him, I approached the right-hand door and slid the viewing window aside, peering into the gloom beyond. The narrow, dark cell was empty. As I moved to the left, I prepared myself for the worst. When the window slid aside, a beam of dim light landed on the prone form of a woman in rags. Her eyes opened and turned toward the light, gleaming scarlet. Grabbing the door's handle, I heaved. The series of bolts that secured the door groaned and bent, but it was the stonework that gave way first, bursting apart with a shower of rock dust. The door flew open, ripped free as the hinges sheared, and embedded itself into the wall. Torvier, Balger, you are dismissed, Vere said behind me. I'll cover for you when he arrives. I didn't need to turn around to know they'd obeyed as their heavy bootsteps and the clanging of their armor receded down the hall away from the prison cell. Kara scrambled back against the wall but came up against the end of the length of chain that bound her mana suppression shackles to the floor. Gray, she asked, her voice cracking with dehydration and disuse. Hurrying to her side, I took hold of the chains and ripped them off the shackles. Then, being careful not to hurt her in the process, I pried the manacles apart, freeing her wrists. Wordlessly, I helped her up off the floor and led her slowly out of the cell. Gray, Kara was looking up into my face, searching my eyes so intensely it felt like she was trying to make sure I was real. She wrapped her arms around me and pulled me into a shaky hug. Then she pushed me away, glaring at me with an authority that channeled her mentor, the scythe Saris Vritra, and slapped me across the cheek. How dare you leave me imprisoned for, she threw her hands up in frustration. However long it's been, where were you, Saris, is she? I don't know anything yet, I said, frustration, guilt, and disappointment seething within me. I just found out you were here 10 minutes ago and I came straight here. What are you doing in Voldorial? In Dicathen? Saris should have known better, She sent me to you for help, Kara said, her gaze skating off my face as she struggled to focus. Things were not going as well as they could have been, she wanted. Kara's face fell. Vritra's horns, what will have happened to her? It's been so long. I held her straight, leaning down slightly so I could look into her eyes. I'm sorry, Kara, I said again, anger beginning to bloom from the alchemy of my other emotions. These dragons, a furious pressure built up so suddenly that my words caught in my throat. Kara, already weak from her long imprisonment, sagged back into my arms and Vere had to steady herself on the wall, her legs trembling. Etha flooded my muscles, reinforcing and steadying me so that when the dragon arrived at the end of the hall, I was standing as still as a statue unbent. Appearing in his humanoid form, Vadreker was my height, but had a lithe build that belied his Asuran strength. Flowing black hair tumbled around his shoulders, and eyes the color of lilacs met mine across the length of the hallway. He stopped short, his expression shifting from fury to surprise. He smoothed this away almost instantly, but not fast enough that I hadn't seen it. Straightening his loose-fitting robes, which were cut from rose quartz silk and embroidered in a soft purple thread that matched his eyes, Vadreker lifted his chin and stepped forward at a more controlled pace. Arthur Leywin, for weeks you've been absent from the face of the very continent you begged us to protect, and yet the first thing you do upon return is help the enemy. Explain yourself. The world is a messy shade of gray where enemies can be allies and allies. I let a minute pause break up my words, holding Vadreker's gaze, can be enemies. Helping Kara to stand straight, I took a step away. She was strong, and she forced herself up to her full height even under the weight of the dragon's presence. Stepping past Vere, I approached Vadreker, arranging my features into a businesslike smile and extending my hand. Before we get into what I can only assume will be a heated argument, how about we show some level of courtesy since it seems like we'll be seeing each other quite frequently? Vadreker made no move to take my hand. There will be no argument, especially not with a lesser pretending to understand Etha. Yet Keza seems to be very interested in what I pretend to know. When you speak of him, you will do so appropriately. It is Lord Indrath. Then, as a courtesy to your Lord Indrath, I will let your unacceptable treatment of my friend pass this once, on the assumption that it was out of ignorance. I stepped slightly closer, just too close to be polite. Because if I were to believe that Lord Indrath's guardians were taking my friends and allies as hostages and torturing them for information, then we'd have a problem. Vadreker drew in a long breath, seeming to swell as he did so, blocking the hallway completely. Winsome has told me much about you, Arthur Leywin, but try as he might he could not fully express the depths of your arrogance, apparently. You are not my equal in this, not in political stature and certainly not in raw strength. I'm not done with that one yet and you lack the power to take her from me. I smiled, showing my teeth. Neither of us knows if that's true, but only one of us is willing to find out. We both know what would happen to you even if you fought and defeated me. You're here because Kezes wants knowledge that I have. Does your baseless confidence extend to standing up against your own overlord? His facade of confidence cracked just slightly as a shadow of doubt passed over his face. Such disrespect for the dragons here to save you from an enemy that has already defeated you. Respect? Kara asked, the word grinding out from beneath her teeth. Slowly, she pushed herself up so she could stand straight as she addressed Vadreker. Is that what you've shown me here, monster? Monster, you carry the filth of a grown of Vritra's blood in your veins and call me monster, he chuckled. You can't even see yourself for the perversion you are, Lesherin. I cocked my head and narrowed my eyes at the dragon. While I've enjoyed our little debate, I do have better things to do, so allow me to speak in the way you may best understand. If you wish to be my ally, you will step aside. Stand in my way and I will consider you an enemy. Vadreker's lavender eyes grew bright with anger, but he moved aside, seeming to shrink as he did so. The world is made up of shades of gray, indeed, he sneered. Pulling one of Kara's arms around my shoulder to support her, I led her down the tunnel. You dragons catch on quickly. Vere moved like a shadow behind us. Lord Indrath will be most curious as to the reason for your unnecessary hostility. I'll inform him of your return and attitude immediately, the dragon said to my back. Send him my regards. Chapter 434 Fellowship Forged. Vajrakar's presence receded with each step we took, while Karaz's strength returned bit by bit. Cramped tunnels gave way to sprawling, ornate halls, and finally, to the open expanse of Vildoriel's primary cavern. From the steps of the palace, the entire underground metropolis sprawled out before us. Vere eyed me with an air of uncertainty, clearly second-guessing how I'd handled the altercation with the dragon. I'm going to make sure that Torvier and Balger are sufficiently insulated from this situation, then I have my own duties to attend to. Will you be in the city long? I glanced at Karaz. Probably not. Be careful, Arthur, she said, a small frown creasing her brow. Despite winning back our continent, I can't help but feel as if Dicathen has never been in more danger than it is right now. I let out a humorless laugh. What's that saying about frying pans and fires? Except in this case it is dragon's fire, Vere said darkly. She held out her hand to Karaz. When Karaz took it, Vere pressed something into her palm. I grabbed this when I heard Arthur was approaching the city. I know I'm only returning what is yours, but I want you to know that, if Arthur trusts you, I do too. Then her feet lifted off the ground and she flew out into the open cavern. Karaz slid an ornate ring onto her finger, her gaze shifting to me as she fidgeted anxiously. I am grateful that you came, and I apologize for striking you. I waved a hand dismissively. I deserved worse. You never should have had to endure that, any of it. Silence fell between us, and I awkwardly started walking, trying to think of what else to say. I'd been forced to leave Alacria without explanations or goodbyes. The last time I saw her, she still thought I was Ascender Grey. I wouldn't blame her if she hated me for my lies, but I comforted myself with the fact that Saris had known the truth and still sent Karaz to find me. My mother is an emitter, a healer, I said after a couple minutes just to break the awkward silence. She can mend your wounds. My wounds aren't important, Karaz said forcefully, then her mouth clamped shut and she looked away. I'm sorry, I said, watching her from the corner of my eye, for this and for lying to you about my identity. I suppose it makes us even, she said humorlessly, still not looking at me. A patrol of dwarven guards stopped to watch us, nervously fingering their weapons. I kept an eye on them until we had moved past and they resumed their march. Where were you? The relictums are built in a dimension all made of ether. The zones just sort of float, disconnected from everything in this vast etheric ocean. I used that ether to bring back my old bond, Sylvie, the one who sacrificed herself for you, and you succeeded. In bringing her back, I mean, I did. I hesitated to continue, turning my senses inward to my ether core. The broken shards of my original mana core were still fused together within a solid barrier of ether, an almost crystalline structure. The core had taken on a deep magenta color when I originally forged it, but had darkened with each subsequent layer. Now, the three-layered core was a vivid purple sphere resting dark and heavy in my sternum. Each layer provided greater refinement of the stored ether and allowed more ether to be drawn in and stored inside the core. When I had first forged the ether core, I could hardly condense enough for a single etheric blast. It had taken significant training and refinement of the core to allow for even 2 or 3 blasts, but adding a second layer had increased my capacity exponentially in an instant. There hadn't been time to test what my core, and by extension what I was capable of doing now, but it felt different, more potent, like a miniature sun trapped in my chest. Speaking falteringly, I continued, explaining what I had done and why. Unfortunately, disconnected from the world, none of us were capable of sensing the passage of time. So you spent 2 months meditating and gathering ether? Karaz asked, sounding dumbstruck. Gray, that's insane. I rubbed the back of my neck, embarrassed. Honestly, it was probably longer since time seems to move faster in the relictums. Karaz shook her head. That's true, it could have been 6 months for all you know. She let out a long, weary sigh. You could have ended up not coming back at all. We were interrupted by someone shouting my name, and I realized we were passing through one of the small markets that dotted the highway. A young elven girl ran up to me, pressed a dried flower into my hand, then sprinted away giggling. Most of those we had passed by simply stared at us, but the focus was always on Karaz. I had grown used to the horns wrapping around her head like a crown, but to the people of this continent, those horns made her look like an enemy. Why did Saris send you to Dicathen? I asked, turning off the winding highway toward the gates of the Earthborn Institute. And without your pendant to hide your horns. She said she needed you in Alacria soon, but that was 2 months ago, I finished for her. I was attacked on my way to the Tempest Warp. An ally of Saris's, another pupil, betrayed her, she continued, her words dripping icy venom. I was nearly captured, only just escaped Scythe Dragoth Vritra. I must have lost the pendant during the battle. So, I said slowly, letting the word linger in the air. My friend Hedrig is dead then? Karaz gave a startled laugh. Oh my, I hadn't even considered that. Her momentary smile faded. She had dark circles under her eyes, and I could practically see her straining to keep them open. Perhaps you were right, Sarah shouldn't have sent me here, you aren't even a Lacrian. What's happened to your people, to your family, you don't owe us anything, if I'd known. I had still been supporting Karaz's weight while we walked, but now she pulled away from me. When she spoke again, it was with an air of resignation. You have your own battles to fight, I understand that now. If you can just help me get back to Alacrian, I will. Gently taking hold of her forearm, I stopped. She did the same, her scarlet eyes full of questions. In that convergence zone, the first time we really met, I was just figuring out what was going on. I was ready to leave everyone there to die once I realized you were all Alacrian. You were enemies, and I thought you all had to be twisted, evil monsters. It was simpler for me to think that. I took a deep breath. Kira, you showed me the truth about this war. You and Alaric, Seth and Mela, everyone I met who was just trying to get by on a continent darkened by Agrona's shadow. You aren't my enemy. The Assyrian tyrants who seek to mold this world into their own cruel little playgrounds, or worse, burn our world to the ground, they are our enemies. She gazed up at me for a moment, then gave a small shake of her head. Does anything frighten you? I hung my head, suddenly ashamed. I'm terrified, Kira, of not being powerful enough, smart enough, clear-headed enough, but most of all I'm scared of losing. Too many people already look up to me like I'm some kind of deity. I just need you to be my friend. Her eyes searched mine for a long moment, her lips slightly pursed, and then she heaved a long, melodramatic sigh. Fine, fine, and here I was, all ready to start the first Temple of Grey, he who walks among us. I snorted but couldn't hide my smile as we started walking away. I'm glad you've managed to retain your sense of humor through everything. Karaz's laughter died on her lips, her face darkening. The dragon's idea of torture was little worse than what any Alacrian child faces when they begin training for their trials. But each step she took was heavy, and I knew she was hurting more than she let on. My amusement shriveled within me. We didn't speak anymore until we reached the unassuming door that led into my mother and sister's home in Vildoriel, a small suite of rooms within the Earthborn Institute itself. The door opened before I could knock. Sylvie smiled and stood aside, waving us in. Your sister had me paranoid you were going to vanish, she said lightly. I think she's planning to shackle herself to you so you can't leave her behind again. Sylvie, Ellie yelled from across the room, indignant. That was supposed to be a secret. I led the way in and scooped Ellie into a bear hug. Does that mean you're not mad at me anymore? I asked, crushing her to me. Irate, she gasped, squirming to get free. Oh, hi Lady Karag, glad my goon of a brother was able to get you out of there. I started to release her, frowning. Did I miss something? How do you? Suddenly, Ellie stiffly pulled loose of my grip. She straightened her clothes and looked past me. I followed her gaze to Chul, who had appeared in the doorway behind Kara and me. My brows rose. Hi, Ellie said, brushing past me and holding out her hand to the Hafusara. His hand engulfed hers. We didn't get introduced earlier, I'm Arthur Leywin. Chul, he said politely as he scanned the small living room. You have really pretty eyes, she added, staring up into the orange and blue orbs. He looked away and released her hand. They are like battle flags, proudly displaying to the world that I am descended from the Phoenix and Jinn races. Our enemies should tremble at the sight of them. Of course, she said, taking a step back and smiling awkwardly. She walked backwards for a few more steps, then turned and marched into the kitchen. Mom, Arthur is here with more company. Regis, who was lying on his side on the floor, his stomach distended, rolled onto his feet to give Kara a small bow. Lady, glad to see you embracing your horns, the trio back together again at last. Sylvie appeared from the kitchen arch wearing an uncertain smile, caught halfway between amused and uncomfortable. What's he? Oh, really now, Regis? Don't be crass. Just as I was beginning to regret all my life decisions, my mother appeared. She gave me a peck on the cheek as if to assure me that everything would, in fact, be all right, then stiffened at the sight of Kara. Oh dear, look at you. She whisked across the room to Kara's side, slipped her arm around the startled Alacrian and then glared at me. Arthur Leywin, how dare you drag this young woman around the city in this state? I opened my mouth to defend myself against this unfair accusation, second-guessed the impulse, and let my mouth slowly close. Come on, let's get you cleaned and patched up, Mom said, leading Kara toward the hallway that connected to the bedrooms and bath. Oh, I'm fine, Mrs. Leywin. Seriously, there's no need to. Call me Alice, dear, remember. Kara threw an uncertain look back at me, but I could only mirror her look back as Mom led her deeper into the rooms. A litany of concerned muttering trailed behind them. How'd you? Oh, Mom was called in to heal Kara's wounds when she first arrived, Ellie said conversationally. When I heard she supposedly knew you, I went to see if it was true. She's, pretty cool. Something about the way Ellie looked at me as she drew out the word cool made me squirm uncomfortably. What an amusing family you have, Chul chimed in. He made his way to the couch and eased down on it, testing its strength to make sure it would hold him. When it didn't collapse, he nodded in satisfaction. I have looked around this city and decided I have seen enough. Everyone stares at me and there are no enemies to bash. Unless you count the dragons, which I understand are off limits for now. So when do we start killing basilisks? Ellie returned from the kitchen and leaned against the archway. So you're all definitely going to Alarcia then. Our first point of business is to rescue Saris, Regis said, sitting up and looking serious. If there is anything of her little rebellion left to save. We are, but we can't just run off. Karen needs time to rest, and we need to get organized. I paused, following the progress of a powerful aura approaching us. There is still a lot I need to wrap my head around. I won't feel right about leaving the continent until I know certain wheels are in motion. My grandfather will be furious that you didn't bring me to him immediately, Sylvie mused. I shrugged, already heading toward the door. I don't think trying to ingratiate ourselves with Kezes is a winning strategy in any situation, I said over my shoulder. Opening the door, I looked out into the hallway just as Renkind floated around the corner on his stone chair. The Titan always wore a look of fused irritation and disappointment, but now he displayed both in abundance. Yeah, that's about how my meeting with the city's guardian left me feeling too, I said, commiserating with Renkind's mood. Still more enjoyable than being forced to train an idiot lesser child, he snapped, pulling up short in his floating throne which took up most of the hall's width. His eyes narrowed. I can see you have something on your mind. What is it you're planning? Chull appeared behind me, one big fist hammered against his chest in a kind of salute. Elder Renkind, fourth of your name, welcome to the strange, claustrophobic abode of Clan Leywin. There will be a great many things here for you to complain about, I'm sure. Complaining is how I get things done, Ren countered, leaning back farther into his throne. If you really wanted to help, you would join us in crushing the Vritra, Chull went on. Aldir said you can control an entire army of golems at once. That would be a useful ability when we face Agrona's forces. If Arthur was eager for help in combat, perhaps he shouldn't have executed one of Ephiodas's greatest warriors, Ren shot back, the emotion in his voice surprisingly raw and visceral. I didn't, I answered quietly. It was one thing to keep up the lie for Mordain and an audience of phoenixes, but an entirely other thing to continue lying to Ren, especially considering what I needed to ask him. Aldir chose to exile himself in that place. It was his suggestion that I use his death to earn accolades from both Kezes and the people of Dicathen. Wah, Ren cut himself off, glowering at me. Your story stinks more than Titan bear shit. Why would Aldir do that? The Usra huffed before I could answer, then said, Ah, that damned Pantheon and his sense of honor. Of course he did. He looked me up and down with a disappointed grimace. I was stupid to believe that you'd somehow killed Aldir anyway. Thanks, I said, one brow raised slightly. I'm sorry I had to lie to you, Ren. I wasn't sure if I could trust everyone in the hearth. Bah, Chull burst out, crossing his massive arms over his broad chest. My family has roosted for too long, none of them would have interfered either way. They see themselves as separate from the world. And perhaps they are because they have been made to be no longer welcome in Ephiodus but not fitting in here. The hearth might as well be locked in time, once the last of the jinn faded. Chull trailed off, then snorted and returned back to my family's rooms. Listen, Ren, I need to speak to you. Would you come with me? I asked, glad to have cleared the air between us so that I could speak my mind more plainly. Ren's scraggy brows rose and he leaned forward in his seat. So you do have something on your mind. Fine, lead the way. I sent a probing thought to Regis and Sylvie. Regis groaned directly into my mind in a way I found somewhat grotesque. Too full, I might have ruptured something, staying right where I'm at, thanks. I want to speak more with Ellie, Sylvie thought. I'm eager to learn more about her spell form. I'll be back soon, I thought, leading Ren deeper into the Institute's winding passages. We hadn't gone far before a bestial snuffling noise brought me up short. A huge, hairy mana beast was approaching along the hallway, so broad he took up nearly the entire width. Boo, I was wondering where you'd been, I said, standing aside to let the guardian bear pass. He snorted and grunted before stopping to sniff at Ren, who made his throne shrink in order to clear the way. Wyndham's gift to your sister, I presume, Ren noted, peering appraisingly at Boo. He seems to have been handled well. A strong bond for a teenage human. Boo let out a huff that blew Ren's hair back, then continued down the hallway, his bulk shifting from side to side with each step. I considered what Ren had said. It was easy to forget that Winsome had gifted Boo to Ellie. So much had changed since then, it was difficult to think that Winsome had ever been anything but my enemy. So what's your plan exactly? Ren asked a minute later as we made our way down into the lower passages of the Earthborn Institute. I had to think about this before I could respond. I'd expected to spend some time navigating the new power dynamic of the dragons embedded throughout Dicathen. Mordain's warning was still fresh in my mind, and I needed to know the people of the continent were safe. Finding Kira and Vildoriel had shifted my priorities, however. I need to know what's happening in Alacria, so you'll go yourself. Ren picked at the ends of his messy hair, frowning thoughtfully. You'll need eyes and ears here in Dicathen, though. Who do you trust? This question also required some thought. Virion Aralith, he's dealt with Usra before, even Aldir never cowed him, and the other lances. To be honest, as a group we were pretty self-absorbed and insufficient during the war, but I've seen how much Baron and Micah have changed. I can't see any of them being subservient to an Usura like Vadracker. Is that it? Ren asked, derision dripping from the words. I'd expected better of you. In less dire circumstances, I would say there are many others I trust, considering who we're up against. I let the statement hang in the air, then continued. I need your mind, Ren. I don't think I can do this without you. Intriguing, do go on. Once I've introduced you to your new team. A few minutes later, we entered the door of one of several underground laboratories within the Earthborn Institute. The room we entered was more cluttered than the last time I'd visited, with stacks of parchment spread over every surface. Several more tables and shelves had been brought in, and a wide variety of hand-drawn diagrams covered the walls. I couldn't even begin to take it all in. Emily Watson, her curly hair pulled into a messy knot at the back of her head, looked up from her work, and her eyes went so wide they nearly eclipsed the thick, round glasses she wore. Arthur, her shout immediately preceded the noise of a body part cracking against something hard, which was followed closely by a pained curse and then an explosion. Parchment flew everywhere, and the lab began to fill with smoke. A figure stepped out through the haze, his eyebrows smoldering. Burning parchment rained around him. Well, if it isn't the bane of my existence, where did you vanish to this time, land of the gods? A secret third continent full of magical talking lemons. That's the third time I've transcribed those notes, Emily whined. Something began emitting an angry buzz and the smoke was pulled to one corner. The room quickly cleared and I realized an artifact in the corner had drawn in all the smoke. Emily was standing next to the artifact, empowering it with mana. She waved, her hands smudged with dark stains. Don't take it personally, Arthur. He's glad to see you. In fact, he's been practically distraught at your absence as it's— Oh, be quiet, Watson, Gideon snapped, scowling at his pupil. Anyway, now that you're back, there are several things to discuss. First, though, who is this? He looked suspiciously at Ren. Ren was inspecting a nearby diagram. This isn't the worst. A little rudimentary in its use of mana, but the idea itself is almost clever. Gideon, this is Rainkine IV. He's an Usura, obviously, Gideon interrupted waspishly. What do you mean rudimentary? I stepped in between them. I don't have time to waste on you two comparing the size of your beakers. Have the dragons interfered at all with your work? Gideon managed to look both insulted and self-satisfied. No, I've kept our primary purpose quiet, using the fire salt-imbued weaponry as cover. Winsome himself came to investigate, since he knew me from the war, but he barely looked at the weapons before writing them off as inconsequential and leaving me to it. I don't think these dragons of yours have much respect for us lessers. Weapons? Ren turned away from the diagrams, looking genuinely interested. What's this about then? I explained what we'd already developed. Gideon put in technical details here and there, and Emily made a point to correct us both when necessary. But the dragon's arrival has made this even more pressing. Empowering our mages is important, but they make up only 1% of Dicathen's population. Weapons alone aren't going to be enough, not really. Thinking it through even as I attempted to explain it, I laid out my idea. The others only interrupted to ask a question or point out some contradiction as I circled around my purpose, but confusion and skepticism quickly transformed into interest and then, dare I say it, even excitement. It'll never let a magicless lesser stand up against an Indrath clan warrior, Ren said after the entire idea had been laid out, but it would make Dicathen less dependent on old Kezes. And less subject to his threats to abandon us, I finished. Can you handle this? It'll need to be kept quiet from Vadracker and the rest of the dragons, of course. Ren and Gideon exchanged a look that sent a shiver of pure horror down my spine as I wondered what I had wrought on the world by introducing the two. Emily's expression mirrored my own feelings and she mouthed the words, "What have you done?" "I've been forging weapons since before this continent had a name," Ren said smugly. "Whelps like Vadracker and the rest of these baby dragons don't scare me," Gideon snorted. "It seems like you've brought me an able assistant, boy. I'm sure we'll manage, or blow up half of Vildoriel in the process." "Now we should really talk about—" "No time now," I interrupted, backing toward the door. "When I get back." "You just got back," Gideon grumbled, throwing up his hands. "Well, bye then," Emily said from across the room, waving weakly. I raised my hand in a gesture of farewell, then was out in the hall and already hurrying back to my mother's rooms. Despite the urgency of everything that needed to be done, I felt a sense of peace. I could see it all laid out in front of me like a sovereign's quarrel board, and at least for the moment, I knew what move came next. Chapter 435, Entourage. "All I can say with certainty is that Saesklar fell but Saris escaped," Karas said. "This knowledge was provided by Lyra of Highblood Drade before the dragons arrived and may be weeks out of date. But we can use this to get anywhere, right?" Ellie asked, indicating the heavy chunk of hammered metal that looked vaguely similar to a blacksmith's anvil. Almost anywhere, yes, Karak confirmed. Her index finger tapped on her lips as she considered the Tempest Warp which I had acquired from the Wraiths. But that only helps us if we know where we're going. Why not go straight for the throat? Chul leaned forward on his elbows, his orange eye gleaming with an internal fire. We can use this to go anywhere, you say, so we could attack Agrona directly. Almost anywhere, Kara repeated. Tigran Selim is an impenetrable fortress guarded by Vritra magic and technology. My grandfather sent an entire force of Usras to assassinate Agrona, and they failed, Sylvie added. We don't know how or why. Until we do, it's too risky to face Agrona directly, especially in the seat of his power. Silence fell around the table. The only sound was of Boo, who was sitting in one corner grooming himself loudly. A day had passed since our arrival in Vildoriel. Kara, Chul, Ellie, Sylvie, Regis, and I sat around a large table with the Tempest Warp resting between us. We were deep under the Earthborn Institute in a chamber that was shielded against both sound and mana, so even Vajrecker would have a hard time spying on us if he was motivated to do so. I pointed at Kara, thinking over what she'd said. But Lyra Drade might know more. I don't trust Vajrecker enough to go to him for information, but it makes sense that Lyra's been keeping an eye on Alakria. If Saris's efforts are in any way being made in the public eye, then we might be able to figure out where to start. Vajrecker had considered locking her up as well, Kara said, a bitter edge creeping into her tone. He was musing about it one day while pressing me for information, trying to use her continued freedom against me. Apparently he banned her from traveling and threatened to burn the Alacrian encampments and the Alacrians in them if she didn't comply. I know she gave him some information because he then used me to verify it, but I can't be sure that he wasn't just attempting to manipulate me further. More Alacrians. Chul stood up from the table and turned his back on us. We blend the lines of ally and enemy too much. Careful there, wise one, you're sounding an awful lot like Vajrecker, Regis japed. Chul stared at Regis for a long moment, seeming to roll this thought around, then returned to his seat. So I am. There was a knock at the stone double doors that led into the room, causing Boo to let out a low growl. Activating Realm Heart, I verified the mana signatures of those beyond, then opened them and allowed Gideon and Ren-Kine in. Micah was approaching just behind them, and I held the door open for her as well. Ren immediately slumped into a chair that grew up out of the ground for him even as he sat in it, while Gideon found a seat at the table. Micah leaned against the back wall with a frown carved across her face. She had abandoned the uniform of the lance in favor of simple dwarven armor and a heavy fur cloak that added to her bulk, disguising her childlike frame. A black gem shone from within her left eye socket. I stepped out of the room, closing the door behind me to ensure the seal remained intact, and waited for the rest to join us. Vare was the next to arrive. We exchanged a few polite words, and I led her into the meeting chamber. My mother looked incredibly nervous when she turned the corner into the hall, but relaxed when she saw me. Pulling me into a hug, she kissed me on the cheek and then looked searchingly into my eyes. Arthur, what's this all about? I'm not made for sneaking around. I couldn't help but grin. You've survived being an adventurer, a frontline medic in the war, and my mother. She rolled her eyes and swatted me playfully. That's true, I suppose. It's a wonder all my hair hasn't gone gray and fallen out, she said, plucking at a length of gray among her auburn locks. Before you go in, I withdrew something from my dimension rune and held it out to her. I've thought about this a lot and I want you to have this. She carefully plucked the milky white stone from my palm, turning it over to look at the many facets. What is it? Do you remember that ring Vincent Helsey gave you when I started adventuring? I asked. It's kind of like that except, well, if you are able to use it, you should be able to check on me or Ellie and see exactly what we're doing. I thought I didn't want you to have to worry. Unless of course you turn it on and find me being ripped apart by angry etheric monsters, I added. My mother's cheeks paled at my joke and she pressed the stone back on me. Maybe it's best that sorry, I said, rubbing the back of my neck. Honestly, it'd make me feel a lot better if you kept it. I've only been able to use it to see you and Ellie anyway, and if Ellie is with me. She sighed and took hold of it with both hands. Okay, what do I do? I'd given this some thought since I used ether to activate it. Although it took time to recharge after each use, it drew in its own ether, so it was only a matter of triggering it. Just send in a burst of healing magic. When it touches your mind, think about Ellie. Should I? I nodded, and Mom closed her eyes and imbued the relic. I watched as her healing magic interacted with the vivum in the atmosphere, drawing it to the relic, then as the tendrils of ether reached out to her in response. Oh, she said softly, the connection cut off and her eyes blinked open. I could see her speaking with Chul. Her eyes jumped to the closed doors. Inside that room, oh thank you, she pulled me into another hug. It takes a few days to be used again, so you won't be able to watch us every step of the way, I explained. That's probably a good thing, she replied, staring down at the stone and turning it over and over in her hands. A small smile played across her face. I'm not sure I'm strong enough to resist the urge of checking to make sure you're okay every 5 seconds, and I have far too much to do for me to lose myself to this artifact. Behind her, the final guests entered the hall. She waved at Virion and Baron, then I led her into the meeting chamber. Virion put his hands on my shoulders and looked me up and down. The old elf was unchanged physically, but it was clear that the events of the last couple years had drained him of the exuberance and vitality he had once possessed in abundance. It's strange, sometimes when it's been a while since I've seen you, I almost expect to find that 16-year-old boy waiting for me. His smile faltered and he patted my cheek. Then I see this hair, these eyes, this face, and I wonder if it can really be you. Don't get sentimental on me, Gramps, I teased, although my heart wasn't in it. There's a lot to catch you up on. Brat, he muttered, and together we entered the chamber. There was an ominous finality in the way the heavy door closed with a thud. My gaze tracked across everyone there, all the people I trusted most, even against the manipulative power and authority of Kezes Indrath. Thank you for coming, everyone, this won't take long. I took a moment to introduce everyone for the benefit of those who didn't know each other. I have news and I have a request, I said when that was finished. Not intending to make too much of a ceremony over it, I withdrew Silverlight Aldyr's sword from my dimension rune and held it up. This weapon belonged to the Pantheon Usura Aldyr. The reaction was immediate. Vere and Micah exchange a wary look while Virion stiffened, his jaw clenching. Aldyr was the Usura responsible for the destruction of a Lenoir. That crime has now been punished. Aldyr will never harm another human, elf, or dwarf, and I carry his weapon as proof. Locking eyes with Virion, I maneuvered around the table until I was standing right in front of him. Carefully, I held out the silver rapier with both hands. Fingers trembling, he reached for it. His flesh passed through the solid metal as if it were a reflection on water. Ripples ran through the silver, and with each undulation the rapier dissolved further until nothing remained but light. Before I could react, the light condensed into a single point, like a silver star, and then flashed across the room. It swerved past Ren's face, then zipped at Vere, turning aside just before striking her chest. Baron jerked away as it skimmed the crown of his head, then it shot at Micah. Finally, so fast even I didn't have time to intercede, it struck Ellie in her sternum. My sister was rocked backwards, her body slamming into Boo, who had rushed to her side the moment the star had begun zipping around, and his bulk cushioned her. Mother let out a choked gasp, and the lances had weapons and spells at the ready, Baron holding Tassai's red spear out toward my sister, as if afraid she might attack. With one hand, Ellie was rubbing at her sternum, appearing more in shock than pain. In her other hand, silver light was flowing into the shape of a long, bent staff. "Ellie, are you okay?" Mother asked, already channeling a healing spell. "Why, yeah, just startled," she said, still checking herself over to be certain her words were true. "Oh, put that away," Ren scolded Baron, who in turn shot the Titan a distrusting glance. "Unless you plan on sparring with the Leywin child and her new weapon." I honed in on Ren, who wore an amused and yet still irritated expression. "What? Silverlight has chosen the girl for whatever reason. An Usura's weapon is bonded to them. Sometimes it will allow no other master, other times the dying Usura may release it to find a new hand to carry it. A weak bond may be overcome by a strong enough spirit." As he said this, he indicated the red spear still clutched in Baron's fists. Micah's focus lingered on the bent staff. "So what, we're just handing Asuran weapons to children now?" Mom scowled at Micah but said nothing. "It doesn't look like much of a weapon to me," Chul chimed in, bending closer to inspect the staff. "It's a bow," Ellie answered. Boo sniffed at it, and I realized Ellie was right. What I'd mistaken for a curved staff was the body of an unstrung bow. In this case, Silverlight has always been malleable by nature. She has chosen young Alinar to wield her, and in doing so taken on the form that will be most useful. "You should be proud to have been found worthy by such a weapon," Ren concluded, his gaze bearing heavily down on my sister. Ellie's eyes were wide as full moons, and nearly the same color as they reflected the silver gleam of the Asuran artifact. This wasn't exactly what I'd intended, but I couldn't pretend not to be pleased that she would have such a powerful weapon. "But there is no string. I said Silverlight recognizes you as worthy. As for ready," Ren shrugged carelessly. Boo gave a grunt as if to disagree with Silverlight's judgment before returning to his corner. Sylvie patted his rump consolingly as he went by. I returned my attention to Virion as I wasn't finished with my news yet. His gaze was distant, pointed in the direction of the shimmering bow but not focused on it. "Are you all right? You've provided justice, Arthur, and I thank you for it." He let out a breathy laugh, but it was almost a sob, and yet it feels so shallow. My brows creased in confusion. "I'm sorry, I don't understand." "I know that, for the people of Dicathen to stand united, this needed to be done," he replied softly, "but perhaps I didn't truly wish for Aldyr, who I once respected greatly, to perish. Can one death ever truly make up for millions? I wished then that I could tell him the truth of what had happened, but I knew it would only undercut anything that might be gained by Aldyr's sacrifice. Maybe it's true that justice can never end in death, or it becomes vengeance instead. In that case, perhaps this can be the true justice our people need. I swallowed heavily, nodded, and withdrew another object. Setting the small box on the table, I pushed it toward Virion. He took it delicately, opening the lid as if afraid it might shatter. His heavy brows knit together, the harsh lines of such heavy emotions smoothing into simple curiosity. This soil is from Mount Geoluz in Ephiatis, I explained. I'm told it's capable of growing plants anywhere, even somewhere destroyed by the World Eater technique. With one trembling digit, Virion reached for the dirt, but he did not touch it. When he met my eyes again, there was a clear and desperate need written in them. Truly, Sylvie shifted in her seat. It's difficult to describe to anyone who hasn't seen Ephiatis, but according to Assyrian history, the soil of Mount Geoluz spread life to the entire realm. Virion's face was turned toward the table, and a tear dropped from his nose to splash against the stone. Baron rested a hand on Virion's back, looking down helplessly. When Virion finally looked up, his eyes were red but empty of tears. He had to clear his throat before speaking. It is this, life rather than death, that might bring hope to the elves as it has brought hope, for so long a distant and unreachable thing, into my heart. Thank you. Good, well then. I paused, searching for what I was trying to say. Ren had made his way around the table and was whispering in Ellie's ear. My sister was concentrating very hard on the staff in her hands, but it didn't seem to be responding. She let out a loud sigh, then hurriedly slapped her hand over her mouth in embarrassment. There is another reason I've asked all of you to be here, I continued. As part of my deal with Kezes, he has sent dragons to Dicathen to protect the people from Agrona. Things are never as simple as that, though, when dealing with Usura. Vare was the first to respond. You're worried about the dragons manipulating public support in favor of Kezes instead of our own leaders such as you. I let my response simmer for a moment, not wanting to misspeak considering the potentially dire circumstances. I've never desired to become ruler of Dicathen, not as king or regent or anything else. But if the dragons gain enough sway over the citizens, Kezes will use it against us. The people may not see it now, but there would be very little difference between life under Kezes's rule than Agrona's. Everyone was nodding along as I spoke. I hadn't expected any dissent, but I was still glad not to be taken by surprise. Dicathen needs not only hope, but strength. We need to empower humans, dwarves, and elves alike so that their only choice isn't to bow to whatever higher power they see as the lesser evil. Which is why Renkine Roman 4, I indicated Ren, who was still standing beside Ellie, is going to be working on my half to ensure we are capable of doing just that. I'm asking that you help him and Gideon in any way they need. Help them how? Baron asked, the first words he'd uttered since his arrival. Sparing them too many extraneous details, I explained some of what Gideon and Ren would be attempting to accomplish, as well as how I expected Kezes to proceed with this new phase of the war. There were several questions, but after a few minutes I started pushing these questions to Ren, hoping to establish some kind of rapport between the groups. We'll do what we can, Virion said as the conversation began cooling down. The dragons have hardly acknowledged me, but the elves still see me as their de facto leader for the moment, those of us who are left. Micah leaned away from the wall and strode up to the table. She rested her elbows on it and leaned forward, her steely gaze jumping from me to Ren. If we're working to ensure these dragons don't make slaves of us all, then you know I'm in. Vare said nothing, but she didn't need to. I stood and everyone else followed suit. We're leaving immediately. If Vadraker or the others come looking for me, there is no need to hide where I've gone. Do your best to maintain good relations with the dragons. Keep their focus on me, don't bring attention to yourselves if you can avoid it. I opened the doors and Virion strode out first, clutching the box tightly in both hands. He gave me a small nod and a distant smile, an expression that made him look as old as he was. Baron followed right behind him. Don't take a year this time, eh? Only a couple of months. Baron frowned at my attempted joke. Farewell, Arthur. Behind him, Micah adjusted her cloak and levered her thumbs into her belt. Just go do what you need to, all right, I'll take care of things here. Vare rested her hand on my arm for just a moment, then followed the other lances out. Don't die, kid, as that would be incredibly inconvenient, Gideon grumbled, marching past with barely a look in my direction. Ren's chair had disconnected from the ground and was floating along in Gideon's wake with Ren lounging atop it. Instead of addressing me as he left, he focused on my sister. Don't overdo it with that weapon. Just because it has chosen you doesn't mean it won't burn you up if you invest too much of yourself in it. I bit my tongue, avoiding the impulse to pile on the warnings. Besides those coming with me, only my mother lingered, her arm around Ellie's waist, looking increasingly nervous. Knowing we would need to move quickly, I had already seen to all the necessary preparations for an extended journey, which were safely stored inside my dimension rune. Wasting no more time, I activated the Tempest Warp. The artifact gave off a warm glow as it opened an opaque portal next to the table, hanging like an oil spill in the air. Regis, you go first. Regis leapt into the portal without hesitation. Chul didn't wait for me to send the next person through. Instead, he loudly proclaimed, like the spears of war, Smoky Dog and I will clear the path for our comrades. Then he too was gone. Kara and Sylvie hurried through behind him. When it was Ellie's turn, Mom gave her a big hug and took a step back. Ellie shot me 2 thumbs up before skipping into the portal, and Boo trundled in just behind her. I can't say how long we'll be gone, I told my mother, putting one arm around her in a quick side hug. Well, at least I've got the stone thing, she said, smiling in a way that I didn't find entirely convincing. The orb of long-range stalking, I said, suppressing a grin at her expression. Bye, Mom, and be careful. You too, Arthur. She gave me one last firm squeeze, then stepped back, standing tall and maintaining her determined expression as she watched me confidently. It was enough to push me on, even though I hated leaving her behind yet again. Drawing the Tempest warp into my dimension rune, I stepped through the portal. The transition was seamless. I stepped from within the underground chamber in Vildoriel and out into bright sunshine. A cool breeze was blowing from the north, bringing with it the smell of ash. Beneath our feet was a smooth, cobbled path. We had arrived in the first of a series of encampments that skirted the border between the Elenoir wastes and the Beast Glades. The portal faded out behind me as I took in our surroundings. Simple, square buildings had been erected in rough rows along the path. They were grayish-brown, and I suspected the bricks that formed them had been made out of the ash. A large number of Alacrians were watching us warily. Most wore simple tunics and breeches, and they were almost all covered in ash from whatever work they'd been doing that morning. I was immediately struck by how normal they looked without their black and red armor or their runic tattoos proudly displayed. They could have been farmers or miners from any village in Sapin. We're looking for Lyra of Highblood Drade, I announced, scanning the crowd. Many of the Alacrians exchanged looks with their neighbors, and a few whispered among themselves, their words too quiet for me to pick up. A bald man with a thin, patchy beard and a dark smudge across his cheek stuck the shovel he was carrying into the ground. Lady Lyra will be here soon. She does her rounds every day, making sure things are in order and everyone has what they need. There was a bitterness in his voice that didn't seem targeted at Lyra. She visits every encampment each day, I asked, surprised. Unlike the person who sent us here to barely survive in this wasteland, the man said, meeting my eye and spitting on the ground. Thorin, a middle-aged woman, scolded, glancing at me fearfully. Forgive him, Regent, we appreciate what you've done for us, but not everyone transitions from the life of a soldier to being a hunter or farmer easily. I stepped up to the Alacrian she'd called Thorin, my expression leveled but stern. I understand your frustration, but I'm certain you can agree with me that this is better than the inside of a prison cell or the bottom of a shallow grave. My gaze swept our surroundings, taking in the signs of life and community in the once desolate land. The fact that you've been so successful in carving out a chance at survival here, under the guidance of the one Alacrian leader who has shown she cares for your well-being, tells me I made the right decision. The man stared at the ground. Yes, well, I suppose when you put it like that. He marched away without another word, his shoulders hunched and shovel held like a spear. What's going on here, Regent Leywin? A honey-rich voice said. Turning around, I found the once retainer, Lyra Drade, striding confidently along the pathway in our direction. Her flame-red hair spilled down over her shoulders, standing out in stark contrast against the plain, rustic clothes she'd adopted. Ah, and Lady Kara as well. I'll admit I feared for you in the clutches of that beast Vadrecker. Retainer Lyra, Kara said, giving the other Alacrian a small smile. We are actually here looking for you. The crowd around us broke up, the Alacrians going back to their duties, and Lyra gestured for us to follow her. We walked along between the rows of buildings. Most had planters full of herbs out front, and I saw where 2 wells had been erected. Everything was geared toward purpose, nothing appeared to be ornamental, and all of it, everything was colorless. Even the ground, where no grass grew, was just a darker shade of gray against the lighter cobblestone path. To our right, the horizon grew dark with greenery from the Beast Glades. Rows of raised bed farming plots broke up the landscape. Dozens of Alacrians were hard at work hauling soil and water, minding crops, and erecting new beds with a combination of physical and magical labor. Beyond them, several mages stood guard facing the Beast Glades. On the other side of the village, the northward horizon simply vanished in a heat haze above rolling gray hills. Not exactly a great view, is it? Lyra mused, following my line of sight. Still, we've done quite well here. There is a certain peace to it. A keening cry suddenly interrupted the rustic silence, and it took me a moment to recognize the sound. A baby, Sylvie said, arriving at that conclusion a moment before I did. Lyra smiled and brushed the bright hair from her face. Our first, an Alacrian child born on Dicathen soil. What exactly does that make him, Regent? I didn't know, but Lyra saved me the trouble of struggling for an answer. Our presence draws a steady supply of edible mana beasts out of the Beast Glades, and we have found several moon oxen that must have been far enough south when. And we've managed to start a few crops with seeds sent by that Helen Shard woman. Yes, I'd say we've done as well as could be hoped, considering. Turning south, Lyra led us away from the settlement and toward the edge of the forest that marked where the Elenoir wastes ended and the beast glades began. Clusters of yellow grass grew up here and there, and then a few sparse, living trees among the black remains of many more dead ones. It wasn't until we approached within a few hundred feet of the denser forests that she stopped beneath the outstretched limbs of a dying tree. "You've brought an entourage," she said, standing with her hands on her hips. "Elinor, my apologies for not saying so earlier, but I am glad to see you, of course. And Regis, you too, I suppose. But who are these others? I am Chul." He crossed his arms over his chest and looked down his nose at Lyra. "I cannot say I am pleased to meet an Alacrian, but Arthur considers you an ally, so I must do the same. And this is my bond, Lady Sylvie of Clan Indrath," I continued. Indrath, Lyra's eyes widened as she stared at Sylvie. "Oh my eye," she glanced between us, perhaps the only time I'd ever seen her at a loss for words. "Well, these are strange times. But it is of course a pleasure to meet you, Lady Sylvie." "Just Sylvie," she said. "I'm about as much an Indrath at the moment as Chul." Chul snorted, turning away. Lyra chuckled, relaxing. "So why are you here? Retainer Lyra, we need to know what's become of Scythe Saris," Karas said into the silence that followed. Lyra bit her lip, frowning. "I'm not surprised you hadn't heard. I'll tell you what I can." Activating a dimension artifact, she withdrew a large roll of parchment. The ash between us expanded upwards and out, forming a table, and she laid out the parchment to reveal a map of Alacria. It was covered with notes. A few more pieces of parchment appeared from the dimension artifact, and she set these strategically around the map. The legacy, we learned, had torn down the shield around Saizclar and cornered Saris. In typical fashion for her, however, she was ready for Cecilia, broadcasting the confrontation for the entire continent to see. But then, and this was a true stroke of genius, her forces attacked the relictums and took over the second level, somehow blocking the ascension portals and preventing anyone else from entering, Lyra explained, her voice rich with awe. "No," Kara gasped, her hand covering her mouth. She had speculated such a thing was possible, but I never thought. Lyra held up a scroll that I recognized as an artifact to transmit messages over great distances. "Indeed. My sources are a couple of weeks old, but there has been no news from the relictum since she first took them several weeks ago. If I know anything about the High Sovereign, I think it is likely he is simply waiting her out. The second level has no crops or industry. No matter how well prepared she was, she can't host her rebellion within the relictums indefinitely." I felt Sylvie's confusion bubble up through our connection as she tried to get a grasp on everything being said. Regis took the lead in filling in the gaps for her while I focused on Lyra. "We need to get to Alacria and verify that nothing has changed," I told the others. "If she's still holed up in the relictums, I may be the only person who can get to her, a fact that no doubt played a role in her plan." "It seems as if Scythe Saris planned on occupying the relictums until you arrived to support her, Regent, but that has been months," Lyra said warily. "She will have undoubtedly planned for potential delays and tangents, but even she has certainly been pushed to the very end of her resources." Chapter 436, Obscured. A child's scream cut across our conversation, bringing Lyra up short. We all tensed as I searched for the source of the noise, expecting to rush into defensive action. A moment later, I relaxed, letting out my held breath. Several children ranging from perhaps 8 to their early teens were chasing each other between the plots of raised farmland. The girl in the lead was sprinting with a heavy leather ball in her arms, while the others struggled to steal it from her. A boy slightly larger caught her arm and she attempted to throw the ball to another girl. However, it was too heavy and landed several feet short. It rolled into the path of another child, who kicked it wildly by accident, sending it careening in our direction. "Why are there children here?" Ellie asked, confused. Lyra watched the children play with a distant expression. Many Alacrian families had taken up residence in places like Xyrus and Ediston, mostly those of higher-ranking soldiers. "They have nowhere else to go." The ball rolled to my feet. The children stopped chasing it, keeping their distance as they stared at me nervously. I tossed the ball into the air with my toe before kicking it back over their heads, sending it sailing. A chorus of laughter broke out among the kids as they took off after it again. When I turned back around, Lyra was inspecting me intently. "If you're going to Alacria," she said, "there is something I'd like to ask of you." A stack of rolled scrolls and folded parchment appeared from her dimension ring. "Some of the people here have written letters to their bloods in Alacria, but I've had no other opportunity to send them." Chul snorted. "Are we to be postmen now, letter carriers for the enemy?" "Of course we'll take them," Karas said, stepping forward to accept the stack of letters from Lyra. She gave me a questioning look. "It shouldn't be an issue getting them to Alacria at least," I said noncommittally, feeling more in agreement with Chul than Kara. Lyra let out a clear, honey-rich laugh, and I couldn't help but chuckle as well. "I'm not asking you to go door to door and deliver them, Regent, but thank you. Your assistance in this, though it may seem menial to you, is greatly appreciated." Kara clutched the letters with care for a long moment before sending them into her dimension ring. Do we have a destination in mind then? Is there someplace in Alacria where we'll be safe? Ellie asked in response, fidgeting nervously. Under her breath she added, I can't believe I'm going to another continent. Yes, I know where to start. Lyra, is there someplace nearby that is out of sight of the village? I'd rather not upset your people by activating a portal to Alacria right in front of them. Lyra agreed before leading us to a small but thriving copse a bit farther away from the village. It was thick enough to shield us from prying eyes. Withdrawing the Tempest Warp, I set it on the ground among the yellow grass and activated it, using ether to mold the mana as necessary. The Tempest Warp glowed, bright in the shadows of the spreading tree limbs, and a portal appeared next to it. This time Kara went first. I couldn't be entirely sure what was waiting on the other side, and I wanted a familiar face to step out of the portal. The rest followed quickly. Thank you, Lyra, I said, offering the retainer my hand. She took it. Things are coming to a head, Regent. I can't help but feel that Agrona is done biding his time. He does nothing without a plan, and even if his Asuran nature sometimes makes him aloof in the moment, I do not believe anything that has happened is outside of his intentions. Even his defeat here in Dicathen. For our sake, I hope you're wrong, I said, squeezing her hand firmly one more time before releasing it. As I reclaimed the Tempest Warp, I felt my gaze drawn into the middle distance. Beyond the trees, I could still hear children playing and laborers shouting, followed by the low, mournful trumpeting of a moon ox. I thought of soldiers bending the nature of their attack spells to till and water cropland, of organized battle groups working in concert to build homes instead of destroying them. I realized that weaker people might have starved out here, or let their situation become so dire they felt no recourse except to attack again, but the Alacrians had thrived. Who could have guessed that the woman once responsible for spreading Agrona's vicious lies to this continent would be the same person who now stood beside me, dedicating her life to the betterment of those Agronas saw only as fodder. Seeing the possibility of better days on the horizon after so long at war, I stepped into the portal. I was enfolded in trembling light, which took a moment to coalesce into solid shapes as I appeared at my destination. Disembodied voices seeped into my awareness before I could make sense of the shapes, several different voices, most of them shouting. As the blurred colors took on meaning, I realized I was facing a wall of defensive spells. Obscured by several shields of wind, fire, ice, and translucent panels of mana was a two-story brick estate, which in turn was surrounded by green hills and golden fields. The portal had deposited us right in the middle of a finely maintained yard, and Chull had his foot in a bed of tangerine-colored bulbs. He also had his weapon out, and he was scowling at the opposing mages. Regis had jumped in front of him, dissuading Chull from leaping at the Alacrians, while Ellie, holding Silverlight like a quarterstaff, had taken cover behind Boo. Kara had stepped forward with her hands raised over her head and was now calmly attempting to defuse the situation. We're not a threat, just relax. My name is Kara of Highblood Denoir. Please, just one of the shields melted away, and a young woman stepped out through the defensive line. Her orange hair faded to yellow at the tips, framing her disbelieving face and bright hazel eyes. Professor Gray, please don't attack my friend's Briar, I said, slowly stepping out in front of the others. That would make this pretty awkward all around. One by one, the other shields flickered out, revealing several young mages all school age. The only one I recognized immediately was Adem, Darren's ward. The boy's dark eyes had gone cartoonishly wide at the sight of me, and his face broke into a huge grin. All around him, the other young mages began to chatter excitedly, looking to Adem for confirmation of what Briar had just said. The front door of the estate slammed open, and Darren rushed out into the sunlight, wind already swirling around his fists. At the sight of me, he pulled up short, his expression collapsing into pure shock, then relief, and finally into a grin almost as wide as Adem's. Gray, you incorrigible ass, I nearly soiled myself when the perimeter alarm went off, he said, getting a round of unsure laughter from the crowd of teenagers. What in the Vritra's name are you doing here? I could ask you the same thing, I replied, letting my gaze sweep across the estate's defenders. Your program has expanded, apparently. The grin faltered, and he took a turn inspecting them. A lot has happened since you left for Central Academy. Why don't you and your friends come inside? You can tell me what kind of trouble you've brought to my door, and I'll do the same. The young mages stepped aside, allowing us to approach the mansion. Sylvie fell into step on my left while Ellie moved to my right. I heard her whisper to Boo to stay in the yard. The guardian bear grumbled but did as she asked. Kara and Regis walked just ahead of me. Glancing back at Chull, who kept a watchful eye on the Alacrians from the rear, I said, "Thank you for showing restraint." He met my eyes for barely a single step, then returned to watching the Alacrian children. The signal to attack had not been spoken. Inside the entrance hall, more young faces were peering out from doorways and down from the banister around the second-floor landing. Master Orden, what Professor Gray? Afine, her dark hair longer than when I'd last seen her at the Victoriad, was blocking off one of the hallways. Behind her, several much younger children were struggling to hide behind her while simultaneously trying to see what was happening, including the little girl Penka I had met last time I was here. "Do you have all the kids from my class here?" I asked, further caught off guard by Afine's presence. Darren's lips curled in a forced smile that didn't make it to his eyes. "Marcus is around here somewhere," Briar said from the doorway behind my group. His blood was smart enough to get him out of the academy before things really started going to shit. "Briar mouth," Darren said, his tone lightly scolding. I wanted to ask more questions but felt it would be best to do so in private, and so I followed Darren deeper into the estate. A trail of kids followed at a distance, slinking behind us as if we wouldn't notice a dozen pairs of pattering feet. Briar followed more brazenly, acting as if she were one of us, and fully intended on joining whatever conversation followed our arrival. Sylvie took in every weapon or piece of art hanging on the wall intently. "Alacria doesn't seem so different to Dicathen," she mused. Darren led us to the same sitting room where he and Alaric had revealed their Central Academy plan to me. My companions and I entered the room, but Darren stopped Briar at the door. She crossed her arms and lifted her chin defiantly, but he only had to cock an eyebrow at her. She deflated, flipped her hair in irritation, and shouted at all the other children to get back to their duties, herding them away. The small, finely appointed chamber was an awkward fit for all of us. Regis, sensing this, became immaterial and vanished into my core. Chul moved to the window and stared out, his back to the rest of us. Kara, still showing the signs of wear from her long ordeal with Vajrecker, eased into a plush chair. Ellie did the same, although she sat much more stiffly, her hands on her knees with silverlight gleaming across her legs. Sylvie stayed at my side, her sharp eyes watching Darren carefully. "It's fine, we can trust him." "Maybe, but can't you sense how stressed he is? Things haven't been going well for him." Arms crossed, I leaned against a bare patch of wall, one of the few not covered by bookshelves or drink cabinets. "So what's the deal with all the kids?" Darren sighed and slumped into a chair. His head slowly panned across the room as he took in each of my companions, and he didn't answer until his eyes met mine. "Civil War, Gray. Some are recently orphaned, others are in hiding to avoid being sent into combat. Your impact can't be understated either. I'm told that many of your students convinced their bloods not to participate in the war because of you." "Which is, in a way, why we're here," Kara interjected, drawing Darren's attention. "Lady Kara, it's a pleasure to see you again," Darren said, his gaze lingering on her horns. In a motion that seemed unintentional, Kara's hand drifted up to her horns, almost as if she'd forgotten they were visible. "Some of us have been fighting this civil war for a long time, like Scythe Saris. We're seeking word of her. Is there anything you can tell us?" Darren's jaw clenched, then relaxed. Standing suddenly, he went to a low shelf containing bottles and glasses and poured himself a drink, then drained it in a single quick gulp. "Half of these kids' parents are trapped in the relictums with her. Forces under Scythe Dragoth Vritra have been assaulting the portals to the second level non-stop for weeks. Alaric has a couple people embedded with those soldiers feeding us intel, although it's hardly necessary. The first level industry hasn't slowed at all, even with the ascents basically shut down. All I know is that the assault forces are growing more confident each day that they're going to breach the second level soon." Kara glanced at me, her urgency apparent. "We shouldn't wait then, Gray. Sorry, Arthur, we need to go immediately." Darren's brows shot up as she said my name. "So it's true then, you're Dicathen like the rumors say. What's wrong with that?" Ellie asked defensively, clutching Silverlight as she looked nervously at Darren. Darren responded to Ellie's discomfort with a warm smile. "Nothing really, I'm sorry Gray Arthur hasn't introduced us. I'm Darren, ex-ascender and current wrangler of terrified children. I've helped him out of more than one precarious predicament, and I'm hoping he's here to return the favor." "Oh," Ellie said, looking sheepishly down at her knees. Sparing him too many details, I quickly introduced everyone other than Kara, with whom he was already acquainted. "It does sound like we need to leave immediately, but there is a problem with this next part," I admitted, pushing away from the wall and meeting my bond's eye. "I can't go into the relictums," she said with a pinched frown. "I'll stay with Sylvie if that's what you want," Ellie volunteered, surprising me. "I don't want to leave anyone behind, but we don't have a choice. It'll be fastest if Kara, Regis, and I go alone." To Darren, I asked, "Can the others stay here?" "Sylvie and Chul should be of great help in keeping your wards occupied." Chul turned away from the window, glowering. I did not trade one hiding place for another. I began to respond when something caught my attention. Realmheart bathed my vision in a sea of colors, allowing me to see the wind attribute spell with sound deviancy altering the protection cast on the door. Darren, noticing my gaze, strode quickly to the door and swung it open. A handful of the older students spilled to the ground. Behind them, Afine and Briar had the decency to at least pretend to be sorry. "Really now?" Darren chided, shaking his head. "What are you, a bunch of wild animals?" My parents are in the relictums, one young man said from his knees. I want to know what's going on. Professor Gray will need help if he's going to help Scythe Saris Vritra. Bold as always, Briar didn't flinch under the combined gaze of my entire group. We can fight, which is exactly what you were sent here not to do, correct? Darren said softly. I saw then just how much he cared for his many wards as his kindness only grew in the face of Briar's defiance. Now go on, all of you. With the door closed and protected once again, our conversation continued for some time. Darren was more than willing to allow my companions to stay with him, although they themselves were less enthusiastic about being left behind, especially Chull. In the end, though, it was the relictums that set our course. Withdrawing the compass, I dislocated the two halves and activated the ascension portion. As I'd seen it do many times, the crystal within disintegrated and formed an opaque portal above the half-sphere. I knew immediately that something was wrong. The portal itself was distorted, the light spilling out from it bending unnaturally. I stepped quickly aside to avoid touching the clutching rays of viscous light, only then catching sight of my bond. Sylvie was staring at the portal as if a trance, and it almost seemed as if the portal itself was reaching toward her. You okay? I asked, my fingers twitching with the desire to cancel out the portal. Sylvie nodded, her hand coming up slowly as she reached out toward the light that was simultaneously reaching for her. I'm fine, it's just, there's some kind resonance between me and the portal. Faint striations were rippling through the atmospheric ether, I realized, connecting Sylvie and the ascension portal. Sylvie, I warned, a vague, disembodied panic tightening my chest. She hesitated, looking to me as if asking for permission. It feels comfortable. My fists clenched at my sides as I resisted the urge to hold her back. I tried to consider the situation rationally, but I had no basis for making a decision. The portal should simply push her back, like what had happened with Tassai and Aldir, but Sylvie could be different. Alternatively, the compass could work differently, but I had no way of knowing if that was a good or bad thing. All I could do in the end was trust her. I nodded. Her fingertips brushed the edges of the opaque oval and she stepped through, vanishing into the relictums. Well shit, Regis thought, leaping through the portal after her. Change of plans, I snapped. Chull, go with her. He grinned, conjured his weapon and leaped in. Karas set her jaw in determination and followed. Ellie was watching me carefully, clearly still unsure if she was coming with or not. I nodded and waved her toward the portal. There was a faint pop and Boo appeared next to her, his bulk overturning an end table. Oops, sorry, Ellie said before striding into the portal, followed closely by Boo. No one else will be able to enter the portal after I go through, I explained to Darren, but don't let anyone tamper with the artifact. It'll be locked in this room. No one will enter, I can promise you that, Darren assured me as he righted the overturned table. Do you have any idea what you're getting yourself into? Nothing pleasant, I'm sure. Not wishing to leave my companions inside the relictums without me for any longer than I already had, I strode through the portal. And stepped into something indescribable. Furious violet pressure locked my body in place. An invisible storm raged and my pulse seemed to start and stop again, my heart beating rapidly and then not at all. I couldn't see, hear, or think clearly. I wasn't even sure if I'd arrived in the relictums. It's Sylvie. Regis's voice came to me through the crush of ether, distorted and halting. Along with his voice came the flash of a memory. Regis appearing on the other side of the portal. Sylvie, her body stiff and falling like she was having some kind of seizure, moving a half-step toward her. Then, an explosion of ether, compressing Regis into little more than a wisp trapped inside viscous etheric tar. Activating Realm Heart, I sensed for the others. They were there, immobile, frozen, but otherwise they didn't appear to be harmed in any way. Gathering as much of my own power as I could, I pushed outward, attempting to force my way through the obstruction while carefully maneuvering between my companions. Bit by bit, the opposing ether gave way and I was able to inch forward. One step, then another, deeper into the morass until my right foot bumped into the source of the chaos. Bending down slowly, as I had to be careful now to push out only enough ether to keep from being locked in place again, I reached for Sylvie. The air between us cleared, the amethyst fog pushed aside by my countering force. Sylvie was on the ground, her eyes open but rolled so far back in her head that only the whites showed. Her body was rigid and motionless. Grabbing her shoulders, I shook her gently. When she didn't respond, I shook harder. She didn't react. Sylvie, Sylv, can you hear me? She didn't respond. My mind raced. I couldn't be certain if the ether was being controlled by her in some kind of spell or emanation, or if the relictums itself was generating the phenomenon. She was unconscious, but the ether felt like her, neither of which made sense. A defensive mechanism, maybe, I wondered, triggered by some reaction from the relictums. Attempting to expel the etheric storm was too dangerous. I might rip Ellie or Kara to pieces in between the opposing forces. I could try to cancel it, but without understanding what was happening or why, I was afraid to inhibit Sylvie in any way. Still, I knew I had to do something. Expanding my senses, which required a forceful effort on my part as I exuded my own ether to push outward through the spell's effect like worms burrowing through soil. I tried to find the edges of the cloud. My pulse quickened at what I discovered. The storm was expanding outward, building on itself with the atmospheric ether of the zone. Sylvie didn't have an ether core and so had no purified ether of her own to utilize. Like all dragons, she could only influence the ether around her. If I could force the ether back inward, containing it somehow, I could prevent her spell from affecting the rest of us without cutting her off from it. Only I saw a problem with this almost immediately. If I was spending all my energy containing Sylvie's unconscious spell, I wouldn't be able to help the others clear the zone. But Sylvie had no natural way to contain so much ether, no ability to draw in and store the ether like I did. Except I did have a way to manipulate ether outside of my body without constant conscious input. Reaching for the tether to my relic armor, I tried to manifest it without conjuring it onto my body. The black scales appeared over my skin. I ground my teeth and attempted to physically remove it, but unlike normal armor, there was no way to do so. Maybe I could help if I could move, Regis thought, if we could just. Yeah, that might work. Let me see what I can do. Kneeling next to Sylvie, I opened the floodgates of my core. I didn't attempt to control the ether that began pouring out of me, simply let it expand out into the atmosphere. It spread through the cloud, doing nothing to disrupt the spell but blending in with the atmospheric ether forming the emanation. I could feel the expanding edge of the cloud and the density of the atmospheric ether, and I tried to match my output to how much the spell was influencing. It took a minute. When I thought the two forces were nearly in balance, I took control. Each purple particle of my purified ether latched onto a particle of what made up Sylvie's spell. I couldn't hope to individually control each mote, but the ether responded to my intention and reacted appropriately. Finding Regis within the storm, I stilled the ether around him, then opened a sort of tunnel between us. He was with me instantly, flying out of the cloud and into my core. What even is she doing? He groused, mentally shaking off the effects of the spell. No time, after. The basis of our idea was the same concept Regis and I had utilized when I imbued a conjured sword with destruction by channeling our combined power into my ether. First, Regis flowed into the armor itself, maintaining his incorporeal state. Then I released the armor. Regis stayed with it, allowing himself to be pulled between etheric states. The armor faded, becoming incorporeal as well, but did not entirely vanish. However the Jinn had crafted the relic, they had never accounted for it bringing along another etheric form, and so it froze between states. When Regis flew towards Sylvie, the shadowy armor was dragged with him. He disappeared into Sylvie, and I tugged at the thread between me and the armor, making it physical again, or rather trying to. Instead, the shadowy essence of the half-summoned armor tore like a silk shirt. Cursing, I reached out with my ether and attempted to grab onto the armor, similar to how I manipulated mana with ether. Regis pulled at it, trying to draw the armor around Sylvie while I held it together. Closing my eyes, I made one thought clear in my mind: protect her. I let all other thoughts slip away, focusing entirely on the armor and that simple idea. Time seemed frozen. In a jittery, sped-up fashion, the armor started to coalesce, shrinking to fit Sylvie's body while hardening into its corporeal state around her. I let out a breath I didn't know I'd been holding. My mind went back to the ether I'd released into the atmosphere, each particle bonded with those of Sylvie's spell. The atmospheric ether fought me, attempting to maintain the shape Sylvie's will was influencing it into. But as the Jinn projection had explained, my core gave me the advantage of much tighter control and a much stronger bond with the purified ether. I overpowered Sylvie's influence. The spell's area of influence was forced inward towards Sylvie herself. I could feel the edges of the storm shrinking as the obscuring purple haze faded from the air. Bit by bit, it was all contained within Sylvie, using the relic armor as the shell. A blood-curdling battle cry exploded just beside me as Chul reared back, his weapon held at the ready as his head jerked this way and that in search of an enemy. Someone else heaved, and I turned just in time to see my sister be sick on the ground not far from where Sylvie lay. Kara wrapped an arm around her and pulled Ellie's hair out of her face, muttering something soft and consoling. "How it worked, I didn't expect that," Regis thought as he drifted free of Sylvie's body. He transformed into his physical form and shook the mane of fire burning around his neck. I cupped Sylvie's face in my hand and used Realm Heart to search for any signs of injury, backlash, or magical damage, but she seemed physically unharmed. Now that the spell had been contained, it was clear that this effect was being projected by Sylvie herself and wasn't an attack by the relictums. The armor is doing most of the work, but I'm going to have to stay focused on it to keep her spell from breaking free again, I explained to the others. "Pa, what here could threaten me?" Chul asked, staring around confidently. My gaze followed his, fully taking in our surroundings for the first time. We had been deposited on a narrow patch of flat, barren ground in the midst of a forest. Except for where we stood, the trees grew up out of calm, clear water. Giant roots occasionally rose above the surface like winding highways, mirroring the limbs above. There was no sky, only the constantly climbing flora, branches as wide as highways weaving together to create the impression that there was no beginning or end to the forest canopy. Despite the lack of sun or sky, the forest was lit with cool, sourceless light. Is Sylvie okay?" Ellie asked weakly, struggling to stand straight as she wiped her mouth clean. Boo moaned and nudged her with his broad forehead. "Why does she look like that?" Sylvie was still rigid, her eyes rolled back into her head. I tried shaking her again, then lifted her up into a sitting position. Her muscles were so taut it was difficult to move her. "Hey, Sylvie," when there was no response, I closed my eyes and projected my voice directly into her mind. "Sylvie, can you hear me?" My constant connection with her mind was absent. My thoughts reached nothing. The others weren't silently waiting for me to give orders. Kara had already activated the artifact bracer she'd claimed from the Spearbeak's treasure. Multiple silver spikes flew outward, some going up into the limbs above, others skirting the top of the water. Chull had leaped from the ground to a nearby root that stuck up 15 feet above the water's surface. With one hand on a tree the size of an old Earth skyscraper, he searched our surroundings. "We need to move to reach the exit portal," I said, lifting Sylvie and laying her carefully across Boo's broad back. "Maybe this state is only temporary, or maybe we need to get her out of the relictums, I don't know. Either way, I don't want to linger here any longer than necessary." Ellie jumped up behind Sylvie to hold her in place. She gave me a fierce look. "We've got her, Arthur." "Gray," Kara said softly, her eyes flickering open and closed rapidly as she focused on whatever input was coming from her drones. "We're not alone." Chapter 437, Scales of Understanding, SYLVIEINDRATH. The compass portal wrapped around me, embracing me and pulling me in. The transition was seamless, unlike the ancient portals dotted around Dicathen. On the other side, I found myself in a picturesque world that seemed more likely to be found in Ephiatus than in Dicathen or Alacria. Towering trees, their tops not visible from the forest floor, grew up from an expansive, crystal-clear lake. It was one of the most beautiful things I had ever seen, like a picture, like coming home. Even as I acknowledged the strangeness of this thought, I was already losing focus on the scenery. A purple haze fell over my eyes like a curtain lowering. My body felt stiff and distant, outside of my control. I sagged, then jerked upright. The forest was gone. Above me, the etheric void stretched into infinity in every direction. My feet rested not on solid ground but smooth water, opaque with the reflection of the purple sky. The moment I acknowledged the water, I descended into it. There was no splash, only cool pressure enveloping me from the feet up. I tried to swim, to claw my way back to the surface, but my limbs slid through the water without creating the upward force necessary to propel me. My eyes burned, my lungs ached, and panic threatened to overwhelm me. The water, solid as ink, parted. A hand reached down for me, but it wasn't made of flesh and blood. It felt more like etheric wind molded into the approximation of an arm and hand. It didn't matter, I took it. My skin prickled as if I'd grabbed a charged mana crystal where the etheric limb touched me, then I was rising, pulling free of the water, and was back out under the void sky. A violent fit of coughing racked my body, and I struggled to wipe the viscous liquid from my eyes. "Breath, calm your heart, take control." Blinking rapidly, I tried to look at the figure before me, whose hand I was still holding, or rather, whose hand was still holding me up. My toes sank into the water, and without their support I would have plunged down once again. "This power will swallow you whole if you let it. Take control." The speaker was a dragon, but no, she was humanoid, slightly taller than me, horns of deep purple wind thrusting up from amethyst hair. And yet, at the same time, she seemed to be a huge, demonic creature staring down at me. All three at once, perhaps, or changing from one to the next in rapid succession, unless it was a trick of the swirling winds that formed her frame. Or, I shook my head and sank slightly deeper into the water as her grip on me slackened. "I don't understand, a distant, time-blurred memory surfaced. "Sylvia, Mom," the wind-carved lips twisted up, indistinct. "Your identity is forged of contradictions. Both dragon and basilisk, an Usura bonded to a human, twice born and twice adapted to the power that is Etha. You are order from chaos, but the nature of this universe is entropy. These contradictions, these paradoxes, will always be trying to pull you apart, father and grandfather, dragons and humans, vivum and evum." I listened the same way a child listens to a conversation between adults. I heard the words but could make little to no sense of them. "Who are you?" I asked again, and my feet sank deeper still, the glass-smooth water caressing my ankles. "I am not here, but you are. And you will not leave if you continue to focus on all the wrong things. You and you alone can keep yourself from sinking forever." I closed my eyes, but the etheric realm, the endless expanse of water, and the figure were still clearly visible before me. "I'm sorry, what do I need to do?" "First, you must stand on your own." I can't walk on water, I protested, peeking down at the water around my ankles. There is no water. I wanted to argue, to point at the liquid overtaking me and let out some sarcastic retort. But I held back, remembering what else the figure had said. Breathe, take control. I did, or at least I tried. I was hardly in a comfortable enough position to search for mindfulness, but I started with my breath. When I gained control of that, I moved outward, taking hold over one muscle, one limb at a time. Finally, I pulled myself up so my feet were out of the water. Considering what she had said, I approached the most obvious solution first. If what I'm seeing isn't real, then I'm in my own mind, aren't I? When I'd been in the etheric realm with Arthur, the only interruption of the empty etheric space was a single relictum zone as seen from the outside. This place was similar but not the same. My breath steadied. My feet felt sturdier. I lowered them until the soles rested against the cool water. Be stable, I thought, both to myself and the water. My flesh pressed against the glassy surface. It held. I was standing atop the water like I had been when I first appeared here, in that single moment before I recognized the floor for what it was. My perception of the floor had caused it to change, taking on the characteristics I expected from it. Like how mana reacts to both my purposeful intention and my expectation of it simultaneously. You have many questions. This is your conversation to lead. Ask them. Understanding is how you'll take control. Time is of the essence. Time, I thought, the word triggering a deeper memory, something half lost and only partially found. Even time bends before fate. It was your voice I heard in the void. What did you mean? I asked. Time is an arrow. Lines formed in the air all around, wind made visible, drawing a bombardment of arrows that fired past us, all moving in the same direction. I stared, unable to make sense of the figure's words, but the longer I looked, the more I noticed about the arrows. Some moved slightly slower or faster, and others weren't straight at all. They curved, weaving in and out of the paths of other arrows. My innate capacity to influence ether in the path of Vivim has regressed, I said, voicing an uncomfortable thought that had been growing in me since my return. You're saying that my aptitude has shifted toward Evim instead. According to what I was taught, this isn't possible. Many things are thought impossible until they become real. Fools insist reality must conform to their expectations, while the wise know that knowledge of our reality is constantly evolving, timeless, and without finality. The arrows arced sharply downward and began to fall as raindrops, and where the rain landed, it revealed the outline of a building. Lacking color, contrast, or detail, it took me a moment to recognize the shape of Dicathen's flying castle over the dense canopy of the beast glades. Ethereal clouds drifted overhead, wind-blown and dark. The water below reflected the rain-drawn outlines above. Of all the places I had lived, Zestir, Xyrus, Mount Geoluz, the flying castle held the strongest memories for me. I had enjoyed being close to the beast glades, where I had hunted for years while Arthur adventured. There was a magic to the place, something unexplainable and ancient, and I had enjoyed that too. But mostly it was where I grew into myself. My eyes refocused as the indistinct figure, now a towering being with huge horns as she faded in and out, the etheric wind dispersing in chaotic gusts. Time is also limited, the most finite of resources. As your mind wanders farther away from here, the sands run faster, you are still in danger. What danger? I asked. What is this place? Did you bring me here? Entropy. Is that the answer to one question or all three? I asked quickly, trying to force myself to be present, to hold one thought in my mind at a time. But the castle was slowly being destroyed in the background, and my heart sank to think of it. Zestir demolished, only dust and ash, Xyrus taken by the Alacrians, and the flying castle destroyed by Cadel. My mother's murderer, I thought bitterly. The figure faded further, the winds growing even more wild. I'm sorry, I breathed, clenching my eyes shut and focusing on the image. In my mind, she was a beautiful white dragon with lavender eyes. When I peeked through half-closed lids, the figure was stable again. What are you here to tell me? What do you need to know? I shook my head. It was too open-ended, too broad. I hadn't been back long enough, didn't fully understand what was needed. Only, what is fate? I asked, holding my breath. The voice spoke. The noise of her words entered my ears. I blinked several times, my head lolling helplessly as I stared at the figure. It was just that noise, but absent meaning or understanding. I shook my head again. I don't. I trailed off, struggling even to form a coherent thought as the meaningless buzzing of the figure's explanation still wriggled through my brain. Unlike the djinn, you can't construct a castle in the air. Lacking the foundation to build such insight upon, there is no hope for you to understand it. I dragged in a long, conflicted breath. The air smelled of smoldering citrus and tasted of ozone. By now, the flying castle, shown only by where the dots of etheric rain splashed against it, was nothing but a crumbled ruin of orbiting bricks and broken stone. One thing was starting to make sense to me, at least. This conversation, I'm molding it, aren't I? You can't volunteer information. You aren't here to tell me something specific. I have to ask you the right questions. In a way, though, perhaps there are no specific right questions, only those that bring you closer to insight or push you farther from it. Why did my innate capacity toward vivum change? I asked, deciding on a path forward. The figure was humanoid now, her wind-drawn body thin and graceful, the features of her face sharp but the details indistinct. Only one who has progressed far down the path of Evum in their etheric knowledge can be in two places at once, separating body and spirit to pursue knowledge outside the trail of their own time's arrow. To travel as you have and returned left this insight's mark on your spirit like a long journey builds calluses on your heels. And when my body reformed, my spirit's connection to Evum was stronger than my body's to Vivum, I said, picking up where the figure left off. I thought I understood, but that understanding was tenuous, hovering at the edge of my consciousness. But I don't feel like I have any insight into Evum, my ability to heal. The downpour of etheric rain receded, blown away by visible striations of gusting wind. The swirling lines of wind straightened and became the dark purple outlines of sharp spikes protruding from the darkness. Amethyst rivulets trickled down the spikes and dripped from their sharp points into the cool, glassy water. It was blood, though I wasn't exactly certain how I knew. I began to move, walking through the field of spikes as if in a dream, afraid who I might find pinned beneath them. Aaliyah Triskin, Cynthia Goodsky, Alduin, and Muriel Iralith Arthur. The figure walked beside me in the form of a huge dragon, each step sending out a ripple across the water's surface. You remember the many painful lessons of your life, but what you experienced on your spiritual journey was something very different. That insight is woven into the fabric of your being, not burned into your soft tissue by a specific sequence of firing neurons. And yet it is still there. The spikes, pulsing with each gust of the etheric wind that formed them, seemed to grow closer and closer no matter where my feet took me, even when I stopped entirely. Soon they were nearly pressing into my skin. Agrona and Kezes, they seek this insight, don't they? As I spoke, a spike pressed against my throat. Why was I able to gain what other Usras have tried and failed to for so long? Fear. I looked at the spikes all around me but did not feel afraid. Not your fear, theirs. Fear has long rooted them in place. Kezes has made himself and his people unchangeable for fear of what change might bring, terror of the beyond. Agrona, in his fear, seeks to change himself at the expense of all others, to burn worlds as fuel for his own ascension. Both are incapable of risk and self-sacrifice, and so they are incapable of gaining new insight. I took a step forward and the spike at my throat receded. Wherever I walked, the spikes unfolded away from me. But they are the two most powerful beings in this world. What are they both so afraid of? Each other. The figure unraveled at the edges. Focus. That is a story for another time, and unrelated to what you need to accomplish in this moment. I did as the figure commanded, preparing myself to ask a question I already knew the answer to. If I'm at risk of unraveling because of all these opposing forces that make me up, then that insight will be lost, right? Not just you, never just you are bonded, three parts of one whole, spatium vivum. Evum, Etha, I breathed, Arthur and Regis and me. The dragon nodded its long, graceful neck. With each step she was passing through spikes that came undone, dissolving into wind and drifting away. I stopped walking through the field of spikes and the spikes melted like ice. And this is important, no, necessary, for the understanding of fate. The figure's indistinct humanoid face displayed a warm smile. I realized we were each standing in a small pool of water now. The etheric wind was forming something between and around us, long arms above and bowls below containing the water. A central beam between and a scale, I muttered, staring at the fulcrum. The figure was a huge dragon again. The scale was much lower on her side than mine. Only one who has mastered the paths of Evum, Vivum, and Spatium can begin to understand the fourth edict of fate. But no single being can walk three paths at once. But if three were as one, mentally, I charted the path of our conversation so far and my mind stuck on one point. It comes back to entropy, doesn't it? The nature of all things, time's arrow, movement from order to disorder, form to formlessness, the dissolution of structure. You're suggesting there is a danger of Arthur, Regis, and I separating, I thought out loud, staring into the figure's empty wind-drawn eyes. But not all things are divided by entropy. Isn't it also the process by which things combine and settle, becoming more homogeneous? Note that the scales of your understanding have not shifted. Think deeper, farther. I struggled to see where this could be going, or why it was important enough for me to be speaking with an ephemeral, nameless figure in my mind that may or may not be the disembodied spirit of my mother communicating to me through the etheric realm. Still, I tried. You're saying that I have to hold myself together against these opposing forces, the ones threatening to pull me to pieces, but I also have to hold us together. Regis is chaos, the living embodiment of entropy, destruction manifest, and Arthur is, I smiled, feeling my eyes wrinkle at the corners, still so very human. He's already proven once that he'll rip himself to pieces, cell by cell, to defeat his enemies, burn himself up from the inside if he has to. His sense of self-preservation is lacking. The scale shifted slightly closer to equilibrium, though the humanoid figure was still looking up at me from several feet down. So I'm even aligned now, I said, feeling understanding coming a little more easily. Time may be an arrow, but I can slow its flight, bend it even, to ensure that we remain together long enough to finish this. Even as I said these words, they conjured in my mind a time after, when we weren't together and my concentration snapped like a frayed rope. The scales dissolved, and once again the figure and I were standing atop the water. My feet sank slightly, just breaking the surface, and the etheric winds swirled into meaningless chaos, an artist's rendition of discord and disarray drawn in violet lines against the deep purple sky. The breath caught in my lungs, and each quickened heartbeat pulsed through the water and sky, the etheric wind, and even the giant demonic figure watching me with what I thought was sympathy. You aren't ready yet. To lose concentration now would be catastrophic. The harder I tried to hold on to my focus, the more violently it seemed to resist me. What is too rigid will break under force. That which is too pliable and allows too much freedom of movement can be torn or peeled away. Control, balance, that is what you are and what you must find. I clenched my teeth and shut my eyes, frustrated that it failed to block out the vision. A moment to adjust, to recover, that was all I asked, I swallowed heavily. All things come to an end, I said, barely a whisper. But if we as we master evum, vivum, and spatium, as we seek insight into the edict of fate, we get to control when the end is. My breathing calmed again. I opened my eyes and stared into the figure's indistinct face. And for every end, there are new beginnings too. Endings don't have to be something to fear. Jagged lines straightened and the formless mass began to take shape. It was a deeply comfortable place, one that made me want to curl up in a ball and take a long nap atop my bond's head. Arthur and Elijah's bedroom within the Helstia estate. On all fours, I hopped up on the bed, walked in a circle around Arthur's pillow, and then curled up atop it. The woman rested gracefully at the foot of the bed, watching me. The etheric realm, it's how things end, isn't it? I mused sleepily. As pure energy, when everything else has come apart, the universe separated down to its base. That's why ether is so potent for the creation of things, but also why the relictums is degrading. It is against the nature of that place to maintain form and function. She nodded, her eyes leaving me and traveling around the blurry recreation of Arthur's room. But it remembers what it was, the ether. That's why we can create spell forms, even the god runes. They're an expression of that held memory, insight made manifest. Knowledge of the spell forms is housed in djinn-crafted implements, but the god runes. I had to stop to really think. It was getting so hard, I just wanted to rest, to sleep. The etheric realm, all the knowledge of any form ether has ever taken, like a sleeping god. As Arthur's understanding of specific edicts grows, the ether remembers and forms a god rune. But this only happens for him because of his connection with the ether. The Jinn remnant said he was unique, that the ether saw him as kin in a way. Again, a simple nod. Outside Arthur's window, a horned owl flew past. But if I'm in danger right now, understanding this isn't helping me. I paused, looking more closely at the figure. She was a giant demoness again, but still resting gracefully on the foot of the bed, her broad, frightening visage silent and watchful. But she was unraveling at the edges, and it had been some time since she'd spoken. I had grown distracted. Whatever connection was holding our minds together was coming undone. Standing suddenly, I physically shook off the sense of comfort I felt. Comfort meant complacence, and complacence was the death of growth. She'd said it before, insight required risk. But more than that, growth required pain. The bed dissolved into individual threads of wind, and I landed on all fours on the water's surface. Wind-drawn walls, windows, and furniture alike unfolded and billowed away. I stood, returning to my own humanoid form. The demoness became a dragon again, each scale gusting and distorted. The bright lines of etheric wind carved themselves into the rough stone walls of a ravine. The water beneath me began to pop and bubble as it glowed with a bright, violently violet light. In a slow, controlled motion, I began sinking into the floor. The sensation was purely mental anguish, and it woke me from my drowsing completely, setting my mind alight at a cellular level. I let out a hissing, pain-filled breath, imagining the water-turned lava boiling the insight from my bones and releasing it into the atmosphere where I could see it manifest in the scenery around me. The dragon watched from above, her long neck craning down from atop the ravine walls, her expression unreadable. I have to understand my new power or I'll die, I said, reciting the problem as if reading it from a book. If I die, Arthur will fail to gain insight into the edict of fate. I let myself sink lower, the etheric lava now all the way up to my neck. Time is an arrow, but through the path of evum I can influence that arrow. Bend it to avoid or strike a target at will. The insight I gained while experiencing Arthur's past life is written on my spirit. I slipped entirely beneath the surface. The pain wiped every thought and impulse from my mind except for one immediate idea. The reclamation of that subconscious understanding of evum and ether's impact on time. I had to reconnect my body and spirit, make sense of all the many aspects of myself that were contradictory in nature. I understand that I am both dragon and basilisk, the result of the lines of Indrath and Vritra. This is my lineage, but it is not my identity. I choose to be something beyond either of them. I chose to be unafraid. I appreciate that I am an Usura, a so-called greater being bonded to a human, a lesser. Arthur is the third choice, the last hope, humanity's ascension. There is no shame in my service to him, because through it the very idea of greater and lesser beings will be made meaningless. I accept that I am order from chaos, spontaneous rebirth, the bond that holds against the inevitable. I am what the rest of my kind are not, changeable. I had my time and I gave everything I was, and now my time has come again. I am guardian and guide, caution and fury, daughter and partner. But I am not my mother's mistake or my father's tool. I am not my grandfather's treasure to be hoarded or weapon to be swung. I reject the role required of my birth clans, and I refuse the name of Indrath or Vritra. Sylvie-Leywin, I burst up from the etheric lava, pressing against its bubbling surface as I dragged myself onto my hands and knees, and then stood trembling to my feet. The ravine walls were collapsing, wind spinning like stones that bounced from one another then fluttered away as birds and butterflies. The ground was mirror smooth again, and the wind calmed, then vanished entirely. I was standing alone atop the infinite expanse of water under an endless etheric sky. The figure was nowhere to be seen, though I thought I could still sense her, feel her like breath on the back of my neck. My reflection was looking up at me from the floor, this taller, leaner frame I had returned within, my face sharper, older, like Arthur's, our hair and eyes almost making us look like twins. I leaned down, peering more closely. There was more of Arthur in my reflection than I had remembered, almost as if, I gasped, sinking down onto my hands, staring. Within my reflection, Arthur was staring back at me. Kind but serious, urgent but patient. He was speaking slowly, calmly, calling to me. I couldn't hear his words, but I could understand his meaning. They needed me, he needed me. The water floor bulged upward. Arthur's hands, his voice, his presence were pushing through into the mental world I'd become trapped within. I let my hands sink through the water and interlaced my fingers with his. Chapter 438, A Broken Path. A dark shape passed between the enormous limbs of the endlessly climbing trees. The movement was too fast and the cover too dense for me to make out any details. Even with Realm Heart active, I could sense neither mana nor ether from the shadow in the brief moment I was able to see it. "What was that?" Ellie asked, her voice high-pitched with nervous tension. "We need to get moving," I said, searching our surroundings for any hint of the passing shadow or the way forward. The roots snaked through the water like winding paths, most wide enough to support a beast-drawn carriage. The water through which they grew was so clear that it disguised its depth, creating an optical illusion that made the mossy stones of the lake floor seem only inches below the surface. "Up or down?" Kara asked, her eyes unfocused as she utilized whatever senses her drones provided instead of her own. "The branches are wide enough to navigate easily, even for your bear, and more densely woven together than the roots." I glanced at Sylvie, who was lying stiffly across Boo's back, shrouded in my armor. Ellie had one hand on her protectively. "That's risky. If we're attacked, any of us could be knocked off one of those branches." "Hey Chulio, as half a phoenix, what happens when you transform? Do you only get one wing? Or do you just get the beak and tail?" Regis asked teasingly. "I get no such sproutings from my buttocks. I can transform fully, but it's difficult to maintain such a form," Chul admitted, apparently heedless of Regis's quip. Ellie conjured a band of mana that wrapped around Boo and Sylvie, holding my bond down. When that was done, 3 orbs of bright mana appeared and silently circled her right hand. The sweat beading her brow and the tight grimace across her face said everything I was already thinking. With both Chul and Sylvie present, this zone would be harder than anything we had faced on our last ascent. "Chul, lead the way." I indicated a nearby route that we could easily climb on and use to cross the water. "The roots are thicker in that direction." Chul marched to the edge of the small island we stood on and jumped casually onto the root, the top of which protruded 6 feet out of the water. He landed with unexpected grace for one of his size, looked around, and then extended his hand back to help up the next person. Just as Kara reached for his hand, a dark blur streaked from the shadows and Chul vanished within it. Kara leaped back, narrowly avoiding a pair of long tails that scythed behind the speeding beast. In the blink of an eye, the blurred shape had wheeled away from us, skirting the top of the water before pulling upward and rising into the web of oversized limbs above us. I channeled ether into God's step, and the etheric pathways lit up before my eyes. The paths spread out from me like violet lightning, connecting each point to every other but only for 15 feet. The pathways simply cut off, those directly around me severed from the paths everywhere else, both sets constantly in flux as they shifted and distorted but never reconnected. A surge of energy from Sylvie was enough to explain exactly what was happening. Black bolts of fire cut across the shadowy forest as I released the Godrune. Karaz's shots missed, trailing after what I could now tell was a diamond-shaped creature with dusky flesh. It had two long whip-like tails, each with a nasty barb growing from the end. Despite its enormous bulk, its wingspan was as wide as Sylvie's in her dragon form. It swam through the air with a greater speed than any fish in water. Regis's attention focused on the flying creature, an amused scoff ringing in my mind. Looks like spicy chicken doesn't agree with the demonic manta ray. There's something on its back, Ellie said urgently, her sharp eyes picking up details the rest of us couldn't make out. I think it's slowing down. Imbuing my vision with ether, I could make out the glossy red patch against its black hide. As I watched, the creature began to glow from within, its flight becoming erratic as the wing-like protrusions wobbled. The indistinct red shape separated, vanishing into the water as the glow grew rapidly brighter. Flesh split, and orange flames leapt out of the resulting fissures. A sharp screech suddenly erupted from the beast, causing my vision to spin as the vibration drove knives into my brain. In the distance, one of the beast's wings clipped a tree, ripping the limb free of the body with a horrible wet tearing sound. The vibration intensified, then cut out entirely as the beast crashed into the lake, disappearing beneath the churning waters. Shaking off the aftereffects of the vibrations, I jumped up onto the route where Chull had been attacked. I paused, searching the forest for any sign of danger before attempting to make out the etheric pathways again. I was just beyond the edge of the effect I'd seen, where the paths broke. The island we'd appeared on was still disconnected from everywhere else, but I could now sense my way to where Chull had crashed, and I wasted no more time before stepping into them. Appearing several hundred feet away atop the route closest to where the lifeless body of the creature was submerged, I was immediately inundated with hot steam as a cascade of furious bubbles erupted from the surface of the water, popping and foaming as the cloud obscured what was happening beneath the water. Just as I was about to jump in, something burst out. Chull was steaming and smoking. His skin had taken on an ashen gray color, and molten veins ran along his arms, neck, and across his face. His eyes blazed with internal light shining through the steam. As I watched, though, the discoloration receded from his flesh. He put out a hand to the root on which I stood, using it to support himself. Wipe away your frown of concern. I am uninjured. Hey, boss man, Sylvie's getting all, I cursed, suddenly sensing the chaotic influx of ether beginning to surge against the relic armor, leaking out and clawing at the air. I'd been too tuned into the monster and completely lost my focus on containing the etheric spell. Grabbing Chull, I god-stepped as close as I could to the others. The space inside the sphere of broken paths was growing rapidly, and the atmospheric ether was thick around them. Concentrating on Sylvie, I pushed the spell back down until it was once again fully housed within the relic armor. This seems like it might be just a little bit of a problem, Regis said. Karaz's cheeks paled as she searched the surrounding forest, her sword clutched tight in both hands. I never sensed a thing from that creature, only caught hints of its movement from my relic. Could anyone else feel its mana? Ellie shook her head. Beneath her, Boo growled in frustration. I sensed its maw when it closed around me, Chull said, his weapon tossed casually over one shoulder. Still, it died easily enough. From the disbelieving expression on Karaz's face, I knew what she was thinking. Had that creature grabbed her or my sister, the attack would have played out very differently. There was a shift in the mana around Ellie, and her eyes dilated dramatically. She leaned toward Chull and sniffed. They may not give off a mana signature, but there is a distinct scent to them, oily and, gross like decayed fish. It's kind of overpowering, should be enough to tell me when one is around. I do not see any reason for worry, Chull said with a shrug. I easily destroyed the Skyray. If little sister can sniff them out from the stench left on my flesh, then we won't be taken by surprise again. Skyray, you know these creatures. Chull rested the head of his weapon on the ground and leaned on the haft. I've heard tales of similar mana beasts in Ephiodus. The abyssal Skyray is an unparalleled predator, its mana control so perfect and its wings so swift that even phoenix hunters were sometimes taken unaware. Abyssal Skyray, huh? Regis asked with a snort. A little dramatic. Does it really matter what it's called? Karaz said, her neck on a swivel as she watched the trees. What is our plan for getting through this zone with our lives? The roots are too exposed, I said, thinking out loud. Down at water level, the roots stuck out, growing around each other in an intricate web. Above, the branches of the giant trees at least had foliage to offer us some cover. It seemed likely that these predators used them to stay out of sight while watching for anything that moved along the roots below. I could only hope we might be able to do the same. Karaz followed the line of my gaze. Do you think we could get above where these creatures hunt? With your ability to teleport, we could climb for miles with relative ease. That's not so simple. I rubbed the back of my neck. Anytime I take my mind off Sylvie, her power surges unpredictably, which only puts us in more danger. I can solve this easily. Chull lifted Karaz like a child and set her on Boo behind Ellie. Karaz froze, holding her breath until it was over, then released it with a gust. Please do not do that again, she said stiffly as she adjusted her seat on the bear, looking incredibly uncomfortable. Chul's confusion was clear, but he only shrugged. Hold on to the beast. Kneeling, Chul reached beneath Boo and scooped the guardian bear and everyone else up in his arms. If this creature is akin to the skyrays of Ephiatis, it will be drawn to quick movement. Chul didn't wait for a response before floating up into the air, moving slowly toward the branches above. I waited, watching all around for any sign of an attack. The forest was calm and no attack came. Channeling God's step but not activating it, I watched the rough sphere of disconnected pathways rise with Sylvie. When Chul had safely set Boo down, I God stepped to them just outside the sphere of Sylvie's influence. In even the instant it took to do so, her spell lashed out, making my companion stutter like a graphical glitch in an old Earth video game. I clamped down on my control over the effect and everyone stabilized. Karak quickly slid off Boo's back and I caught the glint of silver as her drones moved closer. I don't sense any movement nearby. Waving to the others, I pointed along the branch. It was wide enough for 20 soldiers to march side by side before curving steeply down at the edges. Showing no hesitation, Chul led the way. We moved cautiously, both to avoid creating noise or sudden movements that might draw attention and to keep our footing on the rough bark. I walked next to Boo, while Karas stayed between me and Chul. Progress was slow and the mood tense. My focus was split between concentrating on containing Sylvie's spell, watching for any more scares and searching for a path forward. Kara and Ellie became our primary scouts. My sister's beast will enhanced her senses beyond what I could accomplish with Etha, and Kara's drones let her search all around us for threats and easily reached crossings between branches. We moved outward away from the tree's trunk and the branch narrowed slightly as we went. Our first transition to another branch was relatively easy. I chose one that crossed directly below our own, but which would keep us going in relatively the same direction. We were able to hop down to it without incident. Keeping a slow but steady pace, we passed from branch to branch this way for 30 minutes or more without incident. Arthur, the water. Ellie pointed over the edge to a wide stretch of clear lake below. Formless red dots swirled in the lake too far away to make out any detail. Even as I watched, a diamond-shaped shadow drifted down to the water, and a red speck leapt up onto its back. In moments, the skyray and its passenger vanished into the forest. Something was riding it, Ellie said, leaning over the edge of the branch for a better look. It looked, okay, this is weird, but it almost looked like a person. Something akin to the sentient being we met in the snowy zone, Kara asked, craning her neck curiously. At a jolt of concern from Regis, I looked behind us just in time to see another skyray dive from above. Time seemed to slow down, and I watched the shadowy skyray descend foot by foot, inch by inch. Conjuring an etheric blade, I pivoted slightly, correcting my footing on the uneven bark and leapt toward the monster. As I did so, its entire forward momentum ceased, then reversed, and it flew back up into the air out of reach. In a blink, it shifted again, changing position without seeming to move so that it was 10 feet to the left of where it had been. Stranger still, I was back to standing on the branch. Time, which had been nearly at a standstill, rushed forward so fast I couldn't react to the skyray's approach, not even to warn the others. It struck our branch head first, its body splintering and gushing blood from the force. The branch shook so fiercely I stumbled to one knee, my sense of balance already thrown off by being whipped back and forth in time and space. Ellie screamed, losing her footing completely, and Boo had to snatch her by the back of her armor so she dangled from his jaws like a cub. Kara stumbled forward, and it looked like she was going to fall off the branch, but her foot pressed against solid air, and she shoved herself back onto more stable footing. Beside her, Chul had spun and brandished his weapon, but he could only blink in bewilderment as the skyray's ruined body. The branch shook again, and a tremendous crack resounded through the forest. The wood split where the skyray had struck, and the entire structure fell by a foot. Boo dug in his claws and hunkered low to the bark. Chul, reacting more quickly this time, grabbed Kara and floated up off the branch. Making a split-second decision not to utilize any of my movement techniques, fearing that Sylvie's magic may prove more dangerous than a fall, I bolted for Sylvie and Ellie. Wood and bark splintered. All several hundred feet of the branch sheared free and fell, and we fell along with it. I could only just make out Kara and Chul flying above us before my body twisted away. Somewhere in the distance, near the thinner end, the falling branch struck another tree limb and broke again with a sound like an earthquake. With its momentum very briefly slowed, I struck the falling branch just as it exploded through the solid wood of the other. Pushing with both my hands and feet against the rough bark, I threw myself at Boo. The resulting impact carried us both out into open air as the falling branch collided with yet another colossal tree limb, and both shattered with an earth-shaking crash. Boo and I landed on the lower branch in a tangle of limbs, the wood beneath us quaking sickeningly, the air full of my sister's screams. Reinforcing my hold over the ether, straining to break free of the relic armor's constraints, I jumped back to my feet and searched for my sister, who was no longer held in Boo's jaws. Regis manifested and went to Boo's side, immediately on guard for any creatures that might be drawn by the noise. Ellie was dangling from a visible tether of mana beneath the broken branch I was standing on, splintered wood still raining down around her. Far below her, the two titanic branches crashed into the lake with enough force to shake the very foundations of the skyscraper trees. Ellie was no longer screaming. She was breathing hard with sweat running down her face in sheets, all her focus on the mana supporting her. Reaching down, I tried to grab the arrow that the tether was connected to, which Ellie had shot into the side of the broken branch. But when my flesh touched the mana, the entire spell trembled. "Don't," Ellie squawked, taking the mana rope firmly in both hands and closing her eyes in concentration. "I can climb up." Before I could respond, movement drew my focus into the depths of the forest as a black streak banked around a distant tree and sped toward Ellie. Three bizarre creatures were clinging to the Skyray's back, chittering madly and brandishing strange, organic weapons. Etha coalesced in my fist to form a sword, but the energy pressing out from Sylvie surged as I split my attention. Beams of black fire lanced down from a higher branch. Two burned across the Skyray's back, making its flesh bubble and swell like a scab forming. The third hit one of the creatures in the chest and sent it tumbling into the open air and down toward the waters below, still churning from the wreckage of falling branches. Sparing a quick glance, I saw Kara pressed flat against the trunk of a neighboring tree, her sword out but focused entirely on controlling the drones. Chul was facing a second Skyray as the creature wheeled above. Behind me, Boo moaned in despair, dancing back and forth as he peered over the edge in the direction. Ellie was currently crawling hand over hand up the mana tether. Regis suddenly bolted past me and leaped off the broken branch. His body swelled outward, the flames becoming jagged, his fur like sharpened spikes and wings sprouted from his back. He collided with the Skyray, and destruction leapt from his jaws and he tore into it midair. I felt it as dozens of knife-like legs, which ran in rows along the Skyray's belly, cut and slashed at his hardened hide. But only in the same vague way the pain reached Regis's brain through the influence of destruction. Ellie reached the point where her mana arrow stuck out from the broken branch and got a handhold in the bark. I grabbed her by the back of her armor and lifted her easily onto solid ground, or at least, the closest proximity to solid ground we had. She wasted no time in dismissing her spell and taking cover at Boo's side. Regis and the Skyray were plummeting toward the lake hundreds of feet below. One of the creatures clinging to its back was thrusting a three-pronged spear at my companion, each impact like the sting of a bee, but the other was no longer visible. Until a moment later, when it clambered up the side of the branch we were standing on, giving me my first good look at it. Although humanoid in its torso and arms, a wide, flat tail covered in interlocked plates made up its bottom half. Like the Skyray, the underside of this tail sprouted dozens of hooked legs that easily gripped the dense bark, letting it skitter across the tree's surface like a termite. Fins grew like wings from its back, and the entire humanoid torso was covered in very fine scales. Clutched in its clawed, webbed fingers was a chitinous shortsword the same light red hue as its scales. Four small eyes glared from above two slitted nostrils in its flat face, and its broad mouth opened in a snarl revealing rows of needle-like teeth. An arrow zipped past me, striking the crustacean creature in the chest. The mana arrow rippled outward, deflected, and then dissipated, failing to damage its target. Buttressing my hold on the relic armor and Sylvie within it, I split my focus and sent ether out to my muscles and joints, reinforcing not only my legs and lower body, but my shoulders, chest, and arms as well. If I was fast enough, I stepped forward, utilizing the burst step technique to cross the distance between me and the creature in an instant. At the same time, ether flowed up my spine and through my shoulders, down my arms, and into my forearms, wrists, and knuckles. At each muscle and joint, the ether combusted in a perfectly timed burst, each driving my strike forward with an exponentially growing amount of speed and force. The Mercreature's upper body came apart in a gory red spray as my fist collided with its sternum. Its lower body stumbled back and forth for a breath before tipping off the side of the branch and spiraling away into the distance. Despite my best effort, my ironclad grip on Sylvie's spell slipped. From the corner of my eye, I saw Ellie and Boo stutter, and the arrow conjured against Ellie's bowstring exploded. She was lifted off the ground and slammed into Boo's side. I sprinted to catch her before she fell. She was shaking and staring down at her arm in shock. The dwarven bow had splintered and a bone was protruding through the skin of her forearm. She pushed against my chest with her good hand and took a halting step away. Give me some room to breathe, Art. Mana wrapped around her forearm before tightening like a splint. Ellie gave an agonized cry and sagged back against Boo, trembling from head to toe, and the mana sputtered. I ripped free a chunk of bark. Here, bite down on this. I held it up and she took it between her teeth. Boo rumbled and pressed his nose against her cheek. Golden light suffused her, traveling down into her chest, and the shaking eased. The conjured splint continued to tighten, forcing the bone back down beneath the skin. With a twist of her arm, she set the broken bones back into place. Though swollen and purple, the steady flow of blood slowed to a trickle held in by the mana. She wiped away her tears with the back of her good arm, then struggled to stand straight. "Something Mom showed me just in case. Now see, come on." Although her face was pale and beaded with sweat, she straightened. "We can't waste any more time." Nodding, I turned away, curling and uncurling my own hand. My arm, from my knuckles to shoulder, twinged with pain. The burst strike technique seemed like a natural extension of burst step now that my Asuran physique could handle the strain, but I'd had precious little time to practice it. Unlike a step, where all my carefully executed pushing force went down into the ground and was absorbed, a punch fueled by so much speed and precision delivered almost as much impact back to me as it did to my target, causing a series of micro-tears and fractures up my arm. Clenching my fist, I followed along with my body's healing, aware of each torn muscle and strained tendon as they fused, wishing I could extend the same power to my sister and heal her arm. But there was no time to linger on my mistakes. Ellie jerked to a stop as she clambered one-handed onto Boo's back, staring into the limbs above. I heard wind over wings, and I can smell another one. There was no more discussion before we began moving again, sprinting along the branch with Chull at the front. Ellie, her arm bound and in a sling and her weapon destroyed, stayed on Boo's back, her good arm holding onto Sylvie. Kara rushed along between Boo and Regis, half her focus on the drones zipping through the foliage around us. Although I couldn't sense the Skyray's mana signatures, I kept Realm Heart active, watching the movement of both Mana and Etha for any sign of further danger. Before we'd even transitioned to the next branch, a speeding Skyray passed overhead, moving in the direction of the fallen limbs. Thanks to Ellie and Kara's warning, we were able to duck into a thicker patch of sail-sized leaves, letting it vanish behind us. But as we came out of her hiding spot, another appeared, this one with two of the crustacean mercreatures riding on its back. One clicked and squawked, jabbing its two-pronged spear in our direction. I let out a frustrated curse. "Go, keep moving." Slamming the ball of his weapon into the palm of his hand, Chull sprinted onward. Boo sped up to match him, but I could tell Kara was struggling to split her focus. She seemed to consider for a moment, then leapt on Regis's back. He paused only long enough to let her situation herself, then bolted after the others. In an instant, the Skyray spun around and came down from behind us, but it didn't attack. Instead, it released a subsonic vibration like the death knell of the first one we'd encountered. Pushing Etha into my ears to dampen the noise, I stared around, certain of what would come next. As I expected, another Skyray appeared from behind the first, then a third, banking sharply through a thick tangle of branches to our right. "There are two more below us," Kara said, twisting around on Regis's, loping back to face me. "Each with a handful of those scaled creatures. They're penning us in." Considering the Skyray's speed, there was no way for us to outmaneuver them. With this being such an obviously coordinated attack, however, I knew that stopping to fight it out might allow even more enemies to find us. "Keep moving," I ordered after taking a second to think. "Sylvie, now would be a great time to snap out of it," I thought, not expecting a response. Suddenly, one of the Skyrays wheeled around and set down on the branch 100 feet ahead of us. Its three riders scrambled off, then split up, crawling along the sides and beneath the branch itself. Another Skyray landed behind us, and two more riders dismounted, their weapons drawn as they charged toward us on dozens of knife-like legs. Black beams of soulfire scored the air. Two struck the Skyray, causing the flesh to bubble and pop. The other two beams fired left and right, aimed at the mercreatures skittering along the vertical edge of the branch. At the same time, a glowing white bolt shot from Ellie's palm. It curved down around the outer edge of the branch, followed an instant later by a concussive blast that I felt through my soles. I focused on Sylvie, on the armor and the spell surrounding her body. Keeping Sylvie's unconscious spell in check was my priority. With Sylvie fully centered in my consciousness, I utilized just the periphery of my thoughts to conjure an etheric blade 40 feet behind me and slash wildly with it. The attack was clumsy, swinging too short, and the crustacean mercreature jumped back to avoid it. And even that failed effort caused a jolt that made Boo miss his footing and stumble, nearly toppling my wounded sister. Still, in the second that bought us, Chull's round-headed mace went flying. He threw it like a missile, and the fissures in the head roared with flames before ripping through flesh and bone and nearly splitting the monster in half. To our left, a red-tinged mercreature scampered up the branch's side, its many stabbing legs easily clinging to the thick bark. Streaks of soulfire scored the air like the very shadows of Ellie's conjured bolts, throwing the mercreature off balance for Regis to finish with a whip-crack slash of his tail. Chull sprinted right over the corpse of the Skyray as his weapon returned to his hand, and Boo and Regis kept pace as we continued in his wake. "Below us," Ellie shouted, pointing toward the base of a neighboring tree. Moving like termites, Dozens of the mercreatures were rapidly scaling the towering structure. They moved up as fast as we were able to sprint along the horizontal surface, and it seemed as if they intended to cut us off. I scanned the nearby branches through a hail of spell fear, looking for a way to change course. Without my full arsenal of abilities, there was nowhere else to go but straight forward. As we ran, I searched the shadows of every branch en route for any signs of an exit portal. This zone wasn't a limited space like a cave, but more like three-step snow-covered zone or the desert Tassi and I had destroyed. In both places, which seemed to expand forever, the zone itself had led me to the destination. We had followed the branches in the most natural direction, which I hoped meant my eyes caught on something, a straight edge among rough and winding organic shapes. I had only barely noticed it half hidden within a cluster of entangled roots far out into the lake below us. Ellie confirmed my suspicions immediately, her glowing brown eyes focused into the distance. It's the portal, chapter 439, holding ground, CARADNOIR. The bottom dropped out of my stomach as Regis leapt off the side of the gargantuan branch on which we'd been running. Trees larger than even the most grandiose cathedrals and palaces rose all around us, their branches crossing over and beneath one another in an incomprehensible network both above and below. Under me, Regis's flesh began to writhe. His back broadened and fur hardened into spines. The purple flames of his mane grew jagged, more solid, nicking me and drawing a line of blood across my forearm. Wings sprouted from his back, catching our momentum. Being so close, the destruction emanating from him made my bones ache. Two skyrays swerved to pursue us. On our left, I barked as beams of sulfur leaped off my blade and scored the beast's flesh, leaving bubbly raised scars in the black hide. Regis banked hard as a skyray slammed into us from the side, and I could focus on nothing but maintaining my seat on his back. Purple fire blazed between his teeth, and he ripped a chunk out of our attacker's wing. The flames spread from the wound quickly, consuming the beast as it plummeted from the sky. We spun in the air, headed back toward our branch where the others were fully engaged in combat. Gray shouted something, and Alina stood up on her bear's back. Regis snatched her in his paws, then wheeled around again, descending toward the portal frame in the distance. Glancing behind us, I watched as Gray pulled Sylvie from Boo. Even now, in the midst of such chaos, there was such tenderness to the way he held her. With a sudden burst of pain, a three-pronged chitin spear struck me in the leg, punching through the mana cladding my body and into Regis's side. I hissed with pain and nearly tumbled off when Regis banked hard to avoid a volley of spears thrown by the horde of crustaceans crawling up the tree. "You good?" Regis asked, the concern clear even in his guttural growl. "Yeah," I hissed through gritted teeth. "Don't slow down." As I struggled with the spear, several of the crustaceans leapt from the sides of the tree. The frills along their shoulders expanded out like wings to catch the wind. First a few, then a dozen, then more glided after us. At a thought, my orbitals drew in close. The mana resonated between them, conjuring a shield around us. Another spear glanced off the shield, then a small blade. We arrived at the small island of knotted roots just ahead of them, but skyrays were already circling. Regis began transforming, and I slipped off his back, one hand holding the spear steady. Boo appeared next to Alina with a burst of mana, but I was focused on the approaching horde as I wrenched the spear free and tossed it aside. Suddenly, the gliding crustaceans were in disarray, falling like stones or banking hard away. A smoky-skinned figure plowed through their formation, and I held my breath as Chul ripped the frills off one of the monsters, drove his fire-imbued fist into another, causing it to go up like kindling, before slamming two more together so hard I heard the crunch from where I stood. They gave up their pursuit of us and dove into the water to escape him, giving him time to land beside me. Following the constrained pressure his bond exuded, I found Gray, Sylvie in his arms, leaping between two branches. A skyray dove for him mid-leap, but Sylvie's spell pulsed, and the skyray froze in midair, sped up sickeningly, and vanished behind a tree. Gray was rushing from branch to branch, moving downward and in our direction as best he could with Sylvie cradled in his arms, her body still wrapped in his conjured armor. When several crustaceans moved to cut him off, he flashed forward with such speed that they were blasted off the branch. A couple plummeted, unconscious and unable to save themselves, while the others threw out their frills and drifted to other branches or down into the water. The zone rocked as Chul bashed his weapon into one of the roots leading to our island. Wood exploded, burning splinters flying like knives in every direction. Flames raced along the wood toward a group of crustaceans. A few were caught in the blaze, while others escaped to the water with enraged, gurgling chitters. A transparent, smoky black bubble of mana appeared around us. Chitinous projectiles slammed into it an instant later, sending tremors through the mana. "We just need to hold until Gray catches up," I said, considering our options. The strain on Chul's mana reserves showed clearly in his glazed eyes and erratic breathing. Alina had mounted Boo, her broken arm cradled against her stomach as mana swirled around her. Eager tension was emanating palpably from Regis, the only one of our number who didn't seem to have been taxed by this battle. The frequency of projectiles quickly increased until the whole shield was trembling and barely maintaining its form. Suddenly there was a lull in the barrage. From the smoking ruins of the route that Chull had destroyed, a blurred form burst into sight, sprinting toward us. The speed of Gray's passage gusted away the smoke, revealing dozens of corpses beyond. I dropped the shield as he raced onto the knot of roots and into the alcove where the portal frame was hidden. A subtle glow infused the alcove, bathing Gray in pale light as the portal activated. The light dimmed, and the shield reformed above us just before a skyray slammed into it. As I held it there, straining against the relictum's beast strength, Gray cursed and my heart sank. He had the compass in hand, but the face of the portal was distorted with static. As if feeling my eyes on him, he turned and shook his head. "It's not working." The shield emanating from my orbitals gave out. Phoenix fire, destruction, and pure mana all struck the attacking skyray at once. Its subsonic death knell stole my breath away, and I barely brought my blade around in time to deflect a thrown spear. Chull grunted in pain and went to one knee as the dying skyray crashed into the water. "Eliner, help Chull," I ordered, knowing someone needed to take charge or we would collapse under the weight of these constant attacks. "On it." Ellie's gaze flickered toward her bond, and Boo rushed in front of Chull, taking a spear to the side. White light emanated from Boo into Eliner and then from her to Chull. His mana signature swelled, but the drain on Ellie was clear, even after borrowing mana from Boo. The water erupted in front of me, and a crustacean landed heavily on the root's edge. It was broadly muscled with scales the color of dried blood. Huge pincers clicked together in place of hands. It chittered dangerously, eyeing me for a long moment, then scrambled forward, its pincers outstretched. A bolt of pain ran up my leg as I shifted my weight to bat aside one pincer before hacking across my attacker's ribs, the crimson blade igniting with dark fire. I felt a jolt of fear as the sharp edge of my sword drew only a thin line of dark blue blood. One pincer snapped out and closed around my blade. My arms jarred painfully as they were pulled to a halt mid-swing. The other claw opened wide as it carved toward my neck. I knew in the second between one thought and the next that the strike would take my head off. Golden light suffused me as something hit me from behind and the claw cracked against it. I stumbled backwards just as the light shattered. Instead of taking me solidly on the side of the neck, the pincer's sharp tip slashed across my clavicle. My sword jumped forward, sulfur burning black over the red steel, and plunged into the monster's open mouth and up through its brain. Its furious little eyes rolled, and it slumped off the root and back into the water. Spinning, I saw Eliner staring at me, breathing hard, and although I didn't know how, I knew she had just saved my life. "Thank you," I said, gingerly prodding my wound. It was deep and the bone beneath had broken, but I didn't think it would be life-threatening in the short term. She nodded, then set about trying to remove the spear from Boo's thick hide with her one good arm. Inside the alcove, Gray had laid Sylvie down and was kneeling next to her. I could just hear the soft words he spoke only for her. "You to listen to me, okay, Sylv? It's time to go. We can't leave until you come back to us. I need you to wake up now, okay?" As he spoke, the pressure of his intent built until it became difficult to breathe. Perhaps sensing the change, our attackers faltered, pulling back, the zone full of the noise of their alien chittering. I could see now that more crustacean creatures were swimming in from the waters all around us. There was a roar of warning from above. Regis, again in his destruction form, was flying tight circles over the knot of roots. All around him, the skyrays swarmed. Each was large enough to cover the entire island in its shadow, and yet they flowed past each other as they flew like a school of fish. Three closed in on Regis, the first melting away in a gout of destruction. The second, though, ripped at Regis's wing as it passed, and the third slammed into him head-on, sending him spinning in the air. Another descended upon the rest of us, its twin tails curled beneath it like hooks. As it flew past, those tails lashed out. Eliner threw herself onto her stomach, screaming when she landed badly on her broken arm. Boo caught one tail in his jaws, heedless as the barb stabbed into his ribs. The other deflected against a soulfire shield. The skyray jerked mid-flight and its tail ripped free. Its massive bulk was pulled violently off course, so that it collided with a neighboring root before splashing down onto its back, the many legs churning feebly as it sank. Waves of fire were rolling off of Chull, holding back a small army of crustaceans. Whenever one reached the island, a burst of force, from the many discs of condensed mana Eliner had set as traps around the edge of roots, sent it splashing back into the lake. And yet there seemed no end to the zone's occupants. Regis hit the ground hard, crushing a couple of crustaceans beneath him. Purple flames licked between his teeth and raced to his paws and tail as he spun, snapped, and clawed at any monster that came too close. Even as he fought, he shrank, reverting to his normal shadow wolf form. A spear glanced off the smoky mana sheathing Chull's body, but an instant later a Chintan dagger punched through it and plunged between his ribs. In front of me, two of the crustacean creatures jumped onto the roots, one with a forked spear, the other swinging a net woven from fibrous plants. The net flew, opening as it did so. A beam of black fire sliced through the fibers, and I unleashed a wave of sulfur with my sword. Both enemies leaned into it, turning their flat faces away. Their scales blackened and cracked in places, but neither were destroyed. As their gazes returned to me, a shining bolt of mana lodged into the top right eye of one. It screeched and fell back into the water, which sprayed up like a geyser a second later as the bolt exploded. The other ducked under another mana bolt before skittering over the bark toward me. It caught my blade in the forked spear and turned it aside, nearly wrenching the weapon from my grip. I limped back, dislodging my blade and avoiding a swiping claw, but the foot of my wounded leg turned in a gap between roots, and I fell. Mana exploded against the crustacean's side, but it only rocked back for an instant before its spear came up again. Elinor screamed and Boo roared. The spear came down and I caught it with my sword, partially deflecting it. The prongs punched through my armor and arm alike, pinning me to the wood below. Pulling back both legs, I conjured wind into them. When the monster fell on me, I kicked with all my might, unleashing a blast of wind attribute mana along the length of my legs. My attacker was lifted off its feet and sent tumbling off the roots and back into the water. The kick sent a lightning bolt of pain up my leg and stars burst beyond my eyes. Several more magical blasts went off. I could hear Chull bellowing his war cry and Regis snarling. Turning over, I experienced a flash of déjà vu as I pulled the crustacean spear from my flesh before letting it fall to the ground. Nearby within the root cave, Gray was kneeling next to the portal frame and Sylvie. His eyes were closed, his brows furrowed in concentration, sweat beaded on his forehead. Gentle purple light was radiating from him and his bond. His lips were moving, but I couldn't read them. Gray. Gray, my voice cracked as I shouted, my head swimming as I unintentionally put pressure on my cracked clavicle. From the corner of my eye, I watched as Chull was swallowed in a wave of crustaceans as they poured over the edge of the island. To my other side, Regis and Boo were standing over Elinor. She was curled into a ball and cradling her broken arm. The mana bracing it was gone, and blood was flowing freely. Even as I watched, two more spears hit the guardian bear, lodging in his tough hide. A sharp pressure broke the surface of the flesh around my calf, and I was suddenly dragged backwards. Another huge blood-red crustacean had me in its pincer and was pulling me toward the water. My blade came down on its arm just below the claw, shearing it off, but already two more were reaching for me, grabbing me. My fingers skated across the slimy, blood-slick surface of the roots, unable to get purchase. My wounds screamed with each desperate movement, but this was buried beneath the churning waters of my panic. Something struck my elbow and my hand went numb. The handle of my sword slipped from my grasp. Rolling over, I kicked furiously, sending outbursts of wind with each blow. It wasn't enough. A massive pincer raised above me like a guillotine. Then, everything stopped. The noise, the pressure, the grasping claws, even the shadow of a skyray enveloping the root island. Slowly, I looked down at my legs. The crustacean whose claw I'd severed was reeling away, its face a hideous mask of pain and fury, strings of blue blood frozen in the air around its wound. Another held me, its claws pinched around my leg. The third reared over me with its pincer outstretched. Repeated wet crunching interrupted the silence. Chull had dragged himself out of the pile. His massive weapon was falling down on unmoving enemy after enemy, but each swing came slower than the last, and he was wobbling drunkenly. Elinor used her good arm to drag herself up Boo's side. She looked to be on the verge of passing out. Finally, I looked back within the cave. Sylvie was on her feet. Gray was at her side, supporting her. The Usura's eyes were glowing, the gold flecked with amethyst motes. "I can't hold this long," she said warily, sagging against Gray. "Everyone hurry," I shouted, jerking free of the immobile crustaceans and dragging myself to my feet. To the portal, groaning with pain, Elinor clutched Boo's fur as he half-guided, half-pulled her toward the portal frame. Chull had stopped swinging and his weapon had vanished. He seemed on the verge of collapse when Regis appeared next to him, taking some of the half-phoenix's weight. Inside, Gray had already turned around and was channeling ether into the compass. When the relic activated, the portal shifted to reveal a ghostly outline of what lay beyond. Time slipped back into sequence with a feeling like my ears popping. Gray vanished in a violet flash, reappearing outside the mouth of the cave of tangled roots, his blade carving through the crustaceans that had attempted to drag me into the water. I stumbled forward and into the portal. My feet moved from slick bark to solid stone bathed in golden white light from the huge portal now at my back. I swayed dizzily. My heart was pounding, each beat throbbing in my blurred vision. I focused on controlling my breath, reining in the heady post-battle rush. Long moments passed before I finally found the strength to lift my head up. The terrace, usually full of excited bustle, was empty and dour by comparison. A couple dozen ascenders stood at stiff attention, their focus primarily on the various entries into the terrace. A handful, along with a couple of clerks, were looking at me expectantly, although their brows rose higher the longer they stared. Before I could speak, Alina and Boo appeared beside me, then Chull opposite them. Kara, Lawden, I breathed, disbelieving. My adoptive brother broke away from a group of guards and came running. The attendants who had been staring at me slack-jawed took a step back, exchanging strained glances. My surprise turned to shock when Lawden wrapped his arms around me and pulled me to him in a familial embrace. I waited wordlessly for something to happen, my breath catching in my chest. After a few seconds, he pulled back and cleared his throat. "We were afraid you had." He trailed off as his focus shifted to the others. "How did you get here? Who are your friends?" Before I could answer, he seemed to notice my wounds for the first time and his face fell. "You're wounded. Come with me. Wait, I'll have people brought here." "Bring them seats," he snapped at the nearby soldiers who were watching with growing interest. Alina was leaning against Boo, blood weeping from several wounds, her eyes barely open. In worse shape was Chull, who sagged even as I looked at him, as if the weight of my attention was more than he could shoulder. The ground trembled as he collapsed to one knee, his eyes tightly shut and breath coming in labored gasps. "I am fine," he said, his words slurred. "Nonsense, we can." Gray, Regis, and Sylvie appeared beside Boo. "Bring healers," Lawden finished before noticing the new arrivals. He took an involuntary step back, his eyes going wide as full moons. "Ascender Gray." Gray hardly acknowledged Lawden, going straight to his sister's side. He tipped her chin up so he could look into her eyes. Over his shoulder he said, "Yes, healers, whoever you have, quickly." Alina brushed Gray's hand away and stood up straight, taking her weight off the guardian bear. When she started walking toward Chull, Boo followed. Gray reached for her, but Sylvie rested her fingers lightly on his forearm, and so he turned to her instead. Something passed between them unspoken, and some of the tension in Gray's shoulders relaxed. I felt Lawden approach to stand at my side, and together we watched as Alina once again drew mana from her bond and instilled it directly into Chull's core. "Vritra's horns," he whispered. "What is happening right now?" "I could ask you the same," I said, not yet having shaken off the uncharacteristic joy he had displayed upon seeing me. "Why are you here?" "I'm in charge of a rotation guarding the portal," he said without taking his eyes off the others. Our high-blood split right down the middle. Half followed father into the relictums while the rest sided with justice. "Corbett and Lenora sided with Saris?" I asked, unable to believe it. Publicly, Chull grew strong enough to stand and Alina stumbled back. He scooped her up and set her on top of her bear. Both looked simultaneously grateful and exhausted beyond words. Lawden let out a weak scoff. "Our dear great-uncle Justice did it for them." I knew high-blood politics well enough to understand, but I had no head for it in the moment. I had been doing my best to ignore my wounds so far, and I hadn't forgotten why we were there. "Where is Saris? Is she?" Lawden's expression darkened. "Most of our healers will be with her. She's waited for me long enough." I looked at my companions, weariness creeping in with each syllable I spoke. "Let's get moving." Regis nudged me with his head. "Get on." Grateful to take the weight off my wounded leg, I eased onto his back. Together, we all left the terrace and went through the plaza where ascenders would have normally looked for groups for their ascents. Like the portal terrace, it was eerily empty. Lawden walked just ahead of us, and although he shot occasional glances back at me, he said nothing else. He's changed, I thought. Whether it was from fear of the circumstances or from growth and maturity, I didn't know. But my adoptive brother no longer acted like the spoiled high-blood Corbett and Lenora enabled him to be. We proceeded directly along the main boulevard toward the portals between levels. People peered out at us, but no one approached. I saw familiar innkeepers and store proprietors and realized that they had been stuck in here as well. It's amazing Saris has been able to maintain control for this long. Despite having discussed some details of a potential plan to cut off access to the relictums, I still couldn't believe what I was seeing when we reached the zone's entrance. Surrounding the bank of portals that normally made transit between the first two levels of the relictums, a simple matter was an array of unusual devices. Constructed of a similar blue-tinged metal as those we'd used to capture Orleith, the metal housings contained unusually large mana crystals, connecting them with artifacts shaped like bowls turned on their side. The entire structure was a mess of thick wire. Visible striations of contorted mana emanated from the bowls to the portals, distorting their normally smooth surfaces. Surrounding these devices, several per mana crystal, were a couple dozen mages. As best I could tell at a glance, they were channeling immense quantities of mana into the crystals. It was only after taking all this in that I realized there were many other people around. Most were armed and attentive ascenders. Guards, some of whom focused on Gray, clearly recognizing him, while others moved hands to weapons as they stared down Chull, Boo, or even Sylvie, their nervousness writ plain in the tense lines of their face. But there were also a large number of mages bustling about. Some appeared to be waiting, others were helping fatigued men and women leave the plaza. A few people were lying on cots or being carried to a nearby building, which I guessed had been retrofitted to be a hospital. I was momentarily confused by this, unsure what would be causing so many injuries. Then one of the mages tending the mana crystals collapsed. A handful of others hurried to his side, and I was surprised to see Alina there as well. Despite her own mana signature wobbling with the effort, she channeled what little mana she had into the mage, bringing him back from the edge of backlash. Those holding him watched this in wonder, slack-jawed and wide-eyed as the unconscious mage in their arms stirred. Alina stepped back, allowing them to help the mage away. Meanwhile, another mage had stepped in to take the place of the first, and at the center of all this was my mentor. Saris was kneeling on a cushion next to a glass container filled with glowing blue liquid. Inside the container rested the severed head of Sovereign Orlith Vritra, or what was left of it. The flesh had decomposed in ragged patches, the hair melted away, empty sockets staring soullessly out through the glass. Saris's eyes were closed and ringed by dark shadows. She seemed pale, her mana signature weak. One hand was dipped into the open container, her fingers clenched around Orlith's horn. She's powering the device herself. This slow-dawning realization left me cold with disbelief. Silrit was standing beside her, watching us approach. He stared at Gray for what felt like a very long time, then bent down and said something softly in Saris's ear. She startled, her fingers spasming around the horn, and a ripple ran through the mana distortions aimed at the portals. Her eyes opened slowly, and she had to blink several times before she could focus on Silrit's face. She did not speak, but her gaze slipped off the retainer to Gray, and her spine straightened. "It looks like our roles are reversed from our first meeting, Saris," he said. Although he was outwardly rigid, his tone was soft, consoling. "You sent for me and I'm here. But I'm not sure how I can help you." She shook her head, sending a cascade of pearl-colored hair spilling into her face. When she spoke, her voice was raw. "Orlith," the horn lasted until. She trailed off, her features going slack with confusion. My hand reached instinctively toward her, my fingers twitching with the desire to help, to somehow make this better. I could not recall ever seeing Saris so weak, so broken. I wanted to apologize, to beg for her forgiveness, but I held myself back, forced my emotions into check. Gray was who she needed now, not me. Saris's strength and support were the bedrock upon which my life had been built. Seeing her like this didn't fit cleanly into reality as I understood it. She was immovable, immutable, and apparently at the limit of her prodigious abilities. They test the portals constantly. At irregular intervals, Saris paused to take a breath. Without the mana from Orlith, mages have had to channel around the clock while I have operated as the focus. If we stop, she trailed off tiredly. "They'll know in minutes," Silrit finished for her. "It's been 2 weeks like this. Scythe Saris hasn't moved, hasn't slept." Silrit cut himself off as his voice broke, the strongest display of emotion I had ever seen from the stoic retainer. "We've failed to come up with a workable solution to redirect the mana without her acting as focus. Several theories had already been considered before we arrived here, but they have all failed." "If only Ren or Gideon were here," Gray said under his breath, taking in the situation with a thoughtful frown. "Why not just destroy the portals?" I blurted out, looking from face to face. I've seen Gray bring old, broken portals back to life before. I knew Saris wouldn't have forgotten about this, of course, but as loath as she had been to destroy anything created by the Jinn, I knew she wouldn't eagerly destroy these relics either unless she knew they could be recreated. "Without a chance to experiment, we were unsure what exactly was possible," Silrit answered. His eyes jumped to Saris for a heartbeat, then back to me, continuing quietly. "Although if this had gone much farther, I would have never disobeyed a direct order," Saris cut in, firm despite her condition. "Even I can't promise it would work," Gray added, his golden eyes locked on the portals. "But is all this," he waved his hand around at the equipment, "really worth the suffering and risk?" Saris didn't answer, and the conversation was interrupted as a couple of their healers finally turned their attention to us. They hurried to set Alina and I down on nearby cots and began tending to our wounds. They poked and prodded at me, slathered me in rejuvenating ointment, and cast spells to speed my healing and reduce the pain. Throughout, though, my focus remained on Saris and Gray and the problem they now faced. I wanted to offer advice, solutions, ideas, to make use of the training Saris had provided over these last several years. But my mind was clouded with pain, fear, and most of all, regret. I couldn't avoid asking myself what I had to contribute when I was surrounded by scythes, retainers, usuras, and whatever the hell's Gray was. Arthur, I reminded myself. Arthur Leywin, Lance of Dicathen. I wanted what I'd always wanted, to be at the center of everything, to be the instrument of change. That was Severin's dream, which he had left to me when he vanished into the relictums. And now I was closer than he ever could have imagined it to realizing true change in Alacria, but I wasn't the catalyst for that change. No, that honor belongs to a man they literally call Godspell. My thoughts trailed off, and then, without meaning to, I burst out with a manic laugh that startled the healer working on my shoulder so badly that she jammed the broken clavicle. My laugh turned into a pained groan. Everyone looked at me and I felt myself flush. Apologies, I think I might have an idea. Chapter 440, A Loose Idea, Arthur Leywin. It was a loose idea at best, Arthur, Karas said with uncharacteristic hesitance, her tone almost pleading. A whim really, if it's not possible. I'm not an artificer. You don't need to take it so seriously. I was sitting cross-legged on the ground in front of Saris with Realm Heart active, the violet runes it conjured burning beneath my eyes as I carefully watched her focus mana into and through the rotting head of Sovereign Orleath. I'm taking it seriously because I think it might just work. Karaz's answering frown was contemplative as it turned from me to Saris. I followed her gaze. Saris's alabaster skin was sickly gray and covered in a sheen of perspiration. Even since our arrival, she seemed to have shrunk into herself. I needed to understand exactly what was happening between her, the machinery, and the cadre of other mages acting as a living battery. At first, it seemed impossible that she had been able to keep this up for 2 weeks without rest. Her mana signature was incredibly weak, her core nearly empty. Her feat would not have been possible at all except for the fact that in her desperation, she had developed her own rudimentary version of mana rotation that allowed her to absorb and purify mana from the atmosphere while also channeling it into the horn. I followed the mana as it was drawn in through her veins to her core, where there was a constant swirl of purification before black-tinged mana was released to trail down her arm and into the gory artifact. From there, it seemed to condense rapidly, some inborn trait of the Vritra's horn that I didn't understand, before being drawn out again by the bright blue liquid. The mana took on a darker hue after being released by the horn. Metallic wiring then guided it to several large crystals. These were being constantly imbued by a handful of mages each. Thanks to Realmheart's ability to see the individual mana particles, I was able to follow along as chunks of stored mana were pulled out of the mana crystals and into artifacts that reminded me of old-school Earth satellite dishes. These dishes, which were covered in a complex diagram of runes, condensed and projected the mana in such a way that it distorted the portals, creating something like a feedback loop in which the portals still existed. But anyone coming through them wouldn't be able to leave before being drawn back through the portal and deposited on the other side. As Silrid explained it, the blue liquid was an alchemy of pulverized mana crystals suspended in a biologically originated compound, crafted mostly of mana beast cores and chemicals proven particularly adept at transmitting mana. In effect, Saris had invented a mana battery. In this case, however, the artifact was specifically designed to utilize Orleath's mana, and their attempts to pivot to alternative sources had proved unsuccessful. Karaz's idea would only be possible because of my presence. After bursting out in a pained, manic laugh, Kara had grown nervous, clearly second-guessing herself. "Go on," I'd encouraged her, curious. My own mind was already whirling with ideas as I struggled to see how to help Saris, and her input was welcome. After clearing her throat and waving away the frustrated healer who was tending to her wound, which looked much worse than I had originally thought, she had said simply, "I was just thinking of your unique magic and how you may be the only person who could possibly even do something like this, but could we somehow power this device using the abundant ether in the relictums?" Her simple suggestion had firmly planted the attention of all the many mages in the plaza back on me. Since the moment I'd appeared inside the relictum's second level, I'd been on the receiving end of countless stares. Some gazed at me with starry-eyed wonder while others glowered distrustfully, but everyone turned away when I met their eyes. I had become something of a mythical figure in Alacria since the Victoriad, it seemed. At least it meant that, when I took over and started giving orders to the mages operating the disruption artifact, everyone listened. I'd already been watching Saris's process for quite some time. She had left it to her people to answer my many questions as she instead focused on the continued transmittal of mana. My sister was asleep on a cot straight ahead of me, Boo passed out beside her. Both had pushed themselves to the extreme in escaping the last zone. I was thankful that Ellie had continued to push herself while I'd been gone for nearly 2 months, as Gideon and Emily's testing had helped her discover an additional connection between Boo and herself. Her ability to imbue mana was limited by her own light yellow core, but by drawing on Boo's inherent mana, she could push far beyond her own limits. As much as he burned out quickly, Chul recuperated just as fast. His many wounds were already scabbed over despite him not allowing the Alacrian healers to treat him. Now he paced around the outer perimeter of the plaza, drawing nervous looks from the ascenders. Sylvie and Regis stayed near me. They kept their thoughts quiet and unobtrusive, but our connection was never entirely severed. Sylvie's mind was buzzing with the aftermath of her experience in the relictums, but we hadn't had a moment to talk about it. Regis, on the other hand, was laser-focused on my task, attentive to each detail. Even though I didn't experience his thoughts directly, I could still feel the gears of his mind turning like the shadow of my own. There are three main obstacles to this sort of conversion, I said softly, so that only the handful of people directly around me could hear. The battery housing here was designed from the ground up to make use of this Vritra's mana as a source. Because of how the basilisk's physiology utilizes mana, the withdrawal and disbursement of that mana can't be effective with any other source that I know of. A mana crystal just can't be condensed enough to handle the draw. One of Ceres's imbuers shrugged uncertainly. Yes, this has been the primary roadblock we've experienced. Ceres's active focus has been the only alternative to work so far, but that is obviously unsustainable. That also means that this design is basically useless for the storage or transmission of ether, I continued. The second problem is the projection artifacts. The runes are specifically designed to work with mana, and not only that, but decay attribute mana natively associated with the basilisk race. We designed additional runework, Silrit replied. He was standing behind and beside Ceres, looming over the tank where she held the Vritra's horn, his arms crossed. But without being able to channel enough pure mana, the alternative projection artifacts were useless. And it is exceedingly dangerous to switch between the designs, as taking down more than one or two of the artifacts weakens the disruption. I nodded, unsurprised. But the biggest problem is that there is no way to collect ambient ether into the machine, even if we are able to correct the other two problems. I don't even know if something like that is possible. Even the relictums themselves, which exist in a place entirely made of ether, degrade and collapse with time. The very nature of ether is actually counter to what we're trying to do. Sylvie looked up, her gaze sharpening. The armor draws in ether, I shook my head. But to do anything with that ether, it still needs the person inside it. Listen, we're not trying to revolutionize the way we power all artifacts across the world, right? We just need to get the little rebel queen here unplugged and buy these people some time. So use me. I can draw in ether and focus it through the rest of this shit if you can make it all work. I hesitated. It was true that etheric particles were naturally drawn to Regis. That fact was instrumental in my creation of the ether core to begin with. We'd basically be replacing Ceres with you. It would be a temporary bandage at best. It seems worth a try. Sylvie rested her hand on Regis's mane. It will buy us all time at the very least. I examined my bond carefully. Lines of worry creased her brow and the corners of her lips, and there was a deep-set fatigue in her eyes, but her thoughts were clear-headed. Ceres shifted slightly, and the disruption of the mana wobbled. Her eyes moved beneath the closed lids. I sighed. We had no time for a lengthy exploration of what was possible. If we were going to do anything to help Ceres and prevent Agrona's forces from piercing this level of the relictums, it needed to happen immediately. Tell me again about the fluid battery, I said, and one of the imbuers launched into a repeat of Silrit's earlier explanation. As they spoke, I watched the particles moving within the horn and the bright liquid. I examined the housing and wiring again, as well as the relationship between the severed Vritra head and Ceres's mana. But I also paid careful attention to how the ether moved around this artifact as well. Because such a condensed amount of mana was suspended within the artifact, very little atmospheric ether existed inside of it. With a thought from me, Regis became immaterial and drifted through the glass and into the rotting head within, casting dim purple light from the empty sockets. I kind of like how this empty skull doesn't have 7 different counter-scenarios and plans intersecting across his thoughts at any given moment. You know, like a certain someone, I dare say it's almost peaceful, Regis japed. The effect was immediate. More ether was drawn into the battery, flowing into the space not taken up by mana. Releasing ether from my core, I encouraged it toward the device, willing it to displace the mana if necessary. The mana compressed further, allowing more room for the ether, which was then in turn drawn into the head by Regis's presence. The horn didn't absorb or condense the ether like it did Ceres's mana, but I hadn't expected it to. Basilisks had no natural affinity for ether. Bring one of the spare projection artifacts and explain the runes to me. One of the imbuers hurried to comply, soon returning with the round, blue-tinted metal dish. He launched into a precise lecture about the function of the runes and how these differed from the ones currently in use. I was no expert in this matter, but I was the only one present with any insight into ether. Even as I thought this, though, I realized it might not be true. Does anyone here have knowledge of the bestowals? They exchanged looks, then Silrit said, there were 2 efficients on this level at the time it was taken. They are loyal to Agrona, so they were locked away within the High Hall with anyone else who fought against us. The bestowment ceremony requires activation of ether to work. The artifacts those efficients use are what make that possible. Sylvie, go with them and interrogate those men. Use the artifacts, the staff and the bracelet primarily, to see if you can come up with a rune sequence that will allow these projection devices to utilize ether instead of mana. Of course, Sylvie said with a nod, her wheat blonde hair spilling down around the jet black scales of the relic armor. It made me feel more comfortable somehow to know that she was still being protected by it. Sensing my thoughts, she raised a brow and gave me a wry smile, then hurried after the imbuers. I returned my focus to the battery itself. The mechanism was designed to store and release mana with no consideration to ether. The high density of mana within Orleith's horn allowed the battery to create a draw that naturally pulled the mana along the connected wiring to the rest of the devices. The real question was how, or even if it was possible to adjust this battery so that it stored and transmitted ether instead of mana. With Regis attracting ether, it already filled all the space between the mana particles, giving the bright blue liquid a lavender hue. Focusing on this loosely stored ether, I pushed it toward the wires and was surprised when some small number of particles, caught between mana particles, was pulled along into the rest of the machine. It dissipated upon reaching the mana crystal, but that proved the ether could be transmitted similar to mana. Poop crystals, Regis thought suddenly, bringing my thought process to a grinding halt. What? The giant millipede, Regis said seriously. The processed ether poop crystals, some of them were about the same dimensions as these mana crystals. Maybe we can swap them out. I looked at Saris, still sitting silently right in front of me, her mana flowing endlessly into the Vritra horn in her grasp. Can you hold on for a bit longer? Her head tilted slightly to the side, letting a lock of pearl-colored hair fall across her closed eyes. I wasn't sure if she'd heard me, but then she nodded. I can hear your mind whirling. Go do what you need to do, I will be fine. I hesitated, certain that no reasonable person would describe her current condition as fine, but I knew what needed to be done, and that meant keeping her in place just a little while longer. Chul, come on, I said, hopping to my feet and heading out of the plaza. Karas started to stand, but I waved her down. Rest, I urged. We won't be gone long. We'll start here, the end of the chain and farthest from the source of power, and work backwards. The head imbuer, a mage of the Ainsworth Highblood, said for what was probably the 100th time as he instructed the other imbuers. Sylvie had returned from the High Hall shortly after Chul, Regis, and I got back from the giant millipede zone. Sylvie and the imbuers, along with some less than eager assistance from the Bestol efficients and their artifacts, were able to mock up a combination of runes that proved capable of projecting ether with a similar effect as the current mana disruption. I watched as the team quickly dismantled the device to replace the mana crystal and projection artifact. The moment the new equipment was in place, Regis began pushing ether out of the battery. It traveled along the wires, dissipating where it reached the other mana crystals but being absorbed into the newly placed ether crystal. Nothing happened. The imbuers' faces fell. Silrit's jaw clenched. Karau was wringing her hands, her face pale as she looked on nervously. It's about intention, I thought to Regis. Remember, the ether listens to you, responds to your intent. You can't just push it, you have to guide it. I felt Regis's focus sharpen, extending to the ether he had sent into the crystal. A few particles displaced from the crystal, running into the projection artifact. Then a few more. Slowly but surely, a steady trickle, then a stream of ether was flowing until suddenly the device activated. A wave of amethyst light distorted the air between the artifact and the portals. It was working. A collective held breath was released as the imbuers cheered and clapped each other on the back. Silrit gave me a firm nod, suddenly looking 10 years younger. Sarah seemed oblivious, focused on the act of empowering all the other pieces of the disruption array. Well, come on, the Ainsworth imbuer snapped. No time to waste, let's get the rest of these converted over. One by one, they changed out the original pieces of their design with the new ether-lined parts. With each addition, I helped Regis by forcing more of the mana out of the battery and infusing it with my own ether instead, allowing him to focus on just maintaining the flow. More and more people arrived in the plaza as we worked. I recognized a couple of faces, such as Sulla of named Blood Drusus, High Mage of the Cargadon Ascender's Hall, and surprising me, Caden of Highblood Aphelion, the wounded professor I had taught alongside at Central Academy. Caden gave me a jaunty wave from the outskirts of the plaza, where he lingered with feigned disinterest. Many others were clearly ranking Highbloods or Ascenders as well. It was a technically arduous process, and time ticked by slowly as the imbuers labored. Altogether, it took hours before the last projection artifact was finally in place. The last crystal was changed, and all the mana was pushed out of the battery, leaving room for a significant deposit of ether. Although I'd done little throughout, keeping Realmheart active for so long was taxing. It did not require a significant amount of ether to do so, but it was similar to keeping a muscle flexed for hours on end, and a dull headache was burning at the corners of my eyes. It was with a feeling of relief that I released the Godrune, feeling the energy burning up from under my skin in the shape of runes dissipating. At the same time, the visible motes of mana painting the zone in reds, yellows, greens, and blues faded away to nothing. But something was different. I rubbed at my sternum, feeling a tension there that I couldn't immediately identify. Worried that I'd strained myself, I looked around at everyone else. Silrit's fist was wrapped firmly around Saris's forearm, and he eased her hand out of the battery tank, allowing the imbuers to seal it back up. At first, Saris's mana kept flowing in an uninterrupted loop, spilling out into the atmosphere with no effect. Slowly, her eyes fluttered open and she looked up confused into Silrit's face. "It's all right, you've held long enough, let go." The flow of mana abated and Saris stared at her hand, which she seemed to be struggling to unclench. Her mana, I realized with a start. Despite no longer channeling Realmheart, I could still sense her mana. My insight into the Godrune, which represented the relationship between Etha and Mana, had advanced without my even realizing it. I bit back a grin and closed my eyes, just feeling the mana signatures of everyone around me. "Did it work?" Saris asked, snapping me back into the moment. No one could answer yet. Together, we waited with breathless uncertainty. Even to the naked eye, the ripples in the air and portal surfaces were clear beneath a dim purple glow. But it wasn't until, a couple minutes later, when an Alacrian soldier appeared briefly in one of the portals before vanishing again, that we all truly relaxed. "It worked," I confirmed. A cheer went up and the imbuers and attendant mages collapsed into backpadding and embraces all around us. "How does it feel in there?" "I assume you're not talking about this rotting skull," Regis shot back, sounding in good humor. "Seriously though, I've always wanted to be the little engine that could." Sylvie snorted, her brows raised nearly into her hairline. "You find the strangest details in Arthur's old Earth memories." "Hey, Strange Details is going to be the name of my memoir." Regis's laughter rang in my head as I turned away with a groan. "I need to take Scythe Sarah somewhere she can rest," Sealit said, her arm laced through his for support. "We will convene when—" "No," Sarah said firmly. He started to object, but she cut him off again. "I will recover as we walk. Come, Arthur, gather your companions." She looked around, caught sight of Sulla, and gestured for him to approach. Unbidden, a couple of other men came with him. "Sulla Harlow, send men to collect the High Lords, matrons, and other ranking blood members. Have them gather at the Dread Craven within the hour." Chul helped Ellie and Karat to stand and mount Boo, and they fell in behind me while Sylvie stayed at my side. A number of guards broke off from those stationed around the plaza and marched to either side of our party, while several others followed us out of the plaza as well. As we approached the boulevard that ran lengthwise across the zone, I realized that a large number of people were being held back by more guards. I stopped walking, my body going rigid. "What the hell are they doing here?" I asked, feeling my cheeks flush with anger. "Professor," Mela jumped up and down, waving her arms to catch my attention. "Hey, Professor Gray." Next to Mela, Seth of Highblood Milview rubbed his neck and smiled awkwardly, looking increasingly embarrassed. Saris turned stiffly to acknowledge me. "Forgive me, Arthur, they were intended to be a research project of sorts." My fists clenched and unclenched at my sides. "You endangered these kids' lives for a—" I cut myself off, full understanding dawning. "You wanted to know why their runes were so strong." Saris only nodded before turning away, and Silrit continued walking. I broke ranks and hurried over to where a couple of ascenders were holding back the pair of teenagers. Mela was grinning wildly, but Seth looked nervous. "Professor Gray, you're back," Mela gushed, looking like she wanted to rush up and hug me. "Everyone has been talking about you ever since you left. Some of the other students thought you'd disappeared forever, but Lorne was so sure you'd be back, and so was Scythe Saris." Vritra. Mela trailed off, her attention sliding to where Saris had yet again stopped and was now watching my conversation. "Seth, Mela, it's good to see you both," I said, giving them a small smile that I knew lacked any true warmth. "I can't speak now, but when I have a moment, perhaps you two can help me understand." "Maybe you can help us understand something, Professor," Seth said suddenly, cutting over me. His face was pale and he was staring past me, not meeting my eye. "Who are you? Why did you do this to us? Get us into this?" He shook his head and trailed off, looking like he might be sick. I hesitated to answer. I didn't want to leave them feeling like everything that had happened to them was without reason, but I didn't have time to tell them the truth in the right way. "I'll explain what I can later." "Where are you staying?" Glancing between me and Seth, Mela gave me directions to the mansion of the Highblood that had taken them in. "See you soon," she asked, the words almost pleading. "As soon as I can." I returned to the others under Saris's curious gaze, but she said nothing and we began marching along again. The ascenders moved the crowd out of our way and our own guards kept everyone well back. I wasn't heedless of the shouts that followed us, some pleading, others resentful and accusatory, but I was too on edge to give any of it much thought. Our victory with the portal disruptor already seemed like a distant memory as the weight of the problems still facing these people settled heavily across my shoulders. Silrit and Saris led us to a 3-story building that overlooked a small street several blocks from the High Hall, which loomed in the distance. I was surprised both by the location and construction of the building. I wasn't sure what I had been expecting, but this wasn't it. A sign depicting a split face, one half bright white and twisted into a cartoonish grimace of terror, the other pitch black and screaming a battle cry, marked the building as the Dread Craven. Constructed mostly of dark stone and wood, it reminded me of many inns I'd seen throughout both Alacria and Dicathen. 4 mages guarded the door, which they opened as we approached. By the lack of surprise on their faces, word had already reached them about Ceres's arrival. "Not quite how I imagined you living," Kara said under her breath, having dismounted from Boo and limped in after me and Sylvie. Ceres turned, her face slack like someone just woken from a deep sleep. "No, I suppose not. The previous owner attempted to fight his way out on the first day after we arrived, leading a number of his blood and employees to their unfortunate demise. Since this building was then vacant, I decided it would be a suitable base of operations." Silrit cracked a smile. "Besides, she enjoys dragging the highbloods all the way across the zone into the low part of town." "Hush," Ceres answered, waving her hand dismissively at her retainer. "And perhaps fetch me a drink." Silrit nodded and headed toward the bar running half the length of the back wall. We were standing in a wide open tavern room, standard except that all the rectangular tables had been pushed together in the center. It was unusually clean for an inn or bar, and the walls were barren, all their decorations having been taken down at some point. The lower windows had all been barricaded over by an earth attribute mage, and the walls reinforced in places to provide a more defensible base. A door behind the bar led to some back room, and a set of stairs dominated the left side of the open tavern. A couple of people, members of Ceres's staff, I assumed, peeked down the stairs briefly, their faces alight with a pleasant surprise, but they vanished just as quickly when Ceres shot them a meaningful glance. Ceres's movements were slow and calculated as she moved to a plush chair at the end of the pushed-together tables and eased into it with a groan. She waved for the rest of us to join her. At the door, Ellie scratched Boo between his eyes and told him to wait outside. I sat on Ceres's left while Karat took the chair to her right. Nervousness rolled off Ellie in waves as she sat stiffly next to me. Sylvie, on her other side, squeezed her forearm gently. Chul stood, leaning against an upright post with his arms crossed. Silrit appeared from behind the bar and set a plain glass full of golden liquid in front of her. "Are you sure you wouldn't rather go rest for a few hours or days before we?" he quieted at a look from Ceres. They said nothing more to each other, but Silrit stayed beside her, one hand on the back of her chair, his expression hard enough to crack the inn's stone foundations. Ceres took a small drink, let out a deep, shaky breath and set the glass back on the table. "So here I am," I said, deciding to speak first to break the tension. "You took a big risk, both in sending Karat to Dicathen and with this gambit in the relictums. I might not have come." A nearly imperceptible frown line creased the smooth skin between her brows. "I'll thank you of all people not to lecture me on taking risks, Arthur Leywin." I raised my hands off the table in a gesture of warding. "Point taken, but really, Ceres, what is all this about? Why did you send for me?" "A moment," she said, sagging under the weight of her fatigue. "The others will be here soon, and I've only the strength to have this conversation once." She took another small sip of her drink, her attention lingering on my sister. "Eleanor, yes, uncommon talent and bravery runs in your blood, I see." Ellie flushed and stared at her hands, which were clasped together on top of the table in front of her. "I don't know about that, scythe Ceres. Please call me Ceres. My time as a scythe and general of Alacria is past, I think." She gave me a rueful smile. "And this must be Lady Sylvie Indrath. Cadel thought you'd succumb to your wounds in Dicathen after your battle. Like mother, like daughter," he'd said. "A cold one that Cadel, colder now of course." Sylvie raised her chin, her face framed by the 2 sets of horns. The gold of her eyes was molten even in the bright light of the inn's interior. "You seem to be quite well informed, Lady Ceres." Ceres's face darkened, her focus momentarily far away. "That has always been my strength, of course." Her gaze lingered on Sylvie for a moment before drifting to Chul. "And who is this hulking figure behind you? To look at him, I would almost think." Her eyes narrowed and she inspected him more closely. "Of Asuran lineage, Phoenix, even," Chul's jaw hardened. "Did you have a great deal of experience with the members of my race locked in your master's dungeons? How much of a hand did you have in their questioning and torture? Perhaps you were even there when my mother, the great Lady Dawn of the Asclepius clan, was butchered in her cell." Suppressing a groan, I leaned in. Although Chul's standoffishness was justified, it didn't serve us in the moment. "We're all friends here, remember." Ceres wasn't put off by his attitude, however. In fact, she gave him a sad smile and some of the tension bled out of her. "Of course, I understand now, forgive me. I was aware of your mother, even saw her briefly once or twice, but I never met her properly. Your people, the hidden followers of the Lost Prince, are a bit of a curiosity in Tigran Salem, almost mythical really." Her attention returned to me. "So you really have been busy these last couple months, haven't you?" Turning only her head, she met Karaz's eyes. "And what have you then, off gallivanting with Arthur on his adventures, heedless of?" She cut off suddenly as she really looked at Kara. No, I can see that's not the case. Kara chewed the inside of her cheek for a couple long seconds before providing a brief explanation of her imprisonment, first at the gentle hands of the Dicathians and then much less comfortable among the dragons. So war with the dragons really has come, Saris mused under her breath, staring down into the alcohol as if it were a crystal ball and she was trying to divine the meaning of these events. Her reverie was interrupted by a knock at the door. Snapping out of her thoughts, she forced a welcoming smile onto her tired face. Well, it would appear they have started to arrive. Brace yourselves. The door opened and two familiar figures filed in, Corbett and Lenora Denoir. Lady Lenora froze, staring at the horns atop Kara's head, but only for a second. She quickly broke with decorum and hurried to Kara. Caught off guard, Kara didn't even stand as Lenora leaned down over her, brushing a hand down her cheek and glancing from one bandaged wound to the next, looking increasingly pained. "Oh, Kara, what's happened to you?" she breathed. Her eyes jumped to the horns, then back to Kara's bandage, and it wasn't entirely sure which she was referencing. I could sense Kara's discomfort as she gazed up at her adoptive mother, jaw slack. "I'm fine," she said belatedly. Corbett passed the two women, sparing Kara only the briefest glance and instead approaching Saris. He bowed deeply, his eyes on the floor. She acknowledged him by name and he stood and turned back to Kara. "Lawden said you were gravely wounded. I am glad to see his estimation of your poor health was exaggerated." Kara hesitated, then muttered only thanks. Unlike his wife, Corbett was staring unabashedly at the horns plainly visible on Kara's head. "Scythe Saris was kind enough to inform us of your situation as well, and a good thing too. I can't pretend not to be shocked to see it, even though." The door opened again, revealing a man with well-trimmed blonde hair and a bushy goatee. Corbett cleared his throat. Lenora took the seat next to Kara and he sat beside her. "High Lord Frost," Saris welcomed the man. "Please take a seat." The man's severe gray eyes lingered on me for several seconds before he entered the tavern. "So the famed Ascender Grey has returned. Hopefully this means I haven't doomed my blood to a slow death by starvation under this faux sky after all." Silrit softly cleared his throat. When he spoke, his words were equally soft, but the sharp edge in them glinted like a razor. "Have a seat, Uriel." High Lord Frost hesitated only a second before taking the seat at the end of the table opposite Saris. Next in was a younger man, dark-haired and barrel-chested, that it took me a few moments to recognize. He stood in the doorway and stared at me, his eyes growing misty. "Lord Umberter," Saris announced. Suddenly he was moving quickly around the table toward me. Ellie tensed, and I gathered Etha into my fist, prepared to defend myself or her if necessary. But he jerked to a stop several feet away from us, then went to a knee, tears dripping from his downturned eyes. "Lance Arthur Leywin, thank you." I suddenly remembered him. He'd been one of the Highbloods given authority over Xyrus. This man, along with most of the others, had been happy to let Augustine do all their talking and threatening for them. Before I could say anything, he kept talking. "Even though you had every reason to kill me, you didn't. And yet, here in Alacria, my brother was slaughtered by one of our own retainers without hesitation. That was everything I needed to understand about this war." Swallowing heavily, he stood and took a seat halfway between Ellie and Uriel. I watched the young man for several long moments, but he kept his eyes, now dry again, firmly forward. Then another individual entered, and she gave me pause. It was the short horns sprouting from her forehead that caught me most clearly by surprise. Shiny blue-black hair was pulled into a tight tail over the horns, dark against her pale skin. Her wine-colored eyes settled immediately on Kara, and she let out a relieved breath. Saris announced her as Matron Tremblay, and she took a seat next to Corbett after spending several very long seconds ogling Kara's horns. Over the next several minutes, various highbloods, matrons, and high-ranking ascenders arrived in a steady stream to fill up our table. A few, like Sulla, stood to make room for those of a higher station than themselves. Some of the names I knew, but most meant nothing to me. The last to enter was another surprise, as I once again saw Caden of Highblood Aphelion limp through the door after it had closed. Saris regarded the man with mild surprise. "Ah, Lord Aphelion, welcome." Caden waved with his signature brand of carelessness and headed straight for the bar, away from the tension building up from those around us. The shrewd and perceptive gazes of the Highbloods were glued to Saris and me, their anticipation palpable as they waited for us to speak. Saris met my eye, I gave her a small nod, she cleared her throat. "Now that everyone is present, let us begin." Chapter 441, The Message. This is not the Victoriad, and I am not introducing a contestant fighting to be a retainer, so I will skip over the flagrant compliments and unnecessary list of achievements. Saris paused for a moment, letting the collection of Highbloods look around at each other suspiciously. "Although known in Alacria as Grey, the truth is this. I introduce to you Arthur Leywin, Lance of the country of Elenoir on the continent of Dicathen." The room didn't so much erupt into noise as it simmered, the high-blood sense of decorum fracturing only enough to allow some suppressed exclamations and half-whispered exchanges between neighbors. The attitude was all over the place, with some people leaning back in their chairs wide-eyed and flabbergasted, while others wore smug looks like they'd just won a bet. The reaction from most, though, indicated that they'd at least suspected the possibility of my being Dicathen. Caden was sitting at the foot of the stairs across the room, a glass in his one remaining hand. Slowly, he looked up from the glass and stared at me, our eyes locking. "You've got to be shitting me," he burst out, then laughed long and loud, silencing everyone else. "So you were at the academy, and the students." Caden broke into heedless chuckling again as the others looked at him with thinly veiled annoyance. "So our savior is Dicathen," one of the ascenders, a man named Jimin, said with a hint of disbelief. Next to him, Sulla was shaking his head. "I heard the rumors, but..." He looked me hard in the eye for a long moment, then shifted to Saris, his expression weakening. Sighed Saris. "What's all this really been for?" Several other attendees echoed this question, some nodding along, a couple rapping their knuckles on the table to show their support. "Enough," High Lord Frost said. His voice wasn't loud, there was no harsh command in his tone, and yet the word carried like the sound of distant thunder, quieting everyone else. Saris looked around for a few seconds, taking the time to meet each Highblood's eye in turn. "The question isn't what this was all for, because each of you know the answer already. We fight for ourselves and our bloods, to shape our world so it is fit for those of us with lesser blood, and not just the Usra who have marked it and claimed it as theirs." She paused for a moment to let these words settle. "No, I'm certain each of you understands all too well why you're here. And because of this, you also know that this is not a war between two continents. The Dicathens are as much the victims of the Vritra clan's hubris and self-righteous apotheosis as we are. They are our allies in this struggle, not our enemies. So, are you the leader of your continent?" Matron Tremblay, the Vritra-blooded woman with blue-black hair, asked me. "What gives you the right to treat with this body on Dicathen's behalf?" I returned her unflinching gaze. "That's not why I'm here." "Then why exactly are you here?" High Lord Frost asked. "I've heard quite a lot about you from my granddaughter, and more still from my soldiers in Dicathen who were unfortunate enough to cross paths with you. A Dicathian who teaches our children and spares our soldiers. You'll have to forgive me, Lord Leywin, if I don't fully understand what connects you to Alacria." A number of the others murmured their agreement. I sensed Chull shift his stance behind me, his mana billowing as he instinctively called on it. Sylvie, feeling my attention on him, took a step back to whisper in his ear, urging him to be patient. "My time as an ascender and professor wasn't intentional," I said after taking a moment to collect my thoughts. "I didn't come here to spy on you, infiltrate your institutions, or harm you, but I did consider you my enemy. Saris and Lady Kara of Highblood Denoir had done their best to convince me otherwise, but it was your children, kids like Enola, that really showed me the truth. I have enemies on this continent, many of them, but not everyone." Uriel smiled, a calculating expression. "Forgive me, but that doesn't really answer my question." "Why are you here now?" I nodded, appreciating the man's attention to detail. "Saris helped me protect my people, and so I am here now to help protect hers." The bald ascender named Anvold grunted. "Then why don't you go through those portals and kill Dragoth and all his soldiers?" "I could," I admitted, "but more would replace them and then even more after that. You and I both know Agrona doesn't mind spending lives. Besides, you can't survive in here forever. I don't know what Saris has planned, but I doubt it includes hiding in the relictums until you've all starved to death." "No, it does not," Saris cut in firmly. "But this does bring us a step closer to the question we're actually here to discuss today, which is, of course, what comes next." Corbett Denoir took his wife's hand and exchanged a brief look with her. "I think that's a question on all our minds," sighed Lady Saris. "Many of us have sacrificed everything to get to this point. Each time it seemed as though our situation had become unnavigable. You have seen us through, but..." He paused, his gaze tracking across the table. When he resumed, he spoke very carefully. "I think it is well past time that we have some understanding of the goal in all this. Not grand designs of self-governance and the ousting of the Vritra clan, but real, tangible results. Even if we understand why Grey here can help us, I at least do not see how." A Dean of Highblood Umberter, the young man I'd spared at Xyrus, sputtered indignantly. "Did you not see what he did at the Victoriad? I wasn't even there, and still I've heard it recounted dozens of times. He single-handedly retook the Dicathian cities of Voldorial, Blackbend, Xyrus, and Ediston, defeating entire armies. Even the scythes, I'm told, bowed before his superior might." I cleared my throat and gestured for a dean to settle down. "But it wasn't just scythes," Kara said unexpectedly. The room's attention sharpened. They all knew Kara had been traveling with me, and from the change in atmosphere, it was obvious they had been waiting for her to speak. Additionally, her horns, now proudly displayed without her pendant, had quickly drawn the attention of nearly everyone present. When she spoke, it was like she gave them permission to stare. She raised her chin and sat a little straighter. The High Sovereign sent a battle group of wraiths to track down Arthur and Dicathen. He killed them all, Caden whistled. Matron Tremblay frowned down at her hands. The wraiths, I thought they were a myth. Sulla rubbed a hand down his face. Shaken, he glanced in my direction. And you, an older woman who had been introduced as Matron Amelie of High-Blood Bellerose, scoffed. Fantastical poppycock, Lady Saris, surely you haven't brought us here only to insult us with bedtime tales. Silret went rigid, but Saris remained passive as she said, Matron Bellerose, perhaps my current weakened state has given you the wrong impression. I am not, in fact, so weary yet that I will accept being spoken to in such a manner. Matron Bellerose paled, folding her hands in her lap and looking just past Saris to avoid meeting her eye. I apologize, Lady Saris, you are right, of course. My tone was unbecoming my station. Forgive me. Saris inclined her head slightly in acknowledgement. I do not blame you for your skepticism, which is healthy, but it is equally true that none of you would be here if you didn't have the capacity to see beyond the rigid structure of our society and culture. The wraiths are quite real, and what Lady Kara has said is true. I tell you this to reinforce one essential point. Arthur has the strength to help us break free of this prison we've built around ourselves. The room was silent for a long moment after this statement. I caught High Lords Frost and Ainsworth sharing an uncertain look. Matron Tremblay's eyes never left me, while Caden seemed lost in thought as he swirled his drink. The others all displayed some similar combination of outward expressions, but no one voiced their thoughts. This isn't what they were expecting. There was a tense edge to Sylvie's thoughts. They're terrified. They have relied on Saris for all their hope of change throughout this uprising. I sent back, allowing the silence to linger. To be told that she in turn is relying on someone else, and an outsider, will be difficult for some of them to accept. And so we move on to our next steps, Saris continued after a long pause. We have in Arthur an ally capable of striking Agrona's forces in a way no one else can. In order to build public support, it is essential that we continue to erode the people's faith in Agrona's divine infallibility. My publicized execution of Sovereign Orleath was the first step. By showing this continent that the Usura aren't in fact immortal, we also reveal to them a potential future where the Usura are gone entirely. But one quickly projected image isn't enough. No, we need a decisive victory and in plain view. You mean to send Arthur after the Sovereigns, Sylvie said, moving to stand behind me once again, her hands on the back of my chair. Yes, Chull burst out, making everyone jump. He thrust his fist up in the air and grinned. It is about time. Next to me, Ellie let out a deep breath, trying to relax from the fright Chull had given her. Fighting Usuras. She whispered, picking at the edge of the table nervously. I was expecting more than a show of force, High Lord Ainsworth noted as he stroked his goatee. Lord Lars Eisenhert, a wiry blond man with a draping mustache, slapped his palm on the table. Indeed, my thoughts exactly, Hector. Saris regarded them both impassionately. Destroying the Sovereigns may not weaken Agrona's power, but it will weaken his image with the public. And more importantly, such a bold strike against him will draw his greatest weapon into the field. Saris was facing the Highbloods as she spoke, but I knew she was speaking directly to me as she said, his entire mind has been consumed with the legacy for decades. Its removal is now our highest priority. My fists clenched and my jaw tightened. Despite these physical reactions, though, I wasn't really sure what I was feeling. One of the Highbloods spoke, asked a question, but my thoughts were plunging inward and I didn't process the words. Tesha, she's right, Arthur, Sylvie said, projecting her thoughts into mine. I'm sorry, but you've been putting this off for too long. Cecilia needs to be dealt with. But how do we do that? Why let the girl live long enough to grow into a threat then? Uriel's words took a moment to sink it, but once they did, I forced my mind back to the conversation happening around me. It would have been more prudent, it seems, to kill her months ago, even if that would have meant losing the opportunity for our current act of rebellion, Corbett added, speaking carefully. Saris's dark eyes flicked to me for half a heartbeat before she responded. Perhaps, but there were many reasons not to as well, not least of which was my own curiosity. I had to know if this power was real and what it was capable of. Additionally, the vessel in which the legacy resides is the Princess of Elenoir, Tesha Iralith. I was not ready to consign her to death. But you are now, I asked, trying to sound curious and nonchalant. The words came out hollow. She tilted her head slightly to the side, regarding me intently. The legacy needs to be removed from this war. Her control over Mana has grown to be absolute, and I believe you are the only one capable of facing her head-on. Before I could respond, Ellie leaned forward on her elbows and stared hard at Saris. We're not going to kill Tesha. I felt the bittersweet sting of pride and regret as I looked at Ellie's fierce expression. Saris leaned back in her chair, unfazed. I haven't asked for your presence to tell you what to do. This isn't an order but a plea. We lack the strength, either in magic or numbers, to defeat Agrona. From the beginning, this has been about eroding the base of his power. Says Orleith, the relictums, each a new crack in that foundation. Without working together, however, neither of us can topple him entirely. I knew there was another layer to Cerys's plans. Lyra had told me that Cerys's rebellion was in part to keep Agrona occupied while I fought to retake my continent. She would lose face with her followers if she said it out loud here, but I couldn't ignore that our success had been, at least in part, at the cost of her people. Maylie stood, her hands woven into her hair behind her head as she faced away from the table. But even weakening his foundations, Agrona is too powerful to attack directly. She spun around, her hands lowering and curling into fists. I'm sorry, but I don't see how one Dicathen can match him. Take your seat, Cerys said with the command of one who knows she'll be obeyed. Maylies bit her lip and did as she'd been told. Addressing the table at large, Cerys said, as Matron Tremblay has noted, even with his hold over this continent weakened, Agrona is not someone anyone in this world can defeat. But my goal has never been to engage with him directly. Cerys's dark eyes swept across the Highbloods. The way to Ephiodus is finally open, and dragons have arrived in Dicathen. My plan is and has always been to simply set the playing field properly so that when Agrona and Kezes eventually battle, the outcome can only be in their mutual destruction. The room was utterly silent at this proclamation. Only Caden wasn't openly staring at Cerys, instead gazing gloomily into his drink. You are wrong, Chull said, his deep voice shattering the silence like glass. Cerys's frown was almost cartoonishly amusing as she regarded my half-Assyrian companion, clearly at a loss for words. Agrona can be defeated by someone in this world. My brother in vengeance and I will prove it when the coward basilisk finally leaves his hole in the mountains. I need time to think about this, I said, pushing away from the table and standing before the conversation devolved further. Ellie quickly followed my example. After several seconds, Cerys dragged her focus away from Chull and back to me. It was a testament to her fatigue that Cerys didn't stand. I have a number of other things to discuss with my council. You will find plenty of room upstairs to accommodate your party, and my staff will bring you anything you need. I nodded and started to turn away. But Arthur, Cerys said, her tone taking on a new urgency. Time is only one of many resources that we are lacking. I only nodded again before circling around the table and heading for the stairs, the watchful eyes of the many Alacrian Highbloods burning into my back. Caden moved out of the way, listing slightly as he kept the weight off his bad leg. A Dicathen. It's strange, Grey, I should hate you, but the whole reason I liked you is that you seemed immune to the blood mania of our culture. And now I know why. He held out his hand and I took it. It's a pleasure to meet you, Arthur Leywin. I'm surprised to see you here, I admitted, my gaze inadvertently traveling past him to the stairs which I longed to ascend. It seemed like you'd had enough of war. His smile faltered and he bit his top lip, frowning. I'm not much good in a fight nowadays, but my blood has resources that are useful to Cerys, after what I saw at the Victoriad. He searched my eyes for a long moment. I knew things weren't ever going to be the same, and I knew which side I wanted to be on. Unsure what else to say, I clapped him on the shoulder and headed up the stairs, my mind full of 1,000 possible outcomes to a confrontation with Cecilia, all of them negative. A servant met us at the top of the stairs and showed us to a row of comfortable rooms. Everyone piled into the first behind me. This is a good plan, Chull said as the door closed behind us. He stretched his shoulders and let out a deep breath. I like this plan. I threw myself into a plush chair in the corner and ran my hands through my hair, looking up at Sylvie with growing desperation. I'm not ready to face this. She sat on the bed, looking out of place. The relic armor was now largely obscured beneath a set of flowing jet-black robes made of tiny interlocking scales, but that didn't hide the fierce half-helm or the second set of horns following the line of her jaw. Have we ever been ready for the things this life has thrown at us? I closed my eyes and let my head loll back, frustrated with myself. From across the zone, Regis's voice jumped into my thoughts. Should you have seen this coming? Yes. Should you have spent more than a passing mental nod here, and they're considering how to reverse whatever Agrona did to your waifu? Also, yes. Haven't we always basically just pulled the solution out of our collective butts when faced with seemingly impossible situations? Yet again, yes. Ellie moved to sit next to Sylvie, resting her head on my bond's shoulder. Sylvie took Ellie's hand, the one not attached to a broken arm, in her own and gave it a familial squeeze. We know Tesha's mind is still in her body, I said aloud for Ellie and Chull's benefit. Maybe Aroa's requiem could be used to remove Cecilia. Perhaps, Sylvie said, her eyes downcast. But your insight into that power is incomplete, you said, and being an Evum technique, you are not naturally aligned to it. I don't want to, but maybe you could use it, I said, seizing on a sudden idea. If you could take the rune from me like Regis did with destruction, perhaps you could make full use of it. She looked up apologetically. But how would we do that, Arthur? Regis was a part of you, capable of manifesting within your body and transferring the rune while it was still forming. Chull's face was marred by a deep frown. If this legacy is such a threat, would it not be safer just to kill her? Ellie jumped to her feet and rounded on Chul, pointing her finger like a dagger. What is it with you and your incessant need to fight and kill? There are other factors to weigh, and not everything can be solved by smashing it. But this can, Chul answered with a shrug. Groaning, Ellie threw herself back down on the bed. We'll find I bit the words off, unable to finish the sentence. No matter how much I wanted to reassure Ellie, I couldn't bring myself to give her that kind of hope. Why not take her to Mordain? Regis suggested. He's a bit of a hippie, but he's also one of the oldest and most secretive Usura that we know. I felt my brows knit together. That's actually not a terrible idea. Wait, was that Regis? Ellie asked, sitting up again. What did he say? Sylvie quickly explained the suggestion. This too is a good plan, Chul agreed. Mordain has great insight into matters of reincarnation, and he worked beside Jin like my father for many years. Then if there is no solution, we can still kill her. We shouldn't get ahead of ourselves. Even assuming we're able to defeat the Sovereign, we really don't know what we'll be walking into regarding a fight with Cecilia. I shifted uncomfortably in the cushioned chair. But one way to figure it out is to face her directly. Yes, Chul said, hammering his clenched fist into his chest. The best way to understand someone is to fight them. We shouldn't be so set on fighting her, Sylvie countered. What reason does Cecilia have to fight for Agrona, really? Maybe we can talk to her, convince her to leave him. Honestly, we're more likely to want to help her than he is. There is no way he's not using her talents as the legacy for something awful. Ellie wrapped Sylvie up in a big hug, squeezing her. I'm not going to go with you this time, am I? Looking at my sister's bandaged wounds, I felt some of the tension ease from me, realizing I'd already made up my mind on this topic. To fight an Usura and the legacy? No, sis, sorry, you're going to stay here with Regis and heal up. You really want to go into this fight without the destruction rune? He asked from his jarred head. I pictured the wraiths being unmade one by one at my hand, destruction devouring my enemies and myself side by side. I didn't let the thought leak through to Regis, but it was actually a relief to be leaving the destruction Godrun behind. It was too great a temptation, and only increased the likelihood of something happening to Tesha during the battle. They need you here for now, I sent back, pouring my appreciation for his efforts into the thought. We'll figure out how to get you out of that jar when I get back. Regis and the others were all quiet, which suited my stirring thoughts just fine. Despite what I'd said, I wasn't sure that trying to capture Cecilia and take her to Mordain was the best option. My fear was that rather it was a selfish one. If she was so dangerous, could I in good conscience bring her into the Phoenix's home? It wasn't entirely unlike carrying around an unstable explosive and hoping it didn't go off and hurt someone. But the other option was just as unacceptable. Was I wrong not to kill her at the Victoriad? I asked myself, careful to keep my thoughts from Sylvie and Regis. I would have to deal with Nico either way. Thinking back to the pure hatred he had exhibited when we'd fought. When I learned who Elijah had really been the entire time I'd known him, I couldn't imagine not having to kill him to get to her. But he took Tesha, I reminded myself, trying to conjure up my rage toward Nico, but it had long since gone cold in my guts. I couldn't hate either of them, not the way they hated me. It was too complicated. A vision of Virion's face twisted with hatred and despair popped up in my mind's eye. Could he ever forgive me if I killed his granddaughter, no matter the reason? Could I ever forgive myself? Amana's signature broke away from those gathered in the tavern below and ascended the stairs. I could immediately tell it was Kara. The lull in our conversation lasted until she reached the outside of our door, where she hesitated a moment before knocking lightly. I rose and crossed to the door, opening it and standing aside. Her eyes tracked across my face before settling on the others behind me. I'm sorry, I wasn't sure where I'd be needed most, but the conversation downstairs has devolved into arguments about provisions and the division of each blood stores, so. I waved her in, then focused on the others. Pick a room and try to get some rest. Sylvie stood, pulling Ellie up with her. Bunk with me? She asked, her arm around Ellie's shoulder. Actually, Lady Sylvie, I was hoping to speak with you as well as Arthur, Kara said, looking down and tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Sylvie's brows rose, but she recovered quickly, releasing my sister and easing back into her seat. Of course, Ellie high-fived Kara on her way past. I'm going to sleep for like a whole week, I swear. I do not need sleep, Chul said as he reached the door in Ellie's wake, not looking at me. I think I will explore this place. That's probably not the door closed behind him, good idea. Kara settled into the chair I'd vacated. Vritra's horns, but it's been a long day, days. I pity anyone who gets stuck in a convergence zone with you three. Ascenders will die by the dozens. She blanched, sitting up straight and correcting her posture. My apologies, I don't mean. I gave her a wry smile. I haven't seen you this stressed in a while. I think you were more relaxed coming out of Vadraker's prison. This high-blood lifestyle really doesn't suit you. Kara straightened her clothes. The effect was minimal considering all the bloodstains, tears, and bandages. It never really has. What do you need to tell us? Sylvie asked, a hint of a frown creasing her brows. Is everything all right? Yes, thank you, this will be easier to show you, I think. Kara undid the laces of her left boot and pulled it off, then the bloody sock beneath it. She fiddled with something around her pinky toe, struggling with it momentarily before it slid free. In her hand was a thin, plain ring with a subtle aura of mana around it. I couldn't help but chuckle. You managed to keep a dimension ring hidden from everyone in Vildoriel. Like that old cloak of yours, it is ruined so that a casual look will slip right past it. No one inspected me close enough to discover it, thankfully. They'd already found my normal dimension ring after all. She rotated her wrist, letting the plain band catch the light so I could just see the markings etched into its surface. Quite expensive, actually, especially considering the size of the extra-dimensional space contained within. And what is stored inside that space? Sylvie asked, her eyes never leaving the ring. Just one thing, Karas swallowed hard, then channeled mana into the artifact. It's a message from Scythe Nico. He said to tell you that you have to save her, that you owe her a life. A rough sphere appeared in her other hand. It was white and too large for her to comfortably hold in one hand. The outer shell was very slightly transparent, revealing a hint of purple within. My heart began to beat rapidly at the sight of it, and my throat went dry. It was a dragon's core, Sylvia's core. I carefully accepted it from Kara, holding it as if it were made of brittle glass. It was empty, nothing more than a relic full of painful memories. Nico must have known that, and yet he had risked sending it anyway, and with that message. No, it wasn't just an empty organ. It did bring with it painful memories, but also it brought hope. Chapter 442. A snapped thread, CCI. Voices above, around, familiar but far away, so far away, the words, talking about the flames in my flesh, dancing like sprites. Swirling, eager mana, burning, too much. More and more drawn to me, flames to the moth. Filling me, my blood, my bones, mine like the hole, deep and endless, a frost-filled pit, can't remember. What was there before in the hole? Magic, mana, a key, a core, the words again. Strange voices and familiar ones. Delirium, fever, danger, time, a snapped thread, frayed, incoherent, light, dark, eyes open, a darkness full of color, red, yellow, green, blue, mana. Figures looming, needles in my flesh, metal pressed against my skin, more words, delay, will, soul, healing, integration, darkness again. I woke up trembling, the echo of a scream ringing in my ears, heart racing, bursting. Terrified, there were stars outside my windows, the purple silhouette of mountains. Their name escaped me, something was wrong, with my mind, with my magic. I closed my eyes, tried to think, it hurt, I hurt. My skin was burning, muscles ached. Every breath was full of ragged pain. Pain and mana, every breath was full of mana, not flowing into my core but into me. Calmed down, the mana was there, the magic was there. Wind blew through me, cooling my bones. Sleep slipped back over me, I blinked awake again, an unknown presence filling my rooms. At the foot of the bed a man stood, like a Grona but also nothing like a Grona. His eyes, two bright rubies, pierced me like blood-tipped spears. I shivered, feeling his gaze on my skin, under my skin, peeling me apart layer by layer. He had a cold, gray face, impassive around his cutting eyes. Two horns corkscrewed up from the top of his head. I knew that face, I thought. Only, he said something and someone else moved into view, his own presence dwarfing the first man, a Grona. He smiled down at me and spoke kind words. Sovereign Aludari Vritra of Truatia. Names and places, the meanings of which I couldn't seem to capture. Aludari replied, concerned. Agrona brushed the concerns aside, confident, assuring, daunting, Aludari unassuaged, Agrona commanding, Aludari subservient. He cast an uneasy glance at me and my spirit shriveled. I closed my eyes and tried to breathe. When I opened them again, I was alone. Time felt more tangible, more real. I could tell that several hours had passed. I struggled to think back to Agrona's conversation with Aludari, but it was like trying to remember a dream after waking. The more I tried to cling to the memory, the more it slipped through my grasp. My fever had broken. How long has it been? I wondered. Weeks, I suspected. Long enough that I wasn't sure we were going to survive after all, Tesha said in my mind. Integration, I never could have imagined experiencing it myself. How would everyone Rhea? I groaned and rolled over, pulling one of the sweat-stained pillows over my head. Leave me alone. There was no reply. After a few minutes, I pushed away the pillow and kicked my legs over the edge of the bed. The floor was cold against my hot skin, and when I stood, my legs shook violently. I stumbled to the balcony door, which was open, and leaned against the railing. The wind off the mountains was bitter cold, conjuring gooseflesh all over my body and making it shake even worse. Mana flowed to my limbs and the shaking eased. It filled my lungs, helping me to breathe deeply. It sparked within my mind, clearing my thoughts. Before, I'd felt like I was at one with the mana. It listened to me, reacted to my thoughts and desires, a tool I could do anything with. I should be stronger now, but there was this inescapable sense of irony. I couldn't remember feeling weaker and less myself since being reincarnated into this world. I was the legacy, and now I'd gone through integration, making me perhaps the most powerful mage in the world. But I couldn't stop my knees from shaking or the sweat from beating on my brow. Every breath felt like I was forcing it into my lungs, like the next time I tried to breathe I might not be able to. Agrona had told me I was past the worst of it, but it didn't feel that way. Whatever had happened to me while I was unconscious, right after my integration, I couldn't see how it was worse than these weeks of healing and sickness. There was a frightening sense of incorrectness to it. Kind of like when I'd had a huge Kai center, but hadn't been able to stop it from surging out of me and hurting Nico and Gray. Leaning forward, I was sick over the balcony's edge. I propped myself up on the cold railing, tasting the bitterness of my own bile on my teeth and losing myself for a while. Then slowly, I stumbled back to my bed and fell in it, but sleep was distant and unreachable. I just lay there, able to do nothing but drag the spotlight of my attention across the internal workings of this fragile elven body. It was still in the final stages of acclimating to the mana, now infusing every cell. It was a strange sensation to have mana that was not constrained by a core. I really was one with mana, that's what integration was. Agrona had tried to describe it, but what he'd told me couldn't match with reality. Maybe his Asuran mind couldn't even conceive of what integration really meant. But then, I thought, no one who hadn't experienced this sense of balance and power could hope to understand it. Tentatively, I began to experiment with it, sensing the flow of mana around and through me. Water attribute mana soothed my aching muscles while wind attribute mana cooled my skin. Earth attribute mana hardened in my bones and fire attribute mana warmed my blood. This detached kind of observation helped bring some clarity. Integration, I realized, was actually a lot like awakening to mana after spending my entire former life trying to control my Kai. In the same way that mana had felt so much more complete and magical, integration felt exponentially more potent than relying on a core to use magic. The creation of a mana core was similar to the condensing of a Kai center since each required the concentration of energy to form, with the sensation of mana filling and flowing freely through my body very similar to Kai manipulation on Earth. I felt myself shrink back from this thought, still afraid that my mana, like with Kai, would surge beyond my control, without a core to control it. I sat up and pushed my back against the wall, slowing my breathing. Being the legacy hadn't stopped that from happening before on Earth. I'm in control, I assured myself, repeating it over and over again like a mantra. Eventually, sleep crept up on me and I drowsed. I woke screaming and an echoing scream came back to me. Bolting up from my bed, I stared wide-eyed at the startled attendant who had been cleaning my room. Nico was sitting at my bedside, and he quickly dismissed the attendant, who bowed and rushed from the room with a frightened backward glance at me. "What is it?" Nico asked, his voice soft. It almost sounded like his old voice, his real voice, the way he'd sounded back on Earth. I looked at him more closely, not his dark hair and sharp features. No, his Alacrian face wasn't his any more than Tesha Iralith's thin elven face was mine. But the way he dug his nails into his palm, the way he tried not to show it when he was biting the inside of his lip, how he leaned toward me every so slightly, like he wanted to be just that little bit closer to me. In those moments I could see him, and when I closed my eyes I could picture him so clearly. I tensed suddenly as Tesha's voice entered my mind. "Show him the mana from before." I knew what she was talking about immediately. The mana I had taken from Agrona's rune-covered table, the one I'd woken up on after my integration. It had stayed within me, still carrying the shape and purpose it had been given by the strange runes. "Remember, Cecilia. You felt like something was wrong when you first woke up. There is more to all this than what you're being told." I didn't acknowledge her, but she was right. I had woken up on that table feeling weak but myself, only to sink back into sickness the very same night. Half-remembered words tumbled in the back of my head, out of reach. Haltingly, I began to explain to Nico what I'd seen and done upon first waking, and the discomfort I'd felt at being surrounded by the strange mages. "You did what?" "That doesn't make sense, Cecil." He gave me a pitying look. "It's not, well, possible." I held out my hand, palm up. Warm light issued from my skin as a wisp of mana appeared in the air, burning in the shape of the runes that had originally given it form. Nico's eyes widened and his breathing became shallow. He leaned forward, peering at the mana, his struggle to understand and accept it clearly written across his face. I told him about the runes and what I wanted to do. Moving gingerly, Nico pressed the tip of his finger down into the mana. It condensed into a swarm of individual particles and was pulled into his body. I held my focus around it, allowing the spell to keep its form instead of being dissolved into the individual components of its mana. Nico's eyes closed, jumping around beneath his lids. I'm not sure." Nico's words rolled out of him in a slow drawl as his focus stayed on the spell. I felt him channeling mana into his regalia. "The structure, the runes, the magic, it's not like anything I've ever seen, but..." His eyes opened and he stared at me, his fear was obvious. "This is going to take some time, we shouldn't tell anyone else about this." I agreed completely. Nico hesitated, clearly thinking hard about something, then added, except, Draniv maybe, only if completely necessary. We can trust him because, well, just know that we can trust him. I've had him keeping an eye on you whenever I couldn't. Despite not really understanding, I acknowledged what he said. After that, Nico came to my rooms as often as was prudent. Slowly, more of my time was spent awake than asleep, but the experience of integration left behind a deep-rooted fatigue that kept me in my chambers. Nico was restless when presented with a problem, a puzzle to be solved, a knot to be undone. His mind could focus on nothing else, and even when he couldn't be with me, my presence was required to hold the shape of the mana. He thought about it ceaselessly. I could tell something was bothering him, but he was hiding his fears from me. In all this time together, I hadn't wanted to derail his thoughts, and so hadn't gone into more detail about the return of my old memories. But no, really, that's just an excuse. I was afraid of what I might hear after confessing. What would that conversation lead to? I wasn't ready to tell him that I had killed myself and let Gray take the blame. Whenever someone knocked on my door, I expected it to be Nico. I was surprised then the day that Melsry strode in. She wrinkled her nose as she looked around my room, not hiding her distaste. Hello, Legacy. I've been tasked with fetching you for some training. I'm sure you're just as excited about the prospect as I am. Ignoring her sarcasm, I stood and gestured wordlessly for her to lead the way. We were quiet as we passed through the halls of Tigran Salem, and I couldn't shake the feeling of scurrying like a mouse in her wake. I hated feeling so vulnerable. Melsry's long bright white braid bounced with each step. The way her horns curled back over her head, they were pointing at me like spears. We'd never got along, but I couldn't help but admire her obvious self-confidence, the way she was entirely at ease in her own skin. I thought about trying to make small talk to break the awkward silence between us, but didn't know where to begin. She was a scythe, and all of Alacria knew her story. When her blood manifested, the resulting conflux of mana killed her high-blood foster siblings. Her foster father, the man who had raised her for 12 years, flew into a rage and tried to kill her. Defending herself, she burned the heart out of his chest. After that, she was taken in by a Grona and raised within this very fortress. It was probably why she'd become so bitter toward me. After all, she's been like a daughter to a Grona before I arrived. In some way, I was certain she thought that I'd supplanted her, and I suppose really I had. That didn't make me feel bad for her or anything. In fact, as I considered the situation, I felt more and more strongly that she'd gotten exactly what she deserved. Melsry and the rest of the Scythes were self-important, cruel people. They'd been awful to Nico. Suddenly, that self-confidence I had admired only seconds earlier seemed unearned. I clenched my jaw and walked in silence. We ended up in a long hall deep in the stone at the base of Tigran Salem. The bare walls and floor were cracked and blackened with scorch marks from the many powerful mages, retainers, scythes, even wraiths who had trained here over the decades. There was no equipment or weaponry, nothing to help with training. Anyone strong enough to be brought here didn't need things like that. I was unsurprised to find Scythe Viessa already present, along with Draniv and a handful of nameless mages I didn't recognize. Of those present, Viessa had the strongest mana signature, then Melsry. Draniv was a distant third. The others were all mediocre mages at best. I could only assume they were researchers or scientists, not warriors. Melsry stopped beside Viessa, glowering at me. Viessa's porcelain skin was washed out in the dim light, her purple hair dark and her void-black eyes even darker. She would have been terrifying except. I looked down at my own hand, rubbing my fingers together. I could see the mana in each of them, watch it churning in their core as it was purified, and knew better than they did themselves just how strong or weak they really were. I could break these scythes with a snap of my fingers if I wanted to. Draniv bobbed forward, his expression hidden behind his awful mask. Ah, Lady Cecilia, Lord Agrona sends his regrets that he can't join us at the moment. But he hopes Scythes Melsry and Viessa will. He trailed off, his eyes jumping to the scythes behind the mask. He cleared his throat, then finished, that they will make suitable partners for your training today. Viessa hissed under her breath. We should be helping Dragoth dig out the traitor, not babysitting this reincarnate child. Melsry only rolled her shoulders and grinned. Now, sister, don't be like that. The legacy needs all the help she can get. Despite everything the High Sovereign has done to get her to this point, she hasn't had so much as one real victory for him. Viessa scowled, circling around me and away from Melsry so the two were flanking me. Your mana signature doesn't seem as strong as before, girl. Without a core you seem deflated. All of my self-doubt and anxiety melted away in the face of their taunting. These two were nothing to me. I sure as hell wasn't intimidated by their desperate jabs. Draniv had taken several steps back and the other mages followed his example. Lady Cecilia is to test her powers, you too should. Viessa thrust her hands forward. Dark mana coalesced around them, spilling out like a swarm of locusts, and then vanishing. She stared at her hands, disbelieving, and thrust them forward a second time. Nothing happened. The mana didn't respond to her at all. Melsry summoned her blade, which burst into black flames and lunged at me. The flames snuffed out halfway, and her blade grew so heavy that she stumbled before it was ripped from her fingers, striking the floor hard enough to crack stone. "Stop this at once," Viessa breathed, the mana in her core seething as it flowed out through her channels and veins, but she couldn't form it into a spell. Melsry balled her fists. "What are you doing?" I felt myself smile. It was cold and cruel, the kind of expression that would have frightened me if I'd seen it on another face. And then I told her, I explained what I was doing and what I was going to do. It was not without a sense of self-satisfaction that I watched them struggle to understand. But it wasn't until both fully realized the situation that I knew I had the stomach for what was to come. Closing my eyes, I took control of all the mana Viessa had just released and turned it back on her, driving it into her veins, scouring her channels and bombarding her core. I heard her knees strike the stone as a choked scream echoed through the combat hall. "You bitch!" Melsry's voice cut off with a gust as her body slammed into the ground, the force of gravity so great I knew her bones were crushing the meat of her body. There was no difference between the mana in my body and that in theirs or in the atmosphere around us. As the legacy, my ability to control mana was unparalleled. And now that I had integrated, I no longer required that my mana be drawn into a core, purified, and released before being manipulated. From this new perspective, even the idea of purified mana seemed inconsequential. I didn't need to wash the mana and make it mine in order to control it. I already controlled it all. The scythes were helpless against me. Even these shadowy wraiths I'd heard about would be hopeless against me. What good was an Usura's strength and magic if I could wipe away their spells before they formed, pull their bodies apart from the inside with their own power, starve them of what made them special? Even Agrona wasn't a threat to me, which is why he's encouraged you to be so subservient. Tesh's annoying voice suddenly chimed in, interrupting my thoughts. He knew what you'd become, or hoped at least, and he doesn't allow anyone else to be truly powerful. So he taught you to be obedient. I clamped down on my mana, attempting again to smother Tesh's voice, but I couldn't. It was the one thing I couldn't control. Lady Cecilia, perhaps. Draniev's simpering voice trailed off suggestively. I opened my eyes and looked down at the two sides, one writhing in pain to my left, the other flattened against the stone to my right. I released the pressure of the mana ripping at Viessa's insides and the gravity-crushing Melsry, but I kept their mana in check, preventing either of them from forming a spell. Tesha kept talking. "He's got this promise to send you back to Earth hanging over your head, and Nico to threaten if you ever get out of line. He doesn't care about you or love you. He probably doesn't even intend to let you control this power. Why would he when he can just override your mind?" I pushed her voice away. Although she could interrupt my thoughts, she couldn't affect my actions and my words. Floating off the ground, I brushed aside a lock of silver hair. "Get up, you two. I want to understand just how far my control goes." The sky above Tigran Selim was heavy with dark clouds. I flew through them like a bird, enjoying the sensation of all that mana condensing around me, drawn to the natural storm. Turning upward, I shot through the cold air, moisture collecting against my skin until I burst up into clear sky. Below me, clouds rolled away as far as the eye could see in every direction. I liked it up there. It was peaceful, separate. Training with my new powers was more like exploration, seeing what my limits were. I didn't have to learn through repetition, only to think with a clear enough vision, and keeping a clear head was a lot easier to do in the open air than buried beneath the fortress. The clouds began to swirl in playful patterns. Steam rose up from them, condensing into spheres of water that floated around and caught the light. The clouds lightened from a deep gray to soft, fluffy white. Floating down, I lay atop the clouds, resting my head on my hands and crossing my ankles as I stared up at the blue expanse above. "Tesha," I said, my voice floating away on the gentle breeze. No response came. "Tesha," I thought sharply, unable to suppress my irritation at having to call for her twice. "This power play doesn't suit either of us," she answered after a few seconds. "We both know the only reason you're calling for me is because it gives you a false sense of control. You've done it, you've achieved integration, you've tossed the scythes around like they're ragdolls, yet you can't do anything about me and that eats away at you." I closed my eyes, rolled over, and sank down into the clouds. I held a picture in my mind, reaching with tendrils of mana all throughout my body, searching. I wasn't sure if it was working, if it even could work, but when I opened my eyes, I couldn't help but smile. I was no longer surrounded by cool wind and fluffy clouds, but was standing on soft green grass beneath the spreading limbs of tall, silverbark trees, their shadows dappling the ground and making the entire world look like it was swaying gently. Tesha Iralith was standing not far away. Her silvery braid hung over her bare shoulder, an emerald green and gold gown draped off her lithe frame. I looked down at myself. I was shorter than her, a bit stockier. My hair was plain brown and boring, chopped off around my shoulders like it had been hacked apart with shears. I let out a deep breath to steady myself. I hate talking to you in my head, it's gross, like a violation. This is better, a violation. Yeah, I think I know exactly what you mean, Tesha said, her undertone of sadness cut through with a vague sense of irritation. You know, after I learned through you that Arthur was reincarnated, so much made sense. His intellect, his wisdom, his maturity. It seems foolish, now that I think about it, that I tried so hard to chase after him. I used to get really angry at myself about how different we were when I thought I was a year older. But it turns out he was 30 years older. She laughed and I scowled. Why should I care? Because I thought you'd be the same, that you'd be different. I was confused at first. But then I realized, yeah, you've said all this before. So, are you ready to listen? I kept careful watch on the Elderwood Guardian, which was writhing around the outskirts of the clearing I had created for our conversation. You can see in my head, can't you? My every thought and desire is an open book to you, so you tell me. Tesha caressed the hair hanging over her shoulder, her eyes on the ground. It's not about you talking to me. It's about you being honest with yourself. After everything you've learned, you're still fighting this war. Why help Agrona get what he wants? Do you really trust him to send you back to your old life after all this? She looked up, her gaze burning into mine. And is it really worth it? I rubbed my eyes in frustration, turning my back on her. What do you want me to say? I'm selfish, a shitty person, a stunted child believing in fairy stories, fine, whatever. I'm all of those things and more, Tesha. Maybe I'm a bad person, but I've come too far. Done. I choked up, swallowed heavily, then continued. Things killed people, and that can't just be for nothing. It can't all have been for fucking nothing. Tesha was quiet for long enough that I turned around, wondering if she was still there. She was. And as she stood there and watched me thoughtfully, I sagged, the weight of my own words settling on my soul. Would you really burn this world to the ground if it means you and Nico get to go home? She asked. I shook my head. And leave Agrona to rule over the ashes. And if you're stuck here in the ashes with us? She asked. Then at least there won't be anyone left to judge me, I said slowly, suddenly very tired. Before she could answer, I swept my hand across the mental projection, wiping the clearing away and opening my eyes. The clouds were dark and heavy with rain. Lightning flashed and thunder boomed. I sank beneath the clouds and into heavy rain, letting the coldness of it soothe my skin, refusing to acknowledge that the flush of my cheeks was from shame. And the streams running down my face aren't tears either. Cecilia, I flinched, not having noticed the approaching mana signature. Nico, flying in a cocoon of wind conjured from his staff, pulled up 20 feet away, his face shielded against the wind and rain by a hand. Are you all right? This storm came up out of nowhere. I stared at him blankly, and it took several seconds for my thoughts to click into place. As soon as they did, the rain stopped. The clouds melted away, and we were flying in the bright, cold afternoon sun, Tigran Selim jutting up from the mountains beneath us. An uncomfortably warm breeze kicked up, whipping around us and leaving us both dry in moments. Agrona called for all the scythes and, the others have already arrived, he's expecting us immediately. As he turned away, I blurted out, am I a bad person, Nico? Reversing course, Nico flew closer, his worried frown deepening further. What's this about? Nothing, I blurted. Never mind, we shouldn't keep Agrona waiting. I sped ahead, plunging down toward the fortress, flying at speed around the sprawling exterior to Agrona's private wing and landing on one of his many balconies. A wall of noise hit me as the rush of wind in my ears subsided. The stomping of booted feet, the call and response of barked commands, the rush of channeled mana. Beneath the tower, thousands of mages were arrayed in formation in the courtyard. Banners from every dominion were displayed, showing where soldiers from Atril stood separately from those of Vetcher and Truatia, each force having been brought by the scythe of that dominion. The glass balcony doors were closed, locked, and warded, but the mana unfolded at my approach and the latch jumped up, allowing a gust of wind to push the doors open. Beyond was a comfortable sitting room. A fire was burning in a huge fireplace, and Agrona was leaning against a low bar. He was dressed formally in black and gold, and the ornaments in his horns caught the light and twinkled like stars as he turned to look at me. He looked just as he always had ever since I'd known him. But as he regarded me, his brows lifting ever so slightly, I couldn't help but think something had changed. He had changed, but I couldn't put my finger on how exactly and had to wonder if I was just imagining it. Or maybe I thought I'm the one who has changed. Nico eased into the room behind me and carefully closed the doors, his unease coming off him in waves. Ah, we are finally all here, Agrona said with a too-wide smile, gesturing for us to enter. I was surprised to see Melsry and Viessa already present, seated uncomfortably on one of the plush couches filling the room. Neither met my eye. Dragoth was also present, standing in front of the fire with his back to me. His shoulders were hunched, his broad horns drooping. More surprising was the presence of the retainers. The sickly Bivry hunkered in the shadows, while the statuesque Echerin lingered near Dragoth, trying and failing to hide his nervousness. Mauer hovered near the windows and stared out at the basilisk Fang Mountains, the cool light painting her changeable skin an almost translucent pale marble color. For the first time since arriving in Alacria, I thought I understood a little bit of how Agrona must have felt when he saw all these powerful people gathered together. Anywhere else in the world, they would have been a formidable, even overwhelming force, but here now. They seemed so unimportant, they were nothing. I felt Tesh's disappointment bubbling up from within. What, do you suppose this is how the researchers felt toward you as they poked and prodded you? Under such high authority, maybe they saw you as nothing more than how you are now looking at the scythes. As an asset, soldiers to be tolerated perhaps, but not respected. I swallowed hard, carefully keeping my thoughts to myself. All my mighty scythes and their fearsome retainers together again, Agrona said, his arms out wide. We are missing only our lost little lamb, Saris, and her faithful hound. Her presence would have been a wondrous gift, but alas. Dragoth had turned when Agrona started speaking, and he blanched at this comment. Beside him, Echerin stared at his own feet. Still, don't be too hard on Dragoth. Agrona flashed us a wide grin. You've all suffered your share of defeats and failures of embarrassments lately, haven't you? Agrona smiled around like a proud and understanding father. He pushed himself up on the bar, letting his legs kick back and forth, his heels occasionally knocking against the wood. But we, all of us, sometimes must take our licks and keep moving. He knocked his knuckles against the bar top a couple times. To mix metaphors, we've allowed our house to gather dirt for long enough. The Saris situation will come to a close in due time, but there are many other places we can begin cleaning up right now. The scythes and retainers exchanged uncertain glances, but no one dared interrupt Agrona, especially when he was giving off the pretense of a good mood. The dragon's presence in Dicathen means there is no longer anything to be gained from our infighting, he continued. While Dragoth will continue to pursue Saris in the relictums, the rest of you will put our house back in order. I expect, before our efforts in that department are complete, we'll be seeing Arthur Leywin poking his head out as well, and when he does, I want you to capture or kill him. Melsry and Viessa shared a meaningful look. What are you going to be doing? I asked, frustrated by this flippant mention of killing Grey. Grey had already defeated a squad of Agrona's Usura killers. I knew Agrona didn't expect any of these scythes to actually beat Grey. Agrona cocked his head to the side, jangling the ornaments in his horns. His smile didn't falter, but his legs stopped swinging. Why do you ask, Cecil dear? I swallowed heavily, something about the look in his eye making me second-guess my forthrightness. I just meant if Grey is such a threat. Agrona's smile widened, baring his canines, and he slid off the bar, standing tall. His shadow seemed to fall over everyone at once. Despite my feigned weakness, that cautious old dragon has been satisfied to let the situation on this world linger, allowing me to plumb the depths of the relictums and grow my understanding of this world's power. Finally, though, thanks to our wayward reincarnated friend Arthur, Kezes has opened the way between Dicathen and Ephiatis. Now, as you end this silly civil war and hunt Arthur Leywin, I will be preparing to take full advantage of Kezes's misstep. Anything pleasant slid from Agrona's face like he'd taken off a mask. Beneath was something dark and dangerous. In my own pretense of weakness, some of you have allowed yourselves to become actually weak. I've given you new regalias along with my patience. It is time to prove yourselves worthy of both. The room seemed frozen, as if the others were no longer even breathing. Time could have stopped and it would have changed nothing. Agrona's eyes traveled slowly across each of us in turn. The legacy will focus primarily on Arthur Leywin. If you can't bring him whole, at least bring me his core. Make use of the scythes as you see fit to ensure that this is done. He turned and swept from the room, leaving behind him a deep-set and brooding silence. Chapter 443, Horns of Exeges, Arthur Leywin. The night was dark, the stars hidden behind thin clouds blowing down from the Basilisk Fang Mountains in the distance. We'd hurried through the city of Nirmala in silence. 4 guards had been posted at the Dissension portal when we arrived. Their deaths had been quick, but the fight had interrupted a conversation I'd been having with Sylvie. Now, as we crept up the side of a tall tower that overlooked Sovereign Exeges' palace, with my nerves growing more taut by the second, I focused on what she'd been saying to keep my mind from spiraling into unhelpful scenarios regarding the battle to come. Who do you think the voice was, then, when you were in the ethereal in-between place? Still clad in the relic armor, Sylvie was climbing about 4 feet below me to my right. It would have been easier for her and Chull to fly, but they needed to suppress their mana signatures as much as possible. I'm still not sure, she said quietly. You've seen my memories, the physical aspect of it shifted. But you think it could have been your mother? Sylvie was quiet, her thoughts muddled. We crested the top, pulling ourselves over the short wall surrounding the flat roof of the sandstone tower. I don't know. She knelt at the opposite edge of the roof, looking down on the sovereign's palace with deep frown lines etched into her face. The shape was obviously a construct of my own mind, so it might not have anything to do with the voice at all. Her tale of drowning and being saved by an amorphous entity had fought for space within my thoughts for the entire journey from the relictum's second level. I had hoped I would gain some insight from her story, but it only resulted in more confusion. The fact that her etheric aptitude had changed from vivum to evum was strange, but in a way it made sense. Her being allowed into the relictums, however, made less sense to either of us, but it had been difficult to focus with the prospect of fighting a full-blooded basilisk looming on the horizon. I had elected to bring only Sylvie and Chul with me, leaving Kara and Ellie behind to recover from their injuries, and to keep them out of harm's way. Regis was, of course, continuing to keep the protective shields running in the second level of the relictums, and I was already second-guessing my choice to do this without the destruction Godrun. Although I didn't want it anywhere near Tesh's body, I couldn't pretend that facing Exeges wouldn't have been a less concerning prospect if I had the power of destruction in my back pocket. In truth, Sylvie had precious little time to practice her new abilities, and Chul was largely untested. The half-phoenix had grown more quiet and focused as we approached Nirmala and our target. Sylvie and I had kept our steady stream of conversation out loud so as not to exclude him, but he'd largely ignored us, his thoughts turned inward and forward. I knew how he must have felt. This would be his first true test outside the safety of the hearth. He'd trained against full-blooded Usuras his entire life, but he'd never fought one to the death before. In all, it left me less confident in the outcome than I'd have liked. And then, if we are successful, we will have to face Cecilia as well, the legacy and all her unknown power. Shaking off the thought, I took in the scene before us. Even in the dark, the palace was an impressive structure, all graceful curves, golden domes, and jade arches. The sprawling palace wasn't surrounded by a wall, but rather a moat of water gardens that caught the occasional star and moonlight peeking through the clouds and reflected it like a many-faceted gemstone. The city of Nirmala sprawled around the palace, with the basilisk fang mountains carving purple silhouettes in the distance. Arthur, I focused on the palace, bringing myself back into the moment. I realized immediately what Sylvie had sensed. There are no mana signatures, none at all. Chul's big hands gripped the top of the short wall that ran around the roof. When he spoke, there was a razor's edge in his voice. Perhaps this basilisk is not present, or he hides his signature. Basilisks are all paranoid, or so I've been told. Although I couldn't entirely discount Chul's thoughts, it didn't make sense to me that Exeges, sovereign of this dominion, would keep his mana signature suppressed inside his own palace. My ability to passively detect mana was only recently returned, and so I couldn't be sure if a powerful basilisk would be strong enough to completely shield himself from Realmheart or not. Thoughts and fears began to stampede through my mind as I tried to consider all the many possibilities. Perhaps it is too much for his Alacrian guards or even the people of the city, Sylvie suggested. Aldir and Winsome have always kept the full force of their auras withdrawn when in lesser lands. But I sense no guards, no servants. He wouldn't only keep unadorned soldiers around him unless. A basilisk such as Exeges had little to fear from his people. Did he really need guards? Still, this wasn't what I had expected, and I was sharply on edge. Chul went down on one knee, his bright orange eyes shining in the dark. You suspect a trap? His fists crunched through the sandstone barrier, making all three of us flinch. We should not have entrusted so many Alacrians with our plan, he added in a stage whisper. We watched in silence for several more minutes, tension slowly mounting between us, but the streets were quiet and there was no activity from the palace or surrounding buildings. Finally, I accepted that there was only one way to get a better understanding of what we were facing. Let's go. Leaping off the roof, I plunged toward the ground below. By reinforcing my body with ether, my legs absorbed the shock of the landing noiselessly. Sylvie and Chul drifted down behind me, whisper quiet and leaking only a hint of mana. We darted across the road and along the wall of a single-story building, then into the water gardens. Bounding from rock to rock, we avoided the natural paths through the water garden, which were all lit with softly glowing lighting artifacts. I could tell where several guard posts were naturally integrated within the sprawling pools, tall grasses, banks of hedges, and carefully placed river stones. But as I'd seen from the rooftop, the gardens were empty. An eerie feeling crawled across my skin, but I kept my course until we stood beneath the outer wall of the palace near the main entrance. Peeking around the corner, I confirmed that there were no guards outside. Before moving out into the open, my eyes swept the gardens and the city beyond for anything I could see or sense that might hint at an onlooker. The densest concentration of mana was in a rectangular two-story complex nearby. Judging from the simplicity of the building and the density of mages within it, I could only assume it was some kind of barracks. Most of the very few people we'd seen moving in the streets were mages as well, almost all guards patrolling the city. Once sure that we weren't being observed, I slipped around the shadowy corner and darted to the brightly lit main doors. The towering doors, painted dark green and inlaid with gold, silver, and jade, opened with a light push, noiseless on their well-maintained hinges. The entrance beyond was brightly lit, revealing a mosaic floor broken by 2 rows of pillars. Carefully maintained plants draped from the ceiling and grew along the walls. No guards were present. I could sense Sylvie's unease leaking through our connection. Maybe it really is empty, I sent. Could Agrona have withdrawn his sovereigns, fearing something like this might happen? Sylvie asked as she and Chul followed me into the palace. Maybe Chul was right and some part of our plan was leaked. I pushed the door shut behind us, my mind cluttered with competing ideas, each one less likely than the last. There were too many questions, but the only way to get more answers was to delve further inside. We crossed the entrance hall to a series of smaller doors that opened into a wide hallway that ran down the center of the palace. According to Saris, we would find Sovereign Exege's throne room directly ahead. After taking a moment to sense for mana signatures beyond the row of closed doors, I eased one open. A weight pushed from the other side, forcing it open more quickly than I'd expected. I stepped back, an ether blade in hand, and aimed at the door. A figure slumped through, their armored head hitting the tile floor with a noise like a bell. The ringing resounded through the silent palace for what felt like the length of a song. Chul, his huge weapon held ready in one hand, stepped cautiously forward until he was standing over the armored man. Frowning, he met my eye. Dead, with his other hand, he opened the door wider, revealing a dozen more bodies on the other side. I leaned down next to Chul and pressed my fingers against the guard's neck. Not only was there no pulse, but the flesh was as cold as the steel covering his body. His skin was pale, and there was a haunted gauntness to what I could see of his face. A quick inspection revealed no marks of battle on either the steel or flesh, though. Wanting to be thorough, I rolled the body onto its side, but there were no wounds on the back either. It's the same for the rest, Sylvie said softly as she moved from corpse to corpse. And look at how they're lying, it's as if they just collapsed, I finished. Each body was crumpled like a puppet with cut strings. Their weapons weren't even out of their sheaths. Stranger, though, was the fact that they were devoid of purified mana, with only traces of water and earth attribute mana lingering around them. Chul clutched his weapon in both hands, staring up and down the hallway as if expecting to be attacked at any moment. It's as though the candle of their life force has simply been snuffed out. Come on. I moved cautiously, following the thick red carpet that ran down the center of the hallway. There were more than a dozen doors to the left and right, providing a perfect kill chamber for an ambush. I kept my senses trained on them, waiting for the scratch of boots on tile or the moan of hinges turning, but the only noise was what we made. We have to know if Exeges is here or not, then we can get the hell out of here. The sooner the better, Sylvie said under her breath. Something is very wrong here. A huge arched, gilded set of doors blocked the end of the hallway. Holding my breath and infusing my senses with ether, I listened at the door. All was quiet beyond. I gave a nod to Chul, but as we reached for the door, the lighting artifacts at the far end of the hall flickered. I whirled an ether blade in my hand. No one was there and I sensed no mana either. May the ancients guide us and shield us from wraiths in the quiet night. Chul mumbled under his breath like a prayer. When it became clear that we were still alone, he cleared his throat and turned back to the door, looking at me questioningly. Together we pushed and the massive doors swung open. What in the world? Sylvie thought, her wide-eyed gaze slowly tracking across the space beyond. We had reached the throne room, a cavernous space capable of holding a fully grown, transformed, or basilisk, I thought. Black iron arches swept from floor to ceiling in graceful architectural designs, stark against the golden dome of the roof, and the reds and golds of the tile floor, carpets, and rugs. The walls were covered in stained glass and woven tapestries, but I only took note of them in a vague way, as I couldn't focus on much else beyond the dozens of bodies splayed throughout the room. My attention caught on one body in particular. Near the far end of the chamber, an ornate throne of black iron sat on a golden plinth. A man was draped over the throne. I took a step toward the throne, then flinched and spun at a heavy ringing crack from behind. The head of Chul's weapon was partially embedded in the shattered tiles at his feet. His face had flushed a deep red. Who could have beaten us to the sovereign? And how did they manage to do all this? Sylvie asked, moving carefully between the corpses. Like before, these people all seemed to have simply dropped dead wherever they sat or stood. I crossed the throne room to the throne itself, where Sovereign Exeges' remains rested. His skin was ashen and had a taut, sunken appearance as if it were pulled too tight over the bones beneath. His open eyes stared blindly, the irises colorless. He looked as if someone had drained all the blood and life from his body, but there was no wound anywhere except. To each side of his head, a slightly bloodied hole remained where someone had ripped the horns from his skull. This must have happened recently. Sylvie had moved up to stand beside me. One hand covered her mouth as she stared at the ghastly remains of the sovereign. Surely the palace would be swarming with Agrona's soldiers and mages if anyone else had discovered this yet. What does this mean for your plan? Chul asked, half lifting one of the many bodies to examine it, then letting the limp form fall unceremoniously back to the floor. It means perhaps there is still time before I'll have to face Cecilia, I thought, careful to keep my relief from bleeding over to Sylvie. Out loud, I said only, I'm not sure yet. It's possible we have some as yet unknown ally, but before we can figure out who killed these people, we need to know how they died. It doesn't look like the work of dragons, Sylvie thought out loud, kneeling next to a body. Although perhaps some powerful ether technique. Chul, now standing next to me, took hold of Exeges's face in one overlarge hand, turning the head this way and that. Pa. This death should have been mine. His hand moved down to the dead basilisk's throat, but I caught his wrist. Stop, we need the corpse intact. Taking out your anger on it won't help anything. Chul gritted his teeth. You are right. But how do you intend to discover who is responsible for? Mana blazed into motion everywhere at once, condensing into a solid barrier that encompassed the entire palace grounds. The ceiling quaked, collapsing a huge chunk of gold-plated stone. A gale of freezing wind whipped through the opening, coiling into 3 smaller vortexes that wrapped around Sylvie, Chul, and me. Ether erupted from me, deflecting the wind, and my gaze lay locked onto the figure floating down through the broken ceiling, her gunmetal hair billowing. Tesha, Cecilia. My jaws clenched as I held her gaze, staring deep into those turquoise eyes for any signs of the girl I had loved. Cecilia's focus slipped away from me to the corpse on the throne, her lips pursing into a contemptuous pout. What sort of trick did you use to kill Sovereign Exeges without even a scratch on you? What? I stared, taking a moment to comprehend the meaning of her words. We didn't. Chul let out a cacophonous battle cry as he ripped through Cecilia's spell and charged, his weapon leaving behind a trail of orange phoenix fire. Cecilia raised her hand, the wind attribute mana sparking as she transformed it into its lightning deviant. The vortexes burst with white light as dozens of lightning bolts ripped through me all at once. The glass cage of inaction around me shattered. Reaching for the ether interwoven throughout the twin vortexes buffeting Sylvie and me, I ripped at the fabric of the spell. It resisted. I pushed harder, forcing out more of my own ether, and as Cecilia's attention turned to Chul, her hold over the mana weakened. The spell dissolved and the cyclones melted away. As Cecilia gathered a spell to counter Chul's charge, I experienced a flash of cold realization. In her sternum, where her core had once been, now there was a void. The mana that reacted to her did so from all throughout her body and even the atmosphere around her. She had no core. Chul, no. A barrage of glowing missiles streaked through the air between Cecilia and Chul, lifting him up off his feet and hurling him backwards through the air. The shadows coalesced above where he fell, and an inky black blade slashed at his throat. Conjuring an ether blade in the air above him, I deflected the blow. Chul jumped to his feet, spinning as he did so in order to backhand his attacker, a shadowy figure who looked like she'd been dipped in ink. She flew backwards, crashing through the wall and vanishing in a cloud of dust and rubble. Cecilia bared her teeth, snarling, and the mana all around us began to pull back. Chul stumbled and Sylvie let out a surprised gasp. If I hadn't been ready for this kind of attack, having seen her attempt the same thing at the Victoriad, the fight might have ended before it even began. Expelling 2 concentrated bursts of ether from my core, I sheathed Sylvie and Chul in violet energy. My ether clamped down on the mana around them both, holding it in against the violent draw of Cecilia's power. Cecilia, wait, I shouted, holding my hands up, most of my focus on my companions. The ground liquefied, the stone tiles running like water. I plunged in up to my waist, the mana-affected stone sucking me down like quicksand. Ether flowed out of me to counter the mana, rending the spell and shattering the floor as it was blasted away by the opposing forces. All that energy spilled back along the traces left behind by Cecilia's mana manipulation. But before it reached her, she wrested control of the mana away from me again, and the combined ether and mana dissipated. In that instant she was distracted, I activated God's Step and vanished into the etheric pathways, appearing wreathed in amethyst electricity just behind her. Her arm whipped around, a concentrated blaze of lightning and fire gathering in her fist. I twisted the mana and ether between us. The spell fired from her fingers as a solid beam, but distorted as I pulled it apart mid-cast. 100 smaller rays seared past me in every direction to demolish the wall behind me. Batting away her arm, my fingers closed around her throat. Her eyes went wide and she collapsed backwards, slamming into the ground with my knee pressed firmly against her sternum. Listen to me, I pleaded. I want to help you, Cecilia, to save you and Tesha both. I just need. A barrage of different elements bombarded me from above, knocking me back. A handful of figures flew down through the hole in the ceiling. I recognized the Scythes Viessa and Melsry immediately. The third figure to enter, who dropped down heavily instead of flying, caught me off guard, the garish, grinning mask sending me wheeling into flashbacks of years before. The masked man who led the attack against Xyrus Academy, Draniv, had fled with Elijah before I arrived, but I'd heard the stories and descriptions in the years after. I was even more surprised when the twisted but familiar visage of Nico followed Draniv. Nico had aged since I'd last seen him. He had dark bags under his eyes standing out against his pale flesh, and his hair was windblown, his clothes loose over his thin frame. His core was no longer true white but stained by the wound I'd given him. I couldn't immediately guess how it had been healed but assumed either Cecilia or Agrona were responsible. From Karaz's message, I knew he was alive. But I hadn't expected to meet him in battle again, not after the Victoriad. He clutched a staff that radiated a tremendous amount of mana that cycled between the 4 crystals inset in its head, each one glowing in the color of a specific elemental attribute. Green, red, yellow, and blue. Elijah, Nico, my oldest friend in either world. I saw this all in the space between one heartbeat and the next, and then my focus was drawn back to Cecilia. Mana had condensed around her body in a thick barrier, a radiant silhouette. An arm of transparent mana sprouting from just beneath her own reached for my throat. I flashed backwards as more spells rained down on me from above, and Cecilia floated up off the ground, wreathed in this halo of mana that made it look as if she had 6 arms. "Well done bringing this incursion to our attention, Mawar," Viessa said, her voice like black ice. "You and Melsri handle the dragon, Draniv with me, let the reincarnates handle their own." "Focus on Tesha," Sylvie thought from across the room as she prepared to defend herself. "Chul and I can handle ourselves against the others." Nico was staring at me with such intensity that I hesitated. Mana was building in his staff, the green and red gems flaring, but the desperation shining in his eyes was just as bright. Cecilia's mana-formed limbs all thrust forward simultaneously. The world seemed to come undone around me as the air turned to fire, wind to blades, and stone to lava. The ether sheathing my skin trembled against the onslaught, but I couldn't exert my will on the mana, couldn't break the spell or even distort it. Her focus was too great, her control too precise. As my skin began to crack and blister beneath the fading ether, I God-stepped away, blindly following the paths into the air to appear between Cecilia and Nico. The first thing I saw from my new perspective were Nico's dark eyes. He was staring straight into mine. "Don't fight us, Grey," he said instantly, the words bursting out of him in a rush. "If you come peacefully, we'll let your bond and the phoenix go." A hand formed of mana wrapped around my ankle and dragged me downward. Spinning, I unleashed an ether-clad kick against Cecilia's side. The impact of ether and mana sent a shockwave through the throne room, tumbling the black iron arches and bringing parts of the ceiling down on us from above. Gritting my teeth, I God-stepped again, blinking behind Cecilia as she struggled to right herself in the air. Instantly, a barrage of frozen fire slammed into me from behind as Nico launched the spell he'd been charging. Most of the bolts burst against my defense, but a few pierced my weakened barrier where they shattered inside my skin, sending shrapnel of burning ice spraying through my muscles. Pain clawed through my body. I raised my arm, an etheric blast ripping out of my palm and at Nico. Conjured wind and earth sprang up as a barrier between us, but it gave me time to disrupt his spell and break down the shards burrowing into my muscles. Even with the aid of his staff, his control over mana was simplistic next to the legacies. Ether rushed to the wounds and began healing me instantly. The air suddenly thickened like porridge in my lungs. It coalesced over my eyes, making the whole world go blurry. When I tried to rend the spell with ether, it resisted again, Cecilia's control pushing back against my own. Closing my eyes, I stepped into the etheric pathways again, appearing in the center of the throne room and sucking in a deep breath. From the corner of my eye, I watched as Chul's weapon shattered a wide stretch of tile floor, Draniv only just darting out of the way. Viessa was flying high above, near the collapsing roof, a constant stream of black missiles spilling from the shadows around her and striking Chul from every direction. Even as I considered moving to help him, he spun with surprising speed and drove the butt of his weapon into Draniv's face. The grotesque mask shattered, and blood burst from the nose, mouth, and eyes of the plain-featured face beneath as Draniv crashed to the ground. Behind the throne, Sylvie was dodging between the combined assault from Melsri and her retainer, Mawar, Viessa had called her. The two Alacrians were a whirl of blades and spells, but Sylvie seemed to move faster than should be possible, her body skipping and jerking through space with strobe-like flashes of ether. With each Avium-oriented lurch of her physical body, a bolt of pure mana appeared, jerking just as unnaturally toward her opponents. Melsri dashed one aside with her soul flame-wreathed blade and spun around another. Mawar seemed to melt into the shadows, no clear beginning or end of her body, as 2 bolts seemed to pass right through her. A third struck home and I could make out a choked gasp of pain, but my attention was forced back to Cecilia before I was able to confirm the retainer's state. The Legacy's command over mana was incredible, far beyond anything I'd seen before. She could manipulate and combine atmospheric mana with a thought, using it in a way I could have only dreamed when I was a quadra-elemental mage. I couldn't keep up with her in that way. It was foolish to waste energy trying to overpower her control of mana. In both lives, though, she'd been reliant on the unusual amount of power granted by her nature as the legacy. Her technique was sloppy, and her mana manipulation lacked creativity. These were weaknesses I could take advantage of. Ether condensed in my muscles and joints, and burst step, powered by hundreds of precisely timed explosions of ether, carried me back across the room in a near-instant blink. Ether burst along my shoulders, biceps, elbow, forearm, and wrist, and shrouded my fist protectively, delivering an impossibly fast and powerful blow at the end of my step. The blow landed against Cecilia's chest even as her eyes stayed focused on where I had been a moment before. As if time had slowed down, I watched cracks spread across her mana shroud, white-hot lightning bolts over her physical form. Like a dark mirror, the same cracks raced over the etheric barrier around my arm from my knuckles up to my elbow. Her body twisted to the side, and my burst strike skated off the surface of her protective spell, my momentum carrying me past her. In my left hand, I conjured an ether blade, sweeping it behind me. One of her arms came up to ward off the blow, and once again ether shivered against mana, the two opposing forces struggling for superiority. This time my concentration won out. The blade sheared through her transparent mana arm and jammed into her side, only just breaking the skin. An enraged shout came from above, my eyes flicking up to it automatically. Nico was breathing hard, his face red with anger. Clenching his fist, he jerked it upward, and I felt the mana condensing below me. Leaping into the air, I avoided a dozen black iron spikes that ripped through the floor. Placing one foot on the side of a spike, I launched myself higher, taking aim at Nico. As I flew toward him, I remembered his message: "You owe her a life," he didn't know. Even after all this time, he didn't know why Cecilia had really died. And yet he had still reached out to me, sent me Sylvia's core as an offering of peace. But here, he'd attacked me, made no effort to stop this fight from happening. In the end, it came down to just one thing. If he wanted anything from me, he had to earn it. My blade drove at Nico's throat. The wind gusting around him turned, pulling him up and away, but too slow. Flesh parted as the shaped ether opened the side of his neck. I jerked to a halt as something wrapped around my arm. Looking down, I was caught off guard by an emerald green vine, thick as my waist, sprouting from Cecilia's hand. Her mana form was gone, and in that moment it was like the last couple years just faded away. I was seeing Tesha as she had been, radiant and desperate, protective and frightened, beautiful. Then a nova of mana boiled out from her, hurling me away. Corpses were tossed like dolls across the room, the iron supports twisted and ripped from their moorings, walls blew outward, parts of the ceiling collapsed heavily all around us. I landed on my feet across the throne room, leaning forward to stop my backward slide. Cecilia was floating over a giant hole in the floor, which had been blasted down into a crater by her attack. Next to her, Nico had shielded himself with a spherical bubble of multicolored mana. Most of the throne room was alight with phoenix fire. Uncontrolled bursts of it were leaping from Chul in seemingly random directions as he shouted and swung his weapon wildly. Viessa was nowhere to be seen, and I couldn't sense her mana either. "Stop cowering in your shadows and face me like a man," Chul roared, his eyes blazing and chest heaving with each furious breath. "Is swinging your club like a beast truly the extent of the Aselpius clan's strength?" An icy voice radiated through the air, oozing out of the shadows from every direction at once. "As weak-minded as your mother, it would seem." The flames leaking out of Chul turned jagged and frenzied, mirroring his emotions. "How dare!" Suddenly, Chul's head snapped to the side as he caught sight of his target. He leaped into the air with a victorious shout as his burning weapon drew a bright orange arc towards Sylvie, Mawar, and Melsri. The weapon came down, followed by a trail of fire like a comet. Sylvie gasped as the blow struck her across the side of the head, crumpling. My stomach dropped and bile rose up as sudden understanding filled me like water in my lungs. Behind me, I sensed the condensing mana as Cecilia unleashed yet another attack. Before me, Chul lifted his weapon for another strike. I stepped into the etheric pathways and appeared standing over my bond. The weapon came down and I grabbed it by the handle, my arms quaking beneath Chul's Asuran strength. His eyes bulged. "My brother in vengeance, why do you protect the enemy?" "An illusion," I ground out, hardly able to speak. "Chul, snap out of it, it's Sylvie, you're attacking Sylvie." A blade wreathed in soul fire sliced across the ether, protecting my torso. A black blade of shadow struck against my back. Swords of ether appeared floating in the air around me, and I slashed out with them wildly, driving the scythe and retainer back. Chul wrenched his weapon free and stumbled away, shaking his head, his eyes going in and out of focus. He waved a hand through the air like he was brushing aside cobwebs. No, you're..." I was forced to dodge aside as a blast of mana took Chul in the chest, lifting him up and slamming him into the twisted remains of a black iron pillar. Behind me, Sylvie floated up from the ground, her glazed eyes on Chull, her face a stoic mask. Blast after blast of pure mana pummeled Chull, driving him through the iron and then into the wall beyond. As I prepared to yet again activate God's Step again, a force like the hand of a god itself came down on me. The floor beneath my feet ruptured, my body growing so heavy not even solid stone could support me. My back bent and my head bowed. I struggled to move, even to step into the etheric pathways. Cecilia fell upon me like a thunderbolt. She was again wreathed in her otherworldly mana form, blasts of wind, ice, fire, earth, and lightning erupting from her mana-forged limbs to rain down atop me. I raised one hand and unleashed an etheric blast. A cone of vibrant purple force crashed against her mana, and for an instant I felt a reprieve. Raking my ether through the air like a hand through cobwebs, I tried to disrupt the illusions affecting my companions, but the air was so thick with the distortion of Cecilia's mana that it was impossible to isolate and cancel VS's illusions. A white-hot beam of radiant fire attribute mana enveloped me. I carved through it with the ether blade, splitting the beam in two, the twin shards carving 50-foot-long trenches in what little remained of the throne room to either side of me. As the blade whirled in the air, I was already activating God's Step, the etheric pathways lighting up before me like so many arcs of amethyst lightning. The light faded and my gaze met Cecilia's. Her stare, had I seen it on Tesh's face in any other circumstance, it would have cut right through me, but just for a second I thought I saw something else too: regret, understanding. Maybe even a strange, twisted reflection of my own complicated feelings. My jaw clenched at the choice that had to be made. The ether blade plunged into the interwoven threads of ether. A scream rent the air. Chapter 444, A Sword Struck. My sword, conjured of pure ether and held together by my will alone, plunged into the interwoven threads of ether around me. Revealed by the God Step Godrune, the network of amethyst paths connected every point to every other point around me, through the etheric realm, I had learned from the last Jinn projection. The Godrune had changed when I made that realization, and the knowledge had sat dormant in the back of my mind ever since. A deepening of insight but without a clear use. Until the moment of necessity when I had no choice but to translate knowledge into action. My senses flowed through the ether, the paths, the in-between space that connected everything together. I saw Cecilia, the final vestiges of her last attack still burning the atmosphere between us, the many-armed silhouette of mana wrapped around the body she'd taken from Tesha. And Nico beside her, his uncertain gaze drifting between us, his hand reaching for her shoulder but not daring to touch her. The ether blade plunged deeper into the lightning bolt network of ether. I saw Draniv, his unconscious form curled up beneath a chunk of fallen stone from the roof, his shattered mask in the rubble at his side, and Mawar, the inky shield clinging to her flesh, not able to hide the steady flow of blood from her hips, and Melsri in front of her, her bloodshot, blood-colored eyes slicing through the air like her blades as she moved focus from me to Sylvie's back. The pathways drew my strike into themselves, guiding it through space itself. I saw the collection of mana particles shrouding the figure in the shadows of the twisted and broken ceiling, the threads of mana under her control spilling across the chamber and down on Sylvie and Chull like probing fingers in their brains. The blade struck home and a scream rent the air, each point connecting each other point, the connective tissue of this world, the etheric realm, a strike delivered from one space but falling in another. A beam of violet light hovered for an instant in the air. Shadows rippled and Viessa formed around it, the blade sprouting out of her sternum. She coiled in on herself like a spider, her scream cutting out just as sharply as it had sounded, but her mouth remained open, her silent cry somehow even worse than the banshee wail. As she writhed, waves of purple hair rose up around her face like a ghostly nimbus. I pulled the blade free, and it retracted back through the etheric paths, sliding out of her body so that she plummeted to the ground. Cecilia and Nico had both glanced toward the source of the scream. Mesri was frozen in place, horrified and transfixed as she watched the other side bounce off the crumbling tiles. The only noise for a handful of heartbeats was the crackling of phoenix fire. Despite the blood matting her hair to her head from where Chull had struck her, the pieces of Sylvie's confused mind slid smoothly back into rhythm with the illusion spell broken. She lunged forward to grab Chull's arm. His face was slack, his eyes glazed over, and he did not fight her as she jerked him out of the way as Cecilia sent twin blades of mana slicing down toward them. "Cecilia," I shouted, unleashing an etheric blast from my open palm. Nico dodged to the side, but Cecilia took the blast head-on, ether rippling over the surface of the mana condensed around her. With one mana-formed hand, she waved away the last vestiges of the blast like smoke. Still, her attention snapped back to me, her spell slicing deep into the floor but missing my companions. I let the point of my sword dip toward the ground, but my knuckles were white as I gripped the etheric handle. Enough of this. I looked up from my blade, my gaze hard. "Cecilia, come with me. I'll try to find a way to separate you and Tesha." She scoffed, her cheeks turning bright red, her lips twisted in a disbelieving sneer, as if I could be so easily swayed or tricked. You are a liar, Gray, and a bad one. Behind her, Nico's mouth half opened. He hesitated, his throat working dryly, then finally said, "We should hear Arthur out. His insights into Etha surpass even the dragons." "Maybe he can," Cecilia cut him off. "Don't be fooled." It was Cecilia's turn to hesitate. Her eyes flicked from Nico to me, then back again. "He's the one that killed me, remember?" I couldn't help but let out a dry, humorless laugh. "Has your mind twisted your memories after all of these years, or did Agrona do that for you?" Speaking to Nico, I continued, unable to mask the bitterness in my tone. "The hatred you have for me, the reason you've strived so hard to destroy everything I cherish, was based on a lie. I wasn't the one who killed Cecilia. Shut up," Cecilia screeched, the blistering emotion in her voice so raw that it stunned Nico and me both. "So," I started, realization dawning slowly, "it isn't that you didn't remember, but you've chosen to lie to and manipulate the only man that has ever loved you." Like a sudden hot breath on the back of my neck, black wind slammed into me from behind. A pent-up scream exploded into the air, oozing fury and loss. I spared a quick glance back, squinting against the storm of void wind. Melsry was kneeling next to Viessa, the other scythe's limp body pulled into her arms. She was rocking back and forth, her mouth half open, disbelief and horror written in every line of her face. The void wind was spilling out of her, a physical manifestation of her grief. Then her eyes met mine, and she seemed to collapse into herself. The scream becoming a snarl, all that tension exploding downward as she dropped the corpse and leaped into the air, one blade gripped in both hands and trailing soul fire like a dark flag. Black wind buffeted me, pushing dust and smoke into my eyes, coiling around my limbs and throat, entangling in my hair and attempting to pull me off balance. Tendrils of Cecilia's mana wove in and around Melsry's, reinforcing the spell and holding it against my influence. I felt the regalia imprinted halfway up her spine activate as she channeled mana into it. Mana condensed from the atmosphere and into her spells. Her body swelled with it, hardening and strengthening. The sword blazed darker, the flames roaring 10 feet up from the blade. The wind's claws sharpened, digging deeper and harder. Cold white flames licked her body, 1,000 candle flames burning from her pores as her body overloaded on mana. Etha burst throughout my hips, spine, shoulders, and arms, instantly bringing my blade up into a defensive position with enough power to rip through the clutching wind. The burst strike delivered all its potency directly into the center mass of her weapon. With a gust, the soul flames puffed out like a candle. Steel shrieked, and the sword exploded, sending a shrapnel of broken metal spraying across the throne room. Melsry's arm wrenched unnaturally, and something inside cracked and splintered. Her momentum carried her past me, where she stumbled and fell to her knees, clutching her broken hand and arm with the other. Mana condensed around her, scooping her up and carrying her away from me. "Go," Cecilia said. "You are no more use here." I could have stopped her, could have followed Melsry and struck her and her retainer down before she could withdraw the Tempest Warp from her dimension artifact. But I had a feeling whatever punishment that Agrona would deal out in response to their failure here would be worse than the quick death I could offer. As the Tempest Warp wrapped Melsry, Mauer, and Viessa's body in mana and pulled them away, I let it happen. Mana was already coiling around Cecilia, preparing to strike, but Nico flew between us. I was surprised when he turned his back to me. "What did Gray mean just now?" he asked Cecilia. "It's all in the past," she answered, jaw tight and eyes flaring. "It's not what's important now or for the future. I never murdered Cecilia," I snapped, my ire rising. Nothing about Cecilia's or Nico's actions made sense to me. Nico had apparently made himself a weapon for an evil tyrant purely to revive his dead love, but then he had allowed her to be turned into a weapon as well, a fate identical to that of her last life, which she had killed herself on my blade to escape. In return, she hadn't even told him the truth and seemed to be using his hatred of me to continue to fuel this confrontation. He had reached out to me, hadn't he? Sent me Sylvia's mana core as a token and a plea so I would help Cecilia. How, I had no idea, but he'd made no effort to stem the violence of this confrontation. Liar. "I watched as your blade went through her, Gray," he yelled, bobbing up and down in the air, the mana vibrating around him in agitation. Cecilia slashed her hand in the air, and I dodged as mana gouged through the floor like a giant scythe blade. "This isn't even about what happened on Earth. Nico, Agrona wants Gray's core, that's it. Gray doesn't matter anymore, he's just a road bump between us and getting exactly what you want, don't you see?" Before Nico could respond, the mana around Cecilia surged. Thousands of fist-sized chunks of rubble jumped up into the air, flying high above our heads. In an instant, they were burning bright orange, heated from within by her power. I saw what was coming before it happened. "Shield yourself." I sent to Sylvie. The dark sky was alight with 10,000 new stars. Then the stars began to fall. Burning meteors punched through what little remained of the ceiling and burst against the floor all around me. The throne room vanished in a cloud of dust, and the heat haze afterglow of 1,000 burning projectiles streaking the air. I sensed more than saw the swelling of mana around Sylvie and Chul as the first of the meteors struck them. I dodged back from one meteor, pivoted as another glanced off my shoulder, then slipped into the woven paths of God's step to avoid a cluster of the projectiles. The palace was crumbling, the air choked with heat and dust. My ears rang from the concussive blast of the meteor shower, and sulfur burned my nose and lungs. The beating of wings sent gusts of wind billowing through the palace, carrying away the dust in large swirls and revealing a towering silhouette. Dark scales reflected starlight and huge golden eyes glowered around at the wreckage. Sylvie's graceful draconic neck lifted high toward the heavens, and she bared rows of fangs like swords. A long serpentine tail shifted through the rubble, sending broken stone cascading into the many gouges ripped through the floor. She gave a shake of her neck and wings, dislodging the meteors that had penetrated her mana shields to lodge in her scales. Chul stepped out from her shadow, unhurt as he gazed up at the dragon in amazement. The beating of Sylvie's wings had revealed the full devastation of Cecilia's spell. The entire center of the structure had been leveled. The throne room was all but gone, just a pit in the ground. I felt a shift in the ether around me. The relic armor had left Sylvie when she transformed, and I could once again feel it tethered to me. Touching that tether, I conjured the armor. Cecilia gazed down at me in disappointment as the black scales feathered into being over my flesh. Beside her, Nico was pale and fidgeting nervously. I held his dark eyes. "How do you expect me to help someone who doesn't want it?" I asked, unconvinced he would respond. "Or was your message just meant to throw me off?" "Message?" Cecilia snapped, looking sharply back over her shoulder at Nico. "What message?" I wasn't surprised that he hadn't told her, but I seized on the opportunity to keep them both talking. "Nico sent me a gift and asked me to help you. He said I owed you a life, because you never told him what you did." My tone grew sharper as I spoke, my anger burning just below the surface. "You killed yourself on my blade, Cecilia. Do you even remember why?" She blanched, and I saw in her haunted gaze the memory of that moment, and I knew she remembered all too well. What?" Nico choked out. Cecilia turned her back on me, reaching for Nico, although her fingers stopped just short of touching him. "It's more complicated than that. You knew they'd use him against you, Cecilia," I cut in, unable to mask the frustration and bitterness in my voice. "You made me kill you because you knew there wasn't any other way out, not for you, not for Nico. You died to protect him," I scoffed, clenching my fists so hard that the bones ached. "Damn it, I don't understand either of you. There is nothing to justify what you're doing for Agrona." "Enough," Cecilia screamed. The word resounded throughout the ruined palace, growing louder and louder with each reverberation. The few remnants of structure around us collapsed. My hands clapped to my ears. I felt blood trickle from my nose. To my right, Chul leaned on his weapon, his arms wrapped around his head, his teeth bared like an animal. Above us both, Sylvie's head lowered, her eyes closed against the punishing volume. Taking a steadying breath, I reached for the mana with my ether. The manifestation was wild and uncontrolled, lacking the overpowering force of Cecilia's focus. I broke it and the noise faded away, leaving an echo ringing in my ears. Cecilia had already turned back to Nico. "I'm sorry, I was afraid you were still under Agrona's influence and that something bad might happen if I told you." "It's true?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. Gray didn't. She shook her head, her body tense, her limbs pulling inward like she wanted to curl up into the fetal position. Nico pulled away, aghast. "But I saw—" "I'm sorry," Cecilia repeated quietly. She waited for a moment, watching him carefully. "Does this mean your mind isn't controlled by Agrona?" Nico dragged his hands down his face. Whatever he'd done to inflate my rage and bury the talents of my previous life leaked out of my core when Gray pierced it at the Victoriad. His voice was flat, totally devoid of emotion. "But I knew what he'd done to your memories, Cecilia. I knew I helped, and I thought you were still." He hung his head, his staff dangling limply at his side. "I'm so sorry." They were completely engrossed in one another, their worlds having shrunk to the few feet around themselves in any direction. A cold, distant part of my mind, the piece of King Gray that I had resurrected to survive my trials in Alacria, recognized the opportunity. A quick thrust of my ether blade and I could end the threat they each posed right there. Whatever Agrona planned for the legacy made even Kezes in Drath fearful. Striking them both down would end that threat, and possibly the war. After all, I hadn't discovered some fatal flaw in Cecilia's magic. Fighting her had brought me no closer to understanding how to separate Tesha and Cecilia. Tess was a warrior, no stranger to risking her life in the field of combat. She had been ready to die fighting in the dungeons beneath the beast glades, in the forests of Alenwar, in the city streets against Nico and Cadel. She would understand, she would forgive me. But could I ever forgive myself? I'd already denied myself the chance once, choosing to strike out at Viessa instead of Cecilia when the opportunity had presented itself. Did I really think I was prepared to end Tesha's life alongside Cecilia's? How can you be so certain? Nico asked, his voice raising in frustration and drawing my attention back to them. Because I don't know anymore. After a beat of hesitation, Cecilia took Nico's hands in her own. Those are just the words of that awful scythe sticking in your head. If Agrona can reincarnate us from across the universe, bring us into this world and make us powerful with only the resources he has now, why wouldn't he be able to send us back with all the power of Ephiatis at his disposal? There was a pause, and she dropped his hands, turning to look at me with dawning realization. Is that why you took that dragon's core to ask Grey for help? You want us to turn against Agrona? Nico's pale face went even whiter. No, of course not. Grey can't help us, she shouted, her voice magically amplified but lacking the crushing resonance of her last sonic attack. We've given everything to this, Nico, to Agrona, and we're so close. Don't let Grey manipulate you. He just wants his precious elf girl back. He'd kill me to get to her, you know he would. Nico also looked at me, frowning with confusion. Maybe I would, I interjected honestly, my tone bitter cold. I'm sorry I couldn't save you back then, Cecilia. I was so engrossed in my stupid quest to reach the top, to be powerful enough to right the wrongs that happened to our home, to Headmaster Wilbeck, that I ignored everything else. The air between us changed, becoming charged with ether as I reached inward, pulling at all the strength and determination I could manifest. My gaze sharpened, ether swirling in response to this pull as if it was acknowledging my will. All my focus and energy honed in on Cecilia. She stared back, those turquoise eyes hard and unyielding. And I'm sorry, Nico. I don't think I can do what you asked. God's step wrapped around me, and I appeared at Tesh's side, etheric lightning racing across the scales of the relic armor. A blade shivered into being in my fist, poised to plunge into the hollow at the base of her throat. Cecilia's arms, both flesh and mana, flowed smoothly into position to block the strike, just as I'd anticipated. Ether hardened beneath my foot, and I pushed off it with all the well-orchestrated force of burst step. The platform shattered, but not before I took the near-instant step to Nico, my arm moving faster than sight as I simultaneously activated burst strike. Barrier after barrier of mana hardened the air between my blade and its target. Each one cracked and then shattered, one by one, the air between us bursting with showers of mana-like fireworks. The blade came down on Nico's shoulder. The last layer of mana surrounding him quaked, and Nico hurtled down into the rubble with a crash. A second later, I landed lightly next to the crater, my defenses already turning towards Cecilia. The ruined palace burst into motion. Cecilia, her eyes bulging as she stared down at the crater and her mouth open in a silent scream, took hold of all the mana around us and dragged at it, pulling it to herself. Ether spilled from me in response, fighting to shield my companions from being drained in an instant. Even as I warded her mana-draining spell, I felt mana condensing as she prepared a second attack. A flash of bright orange flame drew my eye to Chul's weapon as it flew like a meteor towards Cecilia. All of her mana arms flowed around her, stopping the weapon mid-air. It exploded into a golden fireball as a beam of pure mana bisected the crumbling throne room. Phoenix fire and dragon mana whirled, combining into a maelstrom of destructive force, and Cecilia vanished inside the detonation. Setting my footing, I conjured a second ether blade above my left shoulder, then a third in position to shadow the blade in my hand. Finally, a fourth appeared near my left hip. Ether exploded in sequence throughout my body, driving me forward. With all my concentration, I swung all four blades. Something impacted against my chest mid-burst step. The world turned faster than I could make sense of, and I impacted something hard. I was back on my feet before I'd made sense of what happened, with Sylvie towering over me, one claw supportive against my back. I winced as the last of the combined magic of Chul and Sylvie swirled into Cecilia's body. She had absorbed it all. Through Realmheart, I could see how her body broke down the lavender-tinged pure mana that Sylvie had projected. The sight sent cold shivers through my body. Without a core, the process seemed much faster, almost instant, and much more horrible. She can absorb even-formed spells, Sylvie thought, aghast. Cecilia's hungry eyes drank in the sight of purple-tinged mana flowing over her hand and between her fingers, dragon mana. For an instant, she seemed lost in thought, almost amazed. From the corner of my eye, I saw Chul leap into the air, his fist wrapped in a claw of shaped flames. Cecilia, intent on the mana she'd absorbed from Sylvie, was slow to react. Blood-iron spikes manifested from her shadow as the claws slashed across her throat, catching and deflecting the strike. The heat of Chul's spell cut through the black metal and slashed across Cecilia's jaw as she jerked away. Mana condensed into a battering ram that slammed into Chul and sent him careening away. Cecilia lifted her hand to her jaw, but the blow had left only streaks of ash across her fair skin. Nico rose from the crater his body had formed, his staff in hand, all four gems glowing. Blood ran freely from his nose and mouth, and his arm hung limply at his side. And yet, as he watched Chul land heavily on his feet among the rubble, he still had the energy to fly after him, blood-iron spikes firing ahead of him like a dozen black arrows. With a heavy beat of her wings, Sylvie launched into the air, whirled above, and then dove at Cecilia, claws, fangs, and tail flashing. Resummoning my ether blades, I rushed to support my bond. Bright beams of violet energy hacked and thrust at Cecilia from every direction. One struck her shoulder but rebounded off her natural barrier of mana. Another thrust into her thigh but slid aside. Sylvie's tail batted her off balance, and my third strike landed solidly across her ribs. The mana gave way, and the ether blade bit into the flesh there. She hissed out a curse, and the ground vanished from beneath my feet. Leaping off a shaky clump of hardened ether, I drove forward with all 4 ether blades at once, knocking Cecilia back into my bond. Sylvie's claw came crashing down on Cecilia, whose legs gave out as she sank down to one knee. Bolts of mana burst outward from Cecilia, peppering Sylvie's huge body. I could feel her weakening with each blow. Chull's battle roar filled the air as I sensed Nico attempting to fly in our direction. I split my attention, hacking and slashing at Cecilia with my conjured weapons with most of my focus, but turning a sliver to the battle between Chull and Nico. Chull was wrestling with Nico in the air, the staff pulled back across Nico's throat. With a downward thrust, he slammed the much smaller Nico into the ground face first. Then his fists were wrapped in orange flames as they began to pummel my old friend. A black spike shot up from the ground and punched through Chull's forearm, but he only ripped it free, turned it point down, and raised it over his head as he prepared to slam it into Nico's prone form. A bright light swallowed the battleground before the blow could fall. "Sylvie," I shouted in my mind as I felt her mana being dragged from her. "You should have known you couldn't hold out against me for long." Cecilia's voice resounded through the battlefield as the light dimmed to reveal streams of mana pouring from Sylvie and into Cecilia. My heart missed several beats as desperation overtook me. The etheric paths called to me and I stepped into them. I appeared between them, mana pouring past me on all sides, but I didn't release my concentration on the God Step Godrune. The lightning bolt paths opened in every direction in front of me. Between Cecilia and me was a nearly impenetrable shell of overlapping layers of mana. So intense was her concentration of mana that it warped even the etheric pathways, deflecting them so that they bulged out, blurred, and grew difficult to trace. I listened, past the hum of mana, the shouts from Nico and Chull, the angry hiss of Cecilia's breath, through the crackle of flames and the clatter of stones. I listened as 3 steps had taught me to the ether's beckoning call. And I drove the sword forward. The blade slipped into the pathways, disappearing just above my hand and appearing again inside the shield to slide up into and between her ribs. Her body was moving almost before the blade appeared and the strike missed her heart. I pulled my sword back, prepared to thrust again, but something else came with it. I hesitated for an instant, uncertain of what I was seeing. The blade of my sword was wrapped in lavender-tinged mana. Suddenly something else was in control of the blade, and it was twisting around in my wrist to slash across my own ribs. As the mana-wrapped ether struck my armor, Cecilia's mana exploded out of her, hammering my own weapon into me. I rocked backward, and the blade's edge drove through both my etheric barrier and the relic armor, carving into the flesh and bone beneath before striking my core. Nausea ripped the strength from my limbs, so extreme and ever-present that I fell to my knees. The sword vanished, my etheric barrier dissolved, realm heart faded, and even my sense of the atmospheric motes of ether around the battlefield flickered in and out. I pressed one hand against my side, hot blood gushed between my fingers. There was no sudden rush of ether to the wound, no itching warmth as the flesh knitted back together. I reached for God's step, but there was no glow of response from the Godrune on my spine. "Arthur!" Sylvie screamed in my head at the same time as she unleashed a fearful roar. Cecilia's eyes had gone wide, blood leaking from the corners of her mouth as it fell open in disbelief. Her hands were pressed to the gory wound in her side where my blade had ripped out from between her ribs. A blazing creature of fire and light swept past her. I saw only the outline of wings, blindingly bright against the black sky, before a hot claw curled around me and lifted me up, then bitterly warm wind, and we sped away from the palace, the city of Nirmala rapidly diminishing behind us as we gained altitude. "Sylvie," I thought desperately, panic writhing in my intestines. "I'm here," she practically screamed in my mind, her nerves fried, so weak from the amount of mana that had been taken from her that she was struggling to maintain the draconic form. "But they're coming, Arthur." I stared through the darkness at the distant palace, smoldering with tiny flames and sending up little plumes of black smoke that gathered in the sky above it. There was a spark in the night, like a shooting star chasing us across the sky. Slower, listing through the air as he struggled to keep up, was Nico. Chull let out a screeching caw that split the night sky like thunder. Couldn't finish the slimy, little. A beam of white-hot light split the sky, narrowly missing Chull's wing. "Can't keep this up," he moaned, his voice husky and full of fire. I reached for the extra-dimensional storage rune and the tempest warp within, but it didn't respond. I fought to calm the rapid beating of my heart so I could focus and turn my senses inward, inspecting my core. The wound was deep and bleeding extensively. My sense for ether was rapidly fading in and out, and I could intermittently sense the particles themselves. All of the ether struggling to heal my body was focused on my core. A bright line had been scratched into the surface by the strike, and my healing ether was slowly filling it in, neglecting the rest of my body as it did so. Arthur can't. My heart flew up into my throat as I plunged downward. Chull, once again humanoid, flipping end over end in the air next to me as my blood rained upward past us both. A black-on-black shadow closed in on us, and Sylvie scooped us each up in her talons just as another beam of mana lanced past. We're not going to make it far, Arthur, you're hurt. Really hurt? Lacking the time or energy to explain, I simply let her into my mind as I reached for the ether around my core. I willed it to flow down to my arm where the spell form for the dimensional storage was. A trickle responded. I pushed again, harder, pleading as I impressed my intent upon the ether. A little more broke away. The spell form tingled in my flesh. Cursing, I dragged my forearm across the point of Sylvie's talon, leaving behind a deep cut. Another pocket of ether traveled down my arm. My mind linked with the dimensional space where my equipment was kept, and I withdrew the Tempest Warp. Sylvie shifted her claw to pin it next to me. Shit, I can't activate it, I thought. Sensing Sylvie's intention, I watched as she shook Chull in her other claw, then pinched him hard even as she dipped beneath a third beam from Cecilia. Chull gritted his teeth as he snapped back to consciousness. Gah, what? The Tempest Warp, Sylvie boomed. His eyes struggled to focus on me, then the device pinned next to me. You need to activate the device. I choked out, blood filling my mouth as I spoke. Sylvie moved her claws together and Chull rested his hand on top of the Tempest Warp. His mana flowed weakly. Sylvie gasped as a beam struck her and we dipped in the air. Her claws loosened and the Tempest Warp shifted. I wrapped my arms around it, my head swimming as my wound exploded with pain at the motion and effort. She's catching up. Chull pushed out more mana and I programmed the device. Sylv, transform, I thought, waiting. Her own thoughts came back to me not in words but in pure disbelief, tinged with the suspicion that I had lost my faculties due to blood loss. Just do it. Her head curled around to look down at me, meeting my eye. Resignation leaked through our connection and she was suddenly wreathed in mana. The claws around me, Chull, and the Tempest Warp receded, and Sylvie shrank back into the form of a teenage girl. We fell. I activated the Tempest Warp. A portal appeared in the air below us and we all plunged through. On the other side, we spilled across the ground like rolled bones, the Tempest Warp bouncing before crashing into the middle of a rose bush. Untwisting myself, I stared through the portal into Cecilia's enraged face as the shining oval flickered out. Chapter 445, The Truth of Power, CECILA. I stared at the space where the portal had been, its afterimage still visible against the darkness of the night and the slums below. My mind was blank, the fury of the battle washed away by the shock of its sudden end. Even the screaming pain of the wound in my side seemed subdued, distant as it pumped blood around my hand. I had failed. Gray had been there right before me, but I hadn't been able to stop him. I'd let him escape. I just couldn't make sense of it. I was the legacy. My control over mana was such that I could drag it from the core of a still-living Usura, and yet Gray had matched me, had wounded me, even nearly killed me. If I hadn't sensed the distortion in the mana where his attack appeared, perhaps he would have. Again. Although I'd only been able to draw in a meager amount of the dragon's mana, it had been enough to offer a spark of insight. Gray could apparently manipulate the interplay between ether and mana, using one force to move and guide the other, even going so far as deflecting or canceling mana attribute spells with his ether. And through the dragon's mana, I saw the possibility of the same being done in reverse. The two forces pushed against one another, and so any application of mana caused some small change in the ether around it. I hadn't understood that before. I barely knew what ether was, but I was starting to see. But I'd been overconfident. The amount of mana and sheer mental will that had been required to barely move Arthur's conjured weapon, even catching him by surprise, had been cataclysmic. Gritting my teeth, I couldn't help but feel like I'd wasted the opportunity. Next time I faced him, and I had no doubt there would be a next time, he'd be ready for it. At the very least, it seemed clear that Agrona had been wrong to view Gray's core as a mere curiosity. That, or he was hiding just how much Gray's control of ether impacted his plans. I couldn't be sure what he understood or didn't. A small part of me wished I was intelligent enough to dissect the situation and come away with a better understanding of what Agrona might gain from Gray, Nico, and me. But that kind of strategic thinking had never been my strength. The gusting wind of Nico's flying spell sent my hair blowing around my face as he caught up to me. My eyes touched his, but I quickly pulled them away, unable to bear the sight of him. He was pale, his face bloodied and battered, core exhausted, struggling even to maintain focus through the staff that allowed him to channel his spell. Even flying, he favored his left side where Gray had struck him. He was little more than broken bones and pooling blood held together by bruised skin. Guilt coiled up from my stomach to wrap like vines around my heart. Should I have listened to him? I wondered, already starting to second-guess my every word and action. Could Gray really help us do what Nico feared even Agrona couldn't? I didn't let the thought take root, but instead ripped it out and cast it aside. That was less an option now than it ever had been. The battle had made that clear. There was a haunted look in Nico's eyes as he inspected me, the uncertainty shining like tears about to fall, like he couldn't quite be sure if I was really there or if he might wake up and I'd be gone. I'd already grown used to the hard, rage-filled Nico of this world, the one who had gone to war for Agrona, who had killed to bring me into this world. He'd scared me at first, when I was freshly rewoken from the void of death, but it hadn't taken me long to understand the necessity of his rage, his darkness. What Agrona required of us to earn back the lives that fate stole couldn't be accomplished by the struggling orphans we'd been on Earth. Now, seeing the helpless look on his bloodied face, I couldn't help but see that boy, the sensitive but intelligent young man I'd reluctantly fallen in love with. But thinking of that Nico only reminded me of the weak, frightened little girl I had been. The years spent foolishly hoping I could get my Kai under control as a child, then all that time locked away, experimented on, their training beaten into me every single day until all I could think about was the escape of death. I opened my mouth and prepared to scream, but the frustration and pain lodged in my throat and only silence radiated out from me. Then everything else came rushing back in, the fear, the guilt, the rage, the uncertainty, the hope, but the pain overwhelmed it all. For a moment I remembered how it had felt to die. Forcing away the memory, I pressed both hands to the cut and flooded it with water attribute mana, willing it to heal. But although I could soothe the fever or the ache caused by long hours of training, I was no healer. "Cecil, your wound," Nico said, but he cut off immediately when I waved away whatever he was about to say. Focusing instead on fire attribute mana, I burned the gash closed, cauterizing it and stopping the blood loss. It wouldn't kill me before I could reach Tigran's Selim and the healers there, and so I put the wound and the pain out of my mind. Nico cleared his throat. Guards and soldiers were already gathering outside the palace before we left. "I'll return and inform them of what's happened, and I need to find Draniv, see if he's still," I scoffed. "You're worried about that shattered, sniveling little creature at a time like this?" "Vritra's horns, Nico, we have more important things to." I trailed off as I took in his expression. Nico's nose was wrinkled, his brows creased into a frown, and his lip curled up in a disbelieving sneer. "I made him a promise, Cecilia, he helped you." This time he cut himself off. Looking away, he dragged in a long, fortifying breath. When he looked back at me, he was calmer. "I've treated him terribly for years. I understand how you see him, how you see everyone else, because I used to be the same. That's why I want to help him escape this life." The weight of his words nearly pulled me right out of the air. I felt my cheeks redden with shame at his chastisement. "I'm sorry, Nico, for not telling you what I'd remembered sooner." He let out a huffing breath, somewhere between a laugh and a scoff. "Please don't apologize to me, it's not." He trailed off. As the wetness in his eyes finally began to fall down his dirty and blood-crusted cheeks as tears, he turned away and began slowly floating back toward Sovereign Exeges's demolished palace. The Sovereign. Balling my fists, I followed. I'd almost forgotten about the Sovereign. It seemed unbelievable, impossible, that Gray was powerful enough to defeat a full-blooded basilisk sovereign and his entire personal guard, and afterwards still have the potency to fight me to a standstill, even with 2 fledgling Usras at his side. Agrona needed to know what had happened immediately. A sovereign had been assassinated, a scythe killed, and our target had escaped. It was not a conversation I was looking forward to. "You should have listened to Nico," Tesha's voice sounded suddenly in my thoughts. I had been waiting for her to interject. In fact, I was surprised only that she waited so long. "You should have listened to me. We could be safely in Dicathen right now, far from Agrona and his ambitions. Arthur could help us, I'm certain of it." The wind whipped up by my flight carried my answering snort away, as if I could ever trust him to do that. Even if Gray didn't set out to murder me, he still abandoned Nico and me in his hunger to become king. He's single-minded, has been ever since he was a kid. It seems he wants me dead badly enough that he's even willing to kill you to make it happen. He defended himself, Tesha countered coolly, her consciousness wriggling under my skin like a parasite. "Yet again, you are the aggressor putting him on his back foot as history repeats itself." Her voice was silent as a tense pause hung pregnant between us then. "Are you really such a coward that you'll force him to kill you twice to escape your lives? You'd put that burden on him again, a person you once considered your best friend, someone you used to love, even." A bitter laugh burst from my lips only to melt away in the night air as we approached the ruined palace. "Love, as if I was a child with a crush on the first person who'd been kind to me. Besides, Gray was never like that, romantic, and he gave up on me the second she showed an interest in him. Gave up on me and Nico both. But Nico never gave up, that's why, I swallowed hard. If you hate me and Nico so much, why help me defend him? I asked, thinking back to the emerald vines that had erupted from me to catch Grey's arm and stop him from taking Nico's head. You released the Elderwood Guardian's power to me just for a moment. You are so sure that Grey that he would help us, and yet you know just as well as I do that he was ready to kill us both if he'd been able. Tesha didn't immediately answer. Her spirit was prickly like the beginning of a headache. Scoffing, I pushed back against her. Although I could no longer block her out completely, I could entangle her will in a struggle against my own, forcing her silence. I'm not ready to die, nor am I going to. I thought I only had one way out before, and maybe in that world it was true. Here, though, I followed Nico into the smoking rubble, casually conjuring a stiff breeze to clear the air. Here I have the power to change my life's outcome. I may be Agrona's weapon, but only because he is my best chance at getting what I want. When I'm done with this world, I will return to Earth. Not as the legacy, but as Cecilia, and I will live a quiet and loving life with Nico. I will. Even as I pictured it, my mind stumbled over the thought. Ever since Agrona had promised to make it so, I had only accepted it as being what I wanted. I'd never asked to be the legacy, only to be allowed a life. But would the cozy cottage far from the cities, politics, and war of Earth really give me that? Could I sacrifice the power I now had for the life that I'd lost? To give someone this gift only to snatch it away from them, it was a fate worse than death. Hadn't those been my own thoughts, seeing Nico's wound? Was it really my heart's dearest desire to give up everything I'd gained from this world from Mana? Tesha receded deeper within me, pushing me no further, and I almost wished she would. Who else could I talk to if not the voice in my own head? I pulled back from the contest of wills, no longer attempting to keep her silent. But she was nonetheless. Nico was shifting aside rubble where I could sense the faint signature of Draniv's mana. Shouts were coming from the front of the palace. I'll deal with the soldiers, I said softly, biting my lip. When he didn't answer, I left him and flew out through the partially collapsed entrance hall. 100 or more mages were already gathered there, although they hadn't breached the palace grounds. An older man in heavy plate armor and sporting a long, drooping mustache stepped forward. "Legacy," he said, going down on one knee in a bow. Behind him, the entire force of soldiers did the same. He held the bow for a respectable amount of time, then glanced up at me for permission to stand. I granted it with a nod. "The sovereign has been assassinated," I explained, my voice obscured with wind attribute mana so that only he could make out the words. "No survivors remain in the palace, but you need to get mages in to start putting out the flames so they don't spread. And prepare a statement for the city to explain the destruction, but do not announce anything related to exeges. You'll receive further instructions soon." The man's face had gone slack as he stared up at me, uncomprehending. "Send someone to prepare the closest teleportation gate to take us to Tigran Selim immediately," I added before turning away. Flying back through the smoke and rubble, I found Nico leaning over Draniv, who had been uncovered and was now propped up against the base of a demolished wall, head lolling in unconsciousness. I was surprised by how normal he appeared. "He'll live?" I asked, trying to sound concerned but not feeling I quite managed it. "I think so," Nico answered. "But his skull is fractured and there is a lot of swelling. I need to get him to a healer, but—" "Not in Tigran Selim," I filled in when he hesitated, understanding. "I'll tell Agrona that he's dead." Nico's jaw worked silently for a few seconds before he finally spoke. "Be careful, don't lie to him if you can avoid it. When I've seen to Draniv, I'll work with the city's forces to deal with things here, then follow you." I nodded, but he wasn't looking in my direction. Reaching out, I almost set my hand on his shoulder but stopped just short. "Cursed body," I thought bitterly before turning away. When I reached the compound where the teleportation gate was housed, it was already tuned to Tigran Selim as I had ordered. The guards let me through without preamble, and I found myself deep in Agrona's fortress. By the buzz and bustle, it was clear that everyone was aware of what had happened and on high alert, but I also detected a certain amount of confusion in the response. Although I received the customary bowing and scraping at my appearance, I had expected a message or orders from Agrona to be waiting for me in the teleportation chambers, but no one approached me. In fact, there was a distinct edge of fear in the way the attendants and soldiers watched me stalk through the chamber, with most avoiding my eye while others visually devoured me, breath bated, like they were waiting for me to give them orders instead. I grew more and more tense as I made my way up through the fortress, and no one stopped me at all. It wasn't until I started up the stairs that opened into the hall connecting to Agrona's private wing that I started to understand. Above me, someone was screaming and shouting, her rage shaking the very stones. Before I could open the heavy iron-bound door, it was blown off its hinges just in front of me. It slammed against the opposing wall and exploded into a spiderweb of shattered wood and twisted metal. The previously ornate hallway was in ruins. The objects decorating the walls had been flung down, the furniture crushed, the thick rugs tattered and burned. A dragon's horn pierced the wall. Red and orange feathers, now blackened by the flames, had been cast all around, spotting the floor like so many blood stains. Standing in the middle of this wreckage was Melsry. Her back was to me. As I watched, she let out a howl and sent crescents of black fire at a barrier, preventing her from progressing farther down the hall. The flames crackled against the barrier, but hardly even made the mana shiver in response. She spun around suddenly, her eyes flaring, teeth bared, mana boiling into spells around her hands. "You," she shouted. She pointed at me, the mana writhing in her grip. "You useless bitch, you were supposed to." I waved my hand in front of me like I was brushing away a cobweb. Her spells winked out. Her eyes bulged yet further somehow, her mouth opening and closing like a drowning fish. "Where is Agrona?" I asked, looking past her to the barrier. He won't." She hesitated, deflating. "He won't see me, Viessa dead, but he won't even see me." "Is he here?" I asked, still not meeting her eye. There was something so uncomfortable about seeing a scythe look this pathetic that I didn't want to acknowledge it. "Agrona, is he here?" Growling, she spun and lashed out at the barrier again. "How the hell should I know? If he is, he hasn't shown his damned face." Gulping in a struggling breath, she screamed, "Coward," at the top of her lungs. Her voice grated on my nerves, making me wince. Almost without meaning to, I swept the mana from all around her, dragging it out even from her body. She stumbled as if she'd been struck, looked over her shoulder at me in confusion, and then collapsed onto the ground, unconscious. I felt a little bad, knowing the backlash she felt when she woke would be truly awful, but at the same time I hoped I was helping her, saving her from herself even. If she did meet with Agrona in her current state, the conversation would not go well. Better she sleep through the worst of her grief. I hoped. The barrier preventing her passage opened like a curtain before me and closed just as easily behind. I passed through the doors beyond, then into Agrona's private wing proper. I'd seen only parts of this side of Tigran Selim. Agrona had let me come and go as I wished at certain times, but had warned me against exploring too thoroughly into his space. It was dangerous, he had told me when I was just coming to terms with my reincarnation, and I was expected to restrict myself to seeking him out directly if I entered this wing. Extending my senses outward, I searched for his mana signature. Many sources of mana shone throughout the fortress, some of them even Usra, I was sure, but Agrona wasn't among them. I'd never known him to be absent from Tigran Selim. Certain he was deeper within, his mana signature shrouded by his own doing or some aspect of the barrier he'd wrapped around the entire wing. I pushed forward. Each room I passed through was plushly furnished and decorated with the spoils of his centuries of leadership. He was particularly fond of the body parts of other Asuran races, such as the horns and wing that had, before Melsry's tantrum, adorned the entry hall. But he seemed to collect a wide variety of portraits and tapestries as well, covering the walls with dozens upon dozens of them. As I explored deeper into his wing, reaching rooms I had not seen before, I realized there was a kind of story being told. A descent from light into darkness. It was, I thought, a metaphor for Agrona's flight from Ephiatis, told in portraits and scenery. Recognizing this made me sad, and for a little while I forgot what I was doing there. A strangely placed stairwell drew my attention. Although the higher level continued to spread out, this stairwell, which interrupted an otherwise ornate dining room, made such a point of itself that I felt compelled to descend, just like the story the decorations were telling. The finery of the upper floor was left behind, and I entered into narrow halls of cold stone. The tunnel turned and turned again, intersecting a dozen others like a labyrinth. Doors were inset at odd distances and in unusual locations, and when I thought to check behind one, I found a small room with a single glass orb resting within a narrow indentation in the top of a small pedestal. I touched the cold glass, but there was no reaction, and so I backed out of the room and closed the door behind me. Bypassing the next few doors, I tried another at random. The room beyond was empty except for a round grate in the floor, through which a constant trickle of water ran. The water seemed to be coming from the walls themselves, seeping out of the stone. When I found myself at the end of one branching tunnel, I opened the door to peek inside and caught my breath. Slipping inside, I closed the door behind me, then stared down at the object taking up most of the barren room. It was a table perhaps 6 feet long and 3 feet wide. Like before, looking at it filled me with a sense of wrongness, like invisible insects were crawling up my arms and legs. Hesitating, I ran my fingers along the grooved runes, just as indecipherable as they were the last time I'd seen them, the table I'd woken up on after my integration. I wonder what the runes mean, Tesha thought, suddenly resurfacing. Decipher them and you'll know what Agrona was really trying to do when you awakened. A sudden bolt of fear hit me, quickening my pulse. I knew in that instant that I'd gone too far. Whatever this table represented, whatever those runes did, Agrona would be furious if he knew I'd found it. Even if he didn't punish me, he'd have the table relocated or even destroyed, I was certain. If he did so, I wouldn't be able to show Nico the runes in their complete form. Nico hadn't gotten far with the trace of mana I'd taken last time, but if he saw the whole system of runes, maybe. I hurried from the room, making sure the door was shut, and moved quickly down another hallway, then another, putting distance between myself and the rune-etched artifact. Slow down, you'll forget where you're. So suddenly that I almost screeched, I rounded a corner and found myself face to face with a robed young woman. She jolted away from me so hard that the object in her hands, a round plate of crystal that issued multicolored light, tumbled from her grip and hit the ground with a sickening crash. Wind and heat and light filled the hallway. The young woman screamed, the light dissolving her before my eyes. When the noise faded and the light dimmed, she was entirely gone, and the artifact that she'd been carrying was nothing more than broken shards of crystal on the floor. Well, that's a shame. I spun at the voice, my heart pounding in my throat, curious how so many of these old Jinn relics are so dangerous, isn't it, considering? Agrona stepped up beside me, looking down at the ruined relic. Ah well, I'll have someone down to clean this mess up. Oh, don't look so distraught, he added, taking in my appearance. My jaw was hanging as if it had been dislocated, and I could feel the blood rushing from my face. They'll be happy not to have to scrape her insides off the walls, you know. A nice clean disintegration, not even any dust left behind, quite the feat really. Agrona offered his arm and I took it, my mind numb and lips trembling. Or perhaps it wasn't the sudden death of that young and quite talented, I might add, imbuer that has you so upset. Well, go on then. I imagine you didn't delve down into my private sanctuary on a whim, Cecil dear. Protect your thoughts, Tesha shouted in my head, filling every corner of my mind. When I had silenced Melsry and passed through the barrier above, I had been in control of my inner turmoil, ready to face Agrona. Now I felt scattered and ill-prepared, and Tesha's intrusion wasn't helping. But I knew I had to keep my thoughts in order, or he would read me like a children's book. Taking a deep breath, I pushed aside all thought of the rune-etched table, the broken relic, the young woman's sudden demise, and even Tesha Iralith. I found Gray, he murdered Sovereign Exeges, we fought, and Scythe Viessa and Draniv are no longer with us. I stopped, pulling my arm free of Agrona's and bowed deeply, struggling to keep calm. Forgive me, High Sovereign. Gray escaped. I waited for a response, but none came. Eventually, I glanced up through the silvery gray hair that had fallen over my face. Agrona was watching me calmly, his brows slightly raised, the hint of a wry smile on his lips. Oh, that Arthur, am I right? Biting his lip, he extended his arm again and I took it. Like a bad egg floating to the top of the pot, he just refuses to be kept down, doesn't he? I stared up at Agrona, entirely unable to read his mood. Outwardly, he seemed almost giddy, but I couldn't trust his outward emotions. Chuckling at the look on my face, he gave a little shake of his head, setting the ornaments in his horns to jangling. Allow me to let you in on a little secret, he said, smiling coyly. Arthur Leywin Gray is doing exactly what we want him to do. What? I asked, unable to stop myself from choking on the word. But you ordered, good steel is forged in a hot fire, isn't it? He interrupted, wiggling his eyebrows up and down. You're a tool, he's a tool. Tools need sharpening, tempering, gracious. In Nico's case, the tool needed to be broken down and reforged entirely. I swallowed heavily. This was how Agrona operated. Flippantness, sudden switches of extreme personality traits, vagueness. He always knew how to put his opponent off guard, and right now he was treating me like an opponent. Nico nearly died. I almost died, I snapped, stopping to point down to the wound in my side, blood soaking my clothes. If you really are, tempering us or whatever, what are you doing to ensure that we don't shatter? Agrona seemed entirely unconcerned as he looked down at the blood staining half my torso. Would you agree, Cecilia, that battles are won by strength? I sensed the trap in his tone, but I couldn't see it. And wars are won by the strategic application of that strength, yes. Not exactly, no. Battle doesn't consist only of power levels. If that were the case, Kezes, with his vastly greater numbers and resources, would have successfully assassinated me long ago. Agrona began walking again, and I had no option but to follow. Regardless of whether you are studying lessers or usuras, there is a universal truth to violent conflict. The factors surrounding a battle, the emotions, interplay of relationships, crossroads between expectation and effort, are equally important to the outcome as the strength of the combatants. While the game of Sovereign's Quarrel may have a near-infinite combination of moves, you limit the opponent's range of creativity not by changing the game, but by changing them. For example, I was aware that Arthur left Dicathen with a Lescheran Phoenix in tow. There would be no reason to do so unless he intended to bring this Lescheran into battle with him. Dragoth would have been a poor match for such a warrior, and so I kept him where he is, banging his thick, horned skull against Saris's shields. Viessa's powers. I started out loud, then trailed off. Agrona nodded encouragingly like I was a toddler taking my first steps. It's a shame she died, I suppose, but she served her purpose. The Lescheran's impact on the battle was reduced, and even turned into an asset, disrupting Arthur's ability to focus on you and forcing him to protect his companions while you were not so impaired. I felt a cold chill run down my spine. I hadn't told him any of that, he'd read it in my thoughts. Agrona was silent for a moment, his eyes tracking across the length of my body. After all, it seems you were able to absorb some of his Dragon Bond's mana, even if only a touch. It was too much to absorb while also struggling to keep my thoughts in line. Squeezing my eyes shut tight, until white spots burst behind them, I focused on my breathing. Only after opening my eyes again did I feel confident enough to speak. So what is it that we want Gray to be doing? Pausing, he pressed a finger to his lips and looked up as if thinking. I've never met another who can manipulate ether the way he can. The Jinn knew more sure could work ether in a way that seemed like, well, magic, he said with a sharp laugh. But they worked it. It was a tool to them, bricks in the wall. Do you think Arthur has survived this long because he is, what? More powerful than me, more intelligent than me, better prepared than me? Oh, Cecil dear. He gave himself over to a fit of soft laughter, his body shaking beside mine as we walked through the narrow corridor. I'll admit when Nico and Cadel had him cornered when they claimed Tesha Iralith to be your vessel, I had written him off, thinking him dead and having no more use for him. But after the Victoriad, I shook my head, unable to decide if Agrona was telling the truth or simply covering up for his mistakes. But the Wraiths, he shrugged, the movement pulling me out of step for a heartbeat, a crucible. The heat needed turned up, so to speak. An entire battle group of Wraiths was just enough to be decisive. Either they would kill him or he would reveal his strength. If we're being honest, I would have been quite disappointed had it been the former. But you set me the task of finding him, killing him. You knew, as if reading my mind. I set my jaw and hardened my will against the possibility. Agrona gave me a concerned, parental look and said, You and Gray need each other now, Cecilia. You are the hammer, he the anvil. It is where you meet that the truth of power in this world will be revealed. Chapter 446, Scarred, Arthur Leywin. Rolling onto my back, I turned away from where the Tempest Warp portal had vanished. Something nearby was issuing a faint but worrying hum as dim light spilled across the garden, the Tempest Warp itself. It was glowing faintly and putting off enough heat that it had withered the flowers it had crushed only seconds ago. I stared at the artifact for far too long, struggling to comprehend. I wasn't really thinking about the Tempest Warp at all. Rather, my mind was split between the battlefield in Nirmala and the core in my sternum. The artifact was a distracting shroud to toss over the rest of my thoughts. I wasn't ready to start processing everything that had just happened. There was movement from the corner of my eye, and Sylvie appeared beside me. She couldn't disguise her fear. Her hands pressed against my side, where my own ether blade had sliced through me, driven by the concentration of Cecilia's mana. Sylvie's eyes squeezed tightly shut, and I sensed her mind probing my wound, my core. I could feel her searching for the vivum arts she'd learned in Ephiatus, just like I could feel the emptiness of her magic's response. Her ether affinity had changed. Her insight had been rewritten. I grabbed her hands and her eyes flew open, startled. I'm certain I'll be fine, I just need a moment to heal. But your core, what if? I've healed from a lot worse, I said out loud, a sentiment that was undercut when the effort to speak sent me into a coughing fit and I spit up a mouthful of blood. Is Chul unconscious, she said softly, her voice tight with worry. Backlash, I think, from trying to hold his phoenix form. I nodded. The motion sent fingers of pain clawing through me. Light flooded the yard as magical spotlights flared from a dozen directions. Wards activated a moment later, shielding the doors and windows of the mansion we'd landed in front of. It wasn't long, however, before the front door opened and the ward fell again. Darren Orden stepped out, draped in a robe and rubbing sleep from his eyes, which shone with a slightly wild light. Clearly we'd woken him. He waved a hand, and the light artifacts glaring down on us dimmed, allowing me to make out a number of faces peering from the mansion's windows. Gray, what's Vritra's teeth? He breathed, rushing across the yard to my side. He looked from my wound to my face, then to my companions, and finally back, his face pale. Come on, let's get you inside, that wound needs. No, I said, forcing myself up onto my knees. I'll be okay, just. Need a moment? My mind moved inward, focusing on my core. The cut across its surface was swarming with ether, the violet particles pressed into the scratch where they compacted before melting into the surface of the core. All the while, ether poured out of the core as well, fueling the slow healing. Only a trickle returned, the atmospheric ether gravitating toward my armor before being drawn into the wounded core for purification. The strike to my core had been indirect, the resulting wound not enough to pierce the hard exterior. It had been a long time since I felt the fear of injury. This brought it back in full force. If she had managed a more direct strike, my core might have been crippled. Absorbing my mana must have given her some small insight about the interaction between mana and ether, Sylvie replied, biting her lip. I'm not sure I quite understand what happened, though. Besides Sylvie, Darren's eyes stayed on my side, where the blood continued to flow. She wrapped enough mana around my blade that she was able to force it back on me. I was confused, caught off guard, and when the second burst of mana went off, driving the blade through me, I reacted too slowly. I felt a sudden cool comfort in my side as bit by bit, ether began to trickle away from my core to my wound, stitching together the muscle, bone, and internal organs. The flow of blood began to slow. Around my core, most of the ether had filled in the scratch, although the healing had left a faint scar behind and consumed most of the ether in my core. The scar itself itched, more a referred sensation in the back of my mind than on the surface of the core itself. I couldn't pull myself away from it. Like a soldier staring at a freshly healed wound in the mirror, I mentally prodded the scar tissue, leaning into the discomfort as I tried to understand it. Only when the lacerated skin of my side began to heal over did I turn away from the scar, instead tentatively reaching for my god runes. Not to activate them, just to ensure they were responsive. Aroa's Requiem tingled on my spine, then Realmheart burned and brought into sight the atmospheric mana surrounding us. They worked as expected, although both were heavier than they should have been. I'm tired and my core is nearly empty. Sighing, I released the channeled ether and closed my eyes, allowing myself the time necessary to heal. I heard Darren return to his home, likely to inform the children what was happening. Sylvie left my side to check again on Chul, her concern lingering in the back of my mind through our connection. By the time my wound was healed, I felt well and truly exhausted. I couldn't remember my core being so strained in a long time, and certainly not since the formation of its third layer. I would need time to recuperate and absorb ether, much more than the meager atmospheric ether available here. Easing myself to my feet, I opened my eyes and looked again at the Tempest Warp. The hum had subsided, as had the glow of leaking mana. As I pulled the artifact free of the ruined garden bed, I realized that it was warm to the touch, and there was a fine crack running down the side of the hammered metal. Curious, I used my meager supply of ether to channel the mana required to activate the device. The scar's itch grew more pronounced. The Tempest Warp responded to my efforts, but it shed light at even that minor application of mana. "You won't get more than a use or two out of that now," Darren said, reappearing in his yard in a simple traveling tunic and breeches. When I looked at him, he nodded at the Tempest Warp. "They only last so long, even the powerful ones like that. Not sure I'd trust it at all with that crack in it." Smiling, he held out his hand and I took it firmly, his gaze lowered to where my armor had sealed back over the gash. "Glad to see things weren't as bad as they looked." "I'm not sure about that yet," I muttered before catching myself and returning his smile half-heartedly. "Sorry to have stirred up your home. This was the only place I could think of given the situation we were in. But we can't stay long. I just need to get my companion back on his feet and— Grey Arthur, there are things you need to know," Darren said, his voice low and urgent, his expression tense. "Alaric is here. Wasn't woken by the perimeter alarm, of course, the old drunk, but he should have crawled out of bed and put on a pair of trousers by now. Before you run off, you should hear what he has to say." Darren's serious delivery gave me pause. After a moment's hesitation, I nodded. After retrieving the Tempest Warp, we hauled Chul's unconscious body into the house and laid him out on a couch. I left Sylvie to watch over him, and Darren sent his many wards back to their rooms, including a frustrated Briar. When we entered the study, Alaric was already there and had, of course, already poured himself a drink. Behind him, just where I'd left it, was the active Ascension half of the compass, humming away in merry ignorance of all that had transpired since the last time I'd used it. Alaric eyed me warily as I sat down across from him. The exhaustion was pressing in on me from all sides, but I could tell the grizzled ascender was just as tired as me. "Old man," I said. "Pup," he replied with a snort. Taking a fortifying drink, he sighed and dug his palm into one eye socket. "So, can I assume it is your return to our fair continent that has kicked up such a shit storm?" "What do you mean?" I asked, leaning back in my chair and crossing my arms. Alaric threw up his hands, somehow managing not to spill his drink. "What do I mean?" he says. He glanced at Darren, who only shrugged. "Pushback, boy, counteroffensives, highbloods turning on us. Armies springing out of Agrona's puckered sphincter to retake cities he'd given up on. I'm talking about months' worth of gains lost in a week." Darren was staring down at his hands. Alaric's bloodshot eyes were narrowed as he glared past me into the distance. They were both exhausted and frightened, I realized. "Tell me more," I said, leaning forward. "Sarah should know what's happening." Alaric scoffed and drained his glass before launching into a bitter but detailed explanation of the many losses the rebellion had experienced just in the last week. Saras's force had never been large enough to stage armies and make direct attacks against the sovereigns. They had relied on Saras's control of Saesklar to maintain any kind of footing. Outside of Saesklar, the fighting had largely happened in the shadows through spies and agents that Alaric and his connections organized. After Saras had retreated to the Relictums, much of the active work of the rebellion had gone underground. Due to the actions of a few brave highbloods, however, they had gained and kept control of a handful of cities in Truatia, Vetcher, and Saesklar. Those cities had been essential staging grounds for other efforts, primarily provisioning. According to Alaric, Attempts to retake the cities had been minimal, with the rebellion forces scoring a handful of unexpected victories in the weeks after Sazeclar's fall. But in a span of days, these cities had fallen, the Highbloods in control either calling on their troops to stand down or being executed by loyalist strike teams. To make matters worse, Alaric's network of connections, informants, spies, and operators was being targeted and assassinated. And not one by one, but in fucking droves, he moaned, his cheeks ruddy beneath his unkempt beard. I've had to send my folks running for the hills to hide out. It's hard to make sense of boy, like someone threw a Vritterdamned switch and unleashed a flood of death. We continued on for a while, Alaric delving into more specific situations, while I listened and attempted to digest it all. In return, I explained what Saris and I had planned and told them about the events of Nirmala. Shortly before dawn, Chul woke and he and Sylvie joined us despite my protestations that he should continue to rest. I've rested too long, this body itches to redeem its pathetic display during the fight, he said, crestfallen. You were matched poorly, Sylvie chimed in. Had you faced any other scythe you would have, no, he's right, I cut in. It was pathetic, but so was I. Best thing we can do is learn from it, own our mistakes, and get stronger. Grinding his teeth, Chul posted up in the corner of the study and glared around for the remainder of the conversation. The rolling fields visible out the study window were just turning from black to orange-gray with the first rays of dawn's light when we were interrupted again. A sudden and rapid banging on the study door made us all jerk around, but before anyone could call for entry, the door burst open and Briar rushed in. Master Darren, a broadcast quickly from Agrona. We all exchanged a wary glance, then hurriedly followed her to a sitting room outfitted with a large projection crystal. A sweeping image of the Basilisk Fang Mountains was speeding by across the crystal's surface. When I stepped into range of the telepathic field, I heard a wakeful, nervous voice in my head. Repeat, a mandatory message from the High Sovereign himself will be played in 2 minutes. All Alacrians must listen. I repeat, a mandatory. I stepped back out of the field and gave Darren a curious look. Frowning, he shrugged. Enforced broadcasts aren't unheard of, but they're pretty rare. We didn't even get one after what happened at the Victoriad. The projection artifact just activated itself and started babbling about the mandatory message, Briar added, her arms crossed as she glared at the projection. So a message from Agrona Vritra himself, Chul mused as he stepped in and out of the telepathic field. If only I could punch his evil face through this crystal artifact. Alaric's brows rose as he gave Chul an amused look. I'm starting to see where his strengths and weaknesses lie, I smiled faintly. If only we could, Chul. We all waited in silence until the repeating message stopped and the scene melted away. A face appeared across the crystal projection. It really is the High Sovereign himself, Briar whispered, a shiver running through her. Agrona appeared austere, but his severity was somewhat undercut by the glittering ornamentation in his horns. He stared out at us from the projection crystal for several seconds before finally speaking. My people of Alacria, he began, his words purposeful and clear, children of the Vritra, today I speak to you directly. To each and every individual among you, listen closely and carefully because my words are for you. He paused again and I glanced around the room. A handful of the teenagers were present, as was Darren's housekeeper, Sorrel. They looked spellbound, all of them. Only Alaric, Chul, and I seemed able to keep mental distance from what we were seeing. Even Sylvie was wide-eyed, her lips parted slightly as she became wrapped up in this vision. But I could sense her emotions and some of her thoughts, and hers was a very different reason for being so invested. My father, she sent to me, feeling my mind touch hers. I can't help but wonder, it still seems so unlikely. What could have brought Sylvia Indrath and Agrona Vritra together? Even through the projection, his force of personality was clear. If there had ever been a time before Agrona Vritra had given himself over to his cruel and sociopathic impulses, perhaps it was then that Sylvia had fallen for him. Or perhaps he had always been the same but had fooled her into seeing something that wasn't there. I carefully scanned Sylvie's enwrapped face. Agrona didn't shy away from manipulating even those closest to him after all. Through a spell implanted in her egg before she was born, he had been able to inhabit her body even from Alacria. It had been a revelation that had nearly broken trust between Sylvie and me. I could only hope now that her death and rebirth had severed this connection, but it worried me that we had no way to know for sure. For months now, this continent has been divided by the strife of rebellion and civil war, Agrona continued. Rest assured, I hold no ill will toward those of you who have participated in this conflict. Such a contest of wills, whether it be between compatriots, generals, or even sovereigns, will only ever strengthen you as a people in the long run. Conflict is necessary to grow in power. He paused, his scarlet eyes seeming to stare right into mine. But strife at the wrong time can also weaken us all, and this is why I am speaking to you now. The gates of Ephiatis have been thrown open, and dragons have marched through. Already they've countered much of our work in Dicathen, undoing the good you and your blood have fought for Deedfer. But their violence doesn't extend only to that distant continent. They've shed blood right here in Alacria at the heart of Vitril. Agrona's expression hardened, his eyes blazing like fire. A dragon has assassinated sovereign exeges before fleeing like a coward in the night. Thousands of witnesses saw the Usra wheeling above his palace, breathing down mana and death. 100 or more palace staff died with him, helpless against such an onslaught. Regular Alacrians, burned to dust only for the crime of working in support of a different clan. The war between Alacria and Dicathen is over. And so too must be this conflict between every loyal Alacrian and the supporters of Ceres the Unblooded. The dragons are intent on taking over both Dicathen and Alacria. The same beings that invented the lie of Asuran godhood, those who have long hidden away in Ephiatis and offered only judgment on those who they call lessers, providing no aid of provisions or magic, whose attacks on this continent created the Vritras Mausi and ended 100,000 lives, have now decided to take everything you and your blood ancestors worked so hard to build. In the silence that followed, the only sound was Chull's disbelieving huff. Due to the interference of the dragon's ally, Lance Arthur Leywin, I blinked, caught off guard by his mention of me. Several people in the room turned to glance in my direction. I was unable to prepare Dicathen for this eventuality, but I will protect Alacria and all who still call themselves loyal Alacrians from the invading dragons. Agrona's chin was raised, his voice growing louder and more proud as he spoke. With your aid, of course, this continent must stand strong, united under my authority. Past is the time of scythes and sovereigns, the dominion of the Vritra clan. Now I, Agrona, shall personally guide you through the dangers to come. His expression softened, and he offered us an understanding smile. No punishment will be dealt to any who participated in this rebellion so long as they lay down their arms and return to their lives immediately. But, as I can accept no internal discord that will weaken us in the face of this enemy, all those who refuse will be dealt with immediately and with prejudice. Call on your bloods, your neighbors, and your friends to set aside their petty grievances for now. Tomorrow, we take a step forward as a nation, unified. Agrona set his jaw and gave a subtle nod of his head, making the ornaments in his horns sway and sparkle. Then the projection faded and the crystal went out. Silence followed. Slowly, the children turned to look at Darren, but he was looking at me. Alaric's gaze was on the floor, a scowl etched into his wrinkled skin. Chull was also watching me, as if taking his cue from my reaction, but Sylvie had moved away, her back to the room and her mind closed off. Go on, you lot, Darren said after a minute. No training or chores today. Go enjoy yourself, Briar snorted. Go stew in our existential angst more like. But she, like the others, did as she was told and shuffled out of the sitting room. When the housekeeper didn't immediately follow, she was still staring forward at the projection crystal, a stupefied expression of her pale face. Darren rested his hand on her shoulder. Sorrel, she jumped, one hand flying to her mouth to hold back a weak scream. Sorry, Master Orden, excuse me. She got shakily to her feet and hurried from the room. As I watched her go, I considered Agrona's message. Not so much the specifics of it, but the intent, how it would affect people, the regular people like Sorrel. Interesting that he called you out by name, Darren mused. Aligning you with the dragons will help him to turn any popularity you've garnered in Alacria back against you. But why would your people support this snake over the dragons? Chull rumbled, running his hand through his orange hair, making the darker shade coil and shimmer like smoke. My clan bears no love for the tyrant Indrath, but he is not worse than Agrona. The devil you know, Alaric answered, his voice a low, tired growl. What better way to make people forget how horribly the Vritra has treated them than the threat of life under the boot heel of another Usra clan? And you lot, he pointed at my chest with a wrinkled finger, gave them the perfect little piece of propaganda. He shook his head and tumbled into a chair, fingers kneading his temples. At least this explains the sudden reversal of our fortunes, Darren said, worry clear in his features as he watched Alaric. Agrona must have been planning this move for some time, the assassination of. Well, wait a moment. He gave me a confused look. So, he's blaming Exeges' death on the dragons, an easy enough thing to do even if you hadn't taken an actual dragon to the palace to assassinate Exeges. But who actually killed the sovereign then? His focus moved to Sylvie. Lady, forgive me if this is an imprudent question, but is it possible it Wasier, blood, kin? The other dragons? Sylvie shrugged and shook her head at the same time, making her wheat blonde hair bob around her horns. I don't know for sure, but it didn't feel like a dragon had been there. Darren's gaze shifted back to me. Then who do you think? His words were like chum on the churning surface of my thoughts. I had no more idea who could have killed the sovereign than I had when we'd first found the corpse. I felt certain we were only missing some small detail to help us put the pieces together. Why does this mystery draw my mind back to the missing third keystone? Do you think they're linked? Sylvie thought back. I could tell from the tone of her thoughts that she wasn't convinced. Like some third party who happens to be moving along the same path we are. Sighing, I took the seat across from Alaric and ran a hand down my face tiredly, struggling to think around the scar's itch. I don't know, I said, answering both Sylvie's and Darren's questions at once. It's possible, I added mentally to Sylvie. I gasped, drawing wary looks from everyone except Sylvie, who was following along with my thoughts as I had them. All right, Arthur, Darren asked. Yes, just never mind, I said, knowing I couldn't explain my thoughts to Darren. Your dream savior from the relictums, the voice you heard. Your rebirth and change in ether affinity, the fact that you existed to save my soul before you were born. That's potentially created some kind of paradox, right? What if there really is a third party? With Evam Arts involved, it could even be us, moving through some parallel timeline, or, I trailed off, feeling Sylvie's thoughts pushing back against my own. The simplest explanation is often the most accurate, she said, quoting some scholar we'd both learned about at Xyrus Academy. Maybe I'm wrong, but the relic, the sovereign, and my savior don't feel connected. For the sake of argument, though, if we went back in time somehow to claim the relic, then where is it? And if you were set to kill Exeges, why go ahead of yourself and kill him? Because you were fated to fail. Not me, but you. Despite her arguments, I was starting to see a picture more clearly. When your insight into the Evam branch of Etha becomes deep enough, maybe you can go back in time and claim the relic. If the battle against Exeges proved too difficult, Cecilia might have gotten the upper hand against me afterwards. And what if the voice you're hearing is your own, messages sent back through time? Sylvie considered for a moment, watching me closely. Have you ever heard of an Etha art that allows you to go back in time? Aroa's Requiem can turn back time, I pointed out. That's not the same though, like at all. She gave me a pointed look. What about your time on Earth then, watching my life? What was that if not time travel? She pursed her lips, her skepticism only growing. I couldn't make changes though, you never even knew I was there. I'm reaching, I admitted, leaning back in the chair and heaving another sigh, spiraling even. The simplest explanation is often the correct one, I repeated out loud. Darren looked up from mulling his own thoughts. Alaric scratched his beard but kept his eyes on his belly. Chull cracked his neck and paced across the room. But to kill a sovereign, a full-blooded Usura, is no simple task. There is, however, a short list of those who could have done so. I held up my fist, all my fingers curled inward. Raising my index finger, I said, another sovereign. Or a dragon, Sylvie said, and I lifted a second finger. The wraiths are trained to kill Usuras, I said, lifting a third finger. You, Chull said, stopping and cocking his head to the side. But then I know it wasn't you. The remaining members of my clan gave up long ago on being warriors, but this Exeges did not seem so strong to me either. Mordain or one of the others could have killed him, maybe. Nodding, I lifted my little finger. Agrona, Alaric grunted, or his pet legacy. Reports from one of my folks on the front lines at Saysclar said the unnatural bitch can suck the mana right out of you. I let my hand fall as I considered what he'd said. My eyes touched Sylvie's as I pictured Exeges' corpse. Ashen, taut skin, sunken appearance, blind, colorless eyes like the blood had been drained from his body. But Cecilia seemed just as surprised to find the sovereign dead as we were, Sylvie said, thinking out loud. If she drained him of his mana, she acted her part well. Maybe Agrona was willing to sacrifice Exeges to give Cecilia a power boost for her fight with you. Quietly, I sensed Sylvie hoping this was the case, and that Cecilia hadn't truly been strong enough to fight us to a standstill all on her own. I stood suddenly. We don't know and we're getting no closer to answers here. We need to return to Ceres. I shot a guilty look at Darren and Alaric. I'm sorry, I wish I could offer more, but… No need, Darren said, clapping me on the arm. My home has no direct connection to the rebellion. I'm simply a retired ascender training a few kids. As for Alaric, he shot the older man another wary look. He's not really here. And if he was, he's certainly not connected to Ceres's plot. And if he is, I had no way of knowing that. We're just old drinking pals after all. I started to leave the room but was compelled to stop and offer one last piece of advice. Do what he says, stop fighting, send your people home. Let me and Ceres take things from here. In a war between dragons and basilisks, you'll be crushed, Alaric scoffed. Your fault I got dragged back into this in the first place. You and your connection to that scythe. Bah, but I suppose you're right, never too late to retire for the third time, I suppose. I smiled, grateful. Goodbye. Darren gave a small wave, but Alaric only wrinkled his nose and resumed staring down at his stomach. I left my companions on my heels and returned to the study where the compass was still waiting. I paused before it, considering. We can't leave it here again. With the Tempest Warp nearly defunct, we might need the compass with us. Moving through the relictums is the best way to avoid Agrona's and Kezes's perceptive gazes, and might be our only way to get between Alacria and Dicathen moving forward. Any ideas? Sylvie asked, her hand brushing the field of energy surrounding the relic. And can we be certain that Lady Sylvie won't have another fit? Chull asked, unsubtly looking at her from the corner of his eye. Here's hoping, I breathed. Go through, I'll be right behind you. Sylvie bit her lip. Chul just shrugged and stepped directly into the portal. When I nodded for her to follow, Sylvie hesitantly did so, vanishing into the shimmering oval hanging in the air. Reaching out, I felt the shape of the portal with my ether. Activating my core sent a deep, thrumming ache throughout my entire body and intensified the itching sensation from the scar. There was a familiarity to the portal's ether that had nothing to do with my having used it before. Curious, I activated God Step, seeing the pathways without stepping into them. A confident smirk split my face. Continuing to channel God Step, I focused entirely on the portal, listening to its specific resonance among the many other points all around me. When I was certain I had it, I grabbed the compass and deactivated it. The effect was immediate. The portal itself began to press inward against my will, but the point in space that connected to the lightning bolt pathways sang to me just the same. Waiting only long enough to secure the compass in my dimension rune, I stepped through the hole. Chapter 447, A Certain State in Time. The matte black cube rested on the bed in front of me, its weight pressing down into the surface of the soft blanket. It was heavy, dull, and frustratingly blank, lacking any indication that this was some repository of great insight. Had I not received it from the last Jinn remnant, as well as already having worked through the long and frustrating process of unlocking the first two keystones, I might have given it up as some ether-rich broken relic and simply absorbed the power. Sylvie was sitting at the foot of the bed with her knees tucked up against her chest, gaze distant as it passed through the cube to focus on something very far away. She shifted slightly, a frown pulling down the corners of her lips. She had been troubled ever since the broadcast, although she had kept her feelings close to her chest. Our journey back to the second level of the relictums had been relatively uneventful. Sylvie hadn't experienced a repeat of her first foray into the relictums, which had allowed us to fly through the giant tree zone and directly to the exit portal. A contingent of Denoir soldiers had been waiting for us, along with my sister. Ellie had proved a bit of a conundrum for the Highbloods, as no one knew where she fit into their strict caste system, allowing her to do whatever she wanted, which apparently included pestering and bossing around entire squads of Highblood battle groups. Our reunion had been short-lived, however, as I'd rushed to deliver my news to Saris. That conversation, too, had been brief, as she had asked for time to consider what this meant for our plans. Grateful for that, I'd retreated to a room in the Dread Craven to rest. After an hour of quiet meditation and absorbing ambient ether, I had found my mind too cluttered to be restful. And so, as I often had since being rewarded with the very first keystone, I found myself intent upon a Jinn relic as a way to focus my mind. Now, staring down at it, I had to wonder what I had hoped to accomplish. Unlike the first two keystones, I couldn't even fully enter this one. When my ether imbued it, I felt myself pulled inward like before, but instead of transitioning into the etheric space, represented previously by a sort of wall of purple energy, I was pushed back. The frustrating itch from my core only seemed to make focusing more difficult. Acknowledging the scar made the itch worse, and I couldn't help but focus on it, my mind digging into that itch like fingernails. Ether no longer lingered around the wound. Aside from the scar, my core seemed to have healed completely, and I hadn't sensed any effect on my ability to channel or store ether, but that didn't make the itch any less irritating. Releasing a small amount of ether from my core, I scratched at its surface to relieve the itch, but this did nothing. The sensation didn't feel like it was in my core after all, but in the back of my mind. The worst part was I couldn't tell if it was an actual physical sensation or just a thought that wouldn't let me go. I cycled more ether, pushing it out and reabsorbing it, a building desperation to scratch the itch swelling in my chest, laced with frustration that the wound had left behind this scar, like a memorial to my failure. Despite taking many wounds, some of them even more grievous, I'd never been left with lingering pain or discomfort, not since my discovery of ether. Maybe focusing on it is just making it worse, Sylvie suggested. I had twin flashbacks to memories from both of my childhoods, when my mother and Headmaster Wilbeck patiently explained that scratching my irritated skin would only make the itching worse in the long run. Sighing, I pulled my mind away from the sensation. I needed to be intentional, purposeful in how I thought or didn't think about it, and so I forced my concentration back to the keystone. Settling my mind into a calmer place, I activated Realmheart and began attempting to manipulate the ether of the keystone in a variety of ways. Directly imbuing ether into it drew my mind toward it, but I was rebuffed without ever entering the interior keystone realm itself. Poking and prodding at the inherent ether and mana within the relic made the internal structure quake in an uncomfortable way, like I was at risk of breaking it, but did nothing to open it to me or reveal its contents. Not sure why I'm so worried about breaking it, it's like it's already broken. I trailed off, realization wiping away my frustration and replacing it with a sudden wary excitement. Sylvie's frown deepened and she sat up straighter, watching me silently. The scar on my core itched again as I activated it, pushing mana into Aroa's Requiem. Etheric motes spilled down my arms and jumped to the keystone, buzzing over the matte surface before being drawn into the relic. Closing my eyes, I let my mind flow with them, and again I was pulled inward. Darkness extended before me, full of distant pinpoints of light. Then I was shunted uncomfortably back into my own body. Did you feel that? I asked, too excited to be disappointed. Something was definitely different that time. Sylvie shook her head and scooted slightly closer. But why? The Godrune lets me sort of. Push time through an item, turning back the clock on something that is broken. I considered the exit portal from the snowy zone where I'd met 3 steps and the other shadow claws. Then I remembered the visions of a potential future I'd seen when attempting to unlock insight into that first keystone. Whether because of my own failures in understanding or some natural limit due to my affinity with spatium etha arts, I couldn't master it, not the way I did Realmheart. There are limitations. Still, I was eager to keep trying now that I'd made some progress, or at least thought I had. Activating Aroa's Requiem again, I let the amethyst motes gravitate toward the keystone on their own, not controlling them directly. I purposefully held my mind back, not wanting to be drawn into the keystone only to be forced out again, which would prevent me from tracking the Godrune's progress. Etheric particles buzzed over the keystone, some sinking into it but only just below the surface. I felt them hanging there, suspended, almost trembling with suppressed purpose as my intention overrode the particle's natural inclination. I felt certain that Aroa's Requiem was the key, but some keys turned differently than others. My intent, I realized. Just as I had to purposefully consider the scar in a certain way to keep it from burrowing through my conscious mind, I had to channel the Godrune with a specific intent as well. Because it didn't simply allow me to fix a static object, but manipulate the way time had worked on that object. That was the key. The relic wasn't broken or in need of fixing, but perhaps it had to be aligned with a certain state it had been in time to open. Ingenious, I muttered, wondering at the Jinn mind that had created such a puzzle. Feeling myself beginning to grin, I adjusted the way I was holding the Godrune in my mind and started pushing the channeled ether through the keystone. I envisioned it not as repairing some broken internal component, but rather turning back the hands of a clock, setting a series of cogs into motion within. As these metaphorical cogs turned, I put pressure on the relic, trying to ease into the keystone realm within. The room went dark again. And slowly, very slowly, the dark gave way to plum purple, then light pink, and finally I found myself before a wall of amethyst energy. It had worked, but I was not drawn through the etheric barrier, nor could I push myself into it. But I knew now what needed to be done. There were 4 keystones. Each was needed to progress my understanding of the aspect of fate. Since Aroa's Requiem had brought me to this point, with my mind entangled within the keystone, channeling ether into Realmheart took time. My connection to the Godrune felt distant and tentative, but I was certain about my course and so never doubted what I was attempting to do. Dozens of white lines of pure mana appeared in my vision, spilling out of narrow gaps in the barrier, invisible without sight of the mana particles. Leaning forward, I drifted into one of the gaps. It carved through the ether like a maze, but by following the trail of mana, I easily passed through. And it appeared within what I could only describe as an etheric lightning storm. Violet clouds of ether burst with bolts of hot white mana with a noise like shattering glass, the crashing flashes coming one after another with sickening frequency. Within moments, I felt my temples begin to ache and burn, my consciousness already being drawn out of the keystone realm and back toward my body. I gritted my teeth and leaned into the sensation, forcing my way forward. A bolt of mana struck me and my mind lurched to a memory. "It's okay, I'm okay, Art," Tesh's voice, gentle, her hands a soft caress. I sank to the cold, hard floor, sobs ripped from my throat, head resting in Tesh's lap. Her hands were warm, keeping me anchored, her voice like a healer's magic, easing the pain. A second bolt struck me from a different direction, and suddenly the emotion was gone, leaving me hollow as I considered the ramifications of colliding technology and magical advancement, pondering what Dicathen might look like in 3, 4, even 500 years. Flash, bile rose up in the back of my throat as my mind was yanked to the memory of a lecture on mana beast differentiation while I'd been at Xyrus Academy. Flash, 8 years old. A maid standing in the doorway of a noble estate looking down at me curiously. "Hello, my name is Arthur Leywin. I believe my family is currently residing in this manor. May I speak to them?" A familiar voice in the background. "Eleanor Leywin, there you are. You have got to stop running to the front door every time someone." My mother's eyes wide, her words stopping mid-sentence, a bowl tumbling from her hands. In front of my mother, a little girl, dazzling brown eyes gazing up at me with innocent curiosity, ash-brown pigtails on each side of her head. Bolt after bolt struck, jerking me from one random thought, memory, or consideration to the next until it felt like my skull would split down the middle. I let go and the Keystone Realm hurled me out, my eyes snapped open, stinging with sweat. Sylvie was right next to me, a cloth in her hand, futilely attempting to wipe my face. There you are, I was worried sick. You went blank for a while like your mind was totally empty. My heart was pounding in my chest and the ache behind my eyes was still very much present. Sorry, I thought, my throat too dry to speak comfortably. It was. Different this time, painful. What did you see? Sylvie prodded my mind and I opened up to her, drawing the events within the keystone forward. Oh, I see. It's a lock, I think. To move past it, I need the insight contained within the missing keystone, Sylvie said aloud as I thought it. She shook her head. I assume you'll be prioritizing finding it then. I sighed and rubbed my eyes. Looks like it. Maybe you should go for a walk, Sylvie suggested, passing me the damp hand towel. I'm sure your sister would like to speak to you for more than a couple minutes. You could come visit me, you know, Regis's voice intruded from across the zone. Just because I'm stuck in a head in a jar, and you can telepathically communicate with me from across the relictums, doesn't mean the gesture wouldn't be appreciated. Plus, I think I might be turning into a pickle here. I smiled despite myself and worked my fingers against my chest. Beneath the skin, my pulse was already beating slower, but this only brought attention back to my drained core and the itching scar across its surface. The feel of it wiped the smile off my face. Yeah, I better check in on everyone, I admitted, stretching as I stood. Coming, Sylvie shook her head before flopping down in the space I'd vacated. I'm sorry, Arthur. What I learned when we first stepped into the relictums, and with our fight now, I feel like I need some time to process it. These powers don't quite feel like mine yet. I just need some time to consider everything. I can help if you want, I said, not really wanting to leave the room yet myself. She gave a small shake of her head. I was planning on making Regis help me. As my sounding board, I guess. Sweet, something to do, he thought to both of us. Understanding what she meant, I tousled my Bond's hair, to which she responded by slapping my hand away playfully and left the small room. One of the servants was standing at the top of the stairs, and when they saw me appear they hurried over, bowed and said, Lady Saris has stepped out but wanted me to inform you that she has come to a decision and would appreciate the opportunity to speak with you at your earliest convenience. She asked that I not disturb you but wait until I held up a hand, cutting them off. Thank you, I appreciate that. Message received. They bowed and hurried away, vanishing down the stairs. I followed more slowly, checking the rooms around mine for Ellie, Kara, or Chul, but they weren't present. The taproom below was empty as well, except for a couple of guards. Two more stood outside the door, but they didn't say anything as I passed. I considered asking about the others, but realized almost immediately I didn't have to. A crash resounded through the city, and I could sense Chul's mana from halfway across the zone. Following the noise of repeated concussive bursts, I passed beyond the boundary of the Ascender's neighborhood and found myself in an open park, the green grass bright beneath the faux open sky. Fruit trees dotted the park, providing shade for tables and chairs where a handful of highbloods, their station clear from their clothes alone, sat and played Sovereign's Quarrel. A burst of mana shook the leaves in the trees from not far away, drawing looks of ire from the concentrating highbloods. Following the street that ran past this park, I soon found myself at a small outdoor arena. Half-moon stands wrapped around a sunken fighting pit surrounded by a protective field of mana. A few dozen spectators had gathered, filling in the stands in little pockets to watch as Silrit and Chul faced off against one another in the arena below. The two men stood slightly apart, Silrit speaking deliberately as he repeated a motion with his arm, showing Chul something. I wasn't surprised Chul had sought Silrit out for training and sparring. When considering them purely on scale of power, Chul, a half-phoenix, far outstripped the Vritra-blooded retainer, but Silrit was still likely the most powerful fighter in Saris's force, and he'd been actively fighting a war while Chul was hidden beneath the beast glades living the life of a pacifist. I kept back, half hidden around one end of the stands, not wanting to interrupt the two warriors but curious to see them spar. Imbuing ether into my ears, I heard Silrit continue, as for burning yourself out like a blazing candle, I see what you mean. Your body is powerful, and because you know you can exhaust your mana quickly, you lean into that, pushing yourself hard at the beginning of a fight. And yet this only leads you to burn yourself out even more quickly. Your instincts for battle are strong, however, don't doubt yourself in that regard, however, you rely on them heavily. To an enemy powerful enough to stand up to the raw strength of your first onslaught, this will make you predictable. You need study to augment instinct so that you are able to vary your tactics, especially as you seek to become more efficient as well. That's what I'm doing, Chul said with a shrug of his broad shoulders. Silrit nodded. Of course, now let us exchange a few more rounds. I want to see you put the strike I showed you into practice. Chul fell back a few steps and Silrit slipped into a defensive stance, his hands up, his gaze focused. Chul jolted forward, his fists snapping out in a series of crushing blows. Silrit used minimal force to deflect the blows, letting Chul's own force aid in the subtle shifting of Silrit's footing. They paused and Silrit offered a correction on Chul's follow-through, then they repeated the exercise again. Letting my enhanced hearing abate as the noise of their sparring increased, I couldn't make out the conversation and instruction passing between them, but I saw how quickly Chul adjusted and improved. There was an intentional focus to his training that I hadn't seen from him before. His embarrassment at the hands of the scythe, Vyasa, seemed to have been the evidence he needed that his lineage alone wasn't enough to bring him victory. Despite being more than twice my age, even considering both my lives, Chul was in many ways just a boy. His mother had been captured, imprisoned, and killed by Agrona, while his father's entire race had been exterminated by Kezes. He pictured himself a righteous avenger. I could just see him fantasizing about charging from the hearth to single-handedly defeat both Kezes and Agrona, bringing justice for his people. I didn't have to imagine how he had felt when he realized that wasn't going to happen. They shifted their training, Silrit putting Chul on the defensive and having him block a series of increasingly powerful blows. After a few minutes, Silrit even drew his sword, forcing Chul to defend barehanded, the bursts of mana from each exchange sounding like thunderclaps that rumbled throughout the zone. For some reason, seeing Chul so focused helped me relax. Although I'd been too self-absorbed to acknowledge it, I was worried what the aftermath of our defeat would do to him mentally. Him showing such mental fortitude seemed like the best-case scenario, meaning I had one less thing to worry about. I left the arena with a smile, my mind turning to Kara and my sister. It took longer to find Ellie. She wasn't at the Ascension portal, and none of the guards stationed there had seen her. Lauden of Highblood Denoir offered to send out a search party, but I assured him it wasn't an emergency and continued my search. Ellie's pure mana was unique, but it wasn't as visible as the show put on by Chul and Silrit, and I couldn't sense it from as far away. In the end, it was something else entirely that led me to her. As I made my way down Sovereign Boulevard using Realmheart to search the mana, I nearly walked right into Mela, who was carrying a basket full of fragrant food. "Professor," she said, doing a little skip of excitement. "I've been hoping to run into you since I heard you were back." She hesitated as my gaze slipped away from her to scan the street. She turned to look over her shoulder, frowning. "Is something wrong?" I rubbed the back of my neck, forcing a smile. "No, I'm just looking for my sister." Mela bobbed up and down on her toes. "Sorry, of course, that's actually where I'm going now. Scythe Sarah suggested we train together, Seth, Alina, and me, and we have been while you were gone. She's voracious, your sister, barely stops training, but then." She gave me an uncertain look. "I suppose that makes sense considering." I held out a hand, offering to take the basket, and Mela handed it over. "Can you take me?" Mela's face lit up like a lighting artifact. "Of course. I think we've just about become what you might call friends while training together. Even Seth has loosened up a bit about the whole Dicathen thing, but..." She hesitated, suddenly insecure. "I figured it might make this place just a bit more, well, fun, you know," and Ellie seemed pretty open about hanging out with Alacrians, even if hanging out has only ever been training, really. I frowned and her eyes widened. "I hope we didn't overstep. Maybe you didn't want her to make friends with Alacrians." "No, I'm glad to hear she's had people here." I didn't voice that I'd felt guilty about leaving her and Kara, despite understanding that it was the best decision. She's always had a lot of eyes on her, a lot of pressure with me being who I am. I can't even imagine. Mela lost focus, her gaze downcast, then suddenly snapped back to the moment. "Right, Ellie. She's this way." As we walked, Mela kept up a constant stream of small talk, explaining the research she and Seth had been helping with, at least as best as she understood it. She awkwardly danced around the subject of my presence in their lives being the reason for their unusually potent bestowals. "Being honest, though, I'm actually pretty ready to, go home." She shot me a quick glance, gauging my reaction. "I don't want to go to war in Dicathen, and I really don't want to fight dragons." She shuddered, wrapping her arms around herself. I thought back to Agrona's message. Would these people really be spared his wrath if they simply agreed to lay down their weapons and go home, putting this entire uprising behind them and abandoning what they'd hoped to gain? It was difficult to picture. But surely even Agrona wouldn't punish kids like Mela and Seth for being dragged into this all without even understanding what was happening. My thoughts caught on a snag. Even if they weren't punished, they'd still end up at war with Ephiatus. Mela was a sentry and a potentially powerful one. How long would it take before she ended up right where Seth's sister had? Agrona might not punish her, but he would burn her as kindling in his conflict with Kezes, and he'd never even know he'd done it. "I hope it doesn't come to that," I said after too long a pause. A short hike later, we reached a guarded compound. The mage at the gate seemed to know Mela by sight and let her through without question. He considered me for several seconds before seeming to make up his mind and waving me through into the outer courtyard. I heard Boo's low moan and the thunk of mana arrows before I saw Ellie. Her arm was wrapped in a glowing cast of mana, her bow drawn, a mana arrow conjured against the string. A shooting range took up the right side of the courtyard, while large doors opened into the rest of the compound. A strong hum of mana came from within, and many mana signatures milled about throughout the building. Boo looked up and grunted. Ellie glanced at me over her shoulder, her brows pinched together in a small frown, then turned back to her target and released the arrow. It split into multiple arrows mid-flight, each of which struck a separate target before exploding in controlled bursts of mana that sent up a cloud of debris. Seth, who had been sitting against the nearby wall with his eyes closed, flinched and nearly toppled from his bench. He grinned in embarrassment as he opened his eyes. Seeing me standing next to Mela, the grin slipped away. I raised my hand in greeting, remembering the last time I'd seen him. I didn't blame him for being upset with me. After all, one moment I'd been his professor, his mentor even, and the next he'd watched me fight two scythes before vanishing out of his life without a word. And that was before he knew I was an enemy of Alacria. "Hey, look who I found," Mela said, her chipper tone sounding slightly forced as she took her basket and hurried over to the others. "And I brought the food too." Seth gave me a stiff nod as he took a couple of rolls filled with meat and cheese. He immediately shoved one in his mouth, staring down at the other as he chewed. Boo looked at Ellie and growled something. "I'm not hungry yet," she said, firing off an arrow that spiraled into several beams of light that flashed rapidly, making them difficult to look at. Boo growled again, lower this time. "No, I need to keep going." "My arm feels fine," she shot back, an edge of anger creeping into her tone. Mela glanced from Ellie to Seth, then gave me an uncomfortable smile. Anyway, Ellie's been able to tell us all kinds of stuff about your continent. It's been pretty interesting." She trailed off as I approached my sister. Laying a hand gently on Ellie's arm, I said, "Elle, if even Boo is saying so, then it's probably time for a break." "You're going to hurt yourself." "I can handle it," she snapped, releasing the held arrow. It fizzled and missed its target, bursting harmlessly against a stone wall. Grimacing, she drew and fired a quick shot, making the arrow bend and twist through the air so that it struck a different target. I watched quietly, my focus on her broken arm and the strain she was putting on it each time she drew her bow. As she shot, I realized she was also activating her spellform to push and pull mana throughout her body in an exercise to strengthen her control over it, something Lyra said would be essential to fully utilizing the spells it granted her. Clever, I thought, pride intermingling with worry. Watching my sister push herself so hard only reminded me of the many ways in which I had failed. My most important goal in this life was always to keep my family safe. It was hard to argue that I'd done that as I watched my wounded sister practice killing our enemies. I glanced at Seth and Mela, who were sitting on the bench eating in silence. Mela looked away too late, trying to act as if she hadn't been listening intently. Taking a step closer to my sister, I turned my gaze on the targets out in the distance. "I couldn't do it," I said quietly, afraid to see her expression. "I couldn't save her." There was a pause before Ellie fired another arrow. "Yeah, I figured." She shot another, then another. The pulses of mana from her spellform swelled significantly, and then a tremor ran through her. An arrow vanished from the bowstring, and even her cast seemed to falter, the mana fading in and out around her broken arm. She gasped in pain, and the bow slipped from her grasp to clatter onto the ground before sinking to her knees. Boo moaned and rushed over to her protectively, pressing his nose into her hair and snuffling. Gold light flowed from him, suffusing Ellie. Mela and Seth were both on their feet. Mela had one hand over her mouth, while the other clutched Seth's in a white-knuckled grip. Seth was chewing on the inside of his lip and looking nervous. I reached for Ellie, but she batted my hand away with her good one. "I can do it myself," she snapped, clutching the broken arm to her stomach. Slowly, mana oozed into shape around it, recreating the cast. From the sweat on her brow and the way her shoulders trembled, though I knew she was in incredible pain. "Elle, let me." "I said I got it," she yelled, pulling back and glaring up into my face. "What's the point anyway?" She fell back onto her rear and curled her torso around her arm, tears welling up in her anger-filled eyes. "We've had to sacrifice so much, endure so much, you've had to leave me and Mom all the time, and we still can't even save the people we love." Her voice grew louder and more raspy with each word until she was shouting. "I want Dad back, I want Tess back, I want my brother back." All I could do was stand there, letting Ellie's emotions wash over me. "I'm just so mad and I feel so helpless. I can't do anything myself, can't change anything. No matter how strong I get, I'll never be strong enough to make a difference in a war where even you can lose a fight. And that scares me, Arthur, it terrifies me. Sometimes I wish we all still lived in Xyrus, or even Ashbur, just some regular rural kid like any other girl my age. I could just look up at this great figure named Arthur Leywin and know deep down that he was going to protect me and everyone I loved, solve all our problems, and I could leave big important matters to powerful people like him. But I can't." She stared into my eyes, her jaw working as she clenched her teeth. "Because that same person is my brother, and I see how even the powerful people all around me are struggling, and I know it might not be enough, they might not be enough, you might not be enough, and so I have to do something, but I'm just never going to be strong enough for it to matter." The words spilled out of her until she had no more breath, and then she deflated, struggling to breathe, trying and failing to keep herself under control. As I reached for her, Seth appeared next to me before easing down in front of Ellie. Mela sat beside her, wrapped an arm around her and rested her head on Ellie's shoulder, heedless of the huge bear-like mana beast hulking over them. "I understand what you're going through, Aliner," Seth said haltingly. "And you're right. About it all, Vritra, but I miss my sister. And I used to think just the same about her, you know." He paused, clenching his jaw to hold back his emotions before speaking again. "I don't think I've ever felt as helpless as when the news came back that she'd died. I hated you Dicathians for that, and I hated the Highbloods and the Vritra clan for sending her. But I think I hated myself even more. She'd been so set on getting me the healing I needed. I've always been sickly, frail, and I thought maybe she wouldn't have volunteered for such dangerous assignments if it weren't. Well, you get it." Ellie had gone quiet. Whether because they were her peers or just not her brother, she seemed more ready to accept the comfort they provided in that moment. "Professor Gray," Seth cleared his throat. Arthur, your brother. He was the first person who made me feel seen, like I was worth something since Cersei died, like someone actually cared." He shook his head, an amazed smile on his face. "And then I learned he's not even from this continent. It really knocked me for a loop, you know." He sat in silence for a moment, then seemed to remember he had been speaking. "Anyway, my point is that you never know who'll have power in your life or whose life you'll impact. Maybe you're not as strong as a scythe or sovereign. That doesn't have to be how you change the world. Maybe you're just kind to someone." A flush suddenly crept up his neck to his cheeks. "I don't know, I just wanted to tell you you're not alone." He reached out and patted her hand awkwardly before standing up and taking a step back. Tentatively, he looked at me from the corner of his eye. I smiled appreciatively and he looked back at the ground. I started to speak, wanting to add something, anything, but I caught Boo's eye. The guardian bear gave me an empathetic nod and I understood what he meant. She was going to be okay. What needed to be said already had been, and Ellie was in good hands. Returning his nod, I turned and left. Chapter 446, A Cage Opened. The center-targeted shops and inns passed by on either side as I moved without purpose along the main thoroughfare. I was pulled back to my first foray into this microcosm of Alacrian culture, each aspect of it so hyper-focused, remembering the thug's ill-thought-out attempt to mug me, my run-in with Hedrig, and my eventual unfortunate pairing with the Granbills. It's a shame this all was built under a Grona, for no reason other than his own search for power, I thought, mentally comparing Ascender culture to the adventurers of Dicathen. This place could have been truly great. Even as I thought this, however, I realized that the idea behind the Ascents was too far removed from the Jinn's original intention to bring any real insight into the Relictum's inner workings. After all, one didn't study a book by ripping the pages out of it. Recognizing the melancholy of my unfocused thoughts, I intentionally shifted back to the next task on my list. Saris was ready to speak to me. It had felt important to see my companions before, however, and although I hadn't run across Kara, I knew it was past time to learn what Saris had planned for her people. After checking back in at the Dread Craven, the fortified interned base of operations for Saris herself, I received directions from a guard to a particular tower Saris often retreated to when she needed to think but didn't want to disconnect herself from the people under her care. I was surprised when I found the tower in question, which I had expected to be some wealthy Highblood status symbol or perhaps an intimidating guard tower. Instead, I found a plain silo tucked away in the farthest corner of the zone amidst buildings that would have looked more at home on the first level among the industrialized areas. A bare metal staircase spiraled up the outside of the 70-foot-tall structure, and I could sense Saris's mana signature on the top, stationary. The metal rang and creaked as I ascended, and when I crested the flat roof, Saris was watching me. She wore dark, flowing robes and a distant expression. At first, she didn't say anything, only waved me over to where she stood looking out over the Relictums. Taking her cue, I didn't speak, only took in the view as she did. The Relictums looked different from up here. The faux sky couldn't quite maintain its illusion when you could see the entire zone spread out around you, looking more like the inside of a painted dome than the sky itself, the edges not quite aligning properly with the ground and buildings. Except for a couple of parks, nearly the entire zone was built in, giving it a condensed, claustrophobic air from above. Even the Highblood compounds looked small and cramped from this angle, the size and grandeur a carefully constructed illusion. My thoughts must have shown on my face because Saris's gaze slowly swept across the city as she said, like a mana beast enclosure, painstakingly designed to disguise the fact that its residents are, in fact, penned in a cage. I knew she was talking about more than just the Relictums. It was the Alacrians' entire way of life that penned them in. One illusion of choice layered atop the next, thoroughly caging them all while simultaneously making them feel free. "What does it look like if you open the cage doors then?" I asked, leaning against a railing that wrapped around the silo roof. That's what I intend to find out, she answered. Swaying slightly, she shot me a chagrined half-smile and eased herself down onto the cool metal, holding onto the rail for support. I had hoped to allow my strength to fully return, but I sat down beside her. Agrona's message. Yes, she stared out into the zone for several seconds before continuing. His offer and ultimatum will put pressure on those who support my cause, the ones who aren't already in the fold here especially. But the cracks are formed, the wound dealt. Alacria has seen gods bleed and beg. This will fester in their minds and hearts, and later, when a choice must be made to die for their high sovereign or live for themselves, more will choose themselves than would have otherwise. We watched as a man in the black and crimson uniform of a relictum's clerk exited one of the nearby buildings through a back door. He eased the door closed behind him, then leaned against the wall, sinking down it as his body, tiny in the distance, racked with sobs. The legacy is, it turns out, exactly what Agrona said she would be, Sarah said softly as she watched the man in the distance, her expression curious but not uncaring. I had thought perhaps that Agrona hadn't sent her to the relictums yet because he didn't want to have her fail so publicly yet again, but now I think I understand his true reason. When Saris didn't immediately continue, I prodded her gently, saying, "What do you think his true intentions are then?" "I'm afraid that the division of Alacria has played into his hands," she said severely. "I suspect that he wished for this portal between our world and Ephiatus to be opened. We have helped to make him look vulnerable, ensuring that the dragons finally came into play." "But that's what you wanted, right?" I said, recalling her speech to the Highbloods about their grand purpose. "Agrona and Kezes are each working to outmaneuver the other. Meanwhile, we have to figure out how to make sure our people, both the Dicathians and the Alacrians, survive the coming war." She picked at her fingernails as I spoke, but froze when she seemed to realize what she was doing, then slowly lowered her hands. "It will be important that they both continue to think they have the upper hand, yes. I know Agrona as well as any, but you understand Kezes and Drath far better than I do. Do you think he can be convinced to limit the scope of his war against Agrona? He wants something that, for now, only I can give him, deeper understanding of Etha." I paused, watching as the crying man in the distance stood, wiped himself off, and went back through the door he'd appeared from. "As long as he can keep me friendly with minimal effort or sacrifice on his part, he'll do it. But I have no doubt that, as soon as the equation shifts, he'll just as quickly betray any promise he has made. No, he can only be relied on to do what will get him closer to what he wants." Agrona and Kezes are much alike in that way then. Despite any shreds of wisdom these Usura may have gained over their long lives, their inherent selfishness and self-assuredness is a weakness we will have to exploit. For example, I am now firmly convinced that Agrona is intentionally pitting you and Cecilia against each other. It would seem foolish to us that he risks his greatest asset in skirmishes with you, his strongest adversary outside of the Usuras themselves, but Agrona is a scientist at his core, and he operates on a timetable of centuries, not days. What is a few months of civil war or tens of thousands of lives lost to such a being, if he can learn something new about Mana or Etha? She said something about him wanting my core, I remembered. I guess I finally got his attention after all. Saris drummed her fingers across the metal railing. Kezes wants to drain the knowledge from your mind, while Agrona wants to dissect you and see how you work, not an enviable position. But I'm trusting that you are strong enough or will become strong enough to handle that pressure, and it does give us an opportunity. If Agrona is going to keep sending the legacy after you, it means we'll have another chance to defeat her. My mind was forced back yet again to my battle with Cecilia. Despite the small insights I had gained, I knew bigger steps were required. No, not steps, leaps. It was now necessary that I find the third keystone as soon as possible and gain insight into the godrunes contained in both the third and fourth keystones. It could no longer wait, and nothing else took precedence. Only, there was so much else to do, so many people who were relying on me to protect them, like all the people currently trapped in this zone. Even though the Alacrian loyalist forces under Dragoth had so far failed to penetrate the shielded portals cutting this level off from the first, I couldn't be sure that Cecilia wasn't capable of doing so. All I knew was that if anyone could, it was her. Which meant, as Sarah said, that Agrona had chosen not to send her here, allowing the situation to continue despite potentially having means to stop it, just like in Dicathen. We lost the war to an army composed mainly of slaves and unadorned soldiers. It had only taken the involvement of a couple of scythes to ensure our defeat. Agrona's wraiths, even a single squadron, could have demolished our continent in a week, and not even the lances would have been able to put up a fight against them. He had the means, but instead he'd created a sense of conflict, allowing us to imagine ourselves in a battle that we could win when the reality was anything but. We hadn't been lambs to the slaughter. We had been fish in a net. "Optics," I muttered. Saris nodded as she closed her eyes and rubbed the bridge of her nose, supporting herself with one arm. "Yes, I think so too. A carefully choreographed stage play, although not for our benefit. I won't give him more credit than he deserves, however. I don't imagine your appearance and actions at the Victoriad were part of his grand design. I've never seen him so angry as when you vanished out from under his very nose." I smiled, and Saris gave a small laugh. She wobbled slightly as she did, and the laugh died away as quickly as it had come. She shifted to the side, trying to get more comfortable, and so I turned as well, putting my back against hers. She went stiff, clearly caught off guard, then slowly relaxed and eased into me so that the weight of our bodies was supporting one another. "I won't blame you for our current situation, but I could, you know," she said, wry humor lacing her words. I looked up at the blue sky, watching the atmospheric ether move to its own strange whims all around us. That's what Retainer Lyra thought, that you'd started the rebellion to force Agrona's eye homeward and give me time to retake Dicathen. Do you regret it, knowing that that's probably exactly what he wanted? "No," she said without hesitation. "As I said, we've wounded his image. Optics, as you said, even a small wound can change the course of entire future battles. And I can't let you take such credit either, Arthur Leywin. I only adjusted things forward. I didn't invent this entire movement for your benefit alone." I chuckled, my shoulders moving against Saris's. I could feel each of her breaths move through me, but we were both comfortable, relaxed. That was strange. There were very few people I could have had this conversation with and felt so at ease. It was hard to imagine that I had once watched her rip the horns from a retainer's head, a retainer who had defeated Sylvie and me together, as easily as pulling the wings from a fly. The landscape of the world's power dynamic had changed significantly since then, or at least my place in it had. Hasn't it? I thought, suddenly unsure. Was my growth and success just more dancing to Kezes and Agrona's tune, or was there something else to it? "It's fate." Regis intruded suddenly, the word drawn out like it was spoken by a ghostly apparition. "No," I thought back firmly. "It is me, my own doing, my own strength." My control over Etha and my status as a quadri-elemental mage before that wasn't some machination of gods or fate or anything else. I worked to achieve it, built my strength in a way perhaps no one else in this world could have. Trailing off, I considered my own thoughts. I had only been able to utilize all 4 elements because I had been reincarnated with my previous life memories intact. And although it had been my own force of will that had forged the ether core, I still didn't really know how I'd ended up in the relictums in the first place. Looking at it like that, it was hard to disavow any influence of some power beyond my control, even fate. Regis gave me the mental equivalent of an appreciative nod. "Damned right. Although you have had a pretty good support structure, which has allowed you to get the most of both your natural abilities and the opportunities presented to you. For example, I thought, biting back a small smile, I've never lacked purpose, and much of that has come from those around me, my family." "Ah, shucks," Regis thought back, reading the intention behind my words just as easily as hearing the words themselves. Saris shifted against my back, tensing slightly. "But now, Arthur, it is I who need your help, because I have decided what my people will do next." I waited, giving her the time she needed to formulate the words. "All my designs for the relictums have failed, and even if they hadn't, I can no longer be certain in keeping the legacy out when Agrona finally decides to unleash her on us." She took her time, breathing deeply, considering her words before she spoke. "I'm not ready to destroy the portals. It strikes a blow against the very people I work to help as well as Agrona. Future generations may rely on this place in ways we can't yet comprehend. And so I'm retreating from the relictums." I had expected this. Regis's assistance in holding the shields was a temporary solution at best. Besides, without constant supplies from the first level and the outside world, no sizable population could live in the second level for an extended period of time. And that's where I come in. Although I will force no one to follow me out of here, I will take anyone who wishes it to Elenoir, to the wastes where you have banished the Alacrian soldiers in Dicathen. I took a moment to digest this, careful to hold back my immediate judgment. Inside, I was loath to invite yet more Alacrians to Dicathen's shores, even these ones, but my willingness wasn't even the biggest problem. "And you want me to help settle this with the dragons?" "Exactly," she said with a sigh. "I need you to speak on my behalf. Convince the dragons, Kezes himself if you must, to allow it, but not only that. It may be that Agrona decides this is definitive and moves against our people in the Elenoir wastes. The dragon's protection is also needed." I half turned around, looking at the back of Saris's head, which was leaning forward. I got the impression that her eyes were closed. "This move also puts you in position to build an alliance, maybe even some good faith. It would even bring you a step closer to Kezes's ear, which is necessary if you intend to continue feeding the conflict between the two." Saris's weight vanished from my back as she stood. The wariness melted away as she looked down on me imperiously, and I saw again the woman who had saved me from Udo so long ago. "I intend to help you do so, Arthur." After getting to my feet as well, I was the one looking down at her. "What do we need to do then?" "Here," I said, handing Silrit my Tempest Warp. He looked over the repaired exterior housing before setting it on the ground next to the one Saris had brought herself, the only two allowed in the Rulsidum zone as they posed the largest threat of intrusion from the outside. You were able to fix it. The crack was sealed, and physically it was in fine shape. I had used Aroa's Requiem on it in preparation for the journey. What I couldn't manage, though, was replacing the magic that had been expended from within it. After this, the anvil-shaped artifact would be little more than a chunk of metal, I explained, and he nodded as if he'd expected this. No wonder. The devices themselves are not made so much as reclaimed from pieces of old Jinn relics like the teleportation portals. They are finite like the dimension artifacts. I blinked in surprise, not having known this. Mentally, I made a note to get Gideon and Ren a Tempest Warp so they could confirm what Silrid had said. Having done as Saris asked, I bid Silrid a temporary farewell and retreated to a less crowded section of the courtyard. People teemed around the arrival portals, which were still being disrupted by Saris's artifacts, powered by Regis. Although Saris had briefed me on exactly how many people were present in the second level, it was still startling to see them all in one place. They spilled out of the courtyard into the alleys and side streets and well down Sovereign Boulevard. Most appeared varying degrees of afraid. The less well-off folk, universally employees or business owners who had been trapped here when Saris blocked the zone off from the Relictum's first level, were largely clustered around the disruption array. They were kept back by the many battle groups of mages that were guarding several highbloods who were also queuing around the portals. Rumors had started to fly almost immediately when Saris announced that people were to gather their belongings, packing up whatever they could take with no plans to return. Combined with the rumors floating around about Agrona's broadcast, many people instinctively believed Saris was standing down. Saris herself had visited the High Lords and matrons of the present Highbloods to explain her plan and make sure they understood what was being offered. A new life, one outside the Vritra clan's strict hierarchy of blood purity, a culture we can build for ourselves that doesn't run on the blood of our strongest and weakest. She had explained to Corbett Denoir only the day before. Let me be clear what I mean by this. When we reach Dicathen, the notion of highbloods, named bloods and unblooded all ceases to hold any meaning. We will all have to work together to build toward a society worth living in. The luck of your birth and the standing of your blood in Alacria will carry no weight, no power where we're going. Lenora's face had gone pale, but she had stepped forward first, holding her hand out to her husband. He took it as he joined her, chewing his lip before saying, "We've come this far," sighed Saris. He shot a glance to Kara and then to me. "I've no interest in crawling on my belly in front of the Vritra clan, hoping for the High Sovereign's leniency. Highblood Denoir is with you." Kara had shaken her head, her jaw slack as she looked at her adoptive parents as if she didn't know them. Now she stood by them proudly on the opposite side of the courtyard among the rest of their blood who were in the relictums. I hadn't listened in on all of Saris's conversations, but I knew not all of them had gone as well. High Lord Frost was furious at the retreat to Dicathen, seeing it as admitting failure and abandoning what they'd set out to do. Matron Tremblay, on the other hand, showed little emotion as she expressed her intent to accept Agrona's forgiveness and return to her newly formed Highblood, instead of leaving behind her home. "Can't blame her exactly," Caden said, pulling my gaze away from where Matron Tremblay and all her people were gathered close to the portals. For most of these Highbloods, this rebellion was a way to elevate themselves by removing the Vritra. For others, they hope to claim the continent for us, the Lessers. The idea of leaving Alacria for them is like leaving an essential part of their identity behind. "But not you?" I asked, watching the crowd carefully. Part of my role in all this was to ensure things didn't boil over between the two opposing groups, those following Saris and those staying behind. He shrugged, a perfectly executed and performed motion that expressed both his lack of passion for his homeland and disdain for a political structure that he had actively retreated away from when he became a professor at Central Academy. In the context of our world, Alacrian is little more than a term for a human with the taint of Vritra blood. Not sure what they think there is to be so proud about, to be frank. Regardless of whether they were staying or leaving, both sides were desperate, their decision made more with hope or fear than logic. Only those leaving Alacria with Saris were afraid to return to their previous lives and hopeful for better ones in the future, while those who were prepared to take Agrona at his word and give up on the rebellion feared Agrona's wrath and hoped that his offer was true. Ideally, we would have had weeks to prepare. Messages should have been sent to Lyra Drade and Vadrakar or even Kezes, and shelter and provisions prepared for the new influx of refugees to the Elenoir wastes. But we hadn't had weeks. No, Saris had allowed her people only a day and a half to prepare. Carts and crates, mana beasts and self-pulling sledges, anything that could be used to haul goods and provisions had been dragged or driven to the courtyard's outskirts as servants, soldiers, and ascenders worked around the clock. But they weren't the only ones. Already I was seeing Saris's vision put into practice as high lords and ladies alike rubbed elbows with the lowest members of their houses in order to be ready in time. Saris floated up into the air near where she had arranged to set up the Tempest warps. A man in fine clothes near the exit portals, a named blood shop owner, by the looks of it, shouted something unkind, and a scuffle broke out as an older mage with dark bags under his eyes took exception. Several bystanders were quick to step in and prevent the fight from escalating, but as my attention slid off the scuffle, it landed on another scene, practically hidden by the thronging mass of people. Mela and Seth hunkered together beneath the balcony of one of the large buildings bordering the courtyard. Mela had her arms wrapped around Seth, the top of her head pushing his glasses up into the side. She trembled with suppressed sobs even as she reached up to give Seth a peck on the corner of his lips. I looked away, not wanting to intrude on their private moment. Although I hadn't spoken to them since the conversation with Ellie, I could guess what was happening. Mela had a family back in Itril, a sister, a reason not to leave the continent in other words. Seth's family, though, was all gone, victims of the war and the destruction of Elenoir. Listen, Alacrians and friends, Sarah said, her voice projected magically so that all could hear her words, even the farthest away easily making out her crisp enunciation. I will not burden you with a long-winded speech. I will not insult you with pleas or threats. Your will is your own, each and every one of you. If ever there was a purpose to our act of rebellion, it is that. The relictums were quiet in response, the crowd hanging on Saris's words like a lifeline, even those who weren't following her. For those of you returning home, accepting and hoping for the grace of the High Sovereign, I wish you only health and hope. See to your families, defend yourselves in whatever way you think best. Her dark eyes swept the crowd, power oozing from her and making those closest step back. I will not judge you for it. Many of you did not join this long siege of your own free will, and to those of you, I offer both my apologies and my thanks for suffering these last 2 months with grace. I offer my thanks as well to all those who follow me forward, stepping out from the High Sovereign's yoke and daring to imagine what a world beyond the conflicts of the Usura might look like for us. She let a small smile soften her severe expression. It will not be a safe road or an easy one, but the path will be of our own choosing. No cheer went up when Sarah stopped talking, no eager shouts or chanting. The attitude of the crowd was split between a melancholy-tinged eagerness and wary readiness. At some unseen signal from Saris, 2 Tempest warps were activated, creating twin portals that opened beside each other into Dicathen. Saris drifted down in front of the portals, and she was the first one to step through. Several clerks and officials in her employ began guiding the crowd in a kind of controlled chaos. Silrit monitored the portals while a dozen battle groups lingered in the courtyard to keep the peace. Moving blood by blood, Alacrians marched through. On the opposite side of the courtyard, all those who wouldn't be traveling to Dicathen lingered. We couldn't deactivate the shield disruption array until everyone else had gone, and then those people would be on their own. I could only hope that Agrona would be true to his word, and they would be allowed to return to their lives. There would be nothing stopping Dragoth and his forces from cutting them down otherwise. I noticed Highblood Denoir lingering, not among the rush to be the first through the Tempest Warp portals, then caught sight of Keras snaking her way against the current of the flowing crowd. Matron Tremblay met her in the middle and they exchanged a few words. Although I couldn't hear, I knew that Keras was making one more plea for Melis to come with them, but the matron only shook her head. Leaning forward, the imposing matron knocked her horns against Keras, smiled, and turned away. Chull and Sylvie lingered around me, watchful and silent. Ellie, eager to be involved and still embarrassed about her outburst, was rushing about making herself helpful wherever she could, whether that was calming a frightened child or leading a mana beast toward the portal to help one of the less populous bloods. My own mind was strangely quiet as the exodus proceeded. It took hours, during which many of those staying left the courtyard, doing their waiting in a more comfortable environment. Since nothing was needed of me, I only watched, keeping myself separate. This was their journey after all. I was an outsider. Once most of the people were through, Saris's soldiers and a group of ascenders hauled stored provisions through, and those staying began filtering back. Ellie went through with a contingent of mages hauling magical items, throwing me a look that very clearly said, "I'm sorry and I'm okay," as she vanished. Once the very last of Saris's people had passed through to Dicathen, Silrit deactivated my Tempest Warp, snapping his hand back as he touched it. It was glowing brightly and there was a distinct heat haze above it. He searched me out and nodded from across the courtyard. The next step was up to me, or rather to Regis. "Okay, it's time," I thought to him in his little glass jar as I started toward the Tempest Warp. "Be quick, we can't be sure how fast they'll respond." The tiny horned ball of light drifted out of the glass jar and then solidified into the form of a shadow wolf. Regis shook his mane, making it flare with violet light, and the nearest Alacrians yelped and stumbled away from him, pushing into the people behind them and creating a sort of miniature stampede. The effect on the artifacts projecting the disruption field was immediate. The ether, without Regis's intent keeping it flowing, simply ceased doing so. It began to leak from the wiring and the crystals, and without enough ether the field began to flicker in and out. Regis hurried across the courtyard. A couple of Alacrians must have had second thoughts because they broke from the ranks of their peers and followed after him. Wordlessly, Sealit ushered them through the portal. "Go," I said to Silrit as well as Chul and Sylvie. "I'm right behind you." Once they were gone, I picked up the Tempest Warp and held it under one arm. The disruption field failed, and people rushed to the bank of exit portals as Alacrian soldiers began pouring from the entrance portals. Dragoth must have been ready and waiting. Shouting rose up from both sides. A woman threw herself at one of the soldiers, grasping at the front of his battle robes as she begged for his help. The butt of his spear came up and cracked her across the ribs. The shouting intensified as the remaining Highbloods demanded order and attempted to take control of the situation, while those with lower blood status fought to get out the exit portals, and the soldiers struggled to parse the situation. A few noticed me standing in front of the fading Tempest Warp portal, but they had their hands full with the crowd. Then Dragoth himself appeared, his bulk and bullish horns making him look like a giant against the swarm of Alacrians. His eyes found mine immediately, and he took a few aggressive steps forward, then drew up short. Even from across the zone, I could sense his fear. Good, I thought, hoping that fear was enough to ensure these people would be okay. Feeling the portal breaking up now that its connection with the Tempest Warp had been severed, I stepped backwards through it. Everything changed. The transition was smooth, not instant, but very nearly seamless. The false light of the blue relictum sky was replaced with true sunlight. Instead of the stifling atmosphere of the courtyard, I drew in a lungful of fresh air, and a cool breeze kissed my skin. Turning, I tried to get my bearings. We had appeared in the broad, grassy patch of land between the Beast Glades and one of the Alacrian settlements on the outskirts of the Elenwar wastes. I searched the hundreds of milling people for my sister, Kara or Saris, but didn't immediately see any of them. Standing right beside me, though, were Chul and Sylvie. I met my bonsai. "Have you seen Elle?" Sylvie's face was pale, sweat shining on her forehead. Her eyes were glazed over, staring sightlessly into the void. Frowning, I reached for her, taking hold of her arm as my mind probed her. The strength left me, and I felt my legs give out. I didn't even have time to wonder what had happened before my mind was being pulled away from my body, drawn along in the wake of whatever thought had stricken Sylvie. Light and color flashed past on all sides, indistinct images appearing and vanishing again too quickly to make sense of. Although I couldn't see her, I could feel Sylvie just ahead of me. The world had melted away and we were alone, just the two of us, speeding like an arrow through this tunnel of lights. I tried to speak, but I had no voice. I tried to connect with her mind but couldn't reach her. What's happening? I wanted to shout, "Where are we going?" As soon as I asked the question, I knew. We sped into a pool of roiling color, skating along a thin stream of silver light and into a blur of color and motion. The world coalesced back into a recognizable form around us. I reeled, taking a moment to get my bearings, but the scene was familiar. A conference room, the one where I had last seen and spoken with the Gladers. But it looked quite different now. The long table had been removed to make room for an opulent throne, on which sat a dragon in the form of a man with long silver hair and deep plum-colored eyes. I didn't recognize this dragon, but the name Karen came to me from a distant memory, the leader of Kezes's forces in Dicathen. Two other dragons, both also in a humanoid form, flanked Karen, who was gazing down at a dozen humans, all of whom sat on their knees on the ground like children. Catheln and Curtis were there as well, and many of their advisors. Words were being exchanged, but the vision sounded as if it were underwater and a very long way away, so I couldn't make out anything. Suddenly something shifted, like a dark cloud had floated over the scene. 5 figures melted out of the shadows, blades and spells in their hands. There was no conversation, no hesitation. Even as they set on Karen, 5 more appeared around the 2 dragon guards, cutting them off. The vision blurred, wobbling dangerously, the details difficult to follow. When it steadied, the back wall of the chamber had been destroyed. 2 wraiths lay dead, as did a dragon, and the cacophonous rumble of battle bubbled out of the dust and rubble that blocked my view beyond the room. Karen himself was still surrounded by the other 5 wraiths, who were working together in a fluid symphony of violence. Karen raged in near silence, and his body swelled into the form of a horrible, war-scarred silver dragon, his massive claws and tail stamping and crushing. I could do nothing as I watched Catheln vanish beneath a clawed hand. Beside her, Curtis was hurled aside. Golden light suffused his body, but it twinkled and faded when a black blade passed effortlessly through him, blood spraying from a bisecting cut severing him hip to shoulder. Horrified, I watched frozen outside of space and time, unsure what I was seeing or how I was seeing it, unable to react, no body or magic of my own. Karen's transformation had toppled the ceiling, burying most of the humans beneath a mountain of rubble. Disregarding any potential survivors, the dragon leapt up, desperately ripping his way free of the palace and taking to the air. Wheeling, he breathed death back down on everyone below, killing more Dicathians than the wraiths had in his attempt to defend his own life. The scene shattered like a painted vase, the pieces spiraling away in every direction before melting away in the tunnel of color and light once again. My eyes snapped open, and I stared up into the face of Chul, who was leaning over me and looking concerned. Regis was beside him and Ellie beside Regis. Movement under my hand made me look to my right. I was lying on the ground, Sylvie next to me, my hand still clasped around her arm. Arthur, Ellie gasped, falling to her knees and leaning into me to wrap her arms around my neck. Are you okay? What happened? Through her hair, I was still watching Sylvie, who slowly turned to meet my eye, a vision. I asked, my thoughts sluggish, her eyes fluttered shut. Of the future, she sent back ominously. Chapter 447, Ripple in Timeline 10 minutes ago. Rolling onto my side, I pushed myself up gingerly, the small crowd moving back to give me space. As I held out my hand to Sylvie to help her up after me, a bolt of pain through my skull made me stumble and an arm wrapped around me. I looked down as Ellie leaned into me, trying to support some of my weight. Sylvie seemed less affected by the vision and had no problem rising. She looked me over nervously. I'm sorry, Arthur, I couldn't hold it back from your mind. Hold what back? Ellie asked. What happened? I blinked and shook my head, making an effort to dislodge the last of the aching cobwebs the vision had left in my head. Nothing. Not here, I cut myself off, acknowledging the crowd that had gathered and not wanting to say anything that would become a problem later. Ceres's approaching aura was enough to pull most of the attention away from me. Her dark eyes met mine and she seemed to read the situation in an instant. There is much to do. Allow our companions a moment to catch their breaths. Remember, Lance Arthur Leywin has faced the legacy herself on our behalf. Mind that you don't inadvertently start unhelpful rumors, yes. The people who had been near enough to see my episode, which unfortunately was a lot, shrank back at Ceres's thinly veiled ire. A cascade of flame-red hair was the first I saw of Lyra Drade as she hurried through the crowd. Go on then, all of you. There is much work to be done and no room for idle hands. The Alacrians broke up and began milling away, although there was no shortage of backwards glances. What's going on? Lyra asked, leaning in toward Ceres, who was watching me from the corner of her eye, her lips pressed tight with obvious worry. Let's have this conversation somewhere more private, Ceres said, her words quiet but firm. I nodded my agreement, and Lyra led our group to a nearby empty building that turned out to be little more than a single open room with several roughly made wooden chairs filling the space. No one sat as we all shuffled in. Every pair of eyes turned to me, including High Lords Frost and Denoir, who must have been speaking with either Ceres or Lyra before my collapse. Doing my best to keep the agitation from my inflection, I said, my companions and I need to leave. Immediately, just like that, you're not even going to tell me what happened, Arthur. This show of weakness could not have come at a worse time, Ceres replied. Her gaze turned away, focusing into the middle distance, and when she spoke again, it was to herself. But seeking acceptance from the dragons is essential. If we tell the people that you have gone to ensure the peace, then most will accept it without question. Her attention jumped back to me. Still, as your partner in this venture, I would like to know the truth of what has happened. I thought back to the vision I'd shared with Sylvie. A wraith attack on Kezes's general resulting in the deaths of the Gladers, and who knows how many other important public figures in Ediston. My concerns were many, but primary among them now was to verify that it hadn't actually happened yet. If it hadn't, I could figure out how to prevent it, but sharing the information could be dangerous. If Elder Rhynia had taught me anything, it was that attempting to change the future was exceedingly risky. I had to proceed with utmost caution. Additionally, I wasn't sure who, if anyone, should know that Sylvie was having visions of the future. I wasn't sure I could trust even Ceres with that detail. I can't explain now, I said, not until I have a clearer idea of it myself. There was a pause as our gaze remained locked. Never mind then, I can see that you're set on this. She broke our eye contact with a humorless laugh. Vritra's horns, life was easier when I was surrounded by people who jumped to do whatever I said. I gave her a wry smile. You're working very hard to deprive yourself of such a life. Shaking her head, she waved me away as if I were a particularly irritating fly. Go on, do what you must. I'd have liked to offer you more preparation for your conversation with the dragons regarding our defection, but I suppose I trust you to handle it on your own. All I will ask is that you take one of mine with you. As my eyes, ears, and voice as it were. No, I said quicker and more forcefully than I'd intended. I don't think that's a good idea. Ceres's look hardened, what little good humor she'd maintained slipping away. No. Arthur, this partnership works in both directions. You have asked for me not to question your reason for leaving at this critical moment and without prior discussion. I am requesting that you make this concession in return. I ran my tongue along the inside of my teeth as I considered. Being in between dragons and wraiths was no place for an Alacrian deserter, but it would tear open a rift between Saris and me if I forced the issue. I concede the point then, I said after a long pause. High Lord Frost stepped forward, giving the two of us a small bow. Lady Saris, I'd like to offer my granddaughter Enola for this task. She is highly capable and familiar with Regent Arthur from their time at the Academy. Thank you, Uriel, but I want someone slightly more seasoned for this task. She nodded to him in appreciation, and he bit back anything else he wanted to say, retreating to his previous spot against one wall. She continued, her words directed toward Corbett. Kara would be a stronger candidate for the role I have in mind, not least of all because she has already worked alongside Arthur at length and has direct experience with the dragons. I trust her in this and am certain she will be willing. Can you fetch her? I kept my thoughts to myself, not wanting to prolong this any further now that I'd already given in to Saris's demand. While we waited for Corbett to return, Saris spent a few minutes providing me with the basis of her plans in the Elenoir wastes, so that I might pass them along to the dragons if I thought necessary. When Kara arrived, I bid Saris farewell and led my companions out of the village and into the Beast Glades. There is a town near the western edge of the Beast Glades, not too far to the south. It's the closest teleportation gate that will get us to Ediston, I explained as we marched. Don't think that I'm unhappy to be coming along, Kara said, glancing around furtively as we moved into the dense tree line. But what exactly are we rushing off in such a hurry for? Hopping over a downed tree, I turned and gave Ellie my hand to help her over, then Kara behind her. As I took Kara's hand, I said, I've discovered some evidence that leads me to believe wraiths will be attacking Ediston in the near future. Chull slammed a brick-like fist into his open palm, heat rising from his shoulders in visible waves of orange light. A chance for vengeance. Wraiths, Kara said breathily, her brows knitting into a frown. But how could you know? Do you have a djinn relic in your pocket that shows you the future? She attempted a playful smile, but it came across as pained. No, I can't explain yet, I'm sorry. Perhaps when we reach Ediston and have had time to scope out the situation there, I said, rubbing the back of my neck. Ellie had gone pale as I spoke, and I was certain she was remembering the aftermath of my last fight against Agrona's secret Usra killers. So are we just going to, not talk about the whole visions of the future thing then? Regis asked as he loped along at my side. Sylvie is amassing quite the collection of mysterious subplots, isn't she? She needs time to probe her own understanding and insight of this vision, I thought back. Until we have a better idea of why and what happened, no one else should know. Out loud, I said, here is good enough, coming to a stop in a small clearing and looking at my bond. Sylvie, whose mind was a muddle of surging and conflicting thoughts and ideas, forced herself to focus. The transformation was nearly instant as she grew into the form of a black-scaled dragon. Kara gasped, her mouth moving silently as she stared up in awe. It's not that impressive. Wings are overrated anyway, Regis said as he stepped into me and drifted to my core. I hopped up on Sylvie's back at the base of her neck, and Chull helped Kara and Ellie mount between Sylvie's wings. Kara tentatively reached out and brushed her fingers along the back of one wing, a shiver running through her. From the ground, Boo growled low in his throat, his small eyes peering up at Ellie questioningly. I pressed my hand reassuringly against Sylvie's long neck as she stared down at Boo with one huge eye like a pool of liquid gold. It won't be too much, I asked. Just as long as I don't have to carry Chull too, I'll be fine, she said, her voice rich and rumbling in her draconic form. Chull flew into the air and waited. Sylvie grabbed Boo in her large front claws, gathered herself and sprang up, her wings beating at the air with graceful ease. Chull moved into position beside her and we took off to the southwest. We stayed just above the treetops, not worrying about an attack from any mana beasts. The combined auras of Sylvie, Chull, and myself would keep all but the most powerful and aggressive mana beasts from attacking, and we were a long way from the depths of the Beast Glades where such creatures dwelled. On Dragonback, the journey only took us a couple of hours, saving an entire day or more of slogging through the dense forest below. Sylvie transformed back well outside of town, and we completed the journey on foot. We had no need of the Adventurers Guild or any vendors, and so we didn't stop anywhere in town but instead went straight to the teleportation gate. Before approaching the gate attendant, who would program the gate to Ediston for us, I stopped my companions and looked at them all seriously. I had been mulling over how to proceed for the entire journey and had made a few decisions that I knew not everyone would approve of. Ellie, you're not coming to Ediston with us, I said, ripping the bandage off what I knew was going to be a difficult conversation. I understand, she said, catching me off guard. She looked embarrassed at my surprise. Oh, don't look at me like that. In spite of my outburst, I know I can't be in Ediston with you if things turn out like you expect. But I'm serious about getting stronger. I want to make a difference in, she gesticulated randomly with her hand, all this in the best way that I can. If that means staying out of the way and being safe for a bit, then that's what I'll do. She reached out her fist and I bumped my own against it with a grateful smile. Regis, who had resumed walking with us in his physical form, reached up and placed a huge paw on our hands, his tongue lolling out the side of his mouth. Ellie laughed and I rolled my eyes. "What, isn't this a team huddle?" he joked. Chul, who had watched our exchange with a deepening look of concern, huffed. "Sister Alina cannot be sent off on her own." He ground his teeth, clearly considering his next words carefully. "Though I wish to test myself against these wraiths, I also hope to do my duty to you, Arthur, and make a difference," he said, his tone conveying a not quite entirely suppressed somberness. "If you wish it, I will escort her back to the dwarf home, Vildoriel, and watch over her in your absence." I let out a sigh of relief, grateful that Chul had offered before I had to ask. With no long-distance teleportation gates remaining in Vildoriel or anywhere else in Darv, the safest way for Ellie to return would be to fly. "Thank you, Chul. I understand why you left the hearth and what this means to you. My hope is that there is no battle in Ediston and that you don't miss out on any of the fun." He grunted and gave me a serious nod. "Yes, but if you do meet a wraith, do give them a thorough butt-kicking for me. Besides, Baron and Micah will be in Vildoriel. Maybe even Lance Vere, they're really awesome to train with," my sister said brightly, her own fear and frustration barely evident. Boo rumbled and Ellie grinned. "Boo says he'd be happy to bat you around a bit too if you need it." Chuckling, I turned to Sylvie, Regis, and Kara. "Let's go then." The mage quickly calibrated the portal and ushered us through. The last thing I saw as I glanced over my shoulder was Ellie flanked by Chul and Boo. She waved. I lifted my hand and was whisked away. It had been a long time since I'd traveled by the ancient mage's portals in Dicathen. I'd gotten used to the Relacrian's Tempest Warp technology, which made teleportation much faster and smoother. The portals of Dicathen, relics left behind after the Jinn genocide, dragged the user across space, which distorted as it sped by and had been known to make people sick the first time they used it. I realized halfway there that I should have warned Kara. As we appeared one by one in front of the receiving portal, Kara bent over and clutched her stomach, trying not to be sick. A soldier who had likely seen this happen more than once hopped back, his mouth snapping shut as he cut off whatever memorized message of welcome he'd been about to deliver. Kara took several deep breaths and held up her hand as if to ward off her nausea. "I'm fine," she said hoarsely, "but what in the Vritra's name was that?" Finally, she stood and glared at me. Absolutely barbaric. The moment of amusement I felt melted away as I remembered why we were there, which coincided with the soldier snapping to attention as he realized who I was. "Regent Leywin," he stepped around Kara and reached for my hand with both of his. "It's great to meet you, really a true honor. You saved my father at the Battle of Slor, sir, and I've always hoped for the chance to thank you in person." "I should be the one to thank your father for his service," I said with a practiced smile, allowing him to shake my hand. Suddenly remembering himself, the guard snapped back into a more professional stance. "Sorry, Regent, I got a little excited. I'm sure you're here to see Guardian Karen." Looking at another guard who was poking his head in through the door of the small building that housed the portal, he started to give an order, but I interjected. "Actually, I need my arrival to stay quiet." The guard hesitated, glancing from me to the palace in the distance, visible through one of the narrow windows. "I understand you have your orders," I continued, trying to sound both confident and consoling. "I don't want to insult Karen by not going to see him right away, but lives are at stake. I really need you to just pretend like I never stepped out of this portal." The guard hesitated as he inspected my companions, frowning at Sylvie's and Kara's horns. But the Gladers were very insistent. Trailing off, he shook his head and snapped into a salute. "You have my word, Regent." Returning the gesture, I marched quickly from the portal chamber and out into the courtyard beyond. Two more guards stood outside, including the one who had peeked his head in the door. I gave them a nonchalant salute and led my companions out of sight, taking shelter in a narrow alley between two tall townhomes. "Well, that's one question answered," I said. "Ediston hasn't already been attacked," Kara filled in, "but the wraiths may still be here already. From what Saris was able to tell me, they'll be adept at hiding their mana signatures and arranging the battlefield to suit them." A figure crossed in front of the alley where we were huddled, but it was only an older gentleman out for a walk with his mana beast, a creature like a feathered lizard that skittered ahead of him on a leather leash. Addressing Sylvie and Kara, I said, "I want you to go to the palace, find Kathleen and explain what we've seen, question her about the dragons. Whatever you do, though, don't let her bring you to Karen." My gaze turned up to Kara's horns. "Or let them arrest you." She crossed her arms and gave me a severe look. "That wasn't my fault." Extending my senses outward, I felt for potent mana signatures in and around the city. The pressure exuded by the dragons was evident even from where we stood, but I felt no other presence strong enough to be an Usura or Wraith. I probed the dragon's signatures and felt a hint of familiarity. "Winsome is here as well," I confirmed. "Neither can know you're in the city until we're ready to deal with them, Sylv. They might try to haul you away back to your grandfather." "What will you be doing?" Kara asked, her eyes jumping to the blurred figure of a small child as they dashed past the alley mouth. Regis and I will search the city for any sign of the wraiths. Sylvie took my hand and squeezed it gently before letting it go. Reach out to me if you get into trouble. Yes, I know you've faced wraiths before, but don't get complacent. Be careful in the palace, I said in answer. It's certain to be a political quagmire. Kara and Sylvie made their way out of the alley, heading across the city toward the palace, while I leapt to the townhouse roof and activated Realmheart, Regis once again sheltering inside my core. I watched them forge their way into Ediston's city streets until they disappeared from view, then I turned my focus to the task at hand. Atmospheric mana shone everywhere, with the specific elements closely aligned to where the mana lingered, such as earth attribute mana clinging to the ground and stone walls while air attribute mana whirled and danced along on the wind. These mana particles were nearly always in motion, being drawn toward a meditating mage or pushed away from the source of some spell, or just winding their way through the world in accordance with some inborn mechanical property of the mana itself. The ether in the atmosphere was much less dense. Only a thin curtain of purple particles could be seen filling in the spaces between mana particles. It was exactly the interplay between those two forces that I was concerned with. The wraiths couldn't influence ether, and so they couldn't manipulate it to help mask their presence. I couldn't be sure just how effectively they could do so with mana, and so I couldn't rely on Realmheart alone in my search. Although the Godrune let me see even the clustered mana of an invisible or illusion mage, I theorized that a magic user with suitably refined control over mana could smooth away even that to make themselves truly undetectable, especially if they also balance the input and output of their mana with a technique similar to mana rotation. Missing my ability to fly more than I had in quite a long time, I leapt from one roof to the next, needing to stay as high as I could get for maximum visibility. The interplay between ether and mana was very subtle and easily missed, and we have a whole city to search, I thought, my mood sour. Still, a proactive approach seemed better than waiting at the palace for something to happen. With ether enhancing my senses and Realmheart granting me vision of mana particles, I proceeded to navigate from one neighborhood to the next, searching for any condensed mana without an obvious source. A hint of suppressed mana signature or changes in the atmospheric ether that might indicate a powerful source of condensed but hidden mana. Meanwhile, I could sense that Sylvie and Ellie reached the palace but were still waiting for an audience with Dicathen. As I searched, I tried to remember what the city had looked like before the war, but I couldn't. The tall walls cutting the city off from the slope down to the bay hadn't been there. I knew, and the city's separate districts had been reshaped and walled off from each other, with some entire neighborhoods vanishing altogether. Ediston still carried a militaristic air, a city fashioned into a fortified hub of countrywide politics, but the people seemed to move about as if they didn't notice. A thought struck me. Keep a lookout for areas where people are behaving strangely, I sent to Regis, who acted like a second set of eyes. Areas people are avoiding without seeming to realize it. Places that accrue dark glances where passersby speed up to get past quickly. Yeah, no problem, he replied, his tone oozing sarcasm. It's not like we're searching for a needle in a haystack or anything. An invisible needle poised to kill everyone. As I resumed my search, I jumped down into the street, swiping a faded turquoise cloak off a clothesline and dropping a coin in the pocket of a pair of trousers. The hood was deep, falling down to obscure my wheat blonde hair and golden eyes. It also covered the glow of my Godrunes as I activated God's Step alongside Realmheart. Slipping into the streams of traffic, I opened myself to my senses, experiencing the sights and sounds, but also the sixth sense that was the tug of the mana, which in turn was overlaid with the sight and song of the etheric pathways connecting every point to every other point around me. I followed the current of the city, moving with the natural ebb and flow of its people. It was there, I was certain, at the confluence of mana, ether, and human sensitivity, that I would find my prey. The passage of time became a meaningless blur, keeping track of it a sense that I lost as I focused entirely on the others. The movement of my feet was automatic, the subtle turning of my head to listen to a child's whimper or watch a woman hurry past a darkened doorway done without conscious effort. There, Regis thought, honing in on a distant patch of city wall some time later. Following the course of his mind, I watched as a pair of guards froze, glancing at each other. Ether rushed into my eyes, enhancing my vision so I could focus on the distant point. The guards were pale, sweating, the question in their eyes obvious: why am I suddenly afraid? As one, they turned and began marching back along their patrol route, but too quickly to be natural. I moved into the shadows of a building. The sun was setting, I realized, and the shadows were deep. With my hood drawn low and my back hunched, I shuffled toward the wall, suppressing my sight and hearing to instead focus on the mana and ether. There it was, what I'd been looking for. A subtle distortion in the etheric pathways, a twitch in the atmospheric mana. Then it was gone. Frowning, I expanded my senses again, searching for the same phenomenon nearby. When I couldn't feel it, I risked jumping up to the top of the wall, where I immediately crouched behind the low stone edge and searched with my eyes as well. My sharp-eyed companion again spotted it first. The marketplace. Peering down over the townhouse roofs, I scanned the small market square tucked up against the foot of the district wall. Beneath that wall, the shadows grew deeper and there. No strong source of mana emanated from the marketplace, and the only mana signatures were a handful of wandering mages, none of whom were higher than orange core. But in the heart of those shadows, the atmospheric mana distorted ever so slightly. So subtle I might have missed it if not for the faintest distortion of the etheric pathways that suggested a powerful source of mana was pressing against the ether all around it. Everyone who approached the shadows turned away suddenly, wrapping their arms around themselves or shivering as if they'd had a sudden chill before hurrying away to a different part of the marketplace. I started moving in that direction, keeping my eye on that one spot. The distortion dissolved, mana and ether relaxing as they eased back into their normal configuration. But it didn't take me long to find the distortion again, now on the other side of the wall within the shadows of a tower. "It's heading out of the city," Regis pointed out. "It knows we've seen it." Casting off the cloak, I pressed Regis, and he manifested from my long shadow, his paws on the wall's edge. The etheric pathways opened before me, and I appeared in the tower's shadow, violet lightning bolts running up my arms and down my legs. I felt the pressure exuded by the invisible figure for half a second, then it vanished. "On top of the city's outer wall," Regis said, guiding me excitedly as he rushed along the wall to have a better view. Feeling the paths, I god-stepped again, this time into the shadow of a guard post that topped the tall outer wall on the south edge of the city. "Already gone," Regis huffed, "over the wall somewhere." I had to search this time, but I was starting to see the pattern. South of the wall, many low buildings had been erected to replace those demolished before and during the war. I searched their shadows and found the disturbance just as it vanished again, reappearing behind a building a few hundred feet farther away. The etheric pathways took me there, and again I appeared just as the distortion vanished. Distantly, through his senses, I felt Regis leap off the high wall and strike the ground running behind me. I found and God stepped after the distortion again, but I had to look for my prey, whereas it just had to keep running, and again it kept just ahead of me. But after a few more rapid shifts, we reached the end of the slums built outside of the city walls. What few trees had grown on these stony steps approaching the bay had been cut down during the war, providing a clear view for over a mile, and with the only shadows provided by wild shrubs, low bushes, or young, straggly trees. But the sun was nearly down now, and those shadows were growing longer by the moment. The disturbance appeared in the shadows of a large rock, suddenly veering eastward. I scanned the area beyond the rock, where a row of wild berry bushes provided the only shadow of substance. Charting the path through the ether, I god-stepped first to the rock, then to the bushes, not waiting in between. I would have grinned as the disturbance swelled right beside me, like claws through the shadows, except there was no time. A dark shard of black ice stabbed out of the air, aimed at my throat. I parried, but when I reached for the hidden arm holding the blade, I grabbed nothing but air. Another blade thrust from the side, aimed at my hip, then another in front of me, driving up under my ribs toward my heart. I blocked both strikes, imbuing the third impact with an etheric blast that incinerated the bushes. Moving in the wake of the blast, an ether blade appeared in my fist, sweeping into the center mass of the disruption in a blur as ether exploded through my arm in precise sequence. I felt the blade meet resistance as it found my target's flesh and bone. The shadows fell away like a cloak being pulled from my target's shoulders as they rolled across the ground and back to their feet. One arm had been completely severed, the bloody appendage lying on the ground between us. The thin, pale man pressed his remaining hand against the gushing stump, glaring at me with bright red eyes through the bangs of his dark, unruly hair. "The Ascender," he said, his voice oozing out of him and staining my eardrums. "Where are the rest of you?" I demanded, keeping some distance between us but ready to counter if he so much as twitched. He shook his head, but no emotions crossed his face beyond a twinge of registered pain. "No warning last time. The High Sovereign didn't tell them what you are. A toe-to-toe fight, a real one. A rare treat for them even though they didn't survive. Won't happen again, Ascender, but not here for you. Knives in the dark, but not for you." "You're standing on the wrong continent," I said, shifting my weight forward slightly. "Which means that even if you're not here for me, I am here for you. Now where are the others? How many? I know you're not here alone." Regis approached from behind, circling around to pen the wraith in from the other side. The pale man shook his head again and strangely seemed to relax. "Already too late. Can't run, can't talk, can't win." I cocked my head slightly. "I'm not running, but I promise you I can win, but I am about done talking. If you can't, not you, Ascender, he is watching." He pointed to his red eye. "My eye to his, he knows, so it is already too late." "He? You mean Agrona? He's—" I took an involuntary step back as mana swelled within and around the wraith. He let out a choked gasp and fell to one knee, then looked up at me with a wide grin on his face, dark blood trickling from the corners. Regis, back. I slipped into God's step even as the mana erupted. From several hundred feet away, with etheric electricity still arcing over me, I watched as a nova of black mana and blood iron spikes burst from the wraith's flesh, spraying outward in a deadly dome that ripped the ground apart for 100 feet in every direction. A rain of black metal spikes continued to fall for many long seconds after the explosion. I was still staring at the field of spikes as Regis came padding up beside me. These Alacrians and their blood curses. When I didn't reply, he added, "Think that's it? Attack deflected?" "No," I said, knowing the truth. We hadn't stopped the attack. We had simply changed events to a future that we now didn't know. Chapter 448. A silent and unmoving conflict. Just now. Kathlyngleyder. I hurried down the long, strangely empty halls of Eddiston Palace toward the east wing, where two very unusual guests were waiting for me. My pulse was beating quickly in my throat, driven by my own inexplicable nervousness. "Calm yourself, Kathlyn," I thought, my mental voice sounding all too much like my deceased mother. But everything had moved so quickly after the appearance of the dragons, with Curtis and I being swept along in a tide we could not control or fight, and I had just begun settling my head around this new normal. It was only natural that such visitors who asked for me and me alone would make me nervous, given the political context. The clipped beating of my feet on the marble floor resounded off the walls and came back to me as a subtle echo, like someone was walking just behind me. Normally such sounds wouldn't be noticeable in the palace. The dull but constant drone of conversation, or competing footsteps, or the ring of training blades from the courtyard would swallow it up. But few could stand staying in the palace now, so near the dragon's heavy auras, the king's force as they called it. I passed by a guard whose arrow-straight posture straightened even further at the sight of me. He did not meet my eye, but I felt his gaze burning into my back once it passed. Could he sense my anxiety, read me like an open book? I listened for the telltale armored steps of the man retreating down the hall to report my strange behavior to Guardian Karen. "I'm being foolish," I acknowledged. "Do not succumb to your overactive mind." Again the thought in my mother's voice. As I approached the sitting chamber where my guest had been placed to await my arrival, I straightened my dress and fixed a welcoming smile on my face, feeling it tremble only slightly. They were both already standing as I entered, their eyes on the door. Such inhuman eyes they had, one pair the liquid gold of the sun's reflection on water, the other like two shining rubies. "Lady Sylvie," I said, acknowledging her with a sharp but shallow bow, not exactly sure how she ranked in the currently complicated politics of Ephiatis and Dicathen. She returned the bow much deeper, a respectful but also carefree gesture that made me regret my own calculated greeting. Her pale hair tumbled over her face, bright against the dark horns curving up from the sides of her head. When she straightened, smiling, I was struck by her height and the sharpness of her features. I shouldn't have been. It was only natural that she would age and grow. But the last time I'd seen her, sometime during the war, I wasn't even quite sure exactly how long it had been. She had presented herself physically as a child when in her humanoid form. Now she was a young woman, and yet the confidence and maturity that radiated from her like an aura made her seem much older. She stepped quickly forward and her black dress swished and caught the light, its thousands of tiny black scales glittering. I stiffened as she wrapped me in a brief hug. She didn't seem to notice as she released me, still beaming brightly. "Lady Kathlyn, it is good to see you again. Thank you for meeting with us on such short notice. I have no doubt you are very busy and I understand the nature of our arrival is somewhat unusual." As she said "our," I turned to her companion with the red eyes. Blue hair fell down the full-figured woman's shoulders, simultaneously dark next to the black horns wrapping around her head like a crown and bright as it framed those ruby eyes. She was a Lacrian, one of the beings they called Vritra-blooded. She was suppressing her mana, preventing me from properly gauging her core level, although that alone told me something. She was stronger than me. The woman copied Lady Sylvie's bow, although she did not break eye contact, giving the motion an almost aggressive air. "Lady Kathlyngleyder, my name is Karav Highblood Denoir. As Sylvie said, thank you for meeting us." I gestured to a stiff couch across from a high-backed chair, taking the chair for myself. My fingers automatically went to the carefully carved grooves in the arm's woodwork, tracing the lines as I considered them. "Lady Sylvie, I find it somewhat disconcerting that you've asked for me in some secrecy when there are members of your own race present in this very palace. Why not seek the counsel of your own kind? Furthermore, why keep your presence a secret?" Sylvie sat very properly, her gaze unwavering. It was very easy to see her as some divine princess from the far-off land of dragons. It was a bit more difficult to keep in mind my own purpose, and the guidance and direction I had received from Guardian Karen and Winsome about how Arthur and his companions were to be treated in the event they returned to Eddiston. Meeting with them in secret behind Guardian Karen's back was certainly not a part of said guidance. Arthur has sent me to inform you of a potential attack on the palace, she said, managing to be both confident and consoling. An attack targeting the dragons that would nonetheless put you and your brother in extreme danger. I felt my lips desire to frown, but I held them firm, keeping every muscle in my face in its natural place, just as my mother had taught me from a very young age. I hope you have more to say than that, an attack on the dragons, who would dare such a thing. The fact that you're here offering a warning makes it clear you find the threat to be sincere, but I can't imagine who, short of the opposing Usuras, would be a relevant danger. Sylvie seemed to consider something for a moment, then words began to flow out of her as she wove a story of visions and powerful, Usura-killing assassins, dead dragons, and even my own death. I was surprisingly unmoved as she explained this part, although her mention of my brother's demise raised goosebumps all over my skin. I maintained my posture and expression throughout, but on the inside I was a roiling sea of uncertainty. I was aware of Arthur's fight against these wraiths in Vildoriel, as were Winsome and Guardian Karen, but it was the dragon's opinion that Agrona's soldiers did not pose them, or us, any threat. The war was over and the dragons were protecting Dicathen. It was perhaps not fair to Lady Sylvie, but I was also skeptical of any such visions that claimed to see future events. My parents, as the king and queen of Sapin, had been surrounded by soothsayers and seers attempting to peddle prophecies at every juncture. Except for Elder Rinia, I had never met anyone claiming to be an oracle who could tell so much as the next day's weather. The Alacrian woman, Kara, listened just as raptly as I did, clearly not having known the full story until that moment. Another point of strangeness working against them. When she finished, Lady Sylvie was silent as she waited for my response, giving me time to properly formulate it. "Forgive me, that is a lot to take in," I said, searching her golden eyes for any sign of deceit but finding none. I imagined Arthur stalking a faceless creature of shadow through the streets of Ediston at that very moment, and a shiver ran through me. I admit, hearing your tale has only made me more confused. If the goal is to prevent this attack on Guardian Karen, why not speak to him directly? I thought through the question even as I was asking it, and came to the answer on my own. You do not want the other dragons to know you are here until Arthur is with you, and Arthur does not want to go to Karen without some proof of the wraith's presence. I felt the smallest frown purse my lips and smoothed it away. Are such gifts of foresight common among your kind, Lady Sylvie? Her head cocked slightly to the side as she considered me. Number Arthur has always trusted you, Kathleen, and so I chose to as well. I hope I made the correct decision. Coming from anyone else, the barbed words would have drawn my ire, but coming from this golden-eyed dragon, all I could think was that I also hoped that she was right to tell me the truth. There is a general council meeting tomorrow, I said after a long pause. What you describe, it sounds like what we mana erupted in the distance, and I forgot what I was saying, instead staring at the wall in the direction of the source. A decay-type mana art, Kara said, frowning. That was a lot of mana. I stood suddenly, smoothing out my dress. Stay here, no one will bother you, but the dragons will have sensed that as well hells the entire city will have. I need to make sure there isn't a panic. Before either of the women could speak, I turned on my heel and marched out of the chamber. The guard from before had moved from his post and was standing in the middle of the hall, staring as if expecting an army of Alacrians to come pouring down it at any moment. He spun and snapped into a salute when he heard my approach. I whisked past him and headed for the main palace entry. As expected, I found Curtis already there, standing in the outer courtyard and staring east. He glanced at me as I moved to stand at his side. "Did you feel that?" he asked, frowning. Grodder, my brother's world lion bond, gave a low growl and Curtis patted his mane. I didn't answer as Winsome entered the courtyard at that moment, every hair in place, his military-style uniform as crisp and well-kept as always. His ethereal, starry-night eyes stared upward, and I followed his gaze just as a transformed dragon appeared, its shadow sweeping over us and speeding toward the source of the explosion. "I thought we agreed there would be no transformed dragons within the city proper," I said half-heartedly, knowing my protest would fall on deaf ears. At my side, Curtis shifted nervously. The dragons made him inexplicably nervous, and he hated whenever I said or did anything he deemed impertinent. We did not have to wait long for the dragon's return. The huge blue reptilian being landed right in the courtyard with us, the wind of its wings making me stumble. Grodder moved between us, shielding Curtis and me with his body. And so I didn't immediately see the passenger who rode on the dragon's back, not until I lowered my arm and stepped around Grodder. Arthur, his physical appearance so changed that it still caught me off guard to see him, slid down to the ground and started walking toward us, heedless of the deity at his back, as if he rode on a dragon all the time. I startled, almost laughing to myself, although my long-practiced sense of decorum prevented this. Of course, because he does ride on a dragon. Call for Guardian Karen, Edirith the Blue Dragon announced, his voice just as gargantuan as his draconic form. I have brought the one called Arthur Leywin. Call for the Guardian. Winsome stepped forward and raised a hand, and Edirith stilled and went silent before resuming his humanoid form. Winsome smiled warmly at Arthur and opened his mouth to speak, but Arthur walked right past him, instead approaching Curtis and me. I traced his sharp features with my eyes, searching for the boy I'd known at Xyrus Academy or the young general he had become during the war. But just as the last time I'd seen him, this new Arthur presented so little of who he'd been before. And yet he is perhaps even more handsome than before, if that's possible. I cleared my throat, shaking off my distraction. Arthur, it's a pleasure to see you. Dicathen. Unexpectedly, he reached out and pulled me into an embrace. A tingle ran along my skin as his lips moved so close to my ear that I could feel the whisper of his breath as he said, "The others." Understanding, I returned his embrace as I would an old friend and nodded ever so slightly. He let me go and I straightened my dress again, carefully avoiding glancing in Winsome's direction as he instead held out a hand to my brother. "Curtis," he said simply as they shook hands, "you're growing a beard. I'm not sure it's working for you." Curtis let out the boyish laugh he was known all throughout Sapin for, but the joy of it didn't reach his eyes. He was guarded, wary, and Grotter picked up on the tension, lowering his head and shaking out his mane, his gleaming eyes locked on Arthur. Long gone were the days of camaraderie at Xyrus Academy between members of the disciplinary committee. I hated that politics poisoned my thoughts even in that moment, just as I knew what my brother was thinking. And yet there was no escaping it. Our country, our entire continent, was too fragile not to consider every option as we attempted to rebuild. "So Arthur Leywin finally graces us with his presence," Winsome said, his hands clasped behind his back. "Hello, boy, where is my lord's granddaughter? I hope you haven't lost her, again." Arthur and Winsome matched unfriendly looks, a contest I couldn't help but expect the Usra to win. And yet Arthur did not seem like a man studying a deity. No, he was not lesser in this contest of wills. There was something distinctly predatory in his eyes that made me instinctively take a step back. "Sylvie is fine. Safe, which in this case means far away from you at the moment. I have news for whoever is in charge of the dragons," Arthur said, his voice absent of any obvious disrespect while still managing to sound directly combative. Imagine my surprise to learn that wasn't you, old friend. With each word the two exchanged, I grew more uncomfortable. The dragons had spent months with us in Sapin, helping to rebuild and keeping us safe from additional attacks from Alacria. They were sometimes difficult to understand, and their dispositions were not like any humans, elves, or dwarves I had ever met, but that was to be expected. They weren't like us, and it was improper to gauge them on our metrics. And yet it had been Arthur who swept across the continent like a storm of fire to burn away the Alacrian occupation. Arthur, too, was responsible for the treaty with the Lord of Ephiatis, the dragon Kezes in Drath, which brought the dragons to our shores. Seeing their conflict caused a raw, caustic ache in my stomach. Dicathen couldn't afford for these forces to be pitted against one another, although I thought I understood the reason for Arthur's attitude at least. After all, the smoke still rose over much of Elenoir, where our old ally General Aldir turned the forest to ash. I dreaded the thought of threading myself like a needle between these two titanic forces, but who else was there to do it? There was far too much at stake to let the antipathy between them derail the future of our entire continent. Taking a step forward so the movement would draw their attention to me instead of each other, I gestured toward the palace entrance. "Winsome, Edirith, please attend me as I escort Arthur to Guardian Karen." Keeping my tone as neutral as I was able, I continued. "Karen in Drath has been keen to meet with you, Arthur. I'm certain he will be willing to hear you out." Arthur relaxed and fell in beside me, holding out his arm for me to take it. Winsome turned on his heel and marched away without a second glance, his hands grasped behind his back, while Curtis somewhat awkwardly marched on Arthur's other side. Edirith fell into step behind us, his agitated aura lashing us like a whip. My body was rigid with tension, each step like I was crossing broken glass, but I held it all in. Somehow, despite his earlier intensity, Arthur seemed as relaxed and at ease as if we were out for an afternoon stroll in the palace gardens. I'd much rather be walking through the gardens than. I clipped the improper thought off as soon as I recognized where it was going. I was the thread that would stitch the wound between Guardian Karen and Arthur, and I couldn't afford to start showing either favoritism. Thoughts eventually became action, even inadvertently. When we arrived at the throne room, I was unsurprised to see the entire council had already been convened. Although it took us ages to discuss even the simplest issues, when the Guardian called on them, they practically teleported to his feet. I didn't hold this against them, however. The dragon's presence was overwhelming and the Guardian himself doubly so. They simply played the game of politics as best they knew how. Otto and cousin Florian had their heads together, whispering animatedly. Lord Astor was lingering as close to Guardian Karen as he dared, and I saw Jacqueline Maxwell and Lady Lambert as well. The others of the council either spoke quietly among themselves or waited in tense silence. Karen himself sat stiffly on the dais at the foot of the throne, where he always sat when events caused us to use this room. The dragon didn't need a throne to make him look regal or powerful. A row of guards lined the walls to the left and right, at least 4 times the number we usually requested for such events. It was an impressive display, taking me back to my days as a child in these very halls, when it was my father sitting on that throne with my mother at his side. I felt cold and distant as I thought of them. Knowing that particular emotion would be useful for what was coming, I held onto it tight. Winsome came to a halt before we'd crossed a quarter of the throne room, forcing me to stop behind him. He opened his mouth to introduce us, but hesitated when the sharp sound of footfalls continued to resound through the cavernous chamber. All eyes gravitated to Arthur as he left me behind, marched past Winsome as if the dragon were as unremarkable as sagebrush, and headed straight for the Guardian, his stride unbroken by nerves or the bitterness of self-doubt. I could only watch spellbound as Arthur crossed the throne room like a river skin hunting in the bay. Edirith hurried after him, his powerful hand closing over Arthur's shoulder. None approached the Guardian without. Arthur turned, his golden eyes flashing like the edge of a blade. The dragon faltered and Arthur continued on, never breaking his stride. The entire chamber remained frozen in rapt anticipation. "Guardian Karen," Arthur said. He stopped walking as he spoke, standing just before the throne, and the sound of his voice was like the breaking of the spell, and the entire congregation seemed to take a breath all at once. Guardian. I didn't think to ask Vadrecker whose idea that title was, but then he and I didn't get along very well. I'm hoping this meeting will go better. Karen stood standing head and shoulders above Arthur from his place on the dais, but he did not linger there, choosing instead to step down and meet Arthur eye to eye. Energy crackled like a physical force between them as they regarded each other. There was a silent and unmoving conflict between them, or rather the intent they both wielded like a weapon. In a way, they were a sort of mirror of each other. Karen was the same height as Arthur and yet seemed to tower over everyone around him. His build wasn't powerful, matching Arthur's lean and graceful athleticism, but his raw strength was visible in his every movement. He shared Sylvie's light-colored hair, which I assumed was an Indrath trait. Does that have something to do with Arthur's transformation, I wonder? But his eyes were deep, dark pools of plum purple. In their faces, though, the two were nothing alike. Although Arthur had returned aged, his face sharper and more mature than before the war, he still looked like a boy next to Karen, whose features were grizzled with the scars of 1,000 battles, pockmarked with old burns and hardened into unbending expectation. It was a face that conjured both fear and respect with nothing more than a look. What it did not do was smile often, and yet the Guardian's scarred cheek twitched and the corner of his lips quirked up in amusement. Yes, Vadrecker was quite thorough in his description of that meeting, as well as in his approximation of your abilities and temperament. Winsome took this as some sort of cue and moved forward again, taking up his position to their left. The dragon guard flanked Karen. Wanting my physical position to remain neutral, I stood opposite the group from Winsome, my brother, at my side. "Welcome to Eddiston, Arthur Leywin," Karen said, his deep voice a thunderous rumble. "It is good that we are finally meeting, even if the circumstances are less than ideal. The disturbance outside the city, what were you up to?" Arthur scanned the crowd of counselors and guards. "Perhaps we could speak in a less public setting," Arthur suggested quietly. The Guardian made a sudden, sharp gesture with his hand. The 2 lines of guards spun on their heels and began marching out of the throne room, creating an aisle between them where the counselors and other noble types could leave as well, although this latter group did so hesitantly, without the snappy military precision of the soldiers. Curtis shifted, glancing at the retreating counselors, and I knew he wished he could join them. He and I had been under a constant bombardment of guidance from our counselors since Lyra Drade officially ended the occupation of Dicathen and Arthur left us in charge of Eddiston. Not all of the advice we received was what I would call good advice, and that had only gotten worse since the dragon's arrival. Curtis in particular struggled to balance his own desires with those of the people, the dragons, and our chosen council. The truth was that we needed the dragons. We needed their power and their leadership and the confidence it gave our people in the future. Too much had happened: the death of the kings and queens, the defeat of the lances, the loss of the war and subsequent occupation, the destruction of Elenoir, for our people to simply expect that we could rebuild what we'd lost. The dragons provided a new foundation on which to build, and without them, I feared the ground would always be waiting to slide right out from under our feet. And yet, I had been raised around politics and court intrigue my entire life. I could see the manipulation of public opinion as it was happening. The dragons had silently been undercutting the people's view of Arthur. It was an out with the old, in with the new mentality that I understood, but it was unjust and terribly unfair to a man who had given so much to save us. Then, he had been the one to bargain for the dragon's protection. I also felt it was necessary to trust that he knew what he was doing. The last of the crowd left, and two guards worked together to shut the large throne room doors. Better? Guardian Karen asked, holding his hands out to his sides as he gestured around the wide, empty space. Now, what are you doing here? What happened? Arthur retold the story that Lady Sylvie had told me, although he left out the part about her apparently having witnessed the attack in a vision. Arthur, in fact, seemed to gloss over how exactly the evidence of an attack had come to him. Although I've eliminated one, there will be others, Arthur concluded. I can't promise that this will dissuade their attack either. Karen crossed his arms and shook a lock of hair out of his face. The look of intensity he projected was one I'd seen many times before. I assure you, I have no need of protection against Agrona's soldiers. Your earlier defeat of the Wraiths should have disabused you of this notion that they can defeat my kind. Certainly not warriors. I promise you, Kezes did not send farmers or fledgling children in training to guard this continent. Arthur took a couple of steps as he began to pace, then forced himself to be still. His eyes jumped to mine for the briefest instant of contact. Even a battle where you defeated them could result in the deaths of dozens, even hundreds of the city's residents. All I'm asking is that you help me scour the city and surrounding countryside. Let's make sure they've gone. Karen shrugged, emotion that was at odds with everything else about his posture and expression, which rarely relaxed into anything less than that rigidly militaristic. I don't want you scaring the people of Ediston by turning the city upside down in a search for ghosts. He looked at Winsome. See what can be done subtly, perhaps call in a few dragons from the patrols, faces the people here won't recognize. And they should be adept at hiding themselves among the lessers. Of course, Winsome said with a shallow bow, the presence of Agrona's most powerful forces on Dicathen only reinforces my other reason for being here, however, Arthur continued, his voice carrying the weight of words he expected not to be taken well. I have spent some time in Alacria fighting alongside Saris Vritra, the leader of a rebel faction fighting back against Agrona. That is a rather generous way to phrase that, Karen rumbled, a suppressed laugh in his words. Arthur didn't acknowledge the interruption. I have offered Saris and any of her people that wanted to join her sanctuary in Dicathen safely in the Elenoir wastes with the submitted Alacrian army. Saris has asked me to extend my hand in friendship with you and your kin. She hopes that, in exchange for the protection you're already offering this continent, she can provide you with useful information about Agrona and Alacria's defenses, among other things. Karen's brows, left half bald and tattered by the scarring on his face, had slowly crawled up his forehead as Arthur had spoken. For a moment he seemed at a loss for words. That is certainly a brave request, if not a rational one. That you can so boldly claim to have smuggled an undisclosed number of enemy combatants into this continent, reuniting an enemy general with many thousands of her soldiers in the process, and not seem to understand the ramifications, suggests to me that perhaps your reputation as a strategic genius is exaggerated by the people here. I held my breath as Arthur cocked his head slightly to the side. But before he could respond, I took a quick step forward. From the corner of my eye, I saw my brother reach for my arm, but I evaded his grasp and put myself next to Arthur, directly across from the weighty gaze of Karen's dark eyes. Guardian Karen, I began, my words clearly enunciated and polite, thank you for including my brother and me in this meeting. We both have come to greatly appreciate the healthy working relationship you have maintained with Ediston's new governing body, and I hope that you'll allow me to speak on Arthur's behalf. Having known him since we were children and benefited directly from his actions on multiple occasions since then, I can tell you with no hesitation or doubt that the reality of his accomplishments regularly goes well beyond the rumors that follow in his wake. I took a breath, having rushed to get everything out before I was interrupted. Winsome was eyeing me with thinly veiled annoyance, but Karen was attentive. Although he has never taken steps to make it so, Arthur is looked up to by many as the de facto leader of Dicathen, uniting humans, elves, and dwarves in their respect for him. The presence of your kin here has been a blessing, Guardian, one we will never be able to repay, but not everyone has it in them to forgive the past and trust that the dragons really mean peace. I looked between the two, mentally urging them to listen to me. You need each other, Dicathen needs you both for this ever to work. Karen, as named regent of the continent, I believe Arthur is well within his authority to offer sanctuary. Regent is not a title we acknowledge, Karen said smoothly, his deep voice swallowing mine. A title invented by invaders and handed down by a turncoat. There is no legitimacy in it, he paused thoughtfully. But you are right beside that, of course. Our presence in Dicathen is down to this agreement between Arthur and Lord Indrath, and I don't intend to work against my lord's purpose. But neither will I ignore my own best judgment. Before he could continue speaking, a heavy knock on the doors pulled everyone's attention in that direction. One opened partially, but instead of a guard, Lady Sylvian Drath walked in, her fair hair and skin practically glowing against the darkness of her horns and clothes. I felt a spike of disconcerting fear but knew that Arthur could speak with her telepathically. I could only assume her arrival at this time was by design. "Cousin Karen," she said, marching down the aisle toward us at speed, the soles of her boots clacking with each step. Karas slipped through the door behind her, walking in her shadow. Winsome's nose wrinkled up in annoyance or frustration, I couldn't be certain which. He glared at Arthur. But Karen gave a warm smile that softened his harsh features and broke away from our group, moving to meet Lady Sylvie. "Second cousin thrice removed, but I suppose that doesn't matter outside of Ephiodus. Have you been slinking around the palace all this time?" "Of course she has," Winsome snapped, growing increasingly irritated. "Karen Sylvie is to be returned to Lord Indrath immediately per his very explicit instructions." Winsome's galaxy-colored eyes bore down on Arthur. "This is not a request, Arthur. If you value this continent, you'll— Guardian Karen, is it you or Winsome here who is in command of the dragons in Dicathen?" Arthur asked smoothly, his note of feigned curiosity like the twisting of a dagger. "Winsome," Karen said, his tone thick with warning. As the two powerful Usras exchanged a long, meaningful look, my own gaze slipped away from the drama of their confrontation. Also sharing a meaningful look behind the Usras' backs were Arthur and Sylvie. Some silent communication drifted through the air between them, drawn on nearly visible line of their shared eye contact. After a handful of very long seconds, Winsome straightened his uniform and nodded. Karen let his dark gaze linger on Winsome for a long moment even afterward, then turned back to Sylvie. "Now I believe we were having a reunion. Please, let us all go somewhere more comfortable. We have a lot to talk about." Chapter 449, An Impossible Sight. An hour ago, Lyra Dreid. I paused in my rush from one task to the next, drawing in a deep, fortifying breath. The sun was hanging over the mountains to the west, its final rays still warm. The near-constant breeze that blew across the wasteland had died down, lessening the fine cloud of ash that always hung in the air. It was a perfectly pleasant day, and yet I found it almost painful to relax, the effort straining against my body's urge to continue checking items off my list as fast as possible. My duties had pulled me from one minor emergency to the next for 2 days straight, and I hadn't had even a brief reprieve in what felt like hours. Closing my eyes, I turned my face toward the sun, letting its warmth touch my face. A shiver ran through me, built-up tension seeking a release. I felt my lips curve into a smile. This is what being a leader is. This is what I could have been doing my whole life if only I'd known. Being looked up to, respected, even dare I say loved. It was addicting, even more than the constant climb for power and authority had been before. Watching Saris working alongside her as we helped our people to come to terms with their new lives, was satisfying in a way I had never understood before. It gave me hope. It also, perhaps more than anything else, made me glad that Arthur Leywin hadn't killed me in Ediston. I couldn't help but second-guess myself at first, but now, it was clear I had made the correct decision. As I let the sun kiss my skin, I felt the sharp sensation of eyes burning into my back. Letting my eyes ease open, I slowly turned and searched for the watcher. He wasn't difficult to spot. A skinny, bespectacled boy was sitting on the edge of a farm bed, now staring intently at his knees. Slowly, he tried to sneak a quick look up, caught me watching him, went red, and stared hard at the ground. My curiosity piqued, I started in the boy's direction, my movements unrushed in a way that I was already unaccustomed to. I felt a little bad as I watched him begin to panic, likely fearing a scolding or worse. He was one of the new arrivals, but I didn't know him or which blood he belonged to. By the tension with which he held himself and the fact that he was isolated when everyone else was hard at work, I suspected he was here alone, perhaps even a lower-class resident of the Relictum's second level who snuck through during Saris's exodus. I stood over him, my arms crossed, lips pursed slightly. "Have I wronged you, boy?" I asked. "You're staring as if you've sworn a blood oath of vengeance on me." Cocking my head slightly, I added, "Considering everything, I suppose that is possible." He flinched, glanced up at me, looked away, looked back again, then pulled his legs up to his chest and seemed to shrink. I relaxed, softening my expression and stance. "At ease, child, I only meant to startle some good humor out of you. Why don't we start again? I'm sure you know my name already, but I'm Lyra." "Who are you?" He chewed the inside of his lip, the spinning gears of his thoughts visible in his eyes, then finally hopped to his feet and bowed. "I'm sorry, Retainer Lyra of Highblood Dreid, I didn't mean to stare, I just—" He swallowed heavily. "I'm Seth of Highblood Millview." Millview. I rolled the name around, searching for any connection to it. I was slightly surprised to hear him name himself as a Highblood, but less so that I didn't know anything about the name. "Where is the rest of your blood then?" I asked, eager to ensure bloods weren't being separated as they were relocated away from the small settlement where they had arrived, which could not support all of them. The boy's face sank and I realized the truth. You're all alone then, I asked. Was your blood lost in the war? He nodded, a very slight, nervous movement, then sank back onto the wooden border of the raised farm bed. They were all killed, here, he waved a hand at the ashlands beyond the small village, recently elevated blood, because of something my sister did in the war and then wiped away just like that. I sat next to him, considering my words carefully. You never felt like a highblood, did you? He shook his head. Not really, the others at the academy. Well, they didn't treat me like I was their equal, not until… He swallowed heavily. Not until Professor Gray. Arthur, I said, recalling what little I had learned of Arthur Leywin's time hidden in Alacria. You are one of his students then. Is that why you came to Dicathen, to follow your mentor? No, he said too quickly. Blanching, he glanced at me from the corner of his eye. I mean, I just didn't have anywhere else to go. Scythe Saris wanted to know more about my bestowals, me and my friend, and I just thought, well, maybe here at least I could do something. He shrugged rather helplessly. I didn't think I could return to my blood's home or the academy, not after everything. I pressed my lips into a tight smile, not saying anything else. Clearly the boy needed to talk, and I was prepared to let him. At least, with what little time I had to spare. He hopped up again and took a couple steps away, facing the gray wasteland to the north. Why did Circe have to die just for that? He asked. She died mapping a way through it, that's what we were told, but now look at it, she died for nothing. Milview. The name settled into place in my mind, bringing back a report received ages ago. A large number of sentries had been tasked with charting a path through the enchanted forests of the elves, and it had been a young and talented sentry named Circe of named blood Milview who had finally succeeded where her peers had failed. Many died needlessly in this war, I said, still sitting. The Usra are heedless with lesser lives, but perhaps… I paused, letting the words hang. Perhaps their deaths aren't for nothing if they show us that the world needs to change. If they motivate us to make that very change, that seems to me like a more worthy cause to fight for. The boy didn't respond, and my attention was drawn to an approaching figure. Anvilled of named blood torpors, broad shoulders and shaved scalp were obvious even from a distance. I stood and stretched, feeling my brief reprieve coming to an end. I could use the assistance of a motivated young mage, I said, resting my hand lightly on the boy's shoulder. If you are willing, and I'm sure we can find time for you to continue to help Saris in her research as well. He stared at me, his eyes wide and watery. Clearing his throat, he removed his glasses and wiped the back of his arm across his face. Sure, he said, fumbling the thick lenses back over his eyes. Anvilled came to a stop several feet away, looking grim. Lady Saris has requested your presence, Lyra. I didn't bother asking what this was about. The fact that Saris was requesting me meant it had to do with some conflict between the new arrivals and those Alacrian soldiers, who had been consigned to the Elenoir wastes by Regent Leywin. Come along then, assistant, I said, only a little flippantly. Although I didn't look back, I heard Seth's halting footsteps behind me. What is it now, Anvilled? Some new construction interrupting a used-to-be highblood's view of the endless ashy wastes? Anvilled snorted. Better that I do not color your view of the matter. Curious, I followed the ascender in silence until we reached the open doorway of the village meeting hall, a small slapdash building we had left empty for meetings and such, just to make things feel a little more officious. Anvilled stepped aside and waved me in. As I stepped through, my eyes took a moment to adjust to the dim light, but I began to make out what sounded like a long-running argument. Bloodvassar lacks the standing to claim authority over highblood Ainsworth soldiers, the strong voice of an older man was saying. We have few enough left. I won't have them drawn off to other duties when they should be protecting me, my wife, and my heir, do you understand? After everything we've done for this movement, everything we've sacrificed, to now be asked to bend the knee to this. I squinted slightly, and my eyes adjusted enough to see Baldur Vassar try and fail not to roll his eyes. I'm not, surely, sighed Saris, you can see that I'm only trying to… Again, I'd like to remind everyone that blood station carries no weight at all in this new nation of Alacrians. Corbett of Highblood Denoir interrupted. No, just Corbett Denoir, I reminded myself, the thought reinforced by the man's own words. As of 2 days ago, we all agreed to move forward as equals, he finished. I moved to flank Baldur, whom I had worked with closely since this prison-turned-refuge was formed for the Alacrian soldiers. Arthur himself had put Baldur in charge of rounding up the first Alacrians from the armies around Blackbend and guiding them into the wasteland. Seth didn't follow but lingered next to the door. Saris's brows rose slightly as she addressed my arrival. Some of those who came with me have questioned Baldur Vassar's leadership, Lyra. I believe Ector here suggested that a second-tier cousin of a second-tier highblood had no right to be giving orders to such potent highbloods as Frost and Ainsworth. It strikes me that this is, perhaps, exactly the right time to see some proof of this new societal concept of ours. One in which the purity of one's blood, as determined by the Vritra, is not in fact the end-all be-all of one's worth. I nodded in understanding. The leaders of this society must be people who have earned the right through action, who their peers look to as leaders willingly, with acceptance, hope, and most of all, trust. Baldur Vassar has been that leader here. It was he who laid the foundations for the earliest encampments, gathering the defeated, despondent, furious remains of the Alacrian army and keeping them from imploding long enough to form a pipeline for food and water, as well as build a handful of ramshackle structures to keep the sun from baking them. I met the eyes of those around me in turn. Hector Ainsworth Lars Eisenhart Corbett Denoir, a mage by the name of Udon Plainsrunner who worked closely with Baldur, and Baldur himself, who turned to give me a weak smile. For your entire lives, you have held up shields of worry and paranoia, considering the implication of even the smallest interactions with other highbloods as you struggled to make space for yourselves and your bloods, your families, in the midst of the never-ending feeding frenzy that was Alacrian politics. Now is the time to lay down those shields, gentlemen. You are no longer jockeying for position among your peers but working to ensure our collective survival, I finished. I shot Saris a glance to gauge her reaction, a reflexive motion I couldn't help despite the message I just delivered to the others. It would take us all more than a couple of days to put aside a lifetime of hierarchy. Hector Ainsworth crossed his arms and looked away. Lars seemed to be taking his cues from Hector, while Corbett Denoir had the look of one who was both eager and deeply tired. Udon and Baldur, both soldiers who were not used to this kind of politics, shuffled uncomfortably. Perhaps we could take this conversation out into the village, I suggested, moving toward the doorway. I gestured for Seth to go through ahead of me. There are others I would like to introduce you to, leaders among the people here, not by virtue of their military station or bloodline but by their hard work, talent, and self-sacrifice. Although the tension was still clear, especially from Hector, they all followed Seth and me out into the sunshine. Our mages with Earth Affinity-type runes have been invaluable, I said, gesturing to the building we just left. Along with the handful of mages in the wastes who had prior experience with the construction and conjuration of buildings. Perhaps you don't recognize it now, but the simple act of building a few houses was completely essential for our success here, and we owe much to those who were instrumental in the process. Hector, Lars, and Corbett examined the structure unenthusiastically, clearly not enthralled by the explanation. I had to admit, the simple square building, formed of gray brick crafted from the ash, supported by timbers from the beast glades, and roofed with wavy interlocking tiles of colorless clay didn't paint an idyllic picture, especially for those coming from huge mansions designed by Alacrian's best architects and imbuers. But function in this case was many times more important than form. In the end, I hoped only that they would see the purpose of the structures and the importance of the people behind them. After giving them a moment to examine the building, I led them to a nearby patch of farmland, introducing them to Udon's brother, Idir, a soldier previously stationed in Xyrus who was now one of our most proficient cultivators of fertile soil brought in from the beast glades. An entire army at our disposal, and yet we suffer for a lack of builders and farmers, Lars murmured to Hector. On the contrary, I chided, we have more than enough of both. They only lack for training and practice. Thankfully, plenty of that is in supply for anyone willing to try their hand at something new. Lars shuffled uncomfortably and cleared his throat, but he apparently had nothing else to say. It was as we turned away from the plot of farmland that something in the air changed. Sarah sensed it first, her head snapping around to the south. Silrit, who had been flanking her like a shadow, shifted quickly into a defensive stance in front of her. I followed the line of their serious stares into the trees of the beast glades. An instant later, it hit me as well. An intensely potent mana signature, accompanied by a desperately crushing intent, was rushing toward us, flying over the wild tangle of forestland and growing stronger by the moment. A ripple went through the gathered mages, wiping away all thought of the conversation we'd been having. But it wasn't only the handful of us present. Idir and 3 others tended the farmland while dozens of Alacrians milled about, some carrying timber to new construction, others buckets of water, some only loitering, unsure what to do. Nearby, a handful of children were sitting with a girl with short golden hair as she taught them about magic. They all felt it. Beside me, Seth Milview grabbed my sleeve, his hands shaking. As the pressure built, some couldn't help but step back, reeling from the weight of it even at this distance. Others, I was worried to see, stumbled toward the signature, jaws slack and faces expectant, almost reverent, hopeful. Fools, I thought absently, my own internal voice distant and quiet, as if my mind had already retreated away from the approaching power. Saris burst into action, taking command and issuing orders. Ainsworth Denoir, start gathering the bloods. Ensure people stay together, keep order, don't allow a panic to sweep our number. Those who are already preparing to leave the village, get them moving. Vassar, organize a retreat into the wasteland. Anyone who remains here could be a danger to us or themselves. Split the village east and west, toward the next towns in line. Go, I took a few steps forward, pulling Seth with me as I squinted over the trees in search of the signature's source. There, I said, although it came out barely a whisper. A winged creature, massive and black in the night sky, flew into view, sweeping low over the trees. In seconds, it was wheeling above us, a harsh cry issuing from its enormous maw. My mind reeled. Of Vritra in its fully transformed state, to see a basilisk flying the skies of Dicathen, such a thing hadn't been seen in Alacria in my lifetime. Seeing one here now, it seemed the height of impossibility. All I could think was that Ceres's escape from the relictums had finally prompted Agrona to take extreme action and end our fledgling offshoot nation of soldiers and rebels. With the suddenness of a falling catapult stone, the basilisk descended, landing half in one of the farm beds, its clawed feet churning the ground, ripping up the crops, and sending the farmers sprawling, their shouts nearly lost in the noise of the huge wings beating against the warm, late afternoon air. Seth stumbled and fell backwards, but I couldn't pull my gaze away from the sight of the basilisk in front of me. Even through my fear, it was truly a sight to behold. Its body was a single long serpentine trunk plated with pitch-black scales and lined with spines from the end of its whip-like tail to the base of its thick neck. 6 powerful limbs protruded from the long body, each ending in a claw tipped with talons like scythes, and 4 thin, leathery wings grew from above the forelimbs, now curled around the basilisk's squirming body like a protective shield. The reptilian head snapped side to side, glowering around at the village, its maw opening and closing to reveal the dark void of its gullet. The accompanying snap rending the air like the shattering of stone, the smell of raw meat and sulfur making my stomach churn. Its tail witched back and forth, splintering a withered tree and scything over the heads of the paralyzed children. Its blazing red eyes, 4 on each side of the elongated face, searched each and every person present. Like it is deciding which of us to devour first, I couldn't help but think. But the basilisk's aura was frantic and punishing, striking us like the incoming tide on a stormy morning. It was uncontrolled and wild, not the weaponized intent of a greater being but an untamed manifestation of abject terror. It was difficult to conceive, especially with the weight of it crushing me to the spot. Ceres's orders had not survived the basilisk's sudden landing, and I could no longer tell the difference between reverence and horror on the faces of those around me. All were frozen, every pair of eyes locked on the Usura. No one moved at all, no one except Ceres, who strode forward somehow unbent by the pressure. The reptilian head, large enough to swallow 10 lessers in a single strike, snapped around, all 8 eyes focusing on her. Scythe. Its voice was like the blades of a saw ripping through hard wood and the shearing of metal beneath a hurricane wind. Even Ceres couldn't entirely disguise her fear as she faced the basilisk, her stance too rigid, her chin raised too high. Sovereign Aludari Vritra. I felt my stomach clench painfully, not just any basilisk but the sovereign of Truatia. I had met him before but didn't recognize his mana in this form. But that wasn't what made me feel on the verge of sickness. There was no reason for a sovereign to appear in Dicathen. The High Sovereign would not have sent Aludari to extinguish us, nor would Aludari have decided to take on such a task himself. It simply wasn't the way things were done. The sovereigns hardly ever left their own dominions. They were paranoid and possessive, ever watchful and guarded. With Aludari being the last of the sovereigns, he should have been taking every precaution against. The last of the sovereigns, fleeing to Dicathen. What does that mean? I asked myself, struggling to hold on to sense. He began to transform, shrinking as the powerful limbs became arms and legs, the serpentine body condescending into the upright form of a man. Wings fell down behind his bent back, becoming a part of the dark battle robes clinging to his thin frame. The pointed, gap-mawed face flattened until Aludari's pale visage was recognizable, his ruby eyes staring at us, 2 spiraling horns pointing toward the sky above them. Aludari, on the couple of occasions I had witnessed him in person, had been impassive and focused. Now there was a manic wildness in his eyes that I couldn't have imagined seeing from an Usura, and his face was twisted with a fear so palpable and unexpected that it was difficult to look at. For seeing it made me want to bolt into the wastes and never look back. Aludari surged forward, and I couldn't help but stumble away, unable to keep my composure. My senses left me as I struggled to understand what I was seeing. It looked to my eyes as if the sovereign threw himself at Ceres's feet, his pale, shaking hands clawing at the legs of her robes. Bleeding words scratched out of his throat and between his teeth, my mind knitting together their meaning with all the efficiency of a boiled egg. Scythe Ceres, the last, I'm the last. Going to kill me too, I just know it, you must help me. Escape, return to Ephiatus, but I can't. The portal, the rift, I can feel it, but I cannot find it, you must help me. I command it, please.